Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It's another lovely morning here in Anaheim, California for the Pokemon World Championships. And while we're not quite ready to start the competition off here today, I am here with some lovely friends to give you a little sneak peek at what to look forward to and maybe catch you up to what happened in day one of the competition. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Chip Ritchie, Kellosaurus, and the shiniest, speediest chief too to kick off the morning. And Speedy, I got to start with you. Nice fit.
I appreciate it. You know, I just saw what Kellosaurus and all the Unite casters were doing, and I said, you know, we need to step up our game just a little bit. I mean, it's the World Championships. You got to go all out.
Dude, Spreggles, you have some competition.
Yeah, I think the bar has officially been raised, and I do love to see it here at the World Championships. And the bar has been raised on the competition as well. And you know, Chip, we were talking about this earlier. I think one of the big stories here from a lot of the competition across the games is there have been a ton of upsets in day one, which has been really exciting to see.
Yeah, there's still, of course, amazing players competing here in day two, but it does feel like a lot of the players that people favored to be the world champion for the TCG did not make it through day one of the competition, leading that charge toward Reklev. I think the undisputed best player in the game, he did not make it through day one of the tournament. Azul Garcia Griego, another one of the more popular and better players, he also didn't make it.
All right, well, before we get into that, Kellosaurus, I do want to ask, no, let's actually just go straight into that. Let's go talk about some of these players to watch over on the TCG side of things, because there's some new faces there, at least for me.
Yeah, these have been some very consistent competitors the last couple of seasons. Kento arrived from Japan. He's one of the players who tends to come over and travel to the TPCI regions, competes in a lot of regionals and international championships, especially in Australia, and has had a lot of success, so really not surprised to see him doing well. Piper Lapine, you know, she's been an excellent competitor for years and years and years. Had a breakout season a few years ago where she won 2 regional championships and has continued to propel that momentum forward. She's coming off of a top 8 finish at the North American International Championships, so glad to see she's using that momentum. And then Oyvind Svindafud, great player from the European region coming over from Finland. He won a regional championships this year, got second place, and he is leading the charge in day 2 at a 7-0-1 record.
What do you think has been the big difference for these trainers in making it through day one of the competition over on the TCG side of things?
No, it's Worlds. It's one single tournament. You know, you work all year to get to this point, but at the end of the day, things kind of have to go your way. The preparation, of course, is very, very important, and then the decks that these players choose to play, one of the more important things. And I don't think anyone quite predicted this meta to shape up the exact way it has. You know, Golden Go was the most popular deck for the TCG, but it was the most popular deck by a wide margin, 23% of the day one field. We haven't really seen that throughout the course of this season, so I think that was a bit of a surprise. Maybe those meta share predictions is what caught some of these players off guard.
Do you think then as a result we're going to be seeing a lot of like Golden Go counters in day 2, or is it still going to be Golden Go all the way?
I mean, we've seen it already. It feels like the Golden Go counters are out. People have chosen to bring them, but the thing about it is that the Golden Go players are prepped for the counters. We've seen some unique things in players' deck lists. Chansey from 151, a card that has like never seen play. It's kind of considered to be a little bit of a cheesy strategy. Players are using that in their deck this weekend. We saw a player using Ceruledge EX, a card that, again, we haven't seen too much in combination with a Briar supporter. So, yeah, there's counters out there, but the Golden Go players that have made it through day one, I think, have those answers.
All right, so over in TCG, they're Golden Going for the gold, if they may.
I like it.
Nice, good one.
That is my one pun for the weekend. I think I've spent it very well.
I don't believe you. There will be more.
We need more puns.
I'll try. I really do only get one pun. It's how my brain works. All right, let's go ahead and move on to Pokemon Go, which is having also a very unique weekend. I know you all had Seijun Park, one of the only people in history to compete in every game that has been featured at the Pokemon World Championships, including Pokken Tournament, thanks to an invitational. But I think he also has been eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to piggyback a little bit here on Chip's point. A lot of our trainers that we were highlighting, looking at, expecting them to really just exceed all expectations and continue their winning ways, have been knocked out. Marto Galde won 3 regional championships and an international this season, 0-2. out of pocket. NAIC champion last year, had a stellar season and was heating up towards the latter parts of the summer. 0-2. It's unbelievable that some of our best trainers have had this kind of fumble, but then you see trainers like Potamon, who's absolutely excelling just like we expected, and the metagame is so exciting, Gabby. I think back to when you and I casted Pokemon Go, and we see Glaring Corsola, Shadow Kento Marowak, we see Bug Bite users in Fortress, but there are so many interesting trainers, and these are just a few that are still competing here. Poki Moneymaker from Japan, actually, very interestingly, I believe qualified by winning a TPCI event in Australia, which is absolutely phenomenal. It's Axen, our NAIC reigning champion. He said, you know what? Everyone's changing things around. They're bringing different Pokemon. They're experimenting. I'm going to bring the same thing I brought to NAIC, my mighty Araquanid, and I'm just going to let everyone else deal with it. And then Potamon, of course, I had the pleasure of interviewing him on stage after a win yesterday. I said, Pato, you've been on the biggest stages, taking on the biggest players. Do you still get nervous? And he said, absolutely. But you never know what's going to happen at Worlds, and the meta is as exciting as it's ever been.
So similar to how Golden Ghost saw some unexpected usage in TCG, has there been a single Pokemon that's been dominating the Pokemon Go charts that you weren't expecting?
That's a really, really good point. I would say that Shadow Kento Marowak is probably the biggest surprise for me, because if you look at the length of the season, we have the 4 in-game seasons, whether it's Delightful Days, the maxed out meta, whatever it might be. There are only 3 Pokemon that have dominated all season, those being Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and Diggersby. And I thought Diggersby would be the ground type of choice. It's bulky, it's a normal type, it's better against the ghost types, but Shadow Kento Marowak's Mud Slap is absolutely punishing, and if you're not ready for it, it can really put you in a tough position.
Sure. I gotta say, you've also had a little bit of fun over there. I know Michael Sharanka, who has a very amazing position over at Pokemon Go, working on some of the incredible projects and features that come to the game. Got to get behind the commentary desk last night with Jim. I have to go back and watch that myself, but the fact that he was able to come down and commentate with y'all, I'm honestly kind of jealous. That looked like so much fun.
We absolutely adore Michael. I still remember battling in the Ultra League against Michael probably 3 or 4 years ago, and he destroyed me with his Malamar. Michael, I know you remember. I definitely remember. Talented player, incredible human being, and as Wholesome said, I mean, if you didn't know that he was the director of global product at Pokemon Go, you would think this guy's a full-time caster. He was awesome.
Well, he did used to play VGC, and I'm going to use that to segue to VGC by saying, first of all, Michael, you should come commentate VGC. Second of all, let's go ahead and talk about some of our players to watch from VGC, because like we've heard from TCG and Pokemon Go, there have been some big upsets over on the video game side of things. You know, we have a lot of players that we were expecting to do well. Marco Silva did not make it to day 2. Federico Camparesi did not make it to day 2. However, Ko Tsukide is our current undefeated player running Lunala and Miraidon. Victor Medina, who we saw in round 7 playing against Justin Tang, was able to make it into day 2, lost round 8 to Montana Mott, running Kali Shadow and Zamazenta. Very kind, very humble player, really excited to make it to day 2 of this competition, waiting to prove himself to finally get that victory. And of course, James Beck also made it to day 2, 7-1 in the competition, running Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon, but interestingly enough, also has a Reggie Alecki, which is a Pokemon that was popular back in the day for VGC, but hasn't been seen since the Galar region. So that's been really excited to hear about. Haven't seen him yet on stream. Hopefully we'll get him on stream sometime later today. But if you're watching at home and you're asking, where is Wolf Glick in chat? As I know a lot of people probably are asking, don't worry, he's still around in the competition. We saw him in round 8. He was able to punch his ticket to day 2. I had the pleasure of talking to him in an interview, and he did have a bit of a rough mental day, but he mentioned that his partner was able to take him aside and remind him that he's Wolf Glick and he can do anything, and that was all it took to turn things around. And you know, sometimes the stories just write themselves.
Sometimes you just need those positive affirmations, whether it's from yourself or from a friend.
Yeah, you know what, Kellosaurus, next time I'm feeling down, I'm going to tell myself I'm Wolf Glick and I can do anything.
Okay. Look, whatever works, right?
Whatever works. We still also have former world champion Luca Ceribelli in the mix. He won last year in Hawaii. And of course, Mikhail Kelsch is, I think, the only player remaining from this segment yesterday still in contention. So shout outs to him as well. That being said, let's go ahead and talk about Pokemon Unite as the final game, but certainly not the last game to talk about because you guys always have the best crowd, and
Yes.
they delivered yesterday. That must have been so cool to be commentating in front of that crowd.
Oh, Unite always brings the heat, the screams and everything, and not because of the world's largest marble, but yeah, definitely some upsets. That's what we have in common across all of these games, but teams to watch. Aegis Flames, massive upset yesterday. So many of us were shocked, especially as casters going in with those predictions, thinking that Zeta Division was going to come out on top of groups, but Aegis Flames, they really just bursted on through, being able to make top of groups, take down Zeta Division from Japan, which was such a highlight match to watch. I know Soph was definitely popping off. Otherwise, the other team to watch here, Reject, representing Japan, ended up defeating the 3 IC champs we have this season, which was Luminosity Gaming. So that was a massive story there to see them being able to defeat them. And well, Luminosity Gaming, it isn't over for them. They are second in group, so do make it over to day 2. And the final team to highlight, High Five from APAC East. They ended up getting a revenge match against Insomnia, which they versed back at the Asia Champions League. It was such an intense match to watch, but High Five, I've got to say, they are definitely on a roll so far.
What do you think is the difference? You know, how are these teams catching each other off guard? Is it more of like the counter pick shutting down strategies, or are you seeing new strategies emerge?
One thing I notice, Zarina. That
Okay.
seems to be the secret picks, the common thing amongst these teams. And Zarina ended up having that highest win rate. So interesting to see whether we're going to see Zarina being put on through the pick phase, or whether it's just going to get banned on out, because we do have that option. But I guess we'll have to see whether these teams have actually picked up on that or not.
And you'll just have to tune in if you're going to want to see how that's going to turn out. And, you know, we're feeling a little bit generous over here at the World Championships. You're not going to walk away empty-handed if you tune into any of our streams for the TCG. Let's start out with some of these drops. Chip, I mean, this seems pretty cool. I see full art. I like full art.
Yeah, absolutely. And some strong options here as well. Hilda especially leading the way. Really strong supporter card that recently came out in the Black Bolt and White Flare expansions. You're definitely going to want to make sure to redeem this code, get access to these cards added to your account for a very, very simple trade-off.
All right, and I think we also have another distribution for the TCG as well. You can get a special deck box, the sleeves, the coin, and even more full art cards. I believe that's the Dino Live ending with the Hydreigon EX. That's super exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. I'm looking at that deck box and sleeve set, though. To be honest, I'm going to need to go open up my laptop backstage, leave Twitch up and running so I can earn some of these drops. That is pretty clean looking for sure.
It's super, super exciting. For Pokemon Go, we also have some exciting drops. Speedy, walk us through these.
You know, we're so inspired by our world champions. You're going to get Yakai's Skarmory from last year's Worlds in Hawaii. If you recall, just slashing through all the competition, as well as some Stardust, candies, and that ever so valuable Elite Charge TM. And as you alluded to with the TCG drops, Go's got doubled as well, because you can take that Elite Charge TM and then you can select a Pokemon and a path to begin your 2026 journey. I recommend you use that Elite Charge TM on your Squirtle, evolve it up to Blastoise, give it that Hydro Cannon, and then you can play like Arrow will on stage here today. But Cradily, Furret, all incredible options.
You have good taste in first partner Pokemon, Will. I respect that. Of course, if you're watching the video game stream, you can redeem your own Farigiraf inspired by Luca Cherrybelly's World Championship winning Farigiraf from the finals last year. You can use that code World's Armor Tail. Of course, substitute some numbers in there. It's on the screen. And you can go via mystery gift and get that in your game. And what's really cool is not only does it show up in the Cherish Ball, because it has the partner Rimid, when you send it out into battle, it'll say Luca's Farigiraf. Kind of like we've been seeing Wolf's Incineroar pop up on stream a couple of times. So make sure you grab that before the code expires. And last but not least, Kellosaurus, tell us about Unite.
We've had so many cool drops, and we have some cool drops for Pokemon Unite. We do have that Murkrow Platinum emblem, very shiny indeed. You can also earn yourself a rental license selection box. So it gives you an opportunity to go and try out a Pokemon that you might look at and try it out. And also the jersey random box. You may have seen some of the players yesterday rocking those jerseys up on stage and around the venue. Well, you can also earn that for yourself in game and do a little cosplay. So that's pretty cute.
I love that. Can I earn that in real life? Is there a way?
Yes,
Oh.
I actually saw it on the prize wall. So if you are here in the venue, you can actually do some of the side events to earn yourself some points and go and get yourself a World jersey as well from Unite.
Awesome. And if you're also in the venue today, make sure to check out not just the side events. We have some incredible panels with some artists. There are some arts and crafts over in Hall C. And of course, at 5:30 p.m. tonight, there's the live Gotta Catch 'em All game show. There's going to be some Pokemon trivia. It's going to be so exciting. So if you're here in the hall with us, make sure to check those out. You can use the event app to check the schedule, or you can just walk around and check out the hall. So we only have a couple of minutes left here. Real quick, Chip, starting with you. Sell us, why should we watch TCG today?
We're gonna whittle it down today all the way to Top Cut, figure out who's gonna be playing in Championship Sunday. Extremely exciting, and I think we're gonna see some surprises. Lots of different techs, lots of surprise card picks, and hopefully some very exciting moments, some coin flips incoming, I would
All right, Will, go. 3 words, go.
3 words.
3 words.
Fortress, Blastoise, Corsola?
Okay, Kellosaurus, 3 words.
Trying to make the connections here, and I don't know if I'm paying
That was way
attention,
more
but
than 3 words,
That's okay.
Gabby.
3 words,
Okay.
hype, outfits, and
Oh, there you go. And
amazingness.
Amazingness, okay, okay. I like that, I like that. You can have more words if you want. I just wanted to make Will think a little bit.
Yeah, putting me on the spot there a little bit. It's okay, guys.
And doesn't count, okay?
I'm very thankful that you did not give me just 3 words.
Yeah.
I figure with TCG, with all the text on the cards,
Yeah,
that would be a
sure.
little bit too much.
But no, we're not live, right? I'm just kidding. But no, I'd say that the meta is incredibly dynamic. We've got, like I said, Fortress, Shadow Kento, Marowak, Galarian, Corsola. A lot of surprises, a lot of incredible plays. The skill expression on stage is honestly phenomenal. Every single match, I feel like you can take some notes, you can learn something, bring it to your own Go Battle League battles, or even to start your competitive journey in the Championship Series. So I highly, highly recommend. Pokemon Go has never been more exciting or dynamic.
Kellosaurus, final thoughts?
I also want to mention for all of those matches that aren't shown on the main broadcast, we do have a feature stream as well. So we are going to be showcasing all of the Unite matches today on either one of these broadcasts on YouTube.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that because it's the exact same thing for the video game championships. So if we're not featuring the match you want to see on the live stream, make sure to check out our YouTube channel as there is a chance you could see it there. That being said, I think that is about it for us here in this lovely preview show. If you spent the morning with us here, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're just tuning in now, congratulations. You are tuning in just in time to catch the opening ceremonies of the World Championships. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I don't know about you. Are you ready to kick things off?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Ready?
I am so ready.
All right. Why don't we just go ahead and kick it off? Thank you so much for watching.
Good morning, trainers. Welcome to day 2. We are, of course, here at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships, and we are so happy to have all of you here with us this weekend. I'm Anna Prosser, and let me tell you, the Anaheim Convention Center is the place to be this weekend. We have the best Pokemon trainers in the world fighting for the right to call themselves a world champion. We, of course, have our 4 pillars of competition to follow: the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet video games, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Every competitor will be trying their best to make it through today's gauntlet. So, let's highlight a few of today's top trainers. In Pokemon VG, trainers Ko Tsukide, Victor Medina, and James Beck have the best shot of making it to Championship Sunday, but we'll see how the day looks when we get to top 5. The Pokemon TCG competition has been fierce, but Orvin Svinhuvud, Keito Arai, and Piper Lapine are hoping to hold on to their momentum from yesterday. In Pokemon Go, I'm keeping an eye on Arrow, Patoman, and LNDS Rarjeff as they tap their way through the Worlds bracket. And finally, for Pokemon Unite, the top teams we're watching are Aegis Flames, High Five, and Reject. Who will be a focal point in the Championship Sunday arena? I can't wait to see. Of course, our event is not only battling. There are lots of activities for all of us here at the Anaheim Convention Center. If you're watching online and want to join in on the fun and excitement, start planning your 2026 journey to the Pokemon World Championships. I can tell you even now, you will not want to miss it. Let's give a huge shout out and a round of applause to the diligent staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else making this tournament and event come to life for us. Let's hear it. And I want to say to you, the friends and family of every competitor and the fans supporting these trainers as they push through the competition, thank you. Your encouragement really inspires us all. Let's hear it for you. Good job. With that, day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon World Championships starts right now. Casters, take it away.
It's day 2 here at Pokemon World. We have 32 of the most outstanding trainers from day number 1, and today they will battle it out until there is only 2 trainers remaining, and one of them will be the 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion. I am Tuo Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
Yeah, and what a coveted title they are going to be fighting for. We've had unique world champions every single year. There's still one chance for there to be a repeat world champion, and that's its Axen. He is sitting on that loser side of the bracket, but so many other people, 31 players, fighting for their own chance at glory.
But first, let's see how these battlers will be formatting today.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon Go at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $2 million in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon Go World Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Only 2 trainers will remain to compete in the Anaheim Arena on Championship Sunday. Matches are best of 3 until the end of the bracket. Winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are all played as a best of 5 series. Each match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but only bring 3 into each game. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of World Champion. Let's get this tournament started!
Let's get day 2 started as well. For those that are unfamiliar, we have a breakdown of all things related to Pokemon Go here at World Championships with the points breakdown, the prizing, and all the other things involved. Let's take a look here too. These were the invitations for each of the regions. We had 75 total for North America, US and Canada, 50 for Europe, 50 for Latin America, 10 from Oceania, and 5 from Middle East and South Africa. And I believe we have almost every single region represented here on day number 2. And some of these players were here before in the same spot, but there's a lot of first-time Day 2 players as well.
That's how they got here, but let's talk about what is in store for them at Pokemon Worlds. Of course, our top finalist, our world champion, will have that $20,000 prize. And if you get top 8, you're having a fantastic prize, of course, even down the top 13. Awesome, even further down as well. So there's so much at stake, not just the glory of the trophy, but of course, those prizes as well.
Yeah, and you know, these players, they want to be the best of the best, but they'll be rewarded for it as well. If you miss out on any of the action on day number 1, we got some really cool highlights for you, some of our personal favorites. You got the Annihilate bringing the action here. It's Kento versus Sanjudigo, and this is some of the spiciest matchup I've ever seen there too. The Toad Scroll, the Turtonator. What am I looking at?
This will make your eyes water. The Turtonator is able to just absolutely annihilate the Shadow Scizor. That is going to be double super effective. Even if that was at about 70% health, I feel like that probably would have knocked out. And then this matchup was the top one, of course. Sejun Park versus Ash and Ash, 2 of the top trainers on the planet, and able to get to the back-to-back. Ash and Ash knew that that Thunder Shock was just going to do 1 damage per, able to get the Brutal Swing to get the victory for Ash and Ash. Now he's on that winner's side of the bracket.
That's right, and he had the pop-off as well. Very well deserved. Speaking about winner's side, we got Arrow versus Z-Swallow. Z-Swallow, the mad chef here in this meta, running the King Gambit. Both did make it into day number 2, but it was Arrow who bested Z-Swallow on that winner's side of the bracket. It went the distance though in this series, going all the way to game number 3, but it was on the backs of this Blastoise coming in clutch there and taking out the down flame. A little second delay, but Arrow, you can see, super excited. And I believe this is his second day number 2 top cuts at a World Championships.
Yeah, it's just super impressive. This meta is just wide open right now. 2 trainers that are known for their spice. Arrow comes out on top there. And what are our picks though? I actually picked Arrow myself, and I think that Shadow Steelix wasn't that prominent in day number 1 for him, but it's so flexible going into this day number 2, something that trainers might not be expecting. That is my MVP pick for Arrow for sure.
Yeah, you know, I think it's definitely a solid pick. He looks really on form, but you know who also looks really locked in on form? It's LDS Harjefe. That's going to be my pick here. Previous international champion, has won the first Latin America regional, of course. And this is our predictions from yesterday, actually. So let's go back a little bit here. It's Axen versus Yakai, 2 previous world champions, the last 2 most recent world champions. And you got me and the 2 European casters, Farid and Martine, predicting it's going to be Yakai. Obviously, Yakai, fantastic player, but he just missed out on day number 2. It's Axen, though, did make it. So I guess I should have sided with the North Americans here.
Yeah, and now, who's going to make Championship Sunday? We know It's Axen did already secure day number 2. He's on that loser side of the bracket, and that's why, I thought I flipped, but I'm still with It's Axen. I feel like there is so much more potential coming in from that winner's side of the bracket, which Potamon is. He's on that winner's side, so he has actually a huge advantage over the world champion, in my opinion.
Look, at this point, I might be rooting too much for the Europeans. I might be doubling down. I am a big fan of It's Axen, but it is so much harder to make it all the way through from that loser side. Now, I will say, if anyone could do it, it is going to be It's Axen. So I would love to be proven wrong, but Potamon is starting on that winner side, and he's been absolutely on fire this year. First place at Europe International Championships, 3rd place at North America International Championships, 2 of the biggest internationals and the biggest stage, and it doesn't get any bigger than Worlds, and he looks ready.
But we want to hear from you, not only between those 2 IC trainers that won it all before, can they be in Championship Sunday, but who do you think it's going to be? There's 32 trainers here in day number 2. Which one of them can make it all the way to Championship Sunday? Remember, that is only going to be grand finals for us in Pokemon Go. Who's it going to be? Make sure to follow us and hashtag Pokemon Worlds, and you might just get featured on the stream.
That's right. And, you know, share your thoughts regardless of if you're in the venue, if you're at home cheering on, if you got a really cool shiny Pikachu with the Anaheim Worlds themed jackets. You know, I'm still looking for my own Duo Butters, but yeah, just let us know your thoughts here. We love to hear what you think of these matches. These are going to be some of the most hype matches we have for sure to date. And, you know, I'm just waiting for which match it is where I lose my voice, because I think that's inevitable, Butters.
It's going to be, because we're going to be starting on that winner's side of the bracket, and it's unusual because usually a day number 2 at a world or an international championship, you have some sort of feel for what trainer has momentum going into day number 2. I feel like that is not the case here in 2025 Pokemon Worlds, because I feel like the field is wide open like we haven't seen before. The meta is completely wide open. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe 10 to 15 of these trainers end up in Championship Sunday. Usually by now, we have a top 5, maybe even a top 3 favorite that we think has the best chance to make it. It's wide open, Caleb.
Yeah, it's really a different ball game, right? Some of the favorites that were predicted to make it into this top 32, maybe even on the loser side instead of the winner side, didn't even come close, right? Whereas some of these other players that were not on our radar have made it. So let's take a look on the stage. The first series we got here is going to be Trent versus Wolfpack in this winners finals Group A. And this is going to be a huge matchup here too. Both these players actually, to my knowledge, have not faced off against each other in any official circuit matches. I looked at actually all the pairings that we have to start things off on the winner side and loser side. There's actually only 2 pairings that the players have any previous history between them in previous matches, which means that these are, for a lot of these players, the first time they've ever faced the person sitting across from them.
And remember, they had a night to digest this matchup. This is going to be their first matchup of the day. It's something that they've been looking forward to since yesterday. They know exactly what they're going to be facing. And on Trent's side, he had the Talonflame. He has the Flame Charge and the Fly. This Pokemon is incredibly safe versus a lot of the top meta besides Dedenne, because most of the water types in the top meta are dual type. For example, Lapras is water and ice, so it takes neutral to that fire attack. Same with the Golisopod. So actually, the Talonflame has been incredibly neutral, but on Wolfpack's side, he's one of the few trainers here besides the LNDS trainers that has the Lantern. That's an absolutely terrible counter for that Talonflame. And I do say terrible in the way that you don't want to see that Lantern if you are Trent's Talonflame.
Yeah, that's right. We saw Zardy actually had this Lantern as well, and it looked really strong. But here's the thing. Trent faced the Lantern. He faced Zardy yesterday,
right,
and he was able to beat Zardy's Lantern. So he's actually one of the few players that's actually quite familiar with facing Lantern in this meta. What a fantastic lead for Wolfpack here. It's going to be the Galarian Moltres versus the Galarian Corsa, the quick swap over to the Fortress.
And he's actually safe swapping Fortress because there is no hard answer. Probably the Shadow Dusknoir is the best answer for Wolfpack, but it's not in his team of 3 here. So going to be able to throw this Fly, actually gets a Protect Shield from the Fortress, going to try to debuff this Galarian Moltres. And no, actually a pivot comes in the Shadow Cattle Marowak. I love this pivot because now the Rock Tomb is going to be not very effective, so you're going to have to rely on only Sand Tomb damage plus Bug Bite, and that doesn't do too much damage.
Yeah, no, this is an absolute double whammy for Trent because he spent the shield thinking that he might have play into the next matchup, but he doesn't. So he's down a shield, he's down switch advantage. This Marowak still has energy banked. It's going to do damage to the Corsa on top of it, and this Lantern that's pretty much unchecked has a shield advantage as well for Wolfpack. If Trent pulls this off, it's going to be absolute magic.
And this is the opposite of his matchup versus Zardy yesterday. Of course, he faced that Lantern before, but he had so much momentum on his side with the Galarian Corsa, and now he is down a Protect Shield, plus he's going to have to take this chip damage from the Alolan Marowak. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Wolfpack, and he maintains alignment. I don't see how Trent is going to be able to get out of this. This is looking devastating.
All right, let's see how it goes. He's going to swap straight over to the Shadow Drapion, but he's down a shield. This is not an easy matchup for him. However, the Moltres has been chipped quite a bit from the Bug Bite damage, so it is closing in on Aqua-tailed range. It's not quite there yet, but if you let this go, it might be in Poison Sting range, so Wolfpack going to spend his first shield. It's going to be a Fly. Trent knows it, but he can't afford to let this Drapion go down at this point. He's going to pace faster than the Moltres through the Aqua-tail, but Wolfpack still has a shield, and in comes now the Lantern, trying to go for the catch. Not quite it, but that's okay. Lantern quite bulky and could tank the crunch, no problem.
A little early trying to catch that Aqua Tail. The crunch does land. Can he get the debuff? Remember, there is less of a chance now, and no, he does not get that defense drop onto the Lantern here, and this is going to be so tough because, yes, you are going to get this crunch. Do you get the last Protect Shield of the battle? No. Actually, Wolfpack is going to let this go, knowing Lantern's bulk should be able to endure this, and you can still get to a charge attack to knock out the Drapion. And no, but actually swapped on that charge attack. Trent was able to get back to his timer because Wolfpack threw that charge attack on his Galarian Moltres. Now suddenly, Trent might not be out of it, but he has to get the 2 charge attacks because Wolfpack did save that Protect Shield.
Yeah, that's right. And Trent trying to do whatever he can, but He needs to get to, trying to go for the Nightshade, thinking maybe he could get to 2. Not going to be it, so still going to throw only 1 move. I think it's a fine shield for Wolfpack because he knows that he's at the power gem with the energy. Can't throw another move. Now Wolfpack has the Brave Bird loaded as well. Drapion, no energy. The Brave Bird's going to land. It's going to connect. And Wolfpack's going to take the first game against Trent.
And that was dominant for Wolfpack as he takes game number 1. Trent just had nowhere to go in the entire battle. Losing that lead, losing the swap, losing shields. You lose all 3 of those, you're probably not going to win the battle.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, this is actually, on paper, when I look at it, a really tough matchup for Trent because he doesn't have an answer to this Galarian Moltres. It has play into everything on Trent's team. It hard beats the Galarian Corsola. It has play into everything else. And you know, you're even taking resisted side wave damage, double resisted from the Lapper, so even though you have the Ice Beam, it's not going to do great if Wolfpack shields those super effective Ice Beams. I think Trent's best answer here is he needs to bring the Shadow Annihilate. Yes, fighting type, not necessarily great into flying types, but it is flying dark type. It's taking neutral from those hard-hitting counters, and those are one of those matchups where Shadow Annihilate can muscle through if there are shields. And I think that's what Trent has to do to take out this Moltres. He has no other way but to try to muscle through with the Fortress, with the Annihilate, with everything else on the team to tag team it, because there's no Fairy, there's no Steel. Well, I guess the Fortress, but it's also part bug, so it's taking super effective from, or neutral from the flying damage. But yeah, he's got to really dance around these matchups, and what I'm really curious about is how he dealt with Galarian Moltres in past matchups. There's a chance this is his first one he's seeing in this tournament.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, but we know Trent. We've seen this battler for a long time. He often goes for trying to get the alignment. Is he going to try to do that once again? He actually leads the Fortress into the Lantern here, a matchup that we really haven't seen in the new iteration of the meta. You have the super effective Sand Tomes, or you could decide to go for the Rock Tomb to try to debuff the Lantern. Looks like Trent is right away going for that Sand Tomb. It is going to be super effective, and it is going to be able to debuff the Lantern as well.
Not the most hard-hitting move, but it'll start debuffing defenses. The bug bite damage is going to start add up. Future Rock Sand Tomb is going to add up as well. I like this play a lot because you can potentially force Wolfpack to swap out. If you give up switch advantage, Trent gets exactly what he wants. If you look at this backline, you absolutely need to avoid the Corsola versus the Moltres, but the Moltres is lurking in the back, and Fortress going to outpace the Lantern. And Wolfpack going to let it go. I think he's going to try to farm down with the Moltres. I mean, it's got to be his play.
It doesn't knock out, though.
Strong. Oh, wait, he comes in. It's a Simon swap, but this is exactly what Trent wants. Now they're on even energy, and here's the Shadow Annihilate. It's punching through. Even the resisted Rage Fist has to be respected, otherwise you get countered down. And Wolfpack going to spend that first shield, but this is not what he wants. He really wanted this on that Corsola.
And it was smart from Trent to get all the way to that Ice Punch energy, and you're going to be able to get to one more Rage Fist. But first, Wolfpack does throw the fly here. Gonna get the Protect Shield from Trent. He wants to try to knock out this Galarian Moltres to maybe get a little chip damage on that last remaining Pokemon. It's gonna be a neutral battle between the Galarian Corsola and that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Wolfpack does decide to let this go. This is pretty much gonna knock out this Galarian Moltres. The problem is, once the Shadow Annihilate is ramped up, it's gonna do a lot of chunk into the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Look at the damage it did. That's really gonna help this Galarian Corsola in the back. But remember, Wolfpack almost has a charge attack. If Wolfpack is able to get to that charge attack on the Lantern, that could flip the battle for him.
Yeah, it's tricky. You don't want to swap in the middle of Astonish. Astonish does do a decent chunk of damage, even from the bulky Corsola. But Galarian Corsola, one of the strongest Pokemon in neutral matchups, outbulking so many other Pokemon. It's definitely going to outbulk the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It does have a slight energy lead, but I don't know if that even matters here. Trent going for more Astonish damage here. I think going to wait till he has the back-to-back moves. Wolfpack can also go for a catch opportunity, but I think that's going to be worse for him.
Oh, there's the swap!
Here comes the serve! And Trent doesn't throw the move. I think Trent Galarian Corsola should be able to hang on to this, no problem. Can he get the Astonish down? He'll have the back-to-back Nightshade. I think that's about going to spell the victory for him here. He has to.
All he has to do is endure. All he has to do is endure this Mud Slap here. Galarian Corsola is known for his bulk. I think he's going to be able to endure it. Like you mentioned, he has the back-to-back Nightshade, and he's going to be able to tie up this series 1-1.
Wow, what a great adjustment from Trent. A tough, tough matchup, but he found a will, he found a way, and he found a spot in this game number 3 to decide who continues moving forward in this winner's bracket.
It was the exact adjustment that you were talking about, bringing in that Shadow Annihilate, especially in the back line when you had that 2 Protect Shields. you basically won the one Protect Shield situation against the Galarian Moltres, and then you were able to get so much chip damage into that backline of the Shadow Kanto Marowak that made it vulnerable to lose to that Galarian Corsola. I thought that Lantern having the Surf was going to be the key factor in the end game, but because of that Shadow Annihilate able to put enough chip damage in, that was the game-winning decision for Trent in that game number 2.
Yeah, the Simo swap, I mean, it's tough, right? I get where Wolfpack's coming from too, and if he had an energy lead on that Moltres, that Annihilate matchup might not have been as difficult, but Trent had the same idea. He's thinking, you know what, I need an energy advantage on this Annihilate. Now, if there's a Shadow Dusknoir in the back, he would have been in trouble, but literally everything else, that Shadow Annihilate can muscle through with shields up. Now, does Wolfpack make the adjustment and bring in the Shadow Dusknoir? It is not nearly as bulky as the Galarian Corsola, but it is your best answer to that Shadow Annihilate. I think Trent has to lock in the Shadow Annihilate regardless. The Corsola also really strong for him, so I see why he's been bringing it. And here we go. It's going to be the Fortress versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak. The same exact line for Trent. He's feeling comfortable about it. Wolfpack running the same 3, but just switching up the order here. And overall, this is actually not a terrible matchup for this Marowak. Bone Club going to hit a lot harder than the Sandtoon.
Well, this is fascinating. When these trainers are in this decisive game number 3, you know that these trainers had picked out their lines of 3 that they thought were best in this matchup. They've been preparing for this matchup since yesterday, and now suddenly are at the double Bone Club here. Trent is actually shaking his head a little bit, thinking it looked a little bit weird, but here comes the first Bone Club. The second Bone Club is going to be able to knock out. It is going to be thrown into the Fortress here. This is actually a pretty devastating 0 Protect Shield loss for Trent. I don't even know what do you come in with now. Actually, this could be the opportunity to ramp up that Shadow Annihilate, and that's exactly what Trent's going to do. He's going to get all this counter damage and the crucial energy that he needs for the backline.
This is tough though, because now he gives Wolfpack exactly what he wants.
Oh no!
I thought that he was going to farm down with the Corsa, because even the the Power Gem later with energy lead can threaten the Moltres, and you can muscle through with the Annihilate. But the problem is the Annihilate took a lot of the Mud Slap damage, maybe 2-3 Mud Slap. But here's the thing.
The problem's the backline.
The backline, exactly. The backline's where it gets really tough. He already knows the Moltres is coming and knows that Wolfpack likely will save it for whatever else is in the back, and that's exactly what Wolfpack's doing. Can Trent muscle through this Lantern fast enough? Can it get the necessary damage here and forcing Wolfpack to come in with the Moltres, because he knows, oh man, I can't water gun this down. I don't want to take 2 moves and then put myself in power gem range. But
he can get to the Ice Punch.
He's going to get to the second move. This is exactly what he needs. The Corsola now just needs to get to a Power Gem to potentially seal the deal. Can he do it before Wolfpack gets to enough moves? The thing is, Wolfpack, the fly's not enough. It's the Sucker Punch damage that's really threatening here. But the Sucker Punch damage is starting to add up.
And remember, you do have Lantern in the back, but I think Lantern doesn't have that much energy. Yes, he does Protect Shield here. He has to get to the Power Gem before another charge attack is reached by Wolfpack. Can he reach that Power Gem before the fly? And yes, he is there, but actually overcharges here. A crucial error from Trent not to throw the energy, but he still should be able to endure this fly. The problem is the timer's up. Do we see a swap? He's patient. He doesn't throw. He has Sonishes down.
That's huge for Trent. Wolfpack trying to catch some of that energy, but instead he gave all the energy Trent needed. The Galarian Corsa, too bulky, can't get a gun down, can't get Sucker Punch down, and Trent can't be taken out in this winner's bracket. He's going to move forward.
The patience, the precision, holding on to the Power Gem to take game number 3 and advance on this winner's side. Wow, what a play from Trent there. When you thought his back was against the wall, having that backline matchup of the Galarian Corsola into that, into the Galarian Moltres as well, that was so tough. But the fact that you were able to ramp up that damage with the Shadow Annihilate in game number 2 and game number 3, that was the key factor in this entire series. You called it out. That was the play, and it's a play style that we really haven't seen much from Trent. He prefers to get that alignment. How about Trent just losing the lead, losing alignment, having terrible alignment in the back, but still coming out on top?
Yeah, I mean, I love the plays from Trent there, because even though it's maybe counter to some of his old strategy styles, he knows that Shadow Annihilate needs those shield advantages. In the past, he could give it up because he might not need as many shields for his backline, but he knows that the key to victory is protecting that Shadow Annihilate, getting as much value out of it as you can, and that was the key to success here, because losing game number 1, he didn't have it, right? And he's like, this Galarian Moltres is a problem for me. And now, I thought he was still in a bad position, but look at the counter damage, the shadow counter damage adding up here, and this was crucial, trying to maybe go for the catch, trying to get to the surf, but none of it happened for Wolfpack, and you can see on his face too, he knew that power gem was coming through, and Trent feeling great about that one. What a performance from him. This is definitely the furthest he's made it into World Championships so far, and he still has a long way to go.
He's a resilient trainer. He has been a part of the championship series for a long time now. Multiple top cut performances, and to be able to put it all together on this stage and kind of change his strategy, in my opinion. We've been watching this trainer for a long time. This is a way to win that we haven't seen from him, where he tries to pivot from his original strategy that didn't work in game number 1 and go for a strategy you called out with the Shadow Annihilate, using the Protect Shields, getting chip damage on other Pokemon to then win that matchup. Well done from Trent. Remember, we are on the winner side of the bracket, so Wolfpack is going down to the loser side, but he is not eliminated yet.
Yeah, one of my favorite quotes I've seen Trent tweet about is, he says, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Well, he didn't look lucky at all there.
No.
He looked pretty good and on point. I want to hear a word from him and hear what his thoughts are from that match.
Thank you, Caleb. Jim Lawson here with Trent, fresh off his 2-1 victory versus Wolfpack, solidifying his place in the top 16 at Worlds. Trent, give me initial impressions. How are you feeling after that matchup, especially after leading into that Galarian Moltres?
I mean, it feels incredible being one of the last U.S. players surviving. I looked at Worlds last year where none of the U.S. players made top 4, so I decided I needed to change that.
He says it's going to be me this year. Well, I love the energy. You and I were actually chatting before the game started, and there's a whole lot of prep that goes into this individual matchup. But I wanted to ask you maybe just more generally, how did team building go for you this Worlds, and why is it working so well?
Yeah, team building really sucked for this meta, and I didn't really know what I wanted to bring. I kind of threw some things together. I had Dedenne on my team, and then the night before, Mango told me that I should run Fortress, so at 1 a.m. I built my Fortress to use in the tournament.
Are you liking Sand Tomb, or do you feel like there may have been another move that you would have liked to have had on it?
I think Sand Tomb works really well. I had a game on day 1 where I Sand Tombed the Dedenne, then I brought in my Shadow Annihilate, and I countered it all the way down from full health because of the debuff and the Shadow counter damage.
It seems like your team relies a lot on the manipulation of your own attack with the Shadow Annihilate, or manipulation of your opponent's defense with the Fortress. How much are you thinking about specific ramp up or ramp down when you're going into these battles?
Yeah, I think being able to debuff stuff and then bring in either a Corolash or a Shadow Annihilate to farm things down where those Pokemon might struggle, and those matchups without a debuff really helps with this team. I think it's a good mix of bulk and power, and the debuffs and buffs actually help balance it during the game.
Well, you're displaying all of that prowess masterfully. We're really excited to have you back here. Great to have you in the interview. Congratulations on top 16. Who's helped you get here? Anyone that you want to shout out or say thank you to?
Yeah, my parents are here with me today, so I want to shout them out for bringing me to Worlds. And then also the people that helped me prep, especially Pokemango for helping me with team building, and then the Niantic practice server for helping me with getting some game preps in the week before.
The Pokemango. All right, well, thank you, Trent. Congratulations again on your 2-1 victory. We're going to kick it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Jim. Great to hear from Trent as well. All that practice in the shadows from his friends and teammates, putting in the work. You know, I got a little fun fact, Tio Butters. There's someone actually on the stage that used to be teammates with Trent, you know, in some of the grassroots formats, and that's actually Beas Boy. So they actually know each other too, right? I don't know how much they communicate these days, but they did used to play in some grassroots tournaments together. So a lot of history behind a lot of these players. But Beas Boy will be coming up next against Arrow. Two very interesting, different paths to Worlds battlers here. Now, Beas Boy, including this tournament at Worlds 2025, is his 5th ever tournament in the official championship series, right? Because obviously in the APAC region, the formats and the qualifiers are a little bit different, so less opportunities to qualify World Championships, but Beas Boy being able to qualify to back-to-back World Championships, 4th place at last year in his first Worlds, actually, that got him the all qualification. I got a question for you as we take a look at Beas Boy's team. How many tournaments do you think Arrow's been to in contrast?
Oh, he has been to at least, I would say, I'm going to guess 21.
Okay, including this World Championships, it's actually his 32nd tournament.
Oh my goodness!
So, you know, a very seasoned trainer, but Beas Boy, obviously, even outside the official circuit, does play a lot of Pokemon Go PvP. Shadow Steelix being the highlight of his team. And we got Arrow having a lot of season under his belt as well. His highest finish at World Championships was 2023 in Yokohama, 17th place. I'm sure they played against each other, maybe in Go Battle League, maybe in grassroots tournaments, but this is going to be their first face-off in the official championship series. And he's leaning on that Blastoise that we saw yesterday, but he also has a Shadow Steelix.
I could not be more hyped for this matchup. We have a Shadow Steelix mirror against these awesome trainers. And the thing is, like you mentioned, obviously one has a lot more experience in championship series, but Beas Boy, we saw him on stage. He might have been one of the most impressive trainers that we saw in day number 1. We also didn't really see that Shadow Steelix, and I think this matchup in particular is a little tough for Arrow, but so was yesterday. He was facing in a Unova Sunfist that he was triple weak for, and it didn't even matter, and now he's able to call the lead of that Shadow Steelix with the Shadow Kento Marowak, and that is an awesome lead, swapping into the Galarian Moltres, and now swapping into the Gliscopod, but this is not terrible for Beas Boy. Now you have the energy advantage versus the Gliscopod.
You do have the energy advantage, but Arrow can maintain switch alignment because of that Fury Cutter, the neutral Fury Cutter damage, and the high attack of Gliscopod is what really chews through these health bars. Look at the health of the Moltres. It's already down to half, and you haven't even got to the first move yet. Gliscopod will outpace this Moltres, even though Beas Boy had an energy advantage.
No shield.
Yeah, he's in a tough position because he knows that there's a back-to-back. He does get to next 5, but Arrow knows it and throws the Aqua Jet. Does Beas Boy throw this fight?
No!
Opts not to, because he's not in a great spot with the Steelix either. It's going to take super effective damage. No, but he goes for the counter down with the Shadow Annihilate instead. Maybe taking a book from his old teammate Trent, knowing that with energy, Shadow Annihilate can put in work. He doesn't even care about the Steelix anymore. He just wants to put everything on the line with the Shadow Annihilate.
This is brilliant from the phenom of Beas Boy, able to ramp up all of this energy while taking all that resisted Fury Cutter damage. That is double resisted Fury Cutter damage. You're not taking anything. Now you have all this energy. You're at double attacks, but Arrow calls it. Arrow calls the bait of the Rage Fist, but Beas Boy, it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even care to go for the Ice Punch. He's just going straight Rage Fist. He's gonna try to Rage Fist and counter through all of Arrow's team.
Can he do is the real question. This is a double attack boosted Annihilate. Can you get the fight? You can't get to it. That's rough for Arrow. However, the Mud Slap damage is what's really going to do a lot of damage. Look at these counters. Oh wait, he leaves with the energy instead. Beas Boy wants to try to get to a crunch to put this in that Rage Fist range. He's at the back-to-back Bone Club. Annihilate is going to win Charge Attack priority. Can he hang on from the Bone Club? It's the real question. It's going to be super effective. It's going to be on a Shadow Steelix, and the Marowak is going to reach it. You can see Beas Boy wincing a little bit. Not sure if the Shadow Steelix can hang on. He needs it to hang on to have a chance because the Annihilate has already cleared his buff. But no, can you get to the Ice Punch? You can, but he doesn't. Oh wait, yeah,
there's a Protect Shield.
Yeah, you're right. You're a little lost in sauce there, but well played from Arrow there. Beas Boy, his only shot he thought in his mind was that he needed to get to that crunch, grab the final shield, or maybe, and if he doesn't, maybe counters down, but was not able to reach the crunch in time.
He was in such a difficult position. Of course, he was so ramped up. You would like to see him continuing that counter damage and then getting the Protect Shield with either the Rage Fist or the Ice Punch, and then hoping to desperately get to that crunch onto the Steelix. But at that point, you would be giving the Shadow Kanto Marowak so much of an energy lead that you probably couldn't get to that crunch anyway. So Beas Boy was just put in an impossible position at the end game there. I'm not sure if he had a win condition, but maybe if he did, it was staying in with that Annihilate, getting that last shield, swapping into that Steelix, and somehow able to hold on from some Bone Club to knock out. But that's the problem with the Shadow Steelix as well. It's so flexible, it's so good, but it's just the Kryptonite is the other ground types. It is so bad against other ground types in the meta, especially Shadow Kanto Marowak. It is absolutely devastating if you see that matchup.
Yeah, both players actually running that Shadow Kanto Marowak as well. So both running the same exact Shadow ground types. Actually, a lot of similarities on these teams, both having the Galarian Moltres, but that's where the difference ends there. Beas Boy, I'm trying to figure out, you know, what was he mainly trying to target, right? The Gliscopod, the Blastoise, the Moltres, it does look pretty good. It does look really good into Arrow's team. And obviously, you also have the matchup against Scizor. With Scizor, you're throwing resistant Bullet Punch. You have only neutral attacks for that Steelix, but the crunch does hit decently hard into that Scizor, especially with the Thunder Fangs adding up. But Arrow, fantastic team read. Going to grab that first game off of Beas Boy, and that's actually Beas Boy's first game lost at World Championships in 2025. He is
incredible.
A titan to be up against. But Arrow, 32 tournaments under his belt. He's not scared to face anyone at this point. I think he's faced almost every player. However, this is their actual first matchup.
He's so locked in right now. This is a trainer that's often smiling. He wants to show his emotion on his sleeve. He is super focused early on in day number 2.
He's usually yapping as well.
Yes, he's talking to his
but
opponent.
He's not saying anything right now.
He is locked
this
in
is a different
here.
Arrow.
And now he damage this Bullet Punch does. Even though it is neutral, it just chunks the Tinkaton. You dominate this matchup, and you can come out with some health against the backline of Beas Boy. He has no answer to Shadow Scizor.
No. Not even just that. Look at the backlines. Galaxipop for Lapras, Shadow Steelix for Moltres.
Oh,
he is
wow.
completely checkmated in this matchup. If Beas Boy can find a win condition here, it's going to be incredible. He might even grab a shield, but no. Arrow feels confident. Doesn't need to shield the Bulldoze. He actually swaps over. Wait, this might be the opening that he needs. He swaps the Galaxipop into the Moltres. It's a Simo swap, but now Beas Boy might have a chance because now the Lapras has a slight opening. It's not great into Thunderfang Steelix, but it could do something, especially if you grab shields.
Exactly. If you get shields down in this scenario, Beas Boy is not out of this matchup. With shields down, Lapras can handle specifically the Shadow Steelix because double Sparkling Aria is going to be able to knock out that Shadow Steelix, no problem. And Arrow deciding to just let this Galaxipod go, thinking that there's no way there is going to be that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back, and you can just soak all of this damage. 2 shields, Shadow Steelix is looking poised to sweep the entire backline. No way, I am shocked at this shield. This is resisted, but it is a Brave Bird. It's a strong attack, so you do protect shield that up. Now you have a crunch worth of energy, but you have to be desperately aware of taking a Sparkling Aria at this health. It can become very close to knocking you out.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Psywave damage adding up to Arrow, maybe a little confused and not expecting to see the Lapras there. Goes to the Psychic Fangs. Great no shield from Beas Boy, knowing that if it is Psychic Fangs, you don't want to shield the first one. Crunch is not going to take you out either. We get the obviously guaranteed defense drop. Now, there's a catch opportunity for both players, but it's much easier for Beas Boy to catch because he's throwing that one-turn move. Arrow cannot prevent Beas Boy from throwing a catch, whereas Beas Boy can throw the Psywave in between the 2-turn Thunder Fangs to avoid the catch.
But
that's
Caleb,
the first one.
Can the Shadow Scizor get to a Night Slash? I think it's very, very close.
That's possible.
And if it can take a Psywave or 2 Psywaves or 1 Fairy Wind, and here's the swap,
comes.
and there's the Night Slash, but there's
What
the
a
counter
catch!
swap by Beas Boy!
Beas Boy, 1 step ahead of Arrow. Arrow tried to go for the combo play, but the Night Slash wasn't ready yet. And the reaction time from Beas Boy is huge. For anyone confused, why they're not tapping, because they don't want to give the opposing Pokemon more energy. This is a stalemate for now until the switch timers are up. Arrow's switch timer is just a second before Beas Boy. For anyone confused, this is very intentional from both players. Trust me, they are not messing around here. They know there's so much on the line, and whoever gets to their next charge attack first has a chance at victory.
The tension is rising. The clock is almost available. Who's gonna move first? Will it be Beas Boy? Will it be Arrow? It was Beas Boy that made the first move. Arrow's Shadow Scizor is knocked out at this point. Now you're gonna go for the Thunder Fang down, but the swap comes first. The Sparkling Aria is raised first, and that will be enough to secure the knockout. The stalemate's over, and we got a tie series.
Beas Boy throwing the Sparkling Aria, going for the KO, and he is going to even up this series. What a game from Beas Boy.
Wow, I don't think we've ever seen that long of a stalemate there in the in-game, because both those trainers, remember, they swapped to try to throw an attack. Beas Boy made a brilliant counter swap to absorb that Night Slash damage, and then what? They were sitting there for maybe 40 seconds not tapping, because you don't want to give any ounce of energy to your opponent. You mentioned it when we saw it live. but you know how close Arrow was to that Psychic Fangs. If he was able to get that Thunder Fang energy first, he could have won that battle. It all came down to energy in that last matchup between Steelix and Lapras. Whoever moved first would have lost, but by the end, Beas Boy knew the timer was over. He could make that move.
Yeah, I mean, I even said it too, right? It looked like Beas Boy was checkmate in the very lead matchup there, but he found a way. This is why he got top 4 at Worlds last year. He's looking for even more here in 2025. I mean, I have seen staring contests last less time than that standoff there. Both players so locked in this matchup.
And it's their first matchup of the day. They just woke up and knew to play like that. Arrow is so locked in. Beas Boy just dropped his first game of the entire World Championships and then was able to instantly realize when Arrow is going to swap, counter swap him, and then not move, stalemate it, wait for the timer, move again, win the game. Brilliance from the Phenom Beas Boy.
Wow, it all comes down to this final game. Beas Boy, I feel like every time he's on stage, he's never won a lead matchup. He's always lost lead, but he finds a way to find the win condition. That's what really separates a good player from a great player. And Beas Boy is one of those greats. However, Arrow, he's no stranger taking down the greats himself, right? So we'll see if he continues this. We'll see if he can improve his highest finish of Worlds yet.
Arrow, he has had a slump recently. 65 NAIC, 17th Portland. I mean, that's not necessarily terrible. Atlanta, 33. EUIC, 129. San Antonio, 33. Toronto, 17. LAIC, 129. For him, a trainer that is very used to Top Cut, very used to day number 2. That is a slump. But now suddenly, he is one game away from moving on at the World Championships in the winner's side. And that's the lead that you like to see. The Glycopod into the Lapras. This Lapras does not have Skull Bash. This is a great matchup for Glycopod, but the zeros is not bad for the Lapras.
Yeah, another bad lead for Beas Boy, but he likes those odds when he's on this stage. He's going to stay in here. He knows the Moltres is not going to do great into Glycopod. In fact, the Glycopod has a lot of play into a Shadow Annihilate as well, resisting that counter damage. Beas Boy going to throw the first Sparkling Aria before the Exorcist is thrown, trying to see if Arrow's going to even protect the Glycopod or not. We saw yesterday, though, Arrow does not spend shields on this Glycopod lead. In comes Beas Boy, the way he catches the resisted Exorcist.
Double resisted!
Brilliant play from Beas Boy. It might be Shadow Annihilate, but it can take that damage, no problem. In comes the Moltres, but this makes things interesting.
But look at the back line. It's going to be Galarian Moltres from Beas Boy versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak from Arrow, but Shadow Kanto Marowak does have that Rock Slide, so it's not over for Arrow yet. Lets the Rage Fist go. That's exactly what he needs in this matchup. He's going to be able to throw the fly. Actually, he's going to be able to farm down. This is no simultaneous knockout on that. That wastes all of Arrow's energy. Arrow's shaking his head, but that's not amazing for Arrow here. He has a devastating backline matchup.
He thinks it might be a Tinkaton or one of the ground types, but it's actually his biggest fear. It's the Moltres. Beas Boy, he's very excited. He knows his win condition. Arrow, does he have time to bait properly and then go for the Rock Slide? If he doesn't shield this,
you can take one Rock Slide.
But he's going to shield it. He wants to play it safe. The Sucker Punch damage is going to add up. Can Arrow get there in time? The Sucker Punch damage, stab, same type attack bonus is really adding up against the Marowak. Beas Boy still has the Lapras in the back for a catch opportunity too, and it's way easier to catch when you're using a 2-turn versus 3-turn move. You could dictate
there's the swap into the Glycopod here. There is a fly still available for Beas Boy, swapping and trying to hit the Sparkling Aria, but doesn't get there in time, and actually throwing the Aqua Jet here. Actually, the not very effective one. Arrow does not want to knock out the Lapras, maybe trying to get a farm down with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but the problem is you give the opportunity to Sparkling Aria or Ice Beam here to knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and it's over for Arrow. Suddenly, everything turned for him, and Beas Boy is able to move on with this game victory.
What a brilliant performance from Beas Boy, especially games number 2 and 3. Like you said, the double resisted X-Scissor catch, absolutely huge. This guy doesn't need to win a single lead to win these games.
He's 0 for 5 in leads that we have seen, I believe, on stage, but it doesn't matter because in those games, he is 4-1, and he is the trainer moving on the winner's side of the bracket. Another reminder, Arrow is not eliminated. This is the winner's side of Top Cut. We have 32 trainers here. Arrow has now dropped down to the loser side.
Yeah, and let's think about that too. He caught on a one-turn versus one-turn move. There's no way you know when Arrow's gonna throw it. He has to go by feel. He has to go by maybe the energy he has in the lappers predicting when his opponent's gonna throw the move. Arrow making the bold prediction that it's anything but the Moltres, but the Moltres in the back was exactly what he didn't want to see. Conceding that final move, he knew the Moltres had a move loaded already. What a performance from Beas Boy. I mean, he was electrifying last year in 2024 Worlds, and he has not skipped a beat this year. He looks even more locked in.
It's crazy because this is the meta that can be so polarizing. You can have bad matchups, and you start out that way. Beas Boy led a Shadow Steelix into a Shadow Kento Marowak. As bad as you can get in this meta. Of course, he did lose that battle, but to be able to fight back from negative lead after negative lead and just fight, claw, grip your way to victory over and over again. I said there hasn't been that standout trainer that I'm just pointing to thinking he has the best chance at Championship Sunday. So far, day number 2, I think Beas Boy would be my favorite to make it all the way to Championship Sunday.
And let's think about the people that beat him last year, right? The top 3 players. Yakai, he's out of the tournament. Inadequence, he's with us in the booth, right? He's like, I'm taking this year off. And then we have Montagalde out of the tournament as well. He is the final top 4 player remaining from last year. And he's saying, you know what? This is my path to victory. I believe we have an interview with him on the floor. I'm curious to hear what his thoughts are off that win.
All right, thank you, Caleb and Butters. I am standing by with Beas Boy here. He just had an incredible comeback victory versus Arrow 2-1. I just want to get some initial impressions. How are you feeling? What are your emotions right now after a very tough match?
It was really crazy. When I caught the X-Scissor on my Annihilate, I thought I threw the game because, you know, what if he has Steelix in the back and I just threw my Annihilate away. But then when I saw the Marowak, I was so happy.
That was exactly what you needed to see, absolutely. And there's actually a special story about this Annihilate that you're using, correct? Can you tell me a little about it?
Yeah, so the night before the tournament, I caught my Annihilate at my hotel. Like, there's the frustration TM event going on for team, like, you can battle Team Go Rocket and, you know, the TM of frustration of your Shadow Pokemon. And yeah, that's the Annihilate I'm using, the one that I caught here in Anaheim.
A new Pokemon to his Pokedex there. Less than a week of experience with that particular Annihilate, but it's clearly working well for him. Well, you've had success at the world stage before. We saw you make a deep run last year. Has anything changed this year for you, or are you prepping pretty much the same?
Yeah, like pretty much the same, just, you know, battling with friends and, you know, scrimming a lot, and yeah.
Well, it's been amazing to see the way that you're coming back from the jaws of defeat, finding opportunities in games that frankly look unwinnable to still find a way back. So congratulations to you there. Who's been helping you along your journey? Anyone that you want to say thank you to here at Worlds?
You know, thank you to all my friends that are here and, you know, outside that, you know, couldn't make it, but still, even outside the game, my family. I want to thank BJ, Mihir, Neo, Abhinav, everyone. Yeah, thank you.
A lot of support, a lot of love, a lot of friendship there. Congratulations again to Beas Boy. He is now in the top 16. We're going to go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wholesome, and congratulations once again to Beas Boy moving on in this tournament. I think my favorite to go to Championship Sunday at this point, but we just have another heavyweight matchup that I just saw ahead. We have Potamon, who of course was an international championship, international champion this year in Europe, and was top 3 at the North American International Championships as well in this current meta versus LNDS Corolash, and he won back-to-back regionals in Rio de Janeiro in Fortaleza, I believe, so it doesn't get better than this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? We're on year 4 of Pokemon Go in the Championship Series circuit, and, you know, it's like you see a wrestler come to arena and they have like 1 million belts over their shoulders. Like, I won this one, I won this one. And it's just heavyweight title after heavyweight title matchups, back-to-back regional champion is Corolash this year, his first ever title this season, but winning it back-to-back is absolutely huge. But Potamon, the Europe International Champion, the 3rd place finish for from North America, and then also the second place finish at a European regional. That's just this year. He also won a regional in past years, also 2 second place finishes at previous regionals from past years as well. So many trophies, so many medals shared between these two players. But I believe this is also their first time matching up against each other. So this is going to be a super exciting one as we take a look at their respective teams.
Yeah, truly some of the best trainers on the planet in Pokemon Go PvP. Potamon, you just mentioned the EUIC 2025 champion, 3rd place at the North American International Championships. A little more meta than the last time we saw him in this iteration. I believe he was running that Shadow Scizor and the Greninja team, which was a really high wattage, aggressive team. This is a completely different entirely take on this meta. This is full meta, the Galarian Corsola that we've seen so prominent, and of course the Fortress that we saw Trent use, the Golisopod, that's such a good Shadow Kanto Marowak counter that's been really prominent in day number 2.
Yeah, the double bug strategies and another Fortress. You know, Speedy Chief is giddy backstage there. I did not think this Steel Bug type would be that relevant, but it is so useful and it's performing as well. We get the Azumarill on Corolash's team, which,
wow,
you know, it's crazy to say that Spice, but that is the tertiary, the 3rd most popular fairy type in this meta. It used to be the most dominant water and fairy type, and maybe Pokemon in the entire format. It's taken a step back a bit. How does it look in this matchup? I mean, Fortress is going to wall off all that charge attack energy, but it has a lot of play into that Marowak, and it's just pretty safe, right? And it's much better into that Golisopod. Now that Golisopod is running that Fury card to resist it rather than the old Shadow Claw.
I mean, and it's much safer into Lapras as well, knowing that the Lapras doesn't have the Skull Bash, but you still don't love that matchup in general, but I have to agree with you. It is safe just against pretty much anything but the Cradilly, so if you can avoid that matchup, and it seems like Azumarill has just pretty much been gone from the meta, something that we haven't been saying in a long time. Even Potamon had Azumarill on his NAIC team just a couple months ago in this current iteration, and it looks like these trainers are locked in. It's gonna be Potamon versus Corolash, and there it is! There's the Azumarill versus the Galarian Corsola, a very neutral matchup.
Yeah, this used to be heavily favored for the Galarian Corsola, but once the Nightshade damage got nerfed in the previous iteration, this matchup is a lot closer now and slightly better for the Azumarill. The Galarian Corsola, though, still an absolute bulk machine, and it really just going to depend on how these players trained up their Pokemon to see how bulky they are. It really depends. Galarian Corsola only really in egg hatches, so you kind of really have to, you know, have the best hatches you can. First Nightshade is going to be thrown. Back-to-back is loaded for Potamon.
Do you know what game we're playing now? It's called Hide the Fortress. Because if you don't put your Fortress on the proper Pokemon, you are probably going to lose this battle. Because if you put the Fortress on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, if you're Corolash, you lose. If you put the Fortress onto the Galarian Corsola, if you're Potamon, you probably lose. So who can hide their Fortress better in this backline as the Nightshade is going to be coming through? It's not going to be able to knock out the Azumarill. The Azumarill is not at a charge attack, and this Corsola is at the next Nightshade, meaning Potamon will take the alignment.
Corolash just letting this go, feeling pretty comfortable. I might think he goes for a Bug Bite down. Now this is the thing. This backline for both are still pretty neutral. They all have play into each other. The Corsola is going to be fantastic, though, into Fortress, so Potamon's going to avoid that. But then we're going to probably see a Fortress mirror matchup here as the Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to come through. The downside for Potamon is that the Shadow Kanto Marowak is not nearly as bulky. He has shields, though, and the shields are going to be really important because he can negate all this Nightshade damage, at least 2 of them for time being. And I think if he ends up shielding this Shadow Kanto Marowak can really put in some work into the backline of Corolash.
Well, they both won the game of Hide the Fortress because now it's going to be a Fortress mirror in the backline. They effectively both did it. Here comes the Bone Club into the Galarian Corsola. There is 2 Protect Shields remaining for Corolash, and he has that Fortress in the back. Looks like he is thinking about if he wants to give up that Protect Shield here. Yes, he does decide to give up. It's now a Protect Shield parity. You have the Nightshade. This was charge attack priority. You get the second Protect Shield. Looks like Potamon is going to try to go for the Mud Slap down.
The swap coming.
And here is
Here's
the swap.
the swap.
But I don't think are you going to be able to get the Bug Bite down before a Bone Club? No way. It's just, you don't do enough damage. Even though Bug Bite was buffed, it's just hard to knock out the Shadow Kento Marowak.
I don't hate this though for Corolash because he's going to get to that Rock Tomb before
But you're so
Potamon
low
can.
now.
You're right. He is much lower. Potamon, I don't know if he can get to the Sand Tomb yet, but if you go Sand Tomb and maybe the Bug Bite damage adding up could change things, but now you're debuffed. And the Rock Tomb is going to even up a lot of this damage pretty quickly. And Corolash still has a shield.
You need to be able to get to that second Rock Tomb. And here comes the Rock Tomb into the last Protect Shield of Corolash. You have to give up the Protect Shield here unless you're going to get crazy. And it looks like Corolash is going to try to get a little crazy here. He knows he's able to resist these Bug Bites. He needs to get to multiple charge attacks to win the game. Corolash just can't do it. The Bug Bites was weighing on him. And Potamon takes game number 1.
A miscalculation there. Corolash is put in a tough position. Doesn't matter if the damage resisted, no matter what, all fast attack moves will do at least 1 damage. And 1 damage apiece on a 1-turn Bug Bite is going to add up quickly, even against a Galarian Corsola at that health range. What a fantastic game 1 from Potamon.
And maybe your only win condition there if you're Corolash, if you're able to Protect Shield that Rock Tomb, get to your own Rock Tomb, get back to your timer, and able to get an astonished lead against that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back, and able to get to that Nightshade to knock it out, you maybe had a chance, but it all came down to having the Protect Shield on that last Rock Tomb to be able to let that go. Like you mentioned, it's not doing any much damage at all, but it just adds up, and you just can't get there. It was a risky play, and even while debuffed, you can't do less than 1 damage. So that you can 4 times debuff your opponent, it's always gonna do 1 damage per turn, no matter what.
Yeah, it could be a normal move into a ghost type. Doesn't matter if you double resist it, it's still going to do that 1 damage apiece. That's where you really have to calculate carefully, where do I spend my shields and when do I just let things go? I think Corolash, for what it's worth, was in a tough position, right? Like you said, winning that charge attack, or winning that lead matchup and switch advantage was really what set Potamon up for success there. Shields down, that Shadow Marowak is not going to do as great into that Galarian Corsola, but with the shield advantage, or with the shields up, even shields even, the Mud Slap damage, the Bone Club getting there so much faster than the Nightshade, it put Potamon in such a tough position for Corolash to even catch up to. And I mean, these Fortress Mirrors. All right, who would have expected we see Fortress Mirrors in competitive Pokemon Go PvP ever, right? But especially now even. But that's the reality we're living, which is absolutely wild. I love it. I love to see it. Let's see how these trainers are going to adjust for game number 2. Corolash needs to dig deep and find a win here in game number 2 to have a chance. It's going to be the Cradily versus the Galarian Corsola. This matchup is more favorable for the Cradily if shields are up. But here's the thing, staying in here.
Fortress.
Yeah.
That is so risky. That is crazy risky for Potamon here because look at the backline from Corolash. Gonna be able to throw that Rock Tomb debuff, and now you can go into whichever Pokemon you want, decide to go into the Galarian Corsola. I can't believe that safe swap of the Fortress from Potamon. It just feels like he's at such a disadvantage here. Am I crazy?
You're not crazy, but I don't hate the play for Potamon either because this Fortress is really safe into the team, right? You have something to hit everything with, so it's actually not too bad. Now, Potamon's Cradily is Acid. Oh, and going for the Rock Tomb. I like this play, right? You got to go for the debuffs, maybe farm down, have a slight advantage for later, but the Acid Cradily is much worse into that Shadow Kanto Marowak that Corolash has. Corolash has a lot of energy. He might even pivot out here if he wants to, but he knows that if the Galarian Corsola comes back in, even when debuffed, he's still going to hit it with super effective damage, and so it's not going to be too bad. Potamon, I assume, not going to shield this, going to try to go for the farm down here and try to sweep with that Cradily. He was really hoping to draw maybe a Fortress. If Fortress is in the back, he's in trouble. Luckily for him, it's not going to be the case. But shields up, this Shadow Kanto Marowak is so annoying because you have no fast attack pressure. And if you don't land the Grass Knot or don't bait properly with the Rock Tomb, it's over.
you're kind of just back to where
Oh, wait,
you
he
started.
comes in.
Oh, actually coming in with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, maybe expecting the Cradilly in the back, but remember, Potamon actually has the Acid Cradilly. We see so many trainers using Bullet Seed now, so Acid Cradilly is going to be a little bit worse versus that Shadow Kanto Marowak. So Corolash decides to bring it in against the Corsola here, and now it looks like it's going to be a Cradilly versus Cradilly backline, and of course Corolash is going to be able to outpace that other Cradilly of Potamon in the back, getting the Protect Shield here from the Galarian Corsola. Do we see a pivot? No, this was on cap, charge attack priority. The Nightshade is going to be coming through, not going to use your last Protect Shield yet. Do we see any pivots from these trainers in the Cradilly? No, they're just both going to stay in. No, here comes the pivot after he banked up a Bone Club.
Now, here's the thing. Corolash's Cradilly is pretty low on health at this point, too. I mean, if you spend the shield here, Potamon has the opening he needs to land these Grass Knots. Not going to shield it up. There's almost no health left on his Pokemon, but he has such confidence in it, and this is looking really tough for him. He is going to debuff this Cradilly, but Potamon has so much health remaining on the Cradilly. Still in the green here. He does get the debuff, though. Corolash going to go for another move. It doesn't matter if you debuff this Cradilly too much, because if Potamon has energy on this Cradilly, he just needs back-to-back moves. He wins the game against the Marowak. Oh, wait, he spends a shield, though.
You just don't have the health here if you're Corolash. It's kind of similar to that game number 1. Can you get to another Rock Tomb? Can you endure this Anthem? Can you take it? No! It's forced back to his Pokeball, and Marowak is going to come through, has the Bone Club that he banked, but this is not going to be enough damage to reach the Cradilly here, and he is vulnerable to a back-to-back, like you mentioned, and it's already secured, actually going for the Rock Tomb, which will be resisted, and it's a no shield from Corolash, and out of nowhere, Potamon is moving on.
Potamon continue his historic season in 2025. Corolash, that mirror matchup Cradilly versus Cradilly, I think it hurt him more than it helped him, because he kept debuffing Potamon's Cradilly, and you know what? He just gives the Cradilly more energy. He can't farm down with Acid very easily, so he's doing farm up to 100 energy instead.
And it looks like they're talking to the judges. We'll try to give you any word here. Corolash is mentioning something. This is going to be a match under review. We're going to let you know as soon as we know what is going on here. But Corolash just letting his Pokemon just get a little bit too low health in that game number 1 and game number 2. I thought it was crazy that Potamon just safe swapped the Fortress there, but since Corolash brought in his Galarian Corsola and got a little greedy with farming extra, Potamon was actually able to debuff with those Rock Tombs and then get a farm down, so he was able to set up his other Pokemon to get some energy advantage, which ultimately helped him win the entire battle.
Yeah, I think Corolash maybe misread what the backline was, because he had not seen Potamon's third Pokemon yet. He decides to show his third instead, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, instead of bringing back in the Cradilly. Cradilly is good into the Corsola, but you have to spend shields to debuff and everything like that. He also took a lot of damage. He took so much super effective bug bite damage before throwing that Rock Tomb and swapping out, that now that Cradilly's in a situation where it's not as favorable into that Galarian Corsola anymore. On top of that, the Galarian Corsola from Potamon was able to farm down his own Corsola, Corolash's Corsola. So it's, you know, it's even more favor for the Corsola. So I kind of understand the, you know, the pickle he was in. And I slightly disagree with you here, Butters, because I think the Fortress safe swap was actually pretty good for Potamon because there was no clear answer. There aren't really clear answers for Corolash's team. I mean, look at the Galarian. Well, Fortress on both sides is pretty much unchecked if you really think about it.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he had in his backline, Corolash had the Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Galarian Corsola. So probably the two best answers for that Fortress. Plus, Corolash did throw a Rock Tomb to debuff it as well. I thought he was just going to set the table for Corolash to take a lot of momentum in that battle, but it just worked out because Corolash was being patient. He was trying to set up his own Galarian Corsola, but he just let it get too low of health, kind of a theme of these battles for Corolash, and then wasn't able to utilize the advantage that he gained in that matchup. So in the end, it was brilliant from Potamon, not only to set up his other Pokemon, but remember, those super effective bug bites were really chunking the Cradilly, and that was a huge factor going into the end game as well.
Yeah, and I mean, not only that, the Cradilly left with no energy too. You know, it had to throw the Rock Tomb right away and get out of there, which put him in a tough position. We have word from our judges that what is being reviewed here is Corolash saying that he lost a turn at some point. We don't know exactly when, and we can see the judges discussing with both players as well too. We'll give you all an update as soon as they reach a decision here, but it looks like it is going to be, the standing is going to stand. So that means Potamon takes a 2-0 victory over LNDS Corolash. What a battle of titans, but Potamon continues his dominance in 2025.
And from third place at NAIC, first place at EUIC, to be able to be world champion. I mean, we thought Mardo had an amazing season, Axen had an amazing season, but he would put himself in that tier if he's able to get the championship Sunday, and now he is one step closer. Corolash is not out of it yet, will drop down to the loser side of the bracket. Maybe he will still make that loser's run.
In my opinion, he is in that tier already. He's looking for the tier above them. He's looking for that world champion tier that, you know, Mardo hasn't even reached himself yet. As we take a look at this quick replay, Potamon is going to be able to farm this down, and this is what made things really difficult. The debuff Corsa not doing enough damage. Now NG loaded on his own Corsa, just playing around these neutral matchups is what really separates Potamon from other players. He knows that, hey, if I'm not getting hard countered here, I'm going to find myself the advantage. I'm going to find the win condition. And look at this, the double debuff Cradilly just getting so much energy. It's almost even worse for Corolash that he was in that position. And of course, just nothing you can do. You could lose 2 turns, 3 turns at that point, and you still can't find a win condition.
And so maybe that's what Corolash was looking at if he did lose a turn to try to get to that final Rock Tomb, because remember, that Acid did knock out the opposing Cradilly as it was reaching the Rock Tomb. So if he was able to reach that Rock Tomb plus the Bone Club that was already banked on the Shadow Kento Marowak would have been enough to knock out the Cradilly. That probably was his only win condition, so maybe that's what they looked at, but I'm just trying to give some context to what we saw. We're not sure yet. We know the judges handled it, and the matchup does stand. Potamon is moving on, and like you said, you think he's already in that tier with those trainers like Axen, like Marto Gaude. I thought maybe they're in a tier of their own with their accolades, but Potamon is definitely on their tail.
Yeah, international title, a regional title, a third place international title. He, I believe, is one of the few players that are all tied up for the most amount of second place finishes in the circuit as well. But unlike a lot of those other second place finishers, he has multiple titles too. He's made a top cut in Yokohama World Championships in his first year competing on top of that. And it's really cool to see his progress in this championship series circuit. You know, I feel like we're watching him grow not only as a person, but as a player through it. And I mean, he started out really good, right? In his first 3 regionals, he got second, and first, which is a hotter start than anyone I've ever seen. And he's just continuing his consistency throughout the years. Well, super impressive.
He's been just as hot since 3rd place, 2nd place, 7th place, 1st place. So he's kept it up, and we're going to hear from him. I would like to hear, he has such a different team from NAIC, which was the same meta. Now it's wildly different here at EOIC. Let's take it to the floor. Jim, take it away.
All right, thank you, Butters. Jim Lawson here with Potamon, fresh off his 2-0 victory. Top 16s, congratulations, by the way. I wanted to first ask you, just give me some reactions. Obviously, you've had a tremendous season. 1st place EUIC, 3rd place NAIC. How does it feel to be top 16 now at Worlds?
It feels really good. I mean, this is the goal I have been looking for all my life, like since I played this game. And of course, I'm really proud of me because I feel like I'm more confident than I was before. And let's see what's going on.
Well, Caleb was mentioning that this has been a season of growth for you. Obviously, we've seen the success that you've had, making the podium so many times, especially on the grand stage. What's different for you this year compared to years past?
Yeah, so as I said, I feel more confident right now. Like I feel I found the confidence I needed for this kind of tournaments. So yeah, like right now I feel that I can do things, and I just want to keep the run I'm having right now.
From my perspective, I'm seeing you that when there's a setback, there's less of a reaction. You're more determined and more stoic compared to years past. So it's been great to see that growth. We saw the safe swap Fortress actually in that game number 2. Butters was a bit surprised. Kayla was feeling, no, this makes a lot of sense. Walk me through the thinking for that safe swap there.
So in the first moment, I thought like the Mandy of Corolash was kind of coming, because I think it had play for what I needed to play on the games. So yeah, I just Fortress is a really good answer for Mandy, and also was good into the team of Corolash. So I just save swap in and pray.
I've asked this to other trainers before, but sometimes we see, trainers like Axen. I think he's running almost the same team from NAIC, whereas you, it seems like there's been a lot of variety in your Pokemon. Do you feel confident with pretty much everything? How long does it take to you to adapt to a new team?
So basically, I don't really like to play the most meta Pokemon, but obviously they are like the most good Pokemon in the game. So I just try to adapt to the meta and play Pokemon that maybe are not that meta, but can beat the Pokemon that people are playing.
Makes sense. All right, well, anyone that you want to say thank you to or shout out before we let you go?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, I want to shout out my family, my friends, my girlfriend, and also Keldeo SH that is looking at me, my friend Christian, and that's all.
All right, well, thank you. Congratulations again, Potamon. We've got more battles coming up, but before we do, let's go catch some fun.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
From LAIC to EUIC, NAIC to here, we've traveled the world together. Trainers, fans, and champions in the making. Now it all comes down to this. The stage is set, the battles will be fierce, and the excitement is just beginning. Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the U.S.
There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and it's Axen is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. It's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention Center. We're here for Pokemon Worlds 2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal, we want to bring you, the viewing audience, as close as possible to all the great events. Where are we now? we are at the Toyota Engineering Society Miraidon project. And as you can see, we have a life-size Miraidon currently in dry form. Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today that the power of imagination can influence the world of tomorrow. We have trainers lined up all over here to maybe see, will this Miraidon change forms? We'll have to make sure that we check back later to see, but for now, let's get back to the battles.
Hello and welcome, trainers. Welcome back to the 2025 Pokemon Go World Championships here in sunny downtown Anaheim, California. The action's been incredible. We saw 3 rounds to open up things on the stage. I gotta say, Amanda, from yesterday to this moment to Championship Sunday, it's gonna be electric. I'm so excited to get into the action here as we move through the bracket, but I gotta say, some of these things are not too surprising to me. We've seen a lot of Fortress. We've seen a lot of the Shadow Kento Marowak that we picked up on yesterday. What are your thoughts?
I think that, honestly, this has been such a surprising meta. We've got to see a little bit of maybe what we call a sneak preview at the North American International Championships, but it's completely shaken on its head here. There's been so many picks that we did not have on our bingo card, making it quite far into the tournament. Some spice, but also some things that have been staple that have been around all season.
There's some surprise players in my mind. Players like Trent, actually the first trainer to go up on stage there and battle it out. Very, very surprising because that's a name that I recognize from the Go Battle League leaderboards. He's had a ton of success in the grassroots and then didn't really translate to the championship series for him for a long time. But coming into the Worlds, I mean, he looks unstoppable up there on the stage. And other trainers like Beas Boy, who had such a great performance last year at Worlds, still keeping that momentum going. But let's take a look here at Harjeff and Emilio. This is a LATAM showdown between 2 of the best trainers from that region. What do you see in terms of the teams? I mean, the Shadow Steelix obviously jumps out to me. We also have that Shadow Annihilate, kind of like a double ghost set here for Harjeff.
Yeah, at this point, it's really interesting because, Steelix, I didn't really think that that would be very, not good. I don't want to say it like bad.
Yeah, you want to say good. You're like, I thought it was going to be bad.
But I will say that Butters had that called out, and it looks like it's really ready to go, making it one of the key Pokemon that Harjeff has been using. And for the rest of the team composition, I'm not surprised to see that there is a Shadow Annihilate because this is one of the Pokemon that really can start ramping up energy, and with so many Pokemon that are those steel typings, like the Steelix or like that Shadow Scissor, it's really coming in handy having counter as its fast attack.
I absolutely agree. Also, the Mandibuzz there on Harjeff's team, that's something I expected to see more of, but we actually have a lot less Mandibuzz. And then on the opposing side, this is going to be a tough matchup because if you look at Emilio's first 2 Pokemon, they're both fairy types, and they both absolutely demolish the Mandibuzz matchup. So I think that Harjeff kind of has a team comp disadvantage, playing effectively a 5 versus 6, in my opinion.
That could be the case. One thing we want to point out as well is the last champions so far have been from either Germany, so somewhere in Europe, somewhere from North America, or somewhere from the Asian regions. This could be the year that Latin America could take it all, but they have to get through each other at this point. We're getting right into the battles here. This is going to be game number 1. We saw that Steelix, we talked about it. It's on the floor here, up against that Furret here, and now the action has begun.
Doesn't get any more neutral than this. You've got Thunderfangs versus Sucker Punches. There's basically no super effective damage. It's going to fly in either direction, and no resisted damage either. So these 2 Pokemon are going to be fairly evenly matched, especially when you start to consider the defense drops on the Steelix's side and then the Trailblaze boosting the Sucker Punches from the Fur.
Exactly. Fur is now down in defense, but it is up in attack. And at this point here, he will be able to reach a Psychic Fang first if he wants to go for another Trailblaze, but Harjeff not even going for it, going for a shield here at this point, because this would be enough to knock out, and we'll have to see how he wants to play out from here.
Yeah, this is interesting because those Sucker Punches are now double buffed.
Okay.
But the Thunderfangs are coming through, crashing down onto the Furret to win the lead situation. In comes the Azumarill, and this might actually be pretty clever because you're going to land a Psychic Fangs, maybe even 2 Psychic Fangs onto the Azumarill to weaken its defense.
But if anything can take it at that point, it is Azumarill. Okay, Harjeff banks out here, goes into Annihilate, which is not usually the best counter for a bulky Pokemon like Azumarill here. None of the attacks are going to be hitting that heavily, and you see Emilio, he's not really pleased. He has to put a dent into this Annihilate. Harjeff has no shields left at this point.
Exactly right, and if you look at the back as well, you do have that Cradily as the final reserve Pokemon for Harjeff, and that Shadow Scizor for Emilio, so I think I know how that's going to go, but right now, this Shadow Annihilape is putting in a ton of work versus the Azumarill.
That was so clever of Harjeff coming into this Pokemon because Emilio has to stay in this even though the defenses are dropped because he doesn't want to have that Scizor anywhere near it. Another Rage Fist go through, boosting the counter even more, unshielded. He is able to get to one more attack. This could be very pivotal, very helpful in the end game because, as you will see, a very squishy Pokemon is coming in.
In comes Shadow Scizor, 2 bullet punches, so much damage from the double boosted counters. There's still a Steelix with a bit of energy and the Cradily, but Emilio has the Protect Shield. And if you're Harjeff, this is the one Pokemon you didn't want to see. Going for the Crunch! The bullet punches are not enough.
Oh, at this stage, this is really good because if you're Emilio, you're thinking he's going to go ahead and try to lower your defense, but the Crunch almost knocks out at this point, and now the third Pokemon comes in. It's not going to be very effective, but he's got to get to it.
Wow, the Steel and Bug typing both resisting the Bullet Seeds here, going for the Trailblaze. These Bullet Punches are looking to grind down this Cradily, but I don't think they can do it in time. Bullet Seed Cradily taking the win.
There's still a shield left here, but he's going in to be able to get it. It's a simultaneous KO.
Wow, we effectively have a tie situation here. Emilio and Harjeff said, you know what? We knew this was going to be a great series, but we wanted to warm up a little bit here with a tie to kick things off.
Wow, what a way to go out at this. I think they're having a little discussion because this was such a tight matchup. There was not so much you could do. Harjeff played that masterfully, Will.
Absolutely masterfully. I mean, he did the best with the tools that he had available to him. I mean, just seeing that Scizor in the back versus that potential Cradily, I said, oh my goodness, this is going to be really, really rough for Harjeff. But he proved why he was our former LAIC International Champion. Thunderfang's coming through, biting down that Furret. Annihilape somehow hangs on. I thought it would do a bit more damage, and the 2 counters made all the difference.
2 counters put in so much work. Those Rage Fists that boosted that counter really had an impact. And this is like the funniest part of the game here. He has to go for a complete farm down on a Pokemon that is basically resisting those attacks because he needs to be able to get to the Azumarill. He needs to be able to go through that shield, and he gets to the point.
Exactly right. These 2 trainers are going to think things over. And again, if we have a tie, I believe this is the first tie we've had at the World Championships. If we have a tie, we're basically starting over from scratch. New teams, new strategies, but the same high skill play. So let's see what these 2 LATAM trainers decide to do as we get started with our, I guess you could say, official game number 1.
Well, if you're looking at Harjeff's team here, what do you think that you're going to be able to do? Are you going to stick to the same plan? Because it technically worked out fairly well, or are you kind of adjusting now that you get to see a little bit of Emilio's play style?
I mean, here's the thing. If you're Emilio and you're not expecting that Mandibuzz to appear, then you can kind of look at your other Pokemon, namely things like Furret or Shadow Kento Marowak, and especially the Shadow Scizor, and say, these 3 Pokemon are going to be incredibly safe going into this matchup. That's why I really adored the Furret lead there from Emilio in game number 1. He knew he was not going to encounter the dark and flying buzzard Pokemon, but going into game number 2, Harjeff might need to take a couple of risks, maybe kind of throw Emilio off his game. Let's jump right in as we get down to the field.
Going ahead, and this looks like a more positive matchup here for Harjeff because the Cradily has a great matchup against the Azumarill, forcing Emilio to pivot out into that Scizor, and now being met with the Mandibuzz. We actually haven't seen quite a few of them, even though it was in a top 12 usage for day number 1. You wouldn't think normally that you would be going for a grass type attack against a flying Pokemon, but he's trying to boost this attack for whatever is coming in.
Yeah, Trailblaze, 100% chance to raise the user's attack by 1 stage and make those bullet punches have an even bigger impact there. As we see a charge attack coming through from the Mandibuzz, this will likely, I was going to say this almost KOs the Shadow Scizor, and Emilio's unable to get another charge attack.
He looks like he could have reached at this point, but look at this. This is the matchup that Emilio really wanted to face because a Mandibuzz basically, even if it has 100 energy, Azumarill is a Pokemon that comes in and just completely negates all of that ramping up that the Mandibuzz could do.
Exactly right, and this is one of the reasons I sincerely thought that Azumarill was the key Fairy-type Pokemon in the current meta because I was expecting a lot of Dark and Flying types. not as many Galarian Moltres, but the Mandibuzz was definitely on my radar.
Yeah, Mandibuzz is going to be a Pokemon that we probably will see more and more because there hasn't been as many Dene. There hasn't been so many. Look at this, going for 100 energy and a complete bubble down. Wants to be able to throw at the Pokemon in the back. Even though the Azumarill is getting quite low, there's only 2 shields in the game, Will.
Yeah, exactly right. Looking for the bubble down. Mandibuzz does faint, but it looks like the Cradily is ready to go. Getting the Bullet Seed through is also very nice here. Ice Beam would be at full strength, so Hardjeff is going to look to shield up that super effective damage. The Azumarill and the Shadow Kento Marowak for Emilio kind of just playing pace in this matchup.
Using 1 shield already, but this, even though it will be doing no, look at this. Both shields now used on the Squirtilli, recognizing the strength, wants to be able to throw at whatever's in the back, and going for the Grass Knot. It's hitting the Marowak. There's 2 shields on Emilio's side. Will he shield this up? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is definitely a Rock Tomb bait situation, but Hardjeff was trying to send that Grass Knot all the way through, and now Emilio has to respect it. And this matchup in particular, is a big reason why trainers are opting for Bullet Seed Cradily this weekend.
Going ahead using both Protect Shields. Where there were 2, there is now none. Trying to get off as much damage as possible. Emilio needs this Cradily out of the way because it can very solidly handle both the Marowak and the Azumarill. Coming in with a quick pivot now into the Annihilate, knows he's going to be able to take at least 1 charge attack.
Exactly. Hardjeff is looking at the gaps in energy between the Bone Club charge attacks. He wants to make sure that he's able to get in, get to a Rage Fist, get to a Grass Knot, and try to win the matchup. We see the pivot out into Azumarill. It's got no energy. Hardjeff knows it, so he's going to overcharge.
Going ahead, nodding. He's going to go for as low as possible here. Has to throw the Rage Fist, but look how much he has. He has another charge attack ready to go. Hardjeff is nodding. He knows that this game is going to be in his pocket, throwing the Ice Punch for good measure.
Ice Punch from Shadow Annihilate, wreaking havoc on the ground type Shadow Kento Marowak. That's going to be a big knockout and a big Game 1 victory after our initial tie.
Annihilate going bananas here for Hardjeff's side. Getting game number 1. We are in the winners finals, so that means that whoever is going on from this will continue on that winners side of the bracket, which means a lot to both of these trainers because that means you've got that day 1 momentum behind you. Day 2 has just started, and they want to make sure that they're still rising up.
Exactly. Foul play connecting into that Shadow Scizor, unable to get that final charge attack. Maybe could have settled for the Night Slash there, but the Bullet Punches are really where the impact was going to be. The Azumarill kind of going with the flow. Emilio was pretty patient, but as you can tell, he kind of ran out of gas here at the end, and Azumarill was punished for its slow pacing. 15 turns to the Ice Beam feels like an eternity in the current meta.
I mean, if you're looking at Emilio's team, it's really hard to bring a lot of these Pokemon when there's counter as a fast attack. Maybe Emilio was planning on more Primates being the targets here, but it looks like we are going to be going right into a decisive. Oh no, this isn't even decisive game 3 at this point.
Well, it could be.
It could be.
Yeah, if Hardjeff takes this, it will be a decisive 2-0 sweep, but we've got the Steel types on the field. Steelix taking on that Shadow, Shiny, Scizor. Say that 3 times really fast, chat.
I don't think we're going to say it even once fast.
I don't
Going
think I can
for
even
the
say it once. Looks like the Bullet Punches are connecting as well. Thunderfangs, though, ripping through this Scizor, and this is so clever because Emilio knows he can withstand the Psychic Fangs here due to the Steel resistance, but instead sending the Crunch, Hardjeff is able to get the knockout.
Being able to take this out, and now coming in with the Azumarill, the bubbles are going to be super effective, and the Steelix will get low, but we saw this in that technical game 1 where there was a tie. Steelix being able to get to a Psychic Fang here, and with its fast attack, is going to be able to really start chunking away at the Azumarill.
Chunking with an O, I would say, as Azumarill does get the bubble down. In comes Cradily, getting the Bullet Seed through. Again, very, very nice in terms of pacing. You're going to see the Ice Beam get shielded up, just like we saw in game number 1. Hardjeff is willing to double shield this Cradily if it comes to it, because he's expecting this Pokemon in the back. That's the ground type Kento Marowak.
This duo that Hardjeff has set up looks almost unstoppable because Cradily can handle both the Marowak and the Azumarill, which are the only really counters on Emilio's team to this Annihilate that is here. And Hardjeff is just really understanding exactly what he needs to do to be able to put himself in the best position.
No, precisely. Bone Club coming through here will connect into that Shadow Annihilate, but it does withstand it pretty well. Going to go for the Rage Fist, and the thing is, it's not going to be super effective, but it does enough damage that combined with counter is just going to threaten the knockout, so it does force that shield away from Emilio.
See Emilio kind of saying, oh, it's not what I wanted to do, but he wants to be able to get to this deck, completely mud slapping down. He's got a charge attack to be able to throw. He wants wants to chunk as much as possible, and he sees that another Bullet Seed goes through.
Bullet Seed went through. We know that's super effective damage. Hard Jeff, a little fist pump. He knows that it's going to pick up the KO and nullify that second Bone Club. And Emilio back to the wall. Here comes the Grass Knot.
Going for the Grass Knot. You see them already. The writing is on the wall. The Grass Knot, all the bubbles are being swiped. Excellent there. Taking out the Azumarill. Taking game number 2.
Incredibly well done by Hard Jeff. We started off with a tie. These trainers were evenly matched. Game number 1, Hard Jeff brought the Mandibuzz, and we thought that would be the foil, but he was able to overcome it. And then game number 2, perfect energy management, kind of getting into the groove. I feel like every single time he's on stage, he gets a little more comfortable.
And Emilio is one of these trainers, very, very good. One of them that is super well known throughout the years. These trainers are from the same region, so they've played against each other multiple times. They kind of know each other's play styles. It's really cool to see them both on the main stage here in Anaheim, California. And Emilio's not out. He's just knocked down to the loser side of the bracket in this double elimination tournament.
It's true. It's literally some of the best trainers from Chile versus some of the best from Brazil, right? We always love those LATAM clashes. And as you can see, Hard Jeff plays to the crowd really well. He knows all of his teammates and friends are out there, and I really love the energy. I think it's infectious, and these trainers are here supporting. Again, we said it yesterday. When one of these trainers goes up on stage, it's almost like everyone funnels their energy to them, trying to give them their support. So I really, really adore it. I'm excited to get our next matchup on stream as well, but was there anything else that stood out to you about that series? A Shadow Annihilate in particular, in my opinion, I heard rumors that it would be used, but I mean, Hard Jeff makes it look pretty effective.
Yeah, rumors confirmed on the stage here. Again, it was something that recognized in the middle of the battle, and really good trainers like the two that are on stage had to play to their win conditions. And I think, like we kind of noticed, Emilio recognized the Pokemon he needed to play to try to win, but unfortunately, this Annihilate just punched through a majority of his team.
I just gotta say, Hard Jeff must have encountered a ton of Shadow Mankeys to get this Annihilate, because it withstanding those Mud Slaps and getting the extra 2 counters, honestly, that made a world of difference, because it made that Shadow Kanto Marowak so weak that just one Bullet Seed was gonna be enough to pick up the KO. If a single counter doesn't get through, that Shadow Kento Marowak gets to a second Bone Club. It applies more pressure to the Cradily. That matchup gets a lot closer. So I saw our co-caster Caleb actually picked up a pretty nice Shadow Mankey. So make sure you're fighting the Rockets here in the venue and at home.
So Hard Jeff was one of our Latin American International Championship a couple years ago. He had a wonderful interview then where he said some very, very inspiring things that made us honestly both like tear up behind the stage. We have another interview with him. Maybe it's it's a little too soon for the tears. We just got started. We're just lighting up. But go ahead, Jim. Take it away.
Thank you, Amanda. I am Jim Lawson here once again with Hard Jeff. Let's give it up for Hard Jeff one more time. What an incredible battle that we just saw. Obviously, you've got a lot of love, a lot of support, not just from the crowd, but a global audience as well. Just tell me about your emotions, how it feels to have so much support right now.
It feels amazing. Like, every time I'm being here with you, like, just feeling that I'm winning. So I love having this interview. I love how the crowd is cheering for me, everybody at home, and they give me so much support, and it's amazing. I'm feeling very loved and supported, so it's amazing.
Well, you're top 16 now. You're into the money, which is awesome as well, so that's a great milestone. That's right. So, I just want to kind of understand, did you have goals coming into this? Was it to win? Was it to get to day 2? Are you exceeding your goals? What does that look like?
Like, that's excellent. I think my main goal is to be world champion. I think it's everyone's dream. That's what I really want. That's what pushed me to practice so much, and all of this. Like, it's not easy, but I can imagine as little steps. So day 2 was the first step. Now I just made another step. So I think my next goal will be top 8, and then the trophy. I think world champion is the goal. It's amazing, but every step matters, and I'm pretty happy. And I want to celebrate every step. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Well, here's maybe a tough question, because you've had so much success already across many seasons. What do you feel is something that you're still trying to work on as you progress as a trainer?
I think that 2 things pretty hard but I think it's hard for almost everyone. That's to deal with the the upsets, like when you lost, when you are not good in a tournament. I think that's very hard to deal with. But having friends, having family, having a lot of people with you helps a lot. And imagine like you can do better in the next tournament. I think that's the goal. Like you need to think about all the losses, but they only can make you better. And like another thing is try not to be nervous. Try to not that make you affect on your gameplay. So I think that's very hard. Like sometimes people say, "Oh, it's so easy or so cold." Man, it's hard. It's hard to be on stage. It's hard to play with the best players in the world. So I think that's the most two difficult things. I think.
Maintaining the mental. It's always tough. The ups, the downs of battles, always a challenge. But congratulations again to Harjeff. He's got all the support in the crowd. He's got all the support in the audience. He is on a roll. We're going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Jim and Harjeff. As always, Amanda, I get so emotional when I hear Harjeff speak. So inspirational, so community-oriented. It's not just about him, it's about everyone around him. And I feel like when you bring that kind of energy to the World Championships, where we have the brightest lights on the biggest stage, I do think.
I know, buddy. Like, listen. We're trying here, guys.
We're trying, everybody. We're trying to get it coordinated for you all, but we'll get it done. We'll get it done.
Maybe next time. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and swoop down to the stage where some of these biggest and brightest stars are going to be going on. Today, as a reminder, we started from the group's semifinals. We're now into the final rounds, where we'll be also going down to the losers bracket. So for the matches maybe you missed earlier on, we saw Wolfpack playing against Trent. We saw Arrow playing against Beas Boy, so they are now in the loser side, and we have LNDS Corolash down there as well.
I mean, we got to mention as well Zwilos with that King Gambit going to take on Master Mihir, one of two Indian trainers that are competing at the World Championships this year. And this is also so inspiring to see the bracket as it unfolds. We saw some pretty hype matches, but it's only going to get better from here. We're going to see Trent taking on Beas Boy, the other trainer from India that I mentioned before, as well as Potamon versus Harjeff. And I got to tell you, Harjeff just took on one of Chile's best in Emilio, and then he's got to take on a fellow Spanish speaker in Potamon, which is going to be very exciting.
All of these battles have been absolutely incredible. These trainers who have made it to the big stage, to the World Championships, have been fighting for their positions all season long. They've been gaining championship points to earn these, invitations, or they've been winning regionals or special championships. But really, at this stage, it's like the slate has been completely cleaned, because anyone can win the World Championships once they're here.
Exactly right, and these are the next trainers that will be taking the stage. We've got Kento Sarunori taking on Maxi 10 million P. I gotta be honest with you, Amanda, I think I'm just gonna say Maxi. Yep. I'm not gonna say 10 million P every time.
It's Maximilian P.
Maximilian, okay, I can even do that, but speaking of numbers, let's take a look at these 6 Pokemon from each of these trainers. We do see the Mandibuzz here on Kento Sarunori's team, and it looks like the Galarian Moltres on Maxi's.
Yeah, so I had a chance to talk to Maxi the first day when he arrived, and he was showing off his team composition, and what he said was there was a lot of trainers who was playing a very specific team, and he just kept getting stomped by this team, and so he recognized, okay, if this is what a lot of trainers are bringing, I need to adapt, and I need to bring new Pokemon. It looks like it's been really working out for him so far today. He's found the lead that he's looking for with that Credilli into that Tinkaton.
Exactly right. We know that that is a generally favorable matchup for the Steel type, so we do see the pivot out into the Gliscopod. Kento Sarunori is going to be running, it looks like, Fury Cutter Gliscopod, which in this matchup you wish you had the Shadow Claw, but that Fury Cutter can be useful in so many other ways. Aqua Jet connects.
Connecting with the Tinkaton and going actually for that Play Rough, which is a heavy hitting attack. It's going to knock that Gliscopod down pretty low if Kento Sarunori doesn't want to use the shield, and he doesn't. At this point, yes, exactly what I thought he was going to do. Maxi is just going to be able to really farm down with fast attacks with this Galarian Corsola, because the Fury Cutters aren't really doing much. It's really going to be these charge attacks that are being thrown that is going to make the difference.
We love to call this the chip and dip strategy. You deal a little damage and you dip into your other Pokemon. So I need everyone in chat to type your favorite dip: guacamole, salsa, queso, whatever you like to snack on these days while you're watching the World Championships. Cradilly comes back out into the matchup, and this Galarian Corsola, I had a friend message me just before we went on stream, said, what's the deal with Galarian Corsola? Why is it so popular? you're going to see right here Astonish damage, Nightshade damage. It is reliable, it is bulky, and it is potent.
It knows that it can even take this. No shield by Maxi here. He's still got quite a bit of energy on that Galarian Corsola, and even though the attack has fallen, just continuing to fast attack away, going for yet another Nightshade here.
Another Nightshade going to connect into the crate daily. Kento Saranori very confident, going to let this one through. Very comfortable not being a fast attack down afterwards. Comes in with the Scizor, trying to get the Bullet Punch down, but instead it's met by the Shadow Kento Marowak.
Shadow Kento Marowak, you see how much by fast attacks alone it's starting to chunk away. But really, honestly, I'm starting to see why people like Shadow Scizor so much, because it just packs a punch and whatever it does, and it gets the attack boost, so being able to get to another attack here. Oh no, he chooses to go for fast attacks instead.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to power through the Mud Slash, but now the Bullet Seeds coming through here are going to pick up the KO onto Maxi Shadow Kento Marowak. He's got his Tinkaton. I think he's got everything he needs, to win this battle. Kento Saranori not using a single Protect Shield there.
And at that point, I think you really have to go back and look and say, where could I have used those shields? Because, of course, during matchups, you want to use the shields at the best moment, when it's the most impactful time. But by the end, when you're recognizing, oh, I only have one Pokemon left, or, oh, that did a little more damage than I really wanted it to, you start to wonder, oh, where was the moment that I could have used it?
Exactly right. I'm sure he'll reflect on it just a bit here, but another challenge at the World Championships is to kind of stay present, stay in the moment, not reflect in a sense that you kind of get stuck in the past, but definitely take those learning lessons and move on to the next challenge, and that is going to be game number 2 versus Maxi. So in terms of Pokemon usage and what we saw, Shadow Kento Marowak, Galarian Corsola, and Tinkaton from Maxi, do you think he just runs it back into whatever Kento has?
I mean, there is a really divisive Pokemon on both of these trainers' sides, right? Because if you're looking at Shadow Scizor, if you're looking at Dedenne, both of these Pokemon really don't want to see that Shadow Kento Marowak, and that Pokemon is literally everywhere. So usually in those sorts of scenarios, that means you're probably not going to bring both of those. However, you could play it maybe, I don't know, like a soft ABA style if you're playing a little bit risky. This is the world stage, and at this point, you kind of have to figure out what has been working for me day 1, but what can really help me propel forward in day 2.
Exactly. These trainers are always learning, evolving, and improving as the competition goes on, because if you stay stagnant, you're going to fall by the wayside. So Kento Saranori taking just a few extra moments to think about the teams, look over his opponent's team sheet, start to anticipate what Maxi is trying to do, because honestly, I do think he's able to kind of run the same trio back and have a good shot into almost anything that Kento tries to do. So it's up to him to make the adjustments.
And honestly, I'm absolutely loving getting to see Kento Saranori on stream, because this is someone from Japan. So sometimes, you know, you get to see a lot of the other trainers from North America, from Europe, from Latin America play on the big stage, but really Worlds is the only opportunity that a lot of trainers, a lot of people, a lot of fans get to see some of their favorites play on the big stage.
Exactly, and the trainers from APAC never disappoint. Let's check it out. We've got Dedenne in the lead from Kento, taking on that Galarian Corsola from Maxi, and we do see some team changes as well. Maxi opting for Golisopod and Galarian Moltres.
I think if you're Maxi, you're so happy to see the Dedenne in this spot, because both the Golisopod and that Galarian Moltres want nothing to do with this Pokemon, who is now bulking up, getting a little bit tougher as that Parabolic Charge goes through, hiring the defenses.
Yeah, kind of makes this Dedenne a sturdy opponent to get rid of, a sticky target to clear. We're going to see that Nightshade get shielded up there by the Fairy-type Pokemon. He's got enough energy for the Play Rough now. Goes ahead and goes for a second Parabolic Charge.
Wants to be able to get as much damage off as possible while still staying around, and this is a good way to do it. He gets the shield off of Maxi because, like we said, look at the Pokemon in the back. Maxi wants this Pokemon off the field as soon as possible. Get it out of here, throw in some shade, but get in that second shield.
Exactly right. Second shield early on in the battle, but the double defense boost from the Parabolic Charges. Look at the Astonishes. They're barely tickling this Dedenne at this point because it has just buffed this defense so many levels. levels. Parabolic Charge, though, not the strongest charge attack. Might not be enough here.
Oh, looks like barely hanging on by a thread, but it does take out the Corsola. And what do you do if you're in this position, Will? What Pokemon do you come in with? Because Fury Cutter is going to not be doing very much, but either is those Sucker Punches.
Don't ask me. I have no idea what Maxi's going to do in this situation. The Parabolic Charge versus his Bug Water or his Galarian Moltres, it's going to be tough either way. And like you said, the Fury Cutters are resisted by the Fairy typing. He's got to throw the Aqua Jet quick.
I like that play, recognizing even though these fast attacks are going to be super effective here, he still wants to get up as much energy as possible because the Glycopod now has an energy advantage to a Pokemon that has no shields coming in. So this is what maybe looked like a bad thing turned into a good opportunity, getting to dictate the pacing. Not only that, but getting to do a little bit of damage.
I really like this play here by Kento to bring the Mandibuzz into the Glycopod. You're dealing a lot of super effective damage with the air slashes, and it gives you an energy head start in this Galarian Moltres matchup. Now the key here is that if a Fly connects into that Shadow Scizor, it's basically a one-hit KO. So Kento has to be very careful about where his opponent is in terms of energy if he decides to swap.
He tried to be able to catch an attack on the Moltres, wasn't able to do so, and both of these Pokemon now have some like big energy here. I guess Kento Saramori now recognizes maybe the Scizor, maybe it's not going to do much, and Maxi undercharges it so he can get some more energy.
Beautiful undercharge, but it might have been a little bit too much because it allows the Galarian Moltres to get to another Fly, and the thing is, Maxi had to throw the energy, otherwise he's going to get hit with the charge attack.
And even though it would have been Night Slash, it would have been enough to knock it out at that point. In comes the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz now completely full of energy. No Protect Shields remaining on Galarian Moltres' side. And down it goes. In comes the Glycopod. It's got to be able to get to 2. Throw in the first one here.
First, Aqua Jet goes through. This is going to connect into the Mandibuzz, but I got to be honest, Amanda, I don't see any win condition here for Maxi. We saw the head shake there as well. Going to go for the Aerial Ace. Kento is already there because he managed his energy so well in that Galarian Moltres matchup. Sent his Scizor at the perfect moment and balanced everything out in the end.
Yeah, cool as a cucumber there, saying, okay, I lost game 1. I'm going to regroup a little bit. I'm going to show everyone what Japan is all about. Going ahead, taking game number 2 in a very decisive manner. And look at this, also double shielding the first Pokemon that came in. Both of these strangers, because they knew how important it was in the back.
Well, here's the thing, right? If your opponent is staying in a neutral or negative matchup and they're throwing everything they've got at your lead Pokemon, it's kind of like sending a subliminal message. It's kind of like Maxi was confessing, hey, I'm really weak to Dedenne in the back. I need to KO it as soon as possible. And Kento said, I see what you're going for. No, I'm not going to allow it.
Speaking of not allowing it, I think one thing that really could have shifted the momentum back in Maxi's favor is if he was able to catch that charge attack on the Moltres right away. But Kento waited, he recognized he didn't throw right away, and that is truly, that calm and collectedness in a very heated moment of the battle helped secure him that Game 1 victory for himself.
This just speaks to how important it is to practice, to scrim, to play your Go Battle League battles every day, because you never know when you're going to be on the world stage and you need to calculate how much to undercharge a Fly from a Galarian Moltres onto a full health Shadow Scizor and then put it within range of 5 Sucker Punches so that you can still fast attack down before the Night Slash is loaded. These small, just situational calls are so important, and the best players do it time and time again.
This has been one of the discussion points for the weekend as well. Dark and Flying type Pokemon, do you want to go with Mandibuzz or do you want to go with Galarian Moltres? I think a lot of, things could be said about either one. And if you're watching these battles, maybe this could be a helping deciding factor for you of which one you would rather run.
Of course. I think the Galarian Moltres is definitely very fun. It's really cool looking. It's one of my favorite designs. But it is a little bit difficult to encounter, especially if you don't have the time in your day to do your daily incense. But if you are kind of watching the World Championships, maybe pop out the mini player, walk around with your daily incense and see if you can get one, just like Maxi has.
That is a really good point, Will, because that is the only way that you can catch the Galarian Moltres, Articuno, or Galarian Zapdos is by using that blue daily incense. It's a possible rare encounter, and all these PvP players have been really desperately trying to get their hands on one of these. This was the first season it's eligible, and it is not only eligible, it is on the field.
Decisive game number 3, and this is one of the situations where you probably would prefer to have Acid if you're Kento Saranori here, but the rock tombs are going to be devastating if they start connecting into this dark and flying type.
It doesn't have the bulk that the Mandibuzz has, so Maximilian forced to shield it up here, just getting a little bit more energy. Brave Bird, if connects, is going to do a ton of damage. Does Kento Saranori think that it's going to be a fly? He knows that he already debuffed it. He didn't shield. Is it enough to knock it out? It gets it desperately low.
It's that rock typing holding on, coming in with the Galarian Corsola, trying to get the Astonish down, but Kento Saranori fast on his feet as well, is able to fire off the Rock Tomb, and I think potentially can swap out, and he does. He goes into the Dedenne.
I thought you were going to say that Cordelia was fast on its feet, and I was like, nope, doesn't even have feet, so it's got to be going here for another round. No Protect Shield this time on the Dedenne.
Exactly right. Nightshade connecting into the electric and fairy type Pokemon. Gonna go for the parabolic charge. We saw this strategy play out in game number 1. Game number 2. Buff the defense. Be an obstacle for my opponent. And I think that Dedenne has a ton of staying power once it gets ramped up.
And honestly, Corsola, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that we have. The attack isn't so strong to begin with. It's even less because of that Rock Tomb, but even so, gets that shield because Kento says, wait a minute, I remember what happened in game 2. Maybe I want to shield this up. Coming in, negating a little bit of this with the Tinkaton.
Fairy types on the field. Tinkaton looking to wield this hammer and get this Dedenne removed from the side of the field. But the Scizor swaps in, and the Bullet Punches are applying a ton of pressure.
They are applying pressure, but you know what else is going to be this Bulldoze, because Scizor is not a very bulky Pokemon. This is going to be a super effective, or not super effective, but neutral. I mean, it's neutral, but it does a decent amount and has potential for a defense drop.
Well, these Bullet Punches are also neutral. Finding the charge attack priority, great timing there by Kento Saranori, and it's going to boost this Shadow Scizor a level as well, so these Bullet Punches are going to chip away whatever's in the back.
Oh.
Maxi? I don't know if Maxi can fast attack down before the Scizor gets another charge attack.
It's going to be a dangerous point. I think that is his win condition, and he wants to try to completely fast attack down. He's going for that Trailblaze. He's already boosted once, and Maximilian doesn't shield up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Trailblaze. It's going to hurt so much, especially after the one-stage boost from the first one, and now the Galarian Moltres swaps back. Now we see the Galarian Corsola come out. Dedenne looking for the Astonish damage, but it's got so much energy.
Going ahead, trying to catch, not able to do so. And you see Maximilian perk up now because he's got energy to throw here, and he's got energy on both these Pokemon. There's one shield left on Kento Saranori's side. He has to use it at this point.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Galarian Moltres is the final Pokemon from Maxi, and oh my gosh, the Dedenne, we're going to see the charge attack come through from the Dark Flying type. Maxi, after stumbling a bit in game number 2, is going to take this series 2-1.
Wow, incredible plays by both of these trainers, but in the end, only one can go on. You saw him perk up in the middle there. You saw him realize, this is my moment that I'm going to move on in the tournament on the winner's side of the bracket.
Exactly. Maxi can't even believe it. He said, I knew those trainers from Japan were able to cook on the biggest stages of them all, and he absolutely did, but Maxi was able to come out on top there in a decisive series versus Kento Saranori. But again, everyone, we're still on the winner's side bracket. We still have lots of battles to go.
We got it.
Chat, don't worry. I see you.
I was like, come on.
I see you, chat.
Give me your energy.
Yeah, literally, she needs your energy. Let's take a look back at the series, though. The Brave Bird connecting, Credili's rock typing really being an asset there, helps it to hang on, from that heavy hitting charge attack. And the Galarian Moltres just could not get it done for Maxi.
Yeah, this was such a good comeback from Kento Saranori, and even in that game 3, it came down to the absolute wire. I think what he was trying to do is he recognized that he had one shield left and that he was thinking that Maxi was going to throw the charge attack from the Corsola right away. He tried to make a catch onto the Cordelia, but that was the thing that actually ended up losing it for him because Maxi didn't throw.
Exactly, and I think we saw this several times yesterday as well. Trainers are anticipating the swaps, anticipating the catches. They know what their opponent's likely to do, and you know, it can be really tough being a high-skill trainer. We all make mistakes, but at the World Championships, it feels like it's very easy to kind of let the momentum carry you into it, let your nerves take over and make mistakes like that. But if you want to win it all, you have to be calm, cool, and collected. I just want to shout out one more time to Kento Saranori for kind of centering himself after that Game 1 loss, coming back into Game number 2, powering through with Dedenne and tying up the series. That was super impressive, and I'm sure that he and his fellow trainers from Japan are very proud of him.
You know, again, I was talking to Maxi yesterday, and he said, I have something to tell Will.
Really?
He said, I heard that Will thought that Elam was going to win it all. And honestly, we talked about it this season of Elam basically popping off earlier on. We expected him to go quite far. And Maxi said, but I knew he wasn't going to win Worlds because he was going to have to get through me. And I think that's the confidence level that you need if you are going to become the next world champion. Let's see if he still has that confidence level now, because we got an interview with him and Jim on the floor.
Thank you, Amanda. Jim Lawson here with Maximilian, fresh off his victory. He's in the top 16 on the winner's side of the bracket. Congratulations to you, and you're in the money as well. I want to get some initial emotions from you here. Obviously, that was a nail-biter victory there in that Game 3. Walk me through how you were feeling at the end.
Overwhelmed. Like, I don't think I've ever felt like this before. I went 0-2 last year at Worlds, and here I am in the money, I guess, this year.
You love to see it. Your last tournament that we saw, obviously a lot of emotions there, second place finish. What from that tournament has contributed to how you've prepped and where you are right now?
Well, that tournament, a lot of people say it ended in heartbreak for me, but I learned a lot from the tournament. I learned that I'm actually able to compete with the best. I was able to be in the top 3, playing best of 5s and stuff. That gave me the confidence to really believe in myself for this tournament and meet people like Nickname properly and build teams with him in Calfia.
A new relationship there for sure, new connection. Well, Max, you and I have known each other for quite some time now, when we were both just learning Go Battle League, and it's just great to see your progression as a trainer. Just kind of talk to me about your story. You mentioned how you've been growing from tournaments, but what's been the story for you over these last several years to where you are now?
Well, grassroots really actually helped a lot with everything. Being a member of communities like yours and good old friend Tho Tacticals back in the day. Unfortunately, he's not super active anymore. But people like them, if you find people like them who just make you better, you learn from, make you better as a person, then you just become more comfortable in yourself and you end up playing better. So, yeah, that's what I've learned.
One day at a time, for sure. All right, well, we won't ask you too much about the teams here. It was a great victory that we just saw. Obviously, community's been a big part of your story and a big part of your journey. Anyone that you want to say thank you to?
Oh, so many. Firstly, I'd like to thank your co-caster Martijn and all of our teammates at the Emperors and Vanguard and maybe a few of the Origins. And I'd like to thank Aerobubble, my travel buddy. I'd like to thank Dianoski for giving me a room last minute to stay in it for Worlds this season. Too many, and if I win some more, maybe I can shout out more of you.
We'll be counting on it, Maxi. Congratulations again to you. We're going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you for that interview, Jim, and thank you for those nice words, Max. Right? It's always fun to listen to trainers, and you could hear the crowd starting to pop off, which is so exciting. I think that was one of the best parts of being at the World Competition is, he's already saying, thank you for this person for letting me stay, thank you for traveling with me. And now he's shouting out a bunch of people that he doesn't get to see in person all that often.
Yeah, I just want to mention as well, we have such a strong and tight-knit community. It's hard to get up there on the spot with the microphone in your face and list everyone that's been a part of your journey. So if you've had a hand in helping Maxi or any of these other trainers, I'm sure they appreciate you so much. We have 2 new trainers ready on stage to throw down, so let's take a look at who is going to be battling next. We've got Jins taking on Magic Mason. Now, Amanda, I know that you primarily reside in the EU region.
True.
That's your focus. That's
your statement.
That's your speciality. But over in NA, we like to call Magic Mason the Dream Eater.
Well, I know this about Jins, who competes a lot in NA, but is actually part of the Australian team. Australians love Bastion, and that is on the stage.
That's true. Bastion somehow making the top cut here at Worlds 2025. It looks like Jin's best finish this season was actually 9th in Perth, so it does check out. Your facts. I'm not fact checking you on the spot, man. I'm just kind of reassuring to everyone that you got it, right?
I know that he competes in a couple different regions, which is very, very cool to get the opportunity to do so. And also not only that, but show off what you got on this main stage. We are still in the winner's side of the bracket. So we are in the winner's finals here. And whoever wins this gets to continue on, gets to gain that momentum for the rest of the tournament. In this double elimination tournament, whoever loses this will be dropped down. We showed the losers bracket a little bit earlier on. There's still a ton of trainers in the tournament.
Exactly right. These trainers have some interesting Pokemon as well. Jin's not only rocking the Bastiodon, also with a Shadow Dusknoir. And again, I'm still like 70-30 doubting this Pokemon. I don't know exactly how useful it can be in a meta with so many dark types. We're going to find out because Jin's has been making good use of it. Meanwhile, Magic Mason with Pokemon like Dedenne as well as Shadow Drapion. Let's see how these two teams match up. One of our trainers is locking in. I think the other one's going to follow suit shortly afterwards, and this is going to be fun. I mean, okay, Amanda, if you had to call it right now, looking at the teams, how likely are we to see the Steel and Rock-type Bastiodon rumble out onto the field?
So it definitely has a couple targets, but there's so many hard counters. It's a Pokemon that you definitely don't want to get it lined up against that Annihilate. So I don't know if we would be able to see it rally in this tournament, but we do see that Annihilate right away up against the Mandibuzz, and we'll see if he wants to pivot out immediately into the safe swap of the Diggersby.
Yeah, going to the Diggersby here. This is actually a pretty competitive matchup with the Air/Mandibuzz. If it's running Snarl, it gets to those foul plays just a little more quickly, or Dark Pulse, depending on what you choose to run. But the Fire Punches and Quick Attacks, they add up over time. Diggersby landing the first.
It doesn't surprise me that the Mandibuzz is running Foul Play over Dark Pulse because Air Slash is a little bit more heavy hitting, but it doesn't be able to generate energy as quickly. A lot of players opt to go for Foul Play so they can reach that a little bit quicker.
This is also fascinating from a team perspective because I mentioned Dark-type Pokemon being a strong threat to something like Shadow Dusknoir, but normal types are as well. And once you see this Diggersby as Jins, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable for that Shadow Dusknoir's future. But let's go ahead and stay in the present. Mandibuzz gonna go for another charge attack here. Some Scorch Marks still on the screen.
Sometimes players have the mentality of like, oh, you swap, I swap, because maybe you have a good counter for it. But I like this play by Jin saying, okay, I have another answer for the Annihilate in the back. I'm just gonna stay in this matchup, chip away, and see how this turns out.
Exactly. If you kind of let the pieces fall into place, Jins might look to win this matchup, let his Mandibuzz get KO'd, and then align that Shadow Dusknoir. But in comes the Mandibuzz. You could see that kind of head turn. He says, oh my goodness, I could handle one Dark or Normal, but I don't know if I can handle both.
Going in now has to come in with that Shadow Scissor. We've seen this. Night Slash will not be doing that much. Trailblaze won't do much either, but it will boost the attack, which means those bullet punches will start being a little bit more effective. Going for that Trailblaze, no Protect Shield on Magic Mason's side.
Crispy timing, hot and ready out of the oven. That Trailblaze, that was incredible by Jins. It's so tough after making a swap against a 3-turn fast stack to get your charge stacks just right. But he did exactly that. Got to shield things up here because as we take a look at the back line, Shadow Scizor is very, very important for the trainer on the left.
Now, it looks like he could have also won the charge attack priority there, but opted to go for a little bit more energy because those bullet punches are really starting to go hard here. No Protect Shields, but a lot of energy. But coming in with a combination play, the Dream Eater starting to eat up the Scissor as well, as this is literally fire punching it out of existence.
Exactly. Jin's walking on cloud 9, recognizing his Shadow Scizor is boosted and just ramming its way through the opponent, and Magic Mason said, no more of that. And now, without many good options, Jins comes in with his Mandibuzz. If you look at the shield situation, there's still 2 Protect Shields in play for Magic Mason.
Diggersby has been putting in work, just energy after energy, being able to take attack after attack. Only one Pokemon left, and it's not very effective.
And you can see Magic Mason looking at it. He's trying to time his Scorching Sands just right, but these Astonishes being double resisted by the normal typing are really not making a dent at all. And Jins was hoping this Shadow Dusknoir could close things out, but I don't think it's got a good shot at doing that.
2 Protect Shields to hide behind on Magic Mason's side. First one being used here. All 3 Pokemon are still remaining. He's just got to get to a Rage Fist. Jins has nothing to hide behind. He knows that at this point, Rage Fist is about to connect.
You see those Astonishes chunking down on that Shadow Annihilate, but they're just not enough when the Protect Shields are still in play. Rage Fist connects. The superior Ghost type stands up here on stage for Magic Mason. Now let's just talk a little bit about the team composition. He was strong against two things in my mind, Amanda. He was strong against Bastiodon, and he was strong versus the Mandibuzz there. He had all the right answers. He was ready, or excuse me, the Shadow Dust Noir. He was ready for Bastiodon and Shadow Dust Noir. He had all the right answers.
What is so interesting is Diggersby was so popular a little bit earlier on in the season, but we called it from day one that it was really starting to trend downward, that we weren't going to see so many of them. And I think Magic Mason, this is a good case to be like, wait a minute. I think it still has a lot of play because it is definitely the Pokemon that put in the most work for him in game number 1.
And here's the thing, everyone is looking at Shadow Kanto Marowak because of the Mud Slap damage, but Diggersby, as a fellow ground type, wins at head-to-head in just about every scenario that you can imagine. So Diggersby might be the superior ground type choice, especially if he's facing off against a team like Jinz's. And as you look at this squad, Jinz has a Diggersby problem. You see the Shadow Scizor basically folding up like a wet paper towel under the Fire Punch pressure. You see that Shadow Dust Noir needing Dynamic Punch to strike back, and you see the Bastiodon, which would really struggle against the ground type Pokemon. So I think if Jinz can count on anything, it's for that Diggersby to show up. The question is, does he go all in on something like Cradily to respond?
I think at that point you almost have to, right? You're just saying, okay, if I recognize that a Pokemon is basically strong against 5 of my 6, I have to figure out a ways to negate that. But if you're Magic Mason, is it now a head game saying, okay, well, I know what's coming in to protect Jinz's Pokemon. Maybe I'm now going to try to counter it with something else on my team.
Maybe you just have to pick a superlative and say it's too good to not show up to the battle. My opponent has to rely on it, and then you make the decision because it's a little bit tricky in the late goings of that matchup. Again, I think Jinz was ready to handle either Diggersby or Mandibuzz. He was not prepared for both. So Magic Mason is willing to throw all kinds of curveballs as he tries to squash the dreams of his opponents that want to win it all here at Worlds.
I mean, and you're looking at two of the bulkiest Pokemon, for the Great League, with the Diggersby and the Mandibuzz, both on one team, both in a core, is a hard thing to face off against each other. But speaking of facing off against each other, we've got two Mandibuzzes on the field.
Oh my goodness, I adore this team here from Magic Mason. It looks like he's a step ahead, but let's look at this mirror match we have on the field. Mandibuzz with Air Slash on both sides, and the charge attacks in both positions, and a charge attack priority, which goes to Magic Mason.
It looks like Jin's not quite sure what to do in this position. Obviously, you don't want to shield this first aerial ace that's coming through, but you have so much of your own energy that you're knowing that this is not the Pokemon that you want to use it on. Will both of these trainers stay in this matchup? I think if you're Magic Mason, you are 100% content, because that means that Annihilate will completely avoid it, and that Drapion doesn't have to face off against it, because while it's more neutral, it doesn't have the best matchup either.
And the pressure here is really on Jinz. I mean, he's got the Shadow Dust Noir, he's got Bastiodon, a lot of Pokemon that feel more alignment dependent. So if Jinz wants to control the pacing of this matchup, he definitely needs to win the lead here. Another aerial ace coming through from Magic Mason's Mandibuzz. Air Slash is kind of chipping away at the thick plumage here on the field. Another aerial ace getting fired off here. We're getting pretty close to the end of this mirror matchup.
If I'm Jinz, I'm actually kind of scared, I think, to let my Mandibuzz get down this low, because if you know there's Pokemon like an Annihilate on the other team, or like a Diggersby, then maybe it's like you want to be able to get a good counter for it. He does catch here. This is a pretty catch. But
look what Mason did.
Wow.
He threw the foul play. He anticipated the swap. Instead of throwing the aerial ace, he throws the foul play into the Shadow Scizor there. Very clever play. Comes in now with the Annihilate, and this is going from good to great for Magic Mason because the counters are adding up.
He does get a shield back on Jin's side because he was able to get up to that charge attack, to be able to get to that Night Slash, and that would do a nice chunk of damage to Annihilate. But Annihilate now has a charge attack loaded, and the Mandibuzz, the really only counter for that Pokemon, is down in the desperate red.
That Cradily has to be shaking in its boots or whatever it might wear. We're going to see an aerial ace get fired off there, but the Rage Fist coming through first, and Jinz is forced to shield the Mandibuzz because he needs every ounce of damage he can possibly muster.
I love this play by Magic Mason. He knows that Rage Fist wouldn't do very much damage, but he's also recognizing this Mandibuzz is almost gone. I'm going to be guaranteed boosted. I'm going to be guaranteed to get a shield, and I'm going to be guaranteed to be having a good position against this Cradily.
See Magic Mason nodding there. He feels good about the matchup. matchup, throwing on the charge attack priority after the 4 bullet seeds. He's going to go ahead and try to connect this charge attack, pulls away the final shield from Jins. Very, very nicely done by Magic Mason there, and the charge attack from Jins will come through.
Magic Mason is basically chanting, yes, yes, yes. You saw it going on. He knows that he's still in a good position. He's got a full health Drapion in the back. There's not much left on the Cordelia. You see Jins smile as well as he recognizes that the writing is on the wall. The crunch will connect, and Magic Mason will take game number 1 and game number 2.
Jin says, please, give me the Diggersby. Bring the Diggersby back in game number 2, Mason. Please do it. I think I can win that matchup. I'll settle for Dedenne, whatever you got in the back, just not a Shadow Drapion. And Magic Mason a step ahead of his opponent, but that's been the story for him this entire tournament. He just seems to be able to outmaneuver everyone time and time again. And for a lot of trainers, you probably forgot about Magic Mason. He was able to set the meta 2 years ago in a grand finals which featured mirror teams between him and the runner-up. He can set the tempo, he can play spice picks, he can do it all, and he's at Worlds here. I think he brought his best game yet.
You know, you said that he's a step ahead, and now looking at his team, I'm wondering, is he actually just a little bit behind? Is he not caught up to the meta? Because look at this, he had the Diggersby still on his team. He had a Shadow Drapion that also fell down a little bit. A Dedenne.
True.
But I mean, all of these connected, playing well together. It really, I think a lot of trainers were not prepared for some of these picks that they didn't expect to be so common anymore.
Here's the thing, right? We have a pretty large gap between NAIC and the PJCS leading up to Worlds. I think all the titles here have a similar kind of situation where trainers are not really sure what to expect. There aren't, regionals or special championships that you can check in and watch. So you have to rely on scrims, on practice tournaments, on talking with friends to figure out the meta. And honestly, to your point, Magic Mason probably just decided that everyone else was overthinking it. They were trying to be too far ahead of the competition and trying to be too creative. And when you kind of do that, you work yourself into a corner. And sometimes it's safe. It's safe and also optimal to just play with what you know, play with what you're comfortable with. Magic Mason looks incredibly comfortable on stage, and it takes a lot of confidence to not only make a team read correct the first time, but then to make changes, adjustments, and ambitious rotations and come back in game number 2 and win, dominantly as well.
I love that point because this is also what a lot of top-level trainers are giving as tips for new trainers. If you are looking to get into PvP, learn some Pokemon, have a Pokemon or two that you feel very comfortable with. Start learning the ins and outs of those matchups. And like Magic Mason is like, okay, guys, I know that this works in this meta. It already has. He didn't change from it, and it really has proven so vital for him so far in the tournament.
I agree. I would love to hear more from Magic Mason himself. So if you're asleep, you better wake up because the Dream Meter's coming.
All right, thank you, Speedy. Jim Lawson here with the man, the myth, the Mason, Magic Mason, known as the Eater of Dreams. What a battle we just witnessed there. Give me some initial reactions. How are the emotions feeling after that victory?
They feel great. I honestly thought it was a little bit of a tough matchup, so I thought about it a lot overnight and even this morning. Kept theorizing on what was my best team comps, and I'm glad my preparation paid off.
Well, we love to see that. I know that you're kind of an OG when it comes to the Shadow Drapion pick. It's one that we've been seeing for 3-4 seasons from you now. Why is it still working for you here at Worlds?
I think a lot of us were preparing for the Cradily and maybe Dusclops core, or at least some kind of ghost type. Plus the Dark Resist for things like Moltres. I think it really goes really good into this meta. The Mud Slappers are relatively annoying, but if you can find a way to play around them and avoid them, it's a really good pick.
I won't tell you who said this, but we heard a caster saying they haven't seen you in a while, right? We haven't seen as much Magic Mason as we did a couple seasons ago. Just want to understand this tournament here specifically. What does it mean for you? What are you trying to prove?
Well, I have had 2 real performances the last 2 years, and they both resulted in 1-2 early exits. So I just wanted to prove that on a big stage like this that I can go far and make a good run, and that I am the competitor I believe I am.
Well, you're certainly proving it right now. Who's helped you along the way? Anyone you want to say thank you to?
Well, most importantly, I have my girlfriend in the crowd, and she's been a big supporter of me. My family has always supported me. They've been to many regionals, tournaments, Worlds last year, and always watch on the stream, supporting me from home. And just all my other friends and teammates on the Legends United. just the best supporting cast you can ask for, and an unbelievable amount of support across the board.
All right, well, we hope to be seeing you back here soon. Congratulations again on your victory. We're going to kick it over to a quick break here. We've got an interview with Caleb and Disguised Toast.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm here with a very special guest, Disguised Toast, Pokemon fan, content creator, esports organization owner as well. And we're just chatting right before this. You said that this is your first Pokemon Worlds. Very exciting. Something I love to hear about people is how they get into Pokemon, right? Maybe one of your first early happy memories. I know us as 90s babies, it might go a few far years back, but I'm just curious to hear, your origin story with Pokemon.
Right. It first started with, of course, the game. It was Pokemon Blue. Back then, you kind of had to pick a side. Are you a Pokemon Red player or a Pokemon Blue player? Or sometimes you might be even a Pokemon Yellow player. But those people, they came after. I was a Pokemon Blue player, and I just fell in love with the game playing on my Game Boy. It was a pink Game Boy, and I just remember my initial memory was being scared because you had to go into the caves. When you had to fight Brock in the first gym, you gotta go through a cave and it's so dark, and then the Zubats and the Geodudes. But once you conquer that, it's a lot of fun and you beat your first gym, and I don't know, it's such a fond memory.
Do you remember the starter that you chose in Blue?
Bulbasaur. I've been a big Bulbasaur fan. He's my #1. I know Charmander's cool. I know Squirtle is cool, but Bulbasaur, he's just a happy guy with his little leaf attacks.
Well, I love that you stay true to that. And, so we're on the eve of Pokemon Worlds right now. This is your first time being here. Is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to at your first Pokemon Worlds event, or you're just kind of hoping to see what happens?
Hoping to see what happens, but definitely want to check out the TCG. That's the one I'm personally very interested in. I play a little bit on the side. I had a Snorlax stall deck, and when I was busting it out, people kind of gave me a look. It's like, oh, you're playing Snorlax? I want to see what deck is good. I heard Dragapult is dominating the meta right now. I want to see how far they go.
TCG is actually the oldest Pokemon game actually in the competitive series, so a lot of history there. And I know, what was it, maybe last year or 2 years ago, you started your own esports organization, Disguise, and you've been involved with League of Legends, Apex, TFT, a lot of other games as well. Even, I believe, Pokemon TCG last year sponsored some players at our international. What's that road been like for you, and kind of what are your long-term aspirations? Because in my opinion, I think it's a really great thing to give into that esports organization, give these players aspiring to be pros to have a chance to really get into that spotlight.
I think a lot of our love for the games we play comes through in esports. It's like all these people that spending time playing the game, talking to each other, researching. So I just think it's like an amazing thing to be able to support. And last year we sponsored a couple of trips. One of the players, Rahul, great player. And when I was trying to learn TCG, I even messaged him, hey, can you teach me how to become a better player? So just love seeing these kids get a shot at fulfilling their dreams, and it's really cool that there's 4 different events, or 5 different events here, and it's all just Pokemon fans trying to be, essentially the best trainer they can be.
I feel like I might know the answer to this next question, but we have 4 main games in Pokemon Worlds: Pokemon Go, VGC, TCG, and Pokemon Unite, the MOBA. If you were to compete competitively yourself, which one would you choose? I know Worlds in San Francisco next year, so maybe not too short of a drive, not a very long drive for you to get there.
I would do the TCG because I think that's the game I have the highest chance in. But I do think there's a lot of prestige in, they're all amazing, but the VGC scene, because that one you can stream on Twitch, make YouTube videos out of it. And there's some really big names in it. I mean, obviously Wolfie's a huge name. Like if I can beat him in a VGC showdown, I feel like I could make a name for myself in the scene.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, he's a big name and he's going to be at Worlds this year too. So that would be a showdown I would love to watch. I know a few months ago too, you've been big into opening Pokemon card packs yourself. I remember seeing some of your Prismatic streams, and you're on the hunt for the Umbreon. And I believe you pulled 2, but they were for your viewers. Did you ever end up getting it for yourself?
Never end up getting an Umbreon. I'm a man of my word. When I open packs for my viewers, there's a small part of me that wants to keep it. But that wouldn't be very nice, so I always give away the rare cards. Whenever I open cards and give away cards, give away packs. I'm the luckiest person in the world. It's like here's a Giratina all of a sudden. And when I'm opening packs for myself, it's, I don't know, Clefairy here and Eevee there. So still on the hunt for the Umbreon, but I'm not gonna rush it. I'm not gonna go out and just buy it. I'm gonna take my time because it's about the journey. Like, we're not in Pokemon just to find the shiniest card in the fastest way. I think a lot of fun is collecting it slowly over the years.
Well, unfortunately, I can't maybe help you end your journey early, but I really do appreciate you taking the time to chat with us and stuff. And as a little special thank you, it's not an Umbreon prismatic card, so don't get too excited, but I got you a little Umbreon plushie. And maybe it'll keep you company until you get the card yourself. Hopefully you like it. I know it's not a Bulbasaur either, but yeah. Any final words?
Yeah, no, I love it. Thank you so much. I'm going to use this as good luck for my next prismatic pack opening. But yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you for, just hosting, and I'm really looking forward to all the events. And yeah, I think, and look, the place looks amazing. Like, Pokemon really went all out, because I've been in this convention center like 8 times over the last decade, and I think this is the coolest it's ever looked.
Well, I hope you enjoy your first ever Pokemon Worlds. Hopefully not your last as well, but appreciate you sharing the time. And for everyone else, let's get back into the Pokemon action.
Chipperchi here, and I'm extremely excited to get to talk now to Wancho, Ira, and Aiden, a full family of competitors this weekend at the Pokemon World Championships. Wancho, tell us about this experience. Your whole family has qualified for Worlds. What did that take?
It hurts 3 times as much in the Pokemon Center, that's for sure. But no, it's 3 times more exciting, 3 times more nervous. There's so many emotions all together. But the fact that I get to experience the World Championships here in Anaheim with my family, I don't know. I can't explain this feeling, Chip. I'm over the moon.
A special moment for sure. So you and Ira will both be competing in Masters, and Aiden here will be competing in Juniors. Aiden, talk to us about what you have done to prepare for the World Championships this year.
Lots of very fun training. It has been a great way to, it has all led up here.
A lot of practice.
A lot of practice.
A lot of practice, and a lot of excitement as well, because the tournament is about to get underway. Ira, tell us about the journey this year. What have been some of your favorite moments traveling to tournaments as a family?
It's been, it's been fun because it's our family bonding. League cups and tournaments are usually in the weekend, so we spend our weekends together. Sometimes we even stay in a hotel overnight because it's a 2-day tournament. So it's vacation and also competition. But it's fun. It's fun. It's a good way to spend family time for sure.
And I have to ask, I'll start here with you, Aiden. Who do you think of the 3 of you is going to have the higher finish this weekend?
My dad.
Dad, what do you think?
Aiden, 100%.
Yeah, Wancho.
A lot of support here for the father figure in the family. Well, congratulations to all of you. I mean, it's such a cool story. I'm very much looking forward to following your journey throughout the tournament weekend. Aiden, I hear you have some friends you want to say hello to?
Yes, my classmates.
Classmates from who?
From the Philippines.
A long journey to get here, and hopefully it will all pay off for all of you, and I hope you enjoy your tournament weekend. Let's get back to the Pokemon TCG action.
Back, trainers, to the official broadcast of the 2025 World Championships here in Anaheim. We are currently going through winners round 1 and then moving on to winners round 2. My name is Martijn Versteeg. I am joined by Farid Anis. He's the top 10 from World Championships last year. I'm the runner-up from World Championships last season, and we are going to break down some of the best plays that you're going to see on this stream from these players.
That's right, we've been here before, but many of these players, they've also been here before, and they want to go all the way to Championship Sunday tomorrow. We're in day 2, we're down to our last 32 players in the Pokemon Go World Championships, and I think we've got some incredible battles still to come.
Our next match is going to be Pokemichi versus Lyle Jeffs III, one of
the staples from North America versus the 2023 Japanese qualifier champion. It's going to be a very hype match here, and we have some very specific picks here. Especially those ghost-type Pokemon here. Shadow Sableye on the left from Pokimichi, Shadow Dusknoir on the right from Lyle Jeffs.
Definitely coming into this meta, a lot of the conversation for these players when building their teams was which ghost-type Pokemon is going to come out on top. In usage leading up to the tournament, we saw a ton of Dusclops, both regular and Shadow form. In terms of which ghost is performing best, it seems to be Galarian Corsola that is leading the way. Neither of those Pokemon on the teams for Pokimichi or Lyle Jeffs, Shadow Sableye and Shadow Dusknoir instead, and I think that those will be two very exciting picks to watch.
If we take a closer look at the team from Pokimichi, Shadow Sableye is a Ghost-type Pokemon that can counter other Ghost-type Pokemon, a very nice niche to have on that team. Talonflame is a Pokemon we haven't seen as much, but it is a Pokemon that can really put a dent in teams, especially with a shield advantage, because Brave Bird and Incinerate is such a deadly combination. Let's talk about the Cradily. Why would you have Bullet Seed over Acid as the fast attack?
Bullet Seed is a really interesting option that a lot of players are opting for on their Cradily. Acid is the other fast attack, is a poison fast attack that does more damage. The thing is, Bullet Seed can actually allow you to reach Rock Tomb more quickly, and Rock Tomb is such a fantastic attack. It guarantees an attack debuff, and some players just want to get there as fast as possible.
And Bullet Seed also helps into ground and water type Pokemon. We see the Feraligatr and Diggersby on the team of Lyle Jeffs. I think that Bullet Seed might just help a little bit better for that fast attack pressure. But we'll see if these trainers are going to bring these Pokemon, because we have a lock-in for game number 1. Pokimichi on the left, Lyle Jeffs on the right. We have the Shadow Marowak into the Diggersby. It's a face-off between ground-type Pokemon.
Both of these ground-type Pokemon extremely popular throughout the season. Shadow Kanto Marowak seems to be the more popular option at these World Championships, and that is because it just has such good fast attack pressure. The Mud Slaps going through and quickly pacing to a Bone Club, but not before Diggersby's about to throw this Scorching Sands from Lyle Jeffs.
And you want to get that Scorching Sands in as soon as possible, because there's a 30% chance to drop the attack stage of the opposing Pokemon, but there's no attack drop here, so this Bone Club's going to get fired at full force here. It's not the strongest attack, but Shadow Marowak does pack some power here. 2 Bone Club will put this Pokemon very low, but storing the Bone Club, then swapping into the Cradily, and in comes the Dusknoir, which does have access to the super effective Charge Attack Dynamic Punch.
Yes, aggressive swap there from Pokimichi into this Cradily, for which Lyle Jeffs doesn't have an answer on this current team. Dusknoir can come in, it will tank this Rock Tomb, and it does have access to that super effective Dynamic Punch, which would do a massive amount of damage if it lands.
We have the Charge Attack Purity type. Perfect counting here from Lyle Jeffs. The Pokemon with a higher attack will win when both Pokemon fire their Charge Attack at the same time. We see a Protect Shield from Pokimichi. He wants to get those shields down to land the Bone Club later on something in the back.
Both of these players, this is their first match of today. They have had all evening to prepare. They know their strategies. They know exactly how they want this matchup to go. Lyle Jeffs is maximizing the amount of energy that he generates onto this Shadow Dusknoir before he throws this next Dynamic Punch. Even though Dusknoir is double debuffed, this should be enough to knock out the Cradily.
Dynamic Punch is super effective. Boom! Does a lot of damage on the Cradily. In comes the Blasters to get a farm down with the rollout, but Lyle Jeffs is not having any of that. He's swapping in the Cradily with the fast attack Acid, because it's resisted by the ground type of the Marowak. It's not going down that quickly.
An aggressive swap into that Cradily from Lyle Jeffs. He doesn't want his Dusknoir, whilst debuffed, to get farmed down by a Blastoise. It wasn't putting out much damage. Comes into this Cradily, and the Acid's resisted by the Shadow Kanto Marowak means the Marowak can put so much pressure onto Cradily.
Lyle Jeffs still not using a Protect Shield. He knows that Hydreigon will be super effective on the Diggersby that he still has in the back, so it's kind of an iffy spot to use Protect Shields here. Does Pokimichi decide to use his last Protect Shield, or is he going to put it all on Big Man Blasters? No, he's valuing the Shadow Marowak and going for a Mud Slap down.
Mud Slap goes through, but because of that guaranteed debuff on the Rock Tomb, Cradily is able to reach another attack. The thing is, Pokimichi has that Blastoise in the back. One rollout will be enough to take out this Cradily, and then Blastoise can start to reach multiple Hydro Cannons against this ground-type Diggersby.
But not before the Scorching Sands. If this dropped the attack, can that save Diggersby from a super effective Hydro Cannon? The shiny Blasters on the left is quite bulky, however, so it could hang on here quite easily to Scorching Sands. In comes the first Hydro Cannon. You have a Protect Shield here.
Now, Lyle Jeffs is so close to a Shadow Punch on that Shadow Dust Noir. The question is, will he have enough HP to reach it? Can it tank onto a rollout? In comes another attack. It's on charge attack priority. Blastoise, it has the higher attack. It means this will fire off. It will take out the Diggersby, and Lyle will really look to lean into that Shadow Dust Noir. Can he reach the Shadow Punch, and would it do enough damage if he does?
Oh, he gets it. He gets to the Shadow Punch. Now, this is a Shadow Dust Noir, and the Shadow variant has a little bit more attack than the regular version, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. Blastoise is quite bulky. Shadow Punch coming through, and Blastoise hangs on, but there's still a little bit of Cradilly, and oh, we have the acid down!
The acid comes in first. Lyle Jeffs, here we go! That is the advantage of using acid over Bullet Seed. The damage registers first, and Lyle comes back from the depths of this game to take game number 1.
1 HP. And a dream. I don't think Lyle Jeffs was dreaming of that win. It looked like he already gave up, but the acid from the Cradilly registered just before the rollout from the Blastoise, and it was just enough to secure the knockout there to secure game number 1 for Lyle Jeffs.
Clutches victory from the jaws of defeat. Lyle Jeffs nods his head. This is a best of 3 format. That means 1 more win for Lyle, and he will proceed. This is the winners finals of Group G. Pokémon, on the other hand, he knows that he was in the driving seat for much of that game. He needs to level the score, and I think he's going to lean into that Shadow Sableye in order to do so. It's such a flexible option, and Lyle's Tinkaton is having to face a Kanto Marak and a Talonflame. That's his best answer to Sableye, but will he feel confident enough to bring it?
It's definitely a tough Pokemon to use. And Shadow Sableye is a Pokemon relatively high attack. That is something that Lyle Jeffs really leaned into on the Shadow Dusknoir, that has a higher attack against most of the Pokemon that Pokémon brought to that game. The charge attack priority tie means that 2 Pokemon fire their charge attack at the same time, but the Pokemon with the higher attack wins that. So in that case, Lyle Jeffs can maximize his energy knowing he would win that and be able to launch his charge attack first.
Both of these players intensely locked in. They have the strategies, they know what they want to do, but now they have information. They've played 1 game against their opponent, and they need to assess, were the tactics that I planned for last night and this morning, do they still hold strong? Is there an adjustment that Pokémon needs to make? Did Lyle bring the Pokemon that he was expecting him to bring? Everything on the line here, but this is double elimination. So whichever player wins will go through, whoever loses will drop down into the losers bracket.
I spoke with some friends of Beas Boy earlier who also played in round 1, and competitors that played the round 1 on day 2, they always have time to prepare, as you said earlier. But what if the opponent does something you have not prepared for at all? That's something that we may see here. Pokémon needs some time to think through and adjust to the Pokemon that Lyle Jeffs had brought here. Perhaps he was expecting the Feraligatr, perhaps he was expecting the Mandibuzz or Tinkaton instead to try and catch the Shadow Sableye, but none of that came from Lyle Jeffs' side. How do you adapt here?
I really think Pokémon will try and use that Shadow Sableye. The Tinkaton is so difficult for Lyle to bring that Shadow Sableye could be a fantastic safe swap option for Pokémon, but will he believe that that is the case? That is the question. He will try and get as much advantage as possible with a beneficial lead, but the Shadow Sableye safe swap gives him a lot of flexibility. It means that even if he doesn't win lead, he might have the opportunity to flip switch by bringing it in.
Shadow Sableye has a lot of attack to have it backed up for its matchups. However, its charge attacks are resisted by Tinkaton because the second charge is Power Gem. We're gonna find out if he did bring it because we're heading into game number 2. We have the Blastoise and it's back against Shadow Dusknoir.
Shadow Dusknoir is showing just how good of a ghost-type Pokemon it can be, and you do see that Shadow Sableye in the back for Pokémon, but he's comfortable staying in with this shiny Blastoise, reaching that burst Hydro Cannon. This will put a massive amount of pressure on the first shield of Lyle Jeffs. It won't threaten a knockout though, so Lyle's gonna let it go.
This is a pretty fragile Pokemon though, the Shadow Dusknoir, but letting it still go. Rollout doesn't do that much damage. And again, we see the charge attack priority tie here. Why is Lyle not going for the same type of attack bonus, Shadow Punch? That's because Dynamic Punch is one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game. It's gonna land. Does it knock out Blastoise? Yes, it does!
Now the question is, if Shadow Sableye comes in, can Dusknoir reach another attack? And if it can, that will be a great position for Lyle. That will be so much. He's already got the Shadow Punch, but he's not able to throw it. He went for the Astonish. He went for the Optimus optimal timing, and it didn't quite pay off for him. So he's returning now in with the Feraligatr, but Shadow Sableye has that energy lead. Lyle knows that this is now a slightly trickier position than he wanted it to be.
What Lyle doesn't know is that there's Talonflame in the back, and Talonflame doesn't really have a lot of places to go, but Pokemichi has the choice of where to use Protect Shields. You see Feraligatr there? You gotta preserve Sableye. You cannot have your Talonflame on this.
And now the Cradily can come in. With shield advantage, it means it will reach Rock Tombs that will one-shot a Talonflame. That means Pokemichi has to try and get shields down as quickly as possible on Lyle Jeff's side. Cradily is such a great Pokemon. It has nearly 80% usage here on day number 2 of the Pokemon Go World Championships, and it's about to put in a ton of work against Pokemichi's team.
Letting the Rock Tomb go through. Shadow Sableye doesn't have a lot of bulk. It barely hangs on. I believe storing the foul play there because he's debuffed in attack, now going into the Talonflame, but Talonflame doesn't pace to its charge stack before Cradily can get to a Rock Tomb here. Looks like Lyle Jeffs still farming up energy here, but now going for the Rock Tomb before the first fly. Do you let this go as Pokemichi? You have no health on the Sableye. You have to protect Talonflame here.
Lyle Jeffs will be reaching for another Rock Tomb. Pokemichi reaching for that fly, the first one coming through, but he's one Incinerate away from another one. So Lyle should be able to reach a Rock Tomb. We've seen Pokemichi has a foul play stored on that Shadow Sableye, but I don't think the Shadow Sableye is going to be able to take out both Cradily and Feraligatr. Lyle is in the driving seat here.
This is a no-fly zone. Bye-bye, Talonflame. In comes Shadow Sableye. It has a foul play bank, but it doesn't have any health. And Pokemichi knows there's 2 Pokemon left. It doesn't matter. Lyle Jeffs takes game number 2.
What a victory for Lyle. He did lose that Shadow Punch on the Shadow Dusk but his tactics were so meticulous. He knew what his strategies were, and he played to his win conditions. Cradily sealing it out. Lyle tells the world, he goes, I am the best bald player in the world, but this weekend, he wants to be the best player with any hairstyle on the planet.
He is doing it tremendously. Maybe he heard you because he does have a bit of a smile on his face there. Or that might just be because he just defeated one of the best players in the world. Congratulations to Lyle Jeffs. This is a double elimination bracket and we are on the winner's side. So that doesn't mean Pokemichi is out just yet. He will be moving on the loser's side of the bracket. So we might see more of him.
Inspirational performance there from Lyle Jeffs. Pokemichi still in the tournament, as you say, and so he will be playing for everything in the loser side of that bracket. It means he cannot afford to lose again. But a great position for Lyle. He wins these winners finals of Group G. He progresses forward in this tournament, and I think that he will have so much confidence now going on to the next round.
I think that the Shadow Sableye was a choice to bring here. The problem that Pokemichi really ran into is where to use Protect Shields. You have 2 sweepers there, but no Pokemon anymore that can take the charge attacks quite well because he let that Blastoise go. And you saw that Lyle Jeffs just knows that matchup perfectly. Most trainers would go for the Shadow Punch from Dusknoir into the Blastoise because it's the same type attack bonus. If the attack you launch is the same type as the Pokemon that you have, it will deal a little bit more damage than it would normally do. But Dynamic Punch is so efficient that it will deal more damage, and it was just enough to knock out the Blastoise, and then you have switch advantage as Lyle Jeffs.
So I think that Lyle recognized that Shadow Sableye is such a strong option for Pokemichi. And so Pokemichi might have expected Lyle to bring a Tinkaton. Lyle knows this, and he knows that Talonflame and Shadow Kanto Marowak are the best answers to Tinkaton. So what does Lyle do? He brings Cradily and Feraligatr, 2 Pokemon that are dominant against both Talonflame and the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and he doesn't bother bringing the Tinkaton. And you see that in the end, Talonflame doesn't really have anywhere to go. Those are my views. We want to hear from Lyle himself, so he's down on stage for an interview.
Hey Lyle, sorry I'm late.
All good, Jim. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, congratulations on your 2-0 victory there. Top 16 now, winner's side of the bracket. You and I talked backstage. You were feeling nervous going into that matchup. How do you feel now?
I feel a lot better, honestly, to get that one win. There was a lot of nerves, but I was able to manage them for the most part. There was a couple little things I did incorrectly, but overall, I think I was able to maintain my composure even through the misplays. So.
One of the moments that I wanted to call out that maybe some would consider a misplay, you had the Shadow Punch loaded on your Shadow Dusknoir. Shadow Sableye comes in, 2 Shadow Claws, knocks you out, you lose that energy. How were you able to stay composed in that moment?
Yeah, I was thinking he might try to do that, honestly. And then the switch clock was just taking so long, I was getting sort of antsy. And then when he brought it in, I tried to click it, but I guess I registered the Astonish as well. So Honestly, I thought I had lost at that point because I assumed his third was Credilli, but I mean, he had a Talonflame in the back, so I got bailed out a little bit.
Certainly helps out getting a little bit of luck. Lyle, your last regional win was Louisville. That's maybe 10 months ago at this point. I know you've had some ups and downs, some nice finishes as well. How are you feeling right now as far as how locked in you are, how composed and focused you are?
I feel okay, honestly. My results for the rest of the season weren't amazing, but I felt like I played pretty well. And we know how this game is. It can be some RNG sometimes, and everyone here is so amazing. So, I mean, losing or not winning every tournament is not nothing to be ashamed of. So I think I'm just happy with how it's going. It's my first time making a day 2 run at Worlds, and hope I can keep it going.
You've been improving year after year at Worlds, and it's been great to see. Congratulations now on top 16. You've had a lot of people that support you on your stream in general in the community. Who do you want to say that thank you to?
I wasn't planning on saying thank you to anyone, so let me just say thank you to everyone who supported me. I don't want to single anyone out or forget anyone, especially my girlfriend, fiance, Wayne. Big thanks to you and my family as well.
Thank you, Lyle. Congratulations again on your victory. We're going to go back to the casters.
A really humble performance and commentary there from Lyle Jeffs. He is a superb player. He's an inspirational player. We've watched him for so long, and he said, you know, I've not necessarily had the results, but I've definitely had the performances to be proud of. And sometimes that's what you need coming into these World Championships, with that confidence in the way that you play.
And he will be moving on to round 2. Now, for everyone watching for the Twitch drops, just a reminder that you'll have to watch the stream unmuted and also have your Pokemon Trainer Club account linked to Twitch. So after 30 minutes, you'll get this code and you get these rewards. You get a research that features the Skarmory that Yakai used to defeat me in the Grand Finals as last year Worlds, and also, of course, the Elite Charge TM.
Yeah, definitely make sure you're taking advantage of watching these streams. We don't just have great players and great matches, we also have great rewards. Look at these Elite Charge TMs, plenty of Pokemon as well. Lilip, Squirtle, and Sentra, these evolve into very relevant Pokemon. We've just seen that Blastoise on stage, so make sure that you get yours now.
And if you also want a shirt, here is the redemption code that you can use to receive this specific Worlds 2025 Anaheim shirt for your avatar in-game. So a lot to get from this broadcast right here. Now we are going to move into our next round 1. That will be the last winners round 1, and then we'll be moving into winners round 2. That's going to be Ice Chris versus Tonton Bateus.
We do have some really, really top players still to come. And we've actually had a few picks that we want to showcase to you of our most valuable players and Pokemon that are still into this tournament. So let's take a look at those, because they are some really, really exciting options.
Yeah, we see from Caleb, we see the Azumarill. That is a Pokemon that's been around all this time. It's been all season in the Championship Series.
And how perfectly timed. My pick is Lyle Jeffs with that Shadow Dusknoir. He's used it just to win his winner's side of the group and progress to the next round. Amanda with the Fortress of Wolfpack. Fortress has been a pick that wasn't hugely prominent at the North America International Championships a couple of months ago, but has really shone here in Anaheim.
Amanda just kind of teasing her co-caster, because I believe Fortress is actually Speedy's favorite Pokemon, but he was forced, I guess, to bring another Steel-type Pokemon, Steel-Bug-type Pokemon, the Shadow Scissor from Emilio, a staple throughout this last rotation as well. And for me, that is Maximilian with the Galarian Corsola. He has a really good one with high defense and HP. We saw yesterday him winning Charge Attack Purity tie, but also winning with 1 HP on the Galarian Corsola in the mirror matchup.
Butters has gone for Shadow Steelix, which is being used by Arrow. Shadow Steelix is a great option in this meta, a great core breaker. It can make lines really, really difficult for opponents, and Arrow will be looking to go as far as he can in this tournament. And then Jim, he's gone for Lyle and the Shadow Dusknoir as well, and I cannot blame him. I'm really excited to see how far a Shadow Dusknoir can go. Genuinely, I think it could be one of the best Pokemon out there right now.
I thought a lot of those Japanese players were going to bring it paired with the Fortress. 2 Pokemon actually that were on the cast prediction. A Fortress, it reminds me of a Rockman if used by its accent at the NESC. Bug Bite is just so strong right now. On these two teams, we don't see any Bug Bite Pokemon, but we saw yesterday the Master of Seasoning, the Spice Lord, Tonton, the Frenchman on the right. This time, he brought a Dragapult. Now, what Pokemon do you think this reminds me of?
It must remind you of your Giratina origin. Martine, you've been in Championship Sunday before. You wielded that Giratina origin, sharing that Ghost and Dragon typing. Dragapult is a slightly different option. It can use Astonish, the hard-hitting Ghost-type fast attack that we recently just saw from that Shadow Dusknoir, but it also has access to Breaking Swipe. Dragapult, however, is a very squishy Pokemon. It doesn't have a lot of bulk, and I'd be very interested to see if Tauntaun intends to use this more as bench pressure or in an aggressive fashion like Lyle did with the Dusknoir.
I don't think there is a lot of bench to pressure here because the Dragapult doesn't exactly target a lot on the team of Ice Chris. It generally targets fighting type Pokemon and elemental typing, but Lapras does have a lot of bulk and it has access to Ice Beam, which Ice Chris does have.
Well, if you're new to these tournaments, the way that it works is each of these players will receive a team sheet from their opponent. That will list all 6 Pokemon available, as well as the attacks on each side. So these players know exactly which attacks are available to their opponent, and they will be making adjustments to their team based on that information.
And we're going to see what these trainers will bring in game number 1. Ice Chris on the left, Tonton on the right. We have a lock-in. We're going to have the Galarian Corsola and its matchup into the Lapras. This is a slightly favorable matchup for Ice Chris and his Galarian Corsola because Galarian Corsola has access to Power Gem, which is super effective on the ice typing of Lapras.
This can be a really interesting matchup for both Pokemon, and that is because it depends on which Lapras and Galarian Corsola you choose to build based on the attack, the defense, and the stamina stats. And the matchup can be really, really intricate. The question for both players is how well do they know it? You see that aggressive swap in from the Lapras from Ice Chris. That's to sponge any energy from Tonton Batus's Lapras. Tonton doesn't fall for a catch, so immediately responds with his own Cradilly. Will he correctly shield this super effective Ice Beam? No, he lets it go!
Ice Beam, super effective damage. Cradilly doesn't appreciate that. Yes, it's a rock-type Pokemon, but the grass typing on this Pokemon takes super effective from Ice, and now striking back with the Rock Tomb is going to deal super effective damage as well, but Pokemon are very bulky and they won't faint just yet. But Lapras is slightly faster. It's getting to the sparkling area to win the matchup. Just don't use a shield. No, he lets Switch go.
So Lapras is there in the red health. A Pokemon might be able to come in and farm this down, but Lapras is actually so bulky that it might still reach another sparkling area before it goes down. Tonton Batus and Ice Chris still both have 2 shields available to them.
Even though the sparkling area is debuffed, it's still going to deal a decent amount of damage. But Tonton Batus Tinkaton is going to be so important here. I really like this play from Ice Chris though, because he has so much health on the Tinkaton still. The Tinkaton is really good into the Cradilly from Ice Chris, but you just use protections on this Galarian Corsola to take out this Pokemon now.
Galarian Corsola is such a bulky option, such a popular option here at the World Championships in Anaheim. That's because we're not seeing many Diggersby. However, Tonton does have a Diggersby, and yet Ice Chris has not been afraid. He's using this Galarian Corsola, he's anticipating no Diggersby on the side of Tonton, and he's showing just how good Galarian Corsola can be.
Do we see the second Protect Shield go up here? Play rough. Galarian Corsola can hang on here. It's not rough enough, but it will be able to get to another charge stack. But I'm sure if you outpace just before the Bulldoze. Bulldoze comes out really quickly. And oh, we see the charge attack priority here. Actually, I'm not too sure. Does Lapras win charge attack priority here? Both Pokemon are very bulky, and Ice Chris knows he presses attack. He cannot shield there.
Yeah, Lapras does have a decent amount of attack compared to the Galarian Corsola. It usually loses charge attack priority to a Cradilly, but is comfortable against a lot of those bulkier options. Lapras still has a ton of energy, threatening the super effective Ice Beam. It's actually going to draw a shield from Ice Chris. He shakes his head, knowing that Lapras could get to another attack before it's able to be farmed down. And here it is. It's actually a Sparkling Aria instead from Tonton Batus.
This might put the Cradilly very low to Play Rough range, but I think that a Play Rough is not going to be enough. Maybe with the Psywave damage, there is a relatively strong attack, but after this Rock Tomb, it's going to be debuffed. I think that Ice Chris might be looking good here.
Cradilly showing just how great of an option it is at these World Championships. It's trying to take on the Fairy Steel-type Pokemon Tinkaton with resistant attacks, and it's doing a great job doing so. Ice Chris is about to seal this game number 1.
Cradilly, its usage is at 80% for a reason. It's going to take this first game for Ice Chris. Tonton Batus, he has to make some new plans here. Is it time to bring out the Dragapult.
Yeah, Dragapult is a really interesting option. It will always resist the fast attack from Credilli. The problem is Rock Tomb is such a great attack. Even when Rock Tomb is resisted, you see a lot of players throwing it anyway.
Let's talk about a very advanced mechanic that Tontonpateus just used, and I think almost won in that game there. The charge, attack, priority, tie catch. Let's break that down. A catch, pretty simple. You catch an attack on another Pokemon. The charge, attack, priority, tie. Both Pokemon launch the attack at the same time. But what if you can pull it off at the same time? Tontonpateus swapped just before Ice Chris threw his charge attack and then got the tie with his Lapras against the Galarian Corsola. Lapras is bulky, but Galarian Corsola even bulkier, so it won charge security tie. And Ice Chris was just forced to let the Galarian Corsola go, otherwise he would expend all his energy on a low health Lapras.
That's exactly right. So what does that mean for Ice Chris? You're using your Galarian Corsola, you're charging up your energy, you want to throw an attack into a Pokemon, and suddenly, just as you press it, a different Pokemon is there throwing an attack at you. And you think to yourself, well, if I shield this, I'm going to use all of my energy on a Lapras that I didn't need to throw this energy on. And so Ice Chris is put into a position where all of that energy is effectively wasted. It's a great, great tactic, an advanced mechanic, as you say. I actually recall you using it in your run to victory at Utrecht last year, and Tontonpateus pulling it out there, but it wasn't enough to actually win the game.
On the World Champion Stage 2, what a place to perform such an incredible play, perhaps the most difficult that you can make. Now, you said earlier, Diggersby is one of the hardest wall to Galarian Corsola. It's because it resists all the attacks from Galarian Corsola. Ice Chris played it quite safe. He let the Galarian Corsola, and then he had two answers in the back. So that makes Galarian Corsola still quite reasonable to bring. And let's take a look if he is going to bring Galarian Corsola again. We have a lock-in for game 2. It is going to be the Tinkaton lead from Ice Chris, and he's facing a great lead here into the Credilli from Tontonpateus.
On paper, this is a really, really good lead for Tinkaton. It's a Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon. That means it resists Acid, it resists Rock Tomb, and it resists Grass Knot. But as we've said, Rock Tomb, one of the best attacks in the game. And Credilli throwing Rock Tomb will guarantee an attack drop against this Tinkaton. And there are situations where if you do that enough, you can actually win this matchup as the Credilli.
Normally, you want to launch your charge attack as Tinkaton before Credilli launched their charge attack, but it looks like that Ice Chris kind of predicted that Tontonpateus would try to switch it. Switch didn't go through. Now attempting the catch anyway, Ice Chris doesn't fall for it, but you don't exactly have a great answer here. Lapras does finding it just based on both, but your Psywave, Psychic type damage, is resist on the Steel typing from Tinkaton.
Both players using the exact same 3 Pokemon, but in a different order. And Ice Chris is actually very happy to see Tinkaton here, because it means that his Credilli is safe in the back. He will look to sponge this energy onto the very, very bulky Lapras. It'll take much more than a Play Rough to take Lapras down, and these Psywaves plus the Sparkling Iris will really start to add up and start to threaten the shield from Tontonpateus.
Keep in mind, there's a Bulldoze debuff on this Tinkaton, so all of this damage does even more. Can it get to the player? I don't think it can. That Tontonpateus knows this. He's going for the Bulldoze. Ice Chris, does he know this is a Bulldoze? Does he put a Protect Shield here, potentially on the player? Is he thinking that no, he counted perfectly and no shield the Bulldoze that does way less damage? And we see again the 50% chance to debuff the defense. It strikes again.
This is actually pretty good for Tonton, because the Lapras has been debuffed and it can be fully Psywave down. The Lapras had so much energy from Ice Chris, but Lapras resists each other's charge attacks. So Ice Chris switches into the Tinkaton to try and land a Play Rough, which would have done a lot more damage. Credilli in the back for Ice Chris still looks like it can put a massive amount of work in the end game.
Sparkling area coming through. Ice Chris still 2 Protect Shields, letting this go, putting everything on his full health. Credilli in the back. He's seen the full hand of Tontonpateus and has energy on his own Lapras as well. But this Lapras is so healthy, it can still put in a lot of work for Tonton. No, he's still letting it go.
Lapras takes down the Tinkaton. Credilli about to come in perhaps. Tontonpateus and Ice Chris both trying to work out exactly how to play out this endgame. Ice Chris still with 2 shields available. That very much, in my opinion, puts him in the driving seat for this game.
Do you bait here, Tontonpateus? I think it is very obvious, and I think that Ice Chris do you need to take the risk here? I think you know this is a sparkling area, but going to Protect Shield it anyway. This would have done a solid chunk. Otherwise, you have 2 protections. You may as well expend them and go for the Rock Tomb immediately. It doesn't do as much damage as the Grass Knot. However, it would drop the attack from this Lapras and make the matchup a little bit safer. You could take the Ice Beam a little bit better if this Lapras would be able to land it.
There is a catch option available for both players. The risk is if you go in, there it is! Rock Tomb is actually being caught on the Credilli. It won't be enough to take down. The problem is, can you now just fully acid this down?
Is this another charge attack priority tie? It is! Tonton4n4n got again the charge attack priority tie catch. However, now he lost that, so he wasn't able to throw his charge attack first, and this Rock Tomb now is debuffed.
Can he reach another one?
We'll see.
Tonton probably could. There it is! Tonton reaches that Rock Tomb. That could put massive pressure on Ice Chris, but it might not be enough to knock out. He's going to shield it anyway. Credilli should have a higher attack than Tonton4n4n's Lapras. Lapras comes in, but he throws the Ice Beam. No! The Credilli gets to the Rock Tomb first, wins charge attack priority, and this will do a massive amount of damage.
Lapras is bulky, is gonna get to this Ice Beam, but remember, Ice Chris also remembers he's smiling. He has the Lapras with energy still. Here it comes. It has almost 2 sparkling area and go to knock out the mirror. Ice Chris, he's moving on to winners round 2 at the 2025 World Championships.
What a phenomenal performance to take these winners finals of Group H. A 2-game victory against Tonton4n4n, one of the best players in Europe, goes down into the losers bracket, and another great performance with some of the best, most popular Pokemon in the meta, Credilli, Lapras and Tinkaton, showing why they are at the very top of the scene.
That means now both Frenchmen, Wolfpack and Tonton4n4n move on in the loser side of the bracket. They're not out just yet, and Ice Chris is moving on to winners round 2. I predicted beforehand that Latam will be very successful at this World Championships. Ice Chris might be the person to look out for here.
You've been absolutely right. So many of these players are utilizing Credilli, especially the Rock Tomb. We've seen both Acid, we've seen Bullet Seed, both have their benefits, and I think it's really exciting which Credilli option will come out on top. So many of you have been watching. You all want to use Credilli, and one thing that we saw there is actually there is benefit to having attack on your Credilli. If you can win charge attack priority in the mirror, if you can debuff your opponent's Credilli first, you have a huge advantage.
And as we see this Ice Beam super effective, yes, it knocks out Credilli. Lapras gives it a lot of play with the Ice Beam into that Pokemon. Ice Chris had enough energy though. That's kind of an offset that you have with Lapras as well. You could choose for Ice Beam to be better into Credilli. You could also have Skull Bash, as we saw on some trainers, such as it's Axen. He has Lapras with Skull Bash. That is for the mirror matchup. So kind of a choice that trainers make going into this championship.
I really do think Ice Beam is the correct play for Lapras in this meta, and that is because of that Credilli. Super effective Ice against the grass type of Credilli gives you that option. It can start to threaten shields, and in many of these situations, shields are everything. And these players are trying to work out when is the best time to use a shield, when is the most efficient time, and how much leverage can I get out of shield advantage or energy advantage.
It is something that these trainers are so familiar with. Ice Chris has won in Santiago and Chile before, and of course Tonton4n4n, the 2023 EUIC champion, I believe the 2024 Gdansk regional champion, which he did with a Seekin and a Clefairy at the time, by the way.
There's a reason we call him the master of seasoning. His spice is on another level, but we didn't see the Dragapult there, and I wonder how much has he actually used this Dragapult throughout this tournament. I'd love to know.
It's a Pokemon that's hard to pivot because it doesn't have a lot of bulk, right?
It's true, although there are not many normal type Pokemon currently being used, which is probably why we're seeing so many ghosts available to these players, and they seem to be doing so well.
Dusclops and Dusknoir are Pokemon we've seen the most here, and here we go into our next match right away. If you missed any of the action, make sure you follow the channels. You can watch all the winners round 1 back, because we're now moving into winners round 2. We have Trent on the left, we have Lyle Jeffs on the right. We saw Lyle Jeffs not too long ago, again with the Shadow Dusknoir. On the left, we see Trent with 2 Ghost-type Pokemon actually, Galarian Corsola and one of your favorite. Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, Shadow Annihilate is one of my favorite Pokemon to use. Shadow Dusknoir is one of my favorite Pokemon to see in this tournament specifically. We haven't seen many fighting type Pokemon so far, so let's see what Trent is able to do. If you're just joining the stream, this is the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim. We're at day 2 here on the Pokemon Go broadcast, and these players are so close to the final stages of this tournament. They want to go all the way. They want the trophies, they want the accolades, they want the memories forever.
And if we take a look at these teams here, we see the Fortress that was on the prediction of not Speedy, it's his favorite Pokemon. It was on Lundberg, Amanda's pick actually. Fortress with Bug Bite and the Steel type defensive type is just so incredibly good. That's why we also see a lot of Tinkaton, because it is double resisted on that Steel and Fairy typing. But on the other hand, Credilli, it demolishes that. It eats this plant alive.
So one of the Pokemon that have been really popular for a long time in Pokemon Go is Shadow Drapion, one of the most flexible picks that is available. It recently received a very small nerf, Crunch. Instead of having a 30% chance of a debuff, that was dropped down to 20%. And at the same time, Shadow Drapion usage really did drop. It's unclear whether or not it's because of the nerf or because of the meta shift, and it might just be the case that Credilli is putting such a dent in the flexibility of Shadow Drapion, because as soon as you Rock Tomb it and reduce its attack, Shadow Drapion becomes difficult to use. So I'm very interested to see how Trent is getting on with his.
That is only if you have the fast attack Acid though, because Bullet Seed deals less damage, makes it much more bearable for the Shadow Drapion. Of course, we know Shadow Drapion has been a staple through the entire championships pretty much. It only received a slight nerf lately. If you've noticed that you receive less Crunch debuffs, that's because it now went from a 30% chance to a 20% chance to drop the defense. So still, I think it's a really good Pokemon.
Yeah, Shadow Drapion is still incredibly flexible, and it's a Poison and Dark type Pokemon. That means it only has one weakness, Ground type. And so Lyle Jeffs might be thinking to himself, oh, I do have a Diggersby that is available that is a Ground type, but it's actually his Tinkaton that is probably the best answer to Shadow Drapion. As a Fairy and a Steel type, it resists the Poison Sting and the Crunch from Shadow Drapion, forcing it to throw Aqua Tails. Tinkaton is so bulky, it has access to the super effective Bulldoze and the hard-hitting Play Rough. So Lyle will need to think, do I need to bring this Tinkaton to protect my Shadow Dusknoir from the Shadow Drapion, or will I rely on the Pokemon that got me through the previous round in Feraligatr and Cradley as well?
I would like to correct myself from what I said earlier. This is actually winners round 1 of the final stage in this tournament. Previously, we were wrapping up the group finals, actually. So now it's winners round 1. If you want to watch all the group finals, you can still see that on the channels, of course. And we have Trent versus Lyle Jeffs, 2 players from North America, very well known with each other. Of course, Trent is a player who was kind of down after some poor performances lately, but now he's picked it up entirely again. And how? He's in the top 16 at the World Championships. What a way to get back into the season. And of course, Lyle Jeffs on the right, someone who's won multiple championships, someone who's been very successful. This is gonna be a really good match.
Yeah, this will be really, really exciting. These players know each other well, and now is the time for them to shine and show their accolades and their performances off to the world. As you say, they are in the top 16 now, but that will not be enough for them. They want more. We've got one player locked in ready. The second player is locked in. Let's get into the first game of this winners round 1.
Trent on the left, Lyle on the right. We're going to have the Lapras into the Tinkaton. This is a very neutral matchups coming up very shortly. Lapras is building up energy into this Tinkaton, and Tinkaton resists Psywave, so it's only so much of a good matchup because Sparkling Area is very efficient as a charge attack, and Lapras pairs that with good bulk.
Yeah, jumping directly into the game there. This was the lead for each player. Tinkaton into that Lapras. Both player has chosen to stay in. That means their switches are available to them. This is a relatively neutral matchup. Lapras has immense bulk. It has great pacing to that Sparkling Area. So Trent is going to try and put on as much pressure of this Tinkaton as possible.
If we take a look at those backlines, I'm not sure how important Switch is going to be here. Dusknoir would likely prefer to be paired to the Fortress, and it might have the opportunity here. We see Lyle Jeffs answer the Fortress safe switch immediately with the Dusknoir. Dusknoir doesn't have a lot of health, but it does resist Bug Bite, so it packs a good punch here. Rock Tomb is going to come through. It's going to drop the attack to Dusknoir.
Now, ordinarily in a matchup between Fortress and Shadow Dusknoir would reach the Dynamic Punch before it has to take the Rock Tomb debuff. However, because Trent came in so aggressively with the Fortress. Lyle wasn't able to reach the Dynamic Punch first. Instead, he's going to charge up to maximum energy and now throw it against this Fortress. It will do a huge amount of damage if it lands, and yes, it does, taking out that Fortress.
This is actually huge for Lyle Jeffs, and I like this play from Trent to go into the Galarian Corsola instead, because you want to get this Dusknoir as soon as possible off the field. This is a debuff Shadow Punch, still super effective, but let's say you go into the Lapras, this Dusknoir would have gone to even more charge stacks.
Now the Feraligatr comes in. This is a regular Feraligatr. It does have access to the super effective fast attack Shadow Claw, but the Galarian Corsola has charged up energy. It's got one Nightshade already. Lyle doesn't want to take too much damage onto his Feraligatr just yet, because he knows that Lapras only has resisted charge attacks to throw. That makes it a lot more efficient to shield a neutral Nightshade and then start to throw Hydro Cannons into this Lapras.
Speaking of resisted damage, so does Feraligatr though. Hydro Cannon, one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game. It's still going to be very close to knocking out this Lapras. And we saw Trent use his Protect Shield there. He needs to get this Feraligatr lower because it does have super effective Shadow Claw damage on the Galarian Corsola. We see the Hydro Cannon. I think this would be enough to knock out the Lapras.
I think Lyle's in a really good position here. This Hydro Cannon is going to put pressure on the Lapras. Trent will now try and see, can I full farm this down with Astonish? Feraligatr is a regular Feraligatr, but it doesn't look like it has enough health to hold on to all the Astonishes. How much energy does his Tinkaton have if he were to come in with it now? I don't know if it has a lot. He's just one off a Play Rough.
Play Rough is coming through on Galarian Corsola. Lyle Jeffs being in control in this entire match the whole time. Tinkaton's going to take this game number 1 for him.
Meticulously played by the Canadian. Lyle Jeffs takes that game number 1 in superb fashion. Every single moment calculated, every single moment coming off as exactly as he planned. And now he is in the driving seat for this winners round 1. It is a best of 3. He needs one more win to progress to the next round.
Sometimes you'll see that switch advantage can be important, that aggressive plays don't really help you. Because of Trent switching into the Fortress, it allowed Lyle Jeffs to align his Shadow Dusknoir against. In fact, I think that Trent went quite weak to the Dusknoir in general. Perhaps didn't expect the Pokemon because he has the Shadow Drapion to check it.
Shadow Dusknoir, not a popular option amongst many of the players here at the World Championships in Anaheim, but definitely a great core-breaking option. It has Ghost and Fighting type coverage. There are almost no Pokemon in the game that resist both of those attacks, and Lyle is taking full advantage. Did you know he did not use Shadow Dusknoir once on day number 1, and yet it seems to be his MVP on day number 2? I wouldn't be surprised if Trent overcompensates to try and suppress how much that Shadow Dusknoir can do, and Lyle Jeffs might even rotate out of it. These players look locked in for game number 2. We are underway.
And you were right, Fareed, because there is the Shadow Drapion. It's lined up into the Diggersby. This is a slightly positive matchup for the Diggersby as it has access to the super effective Scourging Sense. Now, yes, Drapion has access to super effective Aqua Tail, but as you can see, it doesn't do that much damage. That's because it's way more bulkier. Swapping into the Lapras now answered by the Tinkaton. This is actually great for Lyle Jeffs. He doesn't know it just yet, but there's a Talonflame in the back. If that Talonflame was on Tinkaton, do you know Jover? He will be here. It will be Jover.
Yeah, Lyle would be meeting Jover in person, but the Tinkaton comes out exactly where he needed it to come out. Remember, these players know the Pokemon and the attacks that their opponent has available, but they don't know the backlines. We can see them, you can see them, and we know that this is a good position for Lyle to avoid that Talonflame and have the Feraligatr available. We're currently in a matchup between Lapras and Tinkaton, a very neutral matchup where both Pokemon could come out on top. Will either player use a shield here?
I think Lyle realizes with the Lapras being here, the Feraligatr in the back is going to be really good. Does Trent fight for switch advantage here? If you have a very good Lapras here, you might barely hang on to this player. He does. Would he get to an attack? No. Talonflame comes in. In comes the Feraligatr. Hi there. This is not great for Trent.
That is such clean play from Lyle. He sees the Talonflame. He doesn't allow the Incinerate to register on the Tinkaton. He comes in with this Feraligatr, and they have 2 shields available. Trent knows that this is a tricky position. You need to use your 2 shields to try and use up the switch clock. It takes 50 seconds to use the switch clock. It takes 10 seconds to use the charge attack. So Trent will be trying to ensure as many charge attacks are exchanged. Otherwise, this Talonflame will go down.
I do believe that the Diggersby from Lyle just also has energy, and it's so hard as an Incinerate user to catch a charge attack. So I think that Trent, if he wants to save the Talonflame, he won't be able to catch a charge attack against Lyle Jeffs, but he might be able to preserve it and come out with energy later. I think that is the play that Trent's looking at right now.
Lyle is too he's Feraligator's coming in. Trent goes for a catch, Lyle doesn't fall for it. And now Lyle has that Hydro Cannon available onto the Feraligator, but he also has Diggersby available and shields are down. Shadow Drapion does not like it when shields are down, so Lyle's going to bank the Hydro Cannon. The Hydro Cannon will be enough to take out the Talonflame. Scorching Sand's about to do a massive amount of damage on this Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion barely hangs on. Yes, it might be able to get to the Aqua Tail, but it won't be enough to take out the Diggersby, and Feraligator still has all the energy banked. Yes, it would have done a lot on the Shadow Drapion as well, but this is what you have Diggersby for. It is to check the Pokemon that are weak to ground. In comes the Talonflame. It's going to get a farm down. But here's the thing. I think that Talonflame can win the Charge Security tie if you have a very high attack stat on this Talonflame. Let's see how this goes.
I think there's very little chance the Talonflame will even get out of this matchup. Diggersby quick attacks the Talonflame down. Superb plays by Lyle Jeffs. He wins this series 2-0. He propels himself forward on this winner's side of the bracket. Trent, it's double elimination. You're not out yet. You drop down into the loser side of the bracket. Both players still in the event, but Lyle will be over the moon.
Lyle is on a roll. He previously said he wants to try and win the World Championships. He is well on his way. He is now reaching the top 12 at the 2025 World Championships. Let me tell you, Lyle is so back. He's so back.
He is so back. He might not have had a win in 10 months. Most players have not had a win in their lives. Lyle has won a regional championship 3 times. He now wants to bring that performance to the world stage here in Anaheim, and he is well on his way. There weren't any major celebrations. He knows at this point it is routine, and I fully back him. I believe he is the caliber of player that can take it all.
I think Lyle just made the perfect read here in this game too. Like you said, Trent was just over-preparing for that Shadow Dusknoir. Lyle Jeffs read that. He didn't even bring the Shadow Dusknoir. He brought the best answers he had to the Shadow Drapion and the Talonflame, and it worked out perfectly. He had all the alignment that he needed.
Once upon a time, Feraligator was the source. It was the greatest Pokemon in the meta. At that time, it was usually in the Shadow form. Lyle, he's turned back the clock. He's gone for a regular Feraligator. It has a little bit extra bulk. It doesn't hit quite as hard. But when you get in matchups such as Talonflame, you don't need extra damage. Hydro Cannon putting in superb work, but Diggersby as well, closing out that game.
If you want to get a Shadow Feraligator for yourself, though, you can actually get it from the Team Go Rocket Leaders in the current rotation. You have, is it Sunday or Monday? You have this week to TM frustration of it. I think it ends either Sunday or Monday, but now's the time. Now's the time. I'm actually hunting for a Shadow Typhlosion. This is the time to get a Meganium, a Typhlosion, or Feraligator.
That's right. If you want a Shadow Feraligator of your own, go and play in this rocket rotation. Go and find leader Sierra. She has the Shadow Totodile available, Cliff with the Shadow Cyndaquil, and then Arlo with that Shadow Chikorita. All 3 of the Pokemon could be viable in the future. Feraligator probably the most viable now. Typhlosion, we've seen it in the past, not so much in this event specifically, but one of my favorite Pokemon to use.
Yeah, so why do you think that Lyle Jeffs, in this case, brings the non-Shadow Feraligator over the Shadow Feraligator?
I think one of the interesting things about the regular Feraligator is it can tank a few more charged attacks. And particularly when Lapras is one of the most popular Pokemon in the meta, the Psy Waves and the Sparkling Arias really do add up, and Lapras can take down a Shadow Feraligator really, really quickly.
I think one of the things that made Shadow Feraligator just a little bit better before was because of its spacing. 5 Shadow Claws to a Hydro Cannon is extremely fast, and backing that up with a high attack stat, even a Shadow Drapion that would resist Ghost-type damage, the resisted Ghost-type damage plus the Hydro Cannon would almost be enough to knock out. Like, that powerful is how Shadow Feraligator was. But to your point, Lapras is now meta, and Lapras resists water and ice. It really neutralizes the Shadow Feraligator threat, and that's why we see Lyle Jeffs and yesterday also Alejandro bringing the regular Feraligator to just tank a little bit better in those matchups. And I believe that some Feraligator with a high defense and HP could even win the scenario where both Pokemon use 1 shield.
That is right. Feraligatr is such a powerful pick, and many of his friends say that Lyle is the bold, inspirational, powerful player. So let's hear from him. He's down on stage for an interview.
How's it going, trainers? We made a little pit stop here on stage in Anaheim, right by the TCG section. I'm Speediest Chief 2 here with
Amanda Lumberg, sup?
We got to make this one quick because we're going to continue our road trip through the bracket, but I want to speak first with our winner here, Lyle Jeffs. Lyle, we were talking before the camera came on. You said you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I feel great right now, honestly. Just getting to this point, it's like a dream come true, so hopefully I can keep it going, and I'm just having a fun time here in Anaheim.
Is that the key to have fun? Because I know you put a lot of pressure on yourself. Your friends are aware of this. You have high standards for yourself. Now that you're in this mindset where you're more relaxed, do you think everything's going to flow a little bit easier?
Yeah, I came into this tournament with no expectations. I was just feeling pretty loose because I was planning on retiring after this tournament. So it's going pretty well, though, so I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens.
A lot of people adore you. A lot of people are your fans, and you teach them so much with your gameplay. I don't think they want you to retire, Lyle. They want you to stick around. Tell me about your team. Has there been an MV Pokemon for you? One thing that stands out, or maybe it's a core or a trio?
Honestly, a big shout out to people helping me with my team, but honestly, the Feraligatr non-shadow has been very strong. I'm surprised people aren't running it in this meta. There's not a lot of things that take the energy from it very well, and it just feels really strong and flexible. So,
well, I think we should involve Amanda a little bit. She's ready to go. She's gonna honk the horn any second. Amanda, is there anything that you want to ask Lyle?
Do you think you have what it takes to be the champion this year?
Do you have what it takes to be the champion, the world champion, Lyle Jeffs? What do you say?
I hope so. I'm feeling a lot better after that second stream match of the day. So the first one was a little bit of nerves. So,
understood. Well, is there anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you want to thank before you continue your journey?
Just shout out to my family and to my fiance Wayne and to Griffey.
Absolutely. That was incredible, Lyle. Thank you so much. Best of luck through the rest of the tournament. Right now, we're headed to the Sharpedo tank, so buckle up. Hello and welcome, trainers, to the first ever edition of the Sharpedo Tank, where world's qualified trainers pitch their teams to the world's best coaches. I'm Speediest Chief 2, here with Rocha Babyface and 2 Butters. We have 3 incredible contestants for you today. Let's get started. First up, we have the Arrow.
Howdy, Speedy. Howdy, Butters. Howdy, Rocha.
How are you feeling, Arrow?
I'm feeling great.
All right.
I feel like this is a weekend that's going to be great for me.
Awesome. All right. Arrow, pitch your team, and our Sharpedos are going to give our opinions.
Okay, so the team's starting off really strong with Shadow Steelix. I am also going to be...
Arrow, I talked to you yesterday,
yes.
actually,
okay.
or 2 days ago. You were
Yes,
running
sir.
Steelix. I want to be in business with you.
Yeah.
How can I trust you when you change from regular Steelix to Shadow Steelix just 2 days before the event?
With the ever-changing meta that we have here and the fact that we were given...
Okay. Wait.
Yes,
do
yes.
you even have a Shadow Steelix build?
I actually built it today.
Okay.
And that
how can we trust you if you just build it?
That worries me, Arrow. You just built the Shadow Steelix today.
Yes,
Have
it
you
has very similar
practiced
matchups
with
to
it?
the
Have you
regular
practiced with it?
Steelix.
All right, Arrow, finish your point.
It has very similar matchups to regular Steelix, which I have been practicing with. The rest of my team is rounded out with protection against ground types like Galarian Moltres, Golisopod. I also have a Blastoise.
Fury Cutter or Shadow Claw?
It is Fury Cutter, sir.
What do you think?
I don't know. There's a lot of ghosts in the meta.
I have a Galarian.
Sorry, keep going, Arrow. Keep going. I want to see what else you have. I want to be in business with you.
I have a Blastoise, which is good against the grounds. It's a very neutral pick apart from Cordilli, which is #1 usage in this meta, I would guess. And I also have Kwak and Shadow Sizlord to really punish teams.
I cannot be on a person's team with Kwak. I'm sorry. I just cannot.
You're out.
I'm out.
It's understandable. Kwak is an impression.
Arrow, you had me at Shadow Scizor, but I don't think Blastoise is enough to prevent Talonflame from just running through your team.
Shadow's Steelix is going to be helping me with that the Thunderfangs.
I'm sorry, Arrow. I'm out.
You're out.
All right, I'm your last remaining judge here to do business with you. I want to do business with you, Arrow.
Okay.
How is Steelix going to help you from Talonflame?
It wins the 1s and 2s.
Oh, that is a great answer here.
Wait. Does it win with Flame Charge?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you back in?
No, I'm still out. Just wanted to know that.
All right. Well, I was going to pitch you what I could offer you. Maybe unlimited high fives, some water bottles, but I'm your last remaining deal. Do you want to do business with me?
I think the pitch needs to have like some Steelix candies in it.
I had to go through a lot of work to get my Steelix ready today, trading a lot of trainers for their Steelix candies.
This makes me nervous, but I feel like in this meta in particular, it's so chaotic. I need a little chaos on my team. I want to do business with you, Arrow.
I'm in.
Oh, you're in? All right. I got Arrow. We are in business this weekend. Okay, all right, Arrow, get out of here. That was our first shark here. Up next, we have Tauntaun joining the Sharpedo tank.
All right, Tauntaun Batus, our EUIC champion. Tauntaun, how are you feeling and what team are you bringing?
I'm fine. Hopefully everyone is fine also. So what team I'm bringing? So I will just say 5 picks that are really common to play. But I have a sixth one is really spicy. I think I will be the only one to play it this weekend. So I'll just start with something really common. So Lapras, Talon Flame.
Okay. First of all, Lapras, Ice Beam.
Ice Beam, yeah.
Ice Beam. Why Ice Beam?
For Cradily. And Mandibuzz.
Okay, I get it. I'm still in.
Yeah. I just said for School Bash for the mirror, but I wanted to be kind of better against Galar and Moltres.
I'm known for the spice. I want to hear that last pick. I want to even skip those other ones, or I want to know who I'm doing business with.
Oh, okay.
What's that last pick that no one else is going to be running?
Guess what? I'll just make a guess. I'll just make you guess this pick.
Oh, guess. Okay. Give us some. Oh, okay. You're making us fight for the business here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, actually, let's guess. Let's go down the line. This is a Pokemon that none of us are expecting to be used. What would be your guess?
Seeking.
No.
Maybe. No. Okay. I'm still in, by the way. Don't worry.
Tauntaun, if you say King Gambit, I might be out.
No. Not King Gambit.
Okay.
It's okay. So I'd say it's from Galar, and someone already got a medal with it in Europe.
It could be anything. Okay, Tauntaun, you have to tell us.
This year. This season. This season. Yeah, he got a medal this season. He got a top 4.
Any guesses?
Give me one attack.
Breaking Swipe.
Breaking Swipe?
Oh. I think I know. Is it a dragon type?
Yeah.
Is it Dragapult?
It's Dragapult.
Okay. Yeah. I might be in, Tauntaun. Tell me the rest of the Pokemon. I'll decide in a moment.
Okay, so I have Lapras, Talonflame, Tinkaton, Cradily, and last one is Diggersby.
And what's your valuation here? Are you looking to be day 2, top 16, top 4? What are we looking at with this team right now?
My goal is
maybe I know 2. Top 4?
It's top 4, yeah.
Okay. Dragapult top 4?
Yeah.
I can see that.
But Dragapult and Tinkaton. Can you explain why Tinkaton and not Dedenne, not Azumarill?
Okay, so Tinkaton is to really cover the weakness to Galarian Moltres and Mandibuzz and...
What moveset on Dragapult? Like, it has a lot of good movesets.
Astonish, Breaking Swipe, and Shadow Ball.
So no Dragon type?
Regular, yeah. I wanted the Dragon type that can fight back Fairy types.
And do you have
like Dedenne.
Do you have a sample of your product? Do you have a successful tournament run, a practice tournament, something that we can
I tried Dragapult against friends. I didn't want to show it in a practice tournament.
I mean, at this valuation, at a top 4, with not enough practice, I think I'm out. I'm out.
Oh, I already tried
it. I'm going to make a deal with Tauntaun. I'm in. I think I'm in Tauntaun, Dragapult, Tinkaton. I think you can get top 4.
Okay.
You can do it. Let's be business together.
Okay,
all right. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Okay, our final contestant, everybody, is going to be Richie, 1409, a trainer that won a regional earlier this season with the Galarian Corsola and Primeape Core. Richie, I heard rumors you've been cooking.
Sharpedos, so nice to have you here.
Of course, it's nice to have you as well. What's your team?
No, he's inviting us to here. Where the invite?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You have the pleasure to be on my team.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's going to decide who's with him.
Oh, okay. Pick your own coach.
All right, let's hear the pitch.
So I have a bit of a spicy pick. I will tell you about a ghost-type Pokemon that beats Mandibuzz consistently.
Okay, I'm in. Okay, let's keep hearing it, but I think I'm in.
Is this Shadow Dust Noir?
No, it is not Shadow Dust Noir.
Okay, I'm very...
It is also a ground type that can beat Cradily consistently.
Ooh, okay.
It's a Pokemon whose all charge moves are resisted by Tinkaton, but still it can
I don't have any clue. I don't have any clue.
Oh, you said all of its charge attacks are resisted by Tinkaton, but it still beats it.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. And that is because it has the best current charge move in the game, which is Rock Tomb.
Ooh, okay.
And it's a ghost type. I've given you enough clues.
Okay, I think I know what it is.
I also think, and I really like it. I really like it. Is it Runerigus?
It's a Runerigus.
Oh, I'm.
That's the absolute corners of the team.
Okay, I like it.
So were you inspired by Arceus Aurelius and his Runerigus?
No, actually, I was inspired because the
So you stole it.
Annihilate core. It was so popular at NAIC, and I
Ah.
just couldn't break it. So we're like, okay, I need the sauce, I need the spice to break it apart. And I was like, okay, what about Runerigus? It's like so fun. No one is expecting it.
Okay.
And when it throws a charge move, it is like. It becomes a coffin, and that is so funny. That is so funny.
Richie, there's only one coach who has not sponsored a player, but I don't know that you're convincing Rocha to join your team. So you have to sell the rest of the team.
No, the thing is, he wants to pick one of us, so we need to sell ourselves here because he wants to choose one of the Sharks. I know I already have a partner. I want 2 partners. I want to double my odds here, and if Rocha doesn't get a partner, that is too bad for him. I'm going to tell you what I can offer you. I can offer you unlimited high fives. I can offer you a water bottle every 3rd hour of the competition. I can give you an encouraging speech if you go down 0-1. I got a lot to offer you.
I have something to offer you. I can help you do the race to get Runerigus.
Oh.
Maybe he doesn't have one built yet.
I have a counter offer.
Okay.
Can any one of you give me a hot dog every 3 hours?
Ooh. I can make it 3.5 hours.
We have a deal.
Okay, perfect, Richie. I'm in. I'm in.
Wow, incredible. Richie, it looks like you, or it looks like Rocha won your approval to be your coach. So that's incredible. Best of luck this weekend. You are our final Sharpedo on our first edition of the Sharpedo Tank here in Anaheim, California. Trainers, we have so much awesome Pokemon action. Follow along with Tonton Batus, Richie1409, and Arrow, and all your favorite players as they make their way through the bracket. See you next time.
We still have 2 of our Sharpedos active in the tournament. Tauntaun and Arrow are still in competition, even though they have dropped down to the loser side. Me and Speedy are still in business at 2025 Pokemon Worlds. I am Tuo Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
Yeah, it seemed like your inspirational speech offer for Richie was not enticing enough, Tuo Butters, but I would like to hear your inspirational speech to keep these players in. We have still many players in the running here for the World Championships, and as a reminder, we are coming down to 2 players only at the end of day number 2, at the end of Saturday, going into grand finals on Championship Sunday.
And I believe the trainers are already ready. We're staying on that winner's side of the bracket. We have Potamon versus Maxi, 2 European trainers battling it out here. And of course, these trainers have already won their winners finals earlier on in the stream. They are just 1 step closer to getting into Championship Sunday. And if they can win this matchup, I believe they are going to be so close to get to that Championship Sunday. This is an absolutely huge matchup for their tournament odds.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Maxi, kind of a breakout performance for him. Biggest international performance to date. Got a 2nd place as well this season at a regional. Potamon, we've already listed all his accolades from prior, so he's no stranger to the big stage. Both European players, and the funny part is, they've never played against each other before. I looked through their player history. They've never actually matched up against before, even though they play in the same exact region. Potamon on the team with the Lapras, the Galarian Corsola, the Shadow Marowak, Golisopod running Shadow Claw? Yeah, he's running Shadow Claw actually on his Golisopod. A little bit different from all the Fury Cutter ones we've been seeing. Acid Credilli, which is a little bit different from all the Bulletsy ones that re-emerge in this meta, and then the Fortress.
And it's funny how you mentioned that they haven't battled before, because I believe Potamon is a slippery trainer to face because he is always on that winner's side of the bracket. If you don't face him in his group, which he's always going to be the #1 seed, but of course in Worlds there is different seeding as these 2 European trainers dap it up a little bit. Maxi has the opportunity to be able to move on in this tournament, and I believe would be just 2 matchups away from the winners finals of the entire day number 2. So much at stake here. Fortress versus the Golisopod. It is going to be bug on bug here, but Golisopod doesn't mind this matchup too badly. Even though all of your Fury Cutters are resisted, it's not terrible for the Golisopod in the 1s.
Yeah, I think slight graphical error. It is actually Fury Cutter instead of Shadow Claw, which is making this matchup worse for... Oh, no, actually, no. It's the Shadow Claw on Potamon's side. It's Fury Cutter on Maxi's side. I'm getting confused with my bugs here. But in comes the Galarian Corsola catch, and also sneaking in that Astonish because of the timing from that catch. It is going to be now debuffed, and Potamon instantly swapping over to his own Galarian Corsola.
And it's going to be a mirror here, but of course there is the debuff. The Nightshade is going to be coming out. I believe Maxi was that trainer to win a mirror matchup, winning the charge attack priority, meaning he had higher attack, and then also winning the neutral mirror power by defeating the other Galarian Corsola. So whichever Corsola that Maxi has brought to this tournament, it is super strong. Potamon doesn't even try to go for charge attack priority, which is smart. I really like this, Caleb, because he's going to protect shield here and go for the Astonish down.
Yeah, and this entry is not resisted by anything on the side of Maxi, so he's going to be able to throw at least neutral to super effective damage at everything remaining on Maxi's team. And he's got 2 super effective targets there. The Golisopod and the Moltres do not want to tank too many of these power gems. His first power gem is going to come through. Maxi deciding if he wants to spend the first shield or not. He's going to spend it, protecting the super effective damage, but next move's coming in. Wait, he catches the power gem on the Golisopod. I don't know if he really wants to do this.
Also super effective. This actually is going to be an undercharge. I believe Potamon is going to undercharge it to try to come in with the Lapras to farm down, and that's exactly what Potamon is going to do. Going to try to go for the full side wave down, but first we'll have to take the X-Scissor, but that is not threatening enough. The X-Scissor is not going to do too much damage into this Lapras, and now suddenly you're going to have the offensive power. You're going to have the energy for the backline of that Moltres because you need to be able to get to multiple charge attacks. Of course, the Ice Beam is super effective. Actually going for it. I was thinking maybe you're going for doubling Sparkling because this doesn't knock out. Let's see if it gets a Protect Shield. And yes, proper Protect Shield from Maxi.
Maxi needs to sweep all 3 remaining Pokemon on the side of Potamon. Can he do it or not? He's going to get the fly before the Ice Beam's reached. Going to maybe throw on Charge Attack Priority. Wait, doesn't throw it. And actually just going to tank up the Ice Beam instead. Maybe just hoping to bank up 2 moves here. You can't side with this down, but this is super effective Ice Beam. It puts it deep into the red. Can you get it or not?
He's reaching for Fortress. There's a swap for the Fortress, but the double fly is available here. The Protect Shield comes up. The Bug Bite will go through. Maxi will not be knocked out, but he can back-to-back fly here. He needs to do it immediately, and he does it. He gets Bug Bite down. 1 Bug Bite was enough to knock out the Moltres.
The 3-ball flex from Potamon. He is so on point. Maxi catching 2 separate moves in this game, but Potamon, he doesn't have a plan A, he has a plan B and a C, and that's why he's so locked in this entire season. Just like you said, looks like every time you're watching him on the screen, he's always starting on that winner's side. He just doesn't lose these series, and he has, you know, if you just keep staying on the winner's side, you just have a set advantage all the way throughout, as we see the incredible catch from Maxi. But Potamon he doesn't care. I'm going to debuff you, I'm going to farm you down, I'm going to have 2 super effective moves. You can catch the next power gem if you want, but I'm going to undercharge and come away with energy and find my win condition. You blink, and he has 3 Pokemon to 1 on the side of Maxi.
And right here in this position, after you Protect Shield, you probably could have gone for a charge attack here. There comes this amazing swap onto the Fortress here. The problem was Maxi let that second Ice Beam through. If you went for that charge attack, wasn't all the Pokemon in the back energy dry for Potamon? If you knock out the Lapras with that Brave Bird, I believe you could probably just sucker punch through the rest of the back line if you don't take that Ice Beam damage. I feel like Maxi had the opportunity to sweep there.
Yeah, it was definitely a risky position for Maxi to be in, and unfortunately the Gambit did not pay off for him, thinking that he could hang on with enough health to sucker punch down, but Potamon not waiting for that to happen, bring in the neutral Bug Bite damage for that Moltres, and it was just enough. And even if he gets the back-to-back fly, he still had 2 Pokemon remaining. He can fast attack down the Moltres still.
And before we get into game 2, I just want to clarify something for if there's some new Pokemon Go PvP trainers out there. First off, welcome in. We're so happy you're here. Sometimes we talk shorthand of a matchup will be played out in the 1s, 2s, or 0s, and which Pokemon would have advantage. That means if it's 0 Protect Shields used, which Pokemon will win, or if I say, oh, that Pokemon can do okay in the 1s, that means if both trainers use 1 Protect Shield, 1 Pokemon is doing well against the other. The same thing for the 2 shield scenario. So we'll do a lot of shorthand talking about 0, 1s, and 2 shield scenario, and that's exactly what we are talking about. And that Golisopod had a decent 1 Protect Shield matchup against that lead, but I liked how Maxi threw the attack and then swapped out, didn't need to use that Protect Shield. He had an awesome opportunity to win that game number 1, but he can bounce back here in game number 2. He has the Moltres into the Shiny Fortress.
It's going to be good for Potamon because he avoids the Galarian Corsola into this Moltres, the worst matchup for him. And this is neutral Bug Bite, but look at the damage just add up against the Moltres. You have the super effective Rock Tube to guarantee the debuff as well. Even if it's just a fly, no big deal. You get a lot of value out of this Shiny Fortress, and I think that's why we're seeing it so prominent in day number 2 here at World Championships. I've never seen this so prominent in any meta, but this is the right meta call, and Potamon is ahead of it.
I mean, the most prominent fortresses we've seen has been either shiny or purified, so maybe these trainers are trying to get a little more attack, a little more damage on that bug bite. That bug bite damage did help him in that game number 1 to secure the knockout on the Galarian Moltres. Gives up the shield onto the Brave Bird, and now you have no protect shields remaining, and here comes the Galarian Corsola, gonna be able to throw the rock to him. No protect shield from Maxi. Potamon went down 0-2 on shields here, but Maxi did use one of them, but he has no protect shields remaining. But his team has a ton of bulk, Caleb. He might not need the protect shield.
Yeah, this is debuff, but it's still a super effective power gem. Things are not over yet. Maxi still has that shield. He still has a Moltres too, which can cause problems for the Corsola. It's not in Astonish range yet, and you're going to take a lot of damage in the process. Potamon lets the first power gem go, not going to throw the move, knowing that the Sparkling Aria and the Ice Beam's not enough to KO, so has to tank at least one power gem. Does he go for a little bit extra energy here? Maxi closing in on the next power gem. Does he go for it?
Oh,
He's
no.
going to reach it, but perfect timing from Potamon, putting Maxi in a tough position. Do you let this go and try to finish off the Lapras with the Tinkaton? That's going to be the case. Still has the Moltres in the back, though.
That's so tough, though, because you can't farm this down. Fairy Wind just doesn't do much fast attack pressure. You're going to have to go for a Bulldoze. There's already a Sparkling available, and it's being thrown into the Tinkaton here. Maxi has one Pokemon remaining with a lot of health. Of course, he does have the Moltres as well. Potamon just has these bulky picks. He has that full Galarian Corsola in the back. You need to be able to use some of that Galarian Moltres to your Maxi as well. That looked like perfect timing right before that Sparkling was available, but had to commit all of this play rough energy to just finish off the Lapras. That low health Lapras left such a dent into Tinkaton.
Yeah, there is a catch opportunity for Maxi though, and again, these 2-turn into 3-turn options makes it easier for Maxi to pull off these catches. But we see it in the first game. Potamon doesn't even care if you make a catch. He's going to go for it. Here comes the pivot though, brings in the Moltres instead, but in comes back the Fortress, and this is going to be such a tough position because now you can get debuff both in defense or in attack.
Sand Tomb is going to be super effective. There's one Protect Shield remaining. Maxi kind of already knows it. I think he might have said GG, but he's still going to try to fight this out. That is super effective, but he has to knock out both Pokemon. But the thing is, I don't think you have the reach. Even if you knock out this Fortress, you're going to have to knock out the Galarian Corsola, and I don't think Play Rough is enough. You might have the back-to-back here, but can one Play Rough knock out a Galarian Corsola at this health, Caleb?
I don't think so. We're going to find out. He's not even at it, and the Astonish is going to finish him off. Potamon with the quick 2-0 victory over Maxi.
Wow, Potamon using those bulky Pokemon to great effect in both of those games. And it's fascinating to me because we saw him get third place at the North American International Championships with spicy picks, with offensive heavy Pokemon like Shadow Caesar and Greninja. 2 months later, he's flipped the script. He has all the bulk, he has all the moves. This trainer is a phenom.
Yeah, what a clinic Potamon just put on right there. And here's the thing. Maxi didn't play poorly. He didn't really make mistakes. He made catches. He snuck extra fast attacks through on catches. But Potamon just a step, 2 steps, 3 steps ahead of all his opponents here this weekend at World Championships. In my opinion, especially right now in this tournament, he is playing out these neutral matchups better than anyone I've seen on this stage.
And he's really taking advantage of the Galarian Corsola, I think better than almost any trainer here. Able to utilize that bulk, able to utilize the bulk of the Lapras, and then Fortress. Like you said, we didn't really predict this would be a mainstay here in day number 2 on Top Cut when it's the best of the best trainers trying to be as flexible as possible. But look at that pressure. That bug bite pressure is just enough, and then you can either debuff their attack or debuff their defense. There is so much utility there if you combine it with the other bulky picks and you combine it with the talent of a trainer like Potamon.
Yeah, his execution is just on another level, and just his shield usage, right? Something I've noticed in a lot of his gameplay is he knows where to allocate those two shields. You only get 2 shields per battle, so you have to use them wisely. Spending both really early on that Fortress paid off so well because he not only gets switch advantage, he's able to debuff, swap back out as well. It reminds me of the old days where he won his first title on the backs of a Shadow Steelix and a Shadow Charm Ninetales because he knows where to spend the shields either early or late. But you just know that regardless of when he spends it, he puts you in the top position and you're all of a sudden behind.
Well, it reminds me of previous iterations of the meta as well, where he is playing so flexible, right? He is just swapping anything. Remember, I was giving him a hard time for safe swapping Fortress, but it didn't even matter because you just start debuffing, you bring your other Pokemon in, and he's able to dictate the tempo of each matchup because he's able to get into the battlefield, whittle down that switch timer, and then re-switch. So then even if he only has 2 Protect Shields that's already used, he can absorb charge attacks with really low health Pokemon, and it makes the other trainer have to waste their energy on very low health Pokemon. So I feel like Potamon is the one trainer so far. I mean, Beas Boy has been able to dig himself out of so many holes, and we're going to have him next. But Potamon, I feel like, is playing the most flexible out of all the trainers here in Top Cut so far.
Yeah, if you give him a neutral matchup, he is an absolute monster. And we haven't really seen him in a lot of tough positions, but he's in like even positions, and you're thinking, okay, his opponents have a chance, but then all of a sudden, they have 1 Pokemon left and no health, even a shield remaining. Maxi couldn't even have a chance to use it. And so just maximizing every little bit he can, even if his opponents, like Maxi, make great catches, he's able to recover much faster than anyone else.
These trainers are able to take advantage of their team compositions, their talent, and their skill. You can take advantage of our drops. I know you're probably already doing so in the Pokemon Go channel. Remember, all of our titles have drops, and remember to get this exclusive Pokemon World's Pikachu that you're definitely going to get, and this is a co-stream drop as well. We'll get to that later because make sure, I believe these are in raids as well. Of course, there are here in Anaheim to get this awesome jacket. I love this jacket, by the way. I know we had a segment with it as well. It is such a great fit, and it looks even better on Pikachu.
Yeah, that's right. I know you got one for yourself and your wife.
Yeah,
probably
she
got
looks
one
way
for
better than me. Let's be honest. Yeah.
I won't argue with that on that one, but could have got one for your dog too. You know, you have a big dog, but yeah, fantastic. World's exclusive Pikachu. I love this. So they have one every single year different. So this is the one time to get it because we're not getting that Pikachu again. If you get the shiny one, especially if you're in Anaheim, it has a special Anaheim background too.
Yes. That's been such a cool feature between having the extra smalls, the extra large, and having different backgrounds. You just have different ways to have unique Pokemon, and that's what Pokemon's all about. Just having your own personal collection that's different, and I love trying to do that myself. And also, we got a Rocket event right now. I know a lot of these trainers are using Shadow Pokemon, so make sure to take advantage of that. And I'm just gonna be hyping up everything. It's also Go Battle Day, so get your sets in. I was playing a couple of, they were giving me a hard time. I wasn't doing as great, but make sure to play some Go Battle Day as well because we got that going on in the awesome arena in-game, a little preview of what you'll see on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't giving you a hard time. You were just getting out-comped and blaming, you know, people sniping you there as if you're on stream where they can see where you're running. But yeah, you're getting kind of cooked a little bit. That's all I'm about to say. It's okay, though. You're not on the big stage. You're in the booth with me here. We got Beas Boy and Ice Chris coming up. I said it just earlier. Potamon, probably the best here so far in Anaheim in these neutral matchups. Beas Boy, though, probably the best player I've seen in negative matchups. He's in a bad matchup and he's able to win, which is even scarier in my opinion. If we see that matchup, Beas Boy versus Potamon later, that's going to be absolutely wild. But Ice Chris wants to change that narrative. He wants to take a shot at the European International Champion Potamon himself. But he's got to go through Beas Boy. And for those that don't know, Beas Boy, 2nd World Championship, and last year, 4th place. This year, what, at least a top 8, I think, finished so far, but he's looking for more.
And Ice Chris has been a finalist in 2024 Lima. He got 2nd place in 2024 in Sao Paulo. He was 4th place, and he is the Santiago Regional Champion in 2023. An exceptionally talented trainer, running a pretty meta team as well. Beza Boy, of course, one of these trainers that has the Shadow Steelix. We saw that not do too well against Arrow because it was lined up against that Alolan Kanto Marowak. There is no Alolan Kanto Marowak on Ice Chris's team, but there is that Shadow Quagsire. But otherwise, Shadow Steelix is actually looking really good into Ice Chris's team.
That's right. That's right. So we're going to have to see how that adjustment is going to be made. But yeah, I know you've been real hype on Shadow Steelix. I haven't really seen enough of it. You know,
you're about to because in this matchup, it has a lot of play. The thing is, it's so strong because it's neutrality. we see Potamon be able to demonstrate how you can use neutrality to success. And can you use that with a Pokemon? I think Shadow Steelix might be that Pokemon, but it's just so tough. It's pretty much game over if you run into a fellow ground type. So how do you protect yourself? So let's look at Beas Boy's team. How do you actually protect yourself from the Shadow Quagsire? I don't think you do. The problem is you really don't have a hard answer to that Shadow Quagsire.
It's the Shadow Annihilate. You just have to muscle through in that matchup. You can tank the Aqua Tail. They're not going to throw Resistance Stone Edge at you. And if you shield the Aqua Tail, that's fine too. If you shield the Rage Twist from Shadow Annihilate, you're letting the Annihilate still ramp up in damage, and the counter damage is just so oppressive and overwhelming. Obviously, the Moltres has play into you resisting the Mudshot damage, but the Shadow Stone Edge is something you have to respect. Now, one thing I do really like about the Shadow Steelix on Beas Boy's side against Ice Chris is running Acid Crit Dealing, not Bullet Seed, which means that's not single, not double, but triple resisted fast stack damage against the Shadow Steelix. And you're only able to throw neutral grass knot damage or resisted rock tomb, which is a little bit too crazy. If you're in that spot, you're probably in a bad spot. Here we go. It's going to be the Galarian Moltres, one shiny, one not, but that's no Kento Moltres. Don't get that mistaken. It's going to be the Shadow. It's going to be the Galarian Moltres here. We don't know who's going to win Charge Attack priority. I believe it's the first time both players are actually facing each other ever, so this could be a first for them too.
They didn't go for it. Beas Boy didn't decide to throw a Charge Attack, and Ice Chris is looking to risk it all with the Braver. And he lands it in the Beas Boy. Let's see if he pivots. Yes, he pivots. It is going to be the Shadow Quagsire, but I didn't see it. Was that the fly or the fly? It was the fly. It was the fly, but he gets a Protect Shield either way from Ice Chris, and now Shadow Quagsire that's so strong against Beas Boy's team, but Beas Boy does have the Protect Shield advantage here.
Yeah, this is almost a mirror team. You got Galarian Moltres mirrored lead, Tinkaton in the back, and double water on both sides. You get the successful bait there with the Aqua Tail. And that's got to be a tough position for Beas Boy, right? Because if you let two hard-hitting moves go back-to-back, it's going to spell trouble. Stone Edge is going to be reached, but Beas Boy going to get the first Sparkling Aria off, I believe, not at the back-to-back, and even so, Quagsire going to be able to throw the Stone Edge first. One Side Wave off. Beas Boy knows that there's no way there's going to be another Aqua there because no health left on this Quagsire. Good shield from him, but in comes back the Moltres.
But the problem is, there is one Protect Shield remaining. You could go for the bait here, could go for Sparkling. And does he decide to go for it? No, actually just goes for the Ice Beam, goes for the super effective play. Does Ice Chris sniff it out, or does he let it go? No, clutch Protect Shield, and there comes the pivot into the Tinkatong here, and that's the perfect Pokemon to soak all of this energy. You still have your own Tinkatong in the back, so it's not over, but was that Charge Attack priority, or did he not register it?
I think it might have been, but he went for the fly instead of the Brave Bird. So if it is, that's really bad for Ice Chris because he doesn't get the second fly off. It was! That's bad. You can see him grimace as well, but he's locked into this matchup, which is why Beas Boy is able to take advantage of it. So actually a pretty good Charge Attack priority for Beas Boy. He avoids the next fly damage. If it was Brave Bird, it'd be a different story. Now we have a mirror matchup, but there's still catch opportunities on both sides. However, there's still no Lapras on the side of Beas Boy.
I believe Ice Chris was trying to go for the back-to-back fly, but Beas Boy caught him on that Charge Attack priority, wasted that energy, and plus, you didn't throw the Brave Bird. If you threw the Brave Bird, that Bulldoze, it actually might get really close to knocking out, and even if it didn't knock out, you could very win down. So it is a huge pivotal point in that matchup to not throw that Brave Bird. Now the Bulldoze does its reach onto Ice Chris here. The switch timers are up for both these trainers. Beas Boy.
Oh, he catches! Absolutely wild timing here from Ice Chris. Both over the Bulldoze, but just go straight off the fields here and going for the undercharge. I like this play. You get the sideway down. There's so much energy, and you're not at the play rough. Even a play rough's not enough for the Lapras, and all of a sudden, Beas Boy has 3 Pokemon left. Ice Chris just a Tinkaton left.
Yeah, how are you going to do this? Are you going to have to go for the Bulldoze first? I don't even know if Play Rough plus the Fairy Wind is going to be enough. Ice Chris is in a difficult position. He only has a Tinkaton remaining versus 3 Pokemon, but it's not over yet. This might be enough. This is the same type attack bonus. Lapras
I don't think it is.
About 35% health. It's a bulky Pokemon.
I don't think it is. And it's not! Sparkling Aria coming through. Beas Boy, no Brave Bird is fearing in his heart. 3 ball flex here, and the Sparkling Aria connects. He takes game number 1 over Ice Chris.
And Beas Boy continuing his dominance that we have seen the entire tournament run. He has only dropped 1 single battle all of Worlds 2025, and now he's up 1-0 versus Ice Chris. I talked about it in the previous matchup, but between these trainers, whoever's going to be able to move on this winner's side of the bracket, not only are you so close to Championship Sunday, but it means when you do lose, you drop down higher in the loser's bracket as well. So it is absolutely crucial for these trainers to stay on the winner's side.
Yeah, I mean, and let's think about that battle, right? A little quick recap. Beas Boy gets hit by the hard-hitting neutral Brave Bird in the beginning matchup, gets baited by the Aqua Tail for a shield from the Quagsire against the Lapras, gets caught on from the Quagsire later from the Tinkaton energy, and he still finishes with all 3 Pokemon left because he just ain't able to make the adjustment.
It started off no shielding a Brave Bird.
Yes, exactly. Such great plays from both players, but Beas Boy just slightly ahead in every single one of these. Ice Chris, very few mistakes, but one of the crucial ones was going for that back-to-back fly instead of the Brave Bird, maybe just off the count just by 1 Fairy Wind, and that 1 Fairy Wind miscount may have cost him the match.
It looks like we've reached the junction of the tournament where some trainers are starting to separate themselves. We've seen it from Potamon. I believe we're seeing it with Beas Boy here. He is 1 more game win away from moving on. Ice Chris, a talented trainer, like we mentioned, a regional champion, a regional runner-up. He still has what it takes, but he's gonna have to reverse sweep this series. And what's this play? Because Shadow Quagsire looks so strong into the opposing team, but when you just double shield Stone Edge and you just side wave it down, it actually isn't that useful.
Yeah, it's not nearly as bulky as that Lapras, especially the Shadow Quagsire. And I mean, if you didn't even land the bait, that game really would have been over much sooner for Ice Chris. But, you know, I mean, I think it was a really solid bait by him here. We haven't seen Beas Boy win a lead matchup at all, but here we go. Game number 2. He finally catches the lead. He's looking for his Galarian Moltres into the Galarian Corsola.
It seems like it's his first one all tournament. Let's see if he can take advantage. Ice Chris safe swaps the Shadow Quagsire, makes a ton of sense, and actually doesn't even build up the Stone Edge, just wants to get the chip damage with the Aqua Tail. It's clunky though, because you're gonna see right here, double Aqua Tail isn't enough to knock out the Moltres, and you can't Mudshot it down. So actually a bit risky to just only go for the Aqua Tail there.
And this puts Ice Chris in a tough position. If you don't shield this, you get Sucker Punch down. If you do shield this, there's still the Lapras in the back, and Lapras has been a pain for this Quagsire. Do you go for the bait again? He goes for the Stone Edge. Does Beas Boy snuff this out?
No shield.
He no shields. I don't think he cares though. I don't think he cares at all. He knows that he's in a good position. He knows that the Tinkaton and the Moltres core is too strong, getting as much energy as possible before throwing this parting Sparkling Aria. Does Ice Chris double shield? I don't think he's going to spend his second shield here. He lets it go.
And can you farm down with what? Probably, oh wow, actually going for a very risky farm down. I don't know how this is going to play out because these Fairy Winds are not doing much into Lapras. It's very risky here because 1, you could get the doubling Sparkling Aria if you're Lapras. 2, the switch timer might be back up and you could even bank a Sparkling Aria. This is very risky from Ice Chris. Can he pull it off?
Oh!
No, he doesn't.
It does not pay off so far. You know, he's in a ton of trouble here, getting hit by 2 Sparkling Aria in the red already. He's down a shield, he's down switch advantage, and he might be losing this game right here, right now. He has energy, but he throws the resistant play rough. I think he might just be conceding, say, you know what, well played. I'm just gonna throw the play rough just for some fun here. There's just no way that he can overcome this mountain of HP difference.
And he already knows that the Galarian Moltres is in the back for Beas Boy because he's seen it, and his own Galarian Corsola is in the back. So here comes the swap, and there's 2 Protect Shields. You're just gonna start chunking with this Sucker Punch. Beas Boy in commanding position. It looks like he's gonna be able to win this battle and move on. Anything can still happen. It's not over yet, but he is so far ahead at this point, and Ice Chris knows it.
Yeah, honestly, this matchup is ending a lot closer than I would expect it, but there's still another shield on Beas Boy's side. He has the back-to-back fly as well. There's a chance to get Fairy Wind down. Oh, he actually does go for the shield. Very interesting. Maybe he was anticipating that the Moltres was going to come through when he threw the play rough. I'm not really sure here, but the second fly does come through from Beas Boy, and that's going to be the KO on the Galarian Corsola. Tinkaton with only a little bit of health left. Super effective Fairy Wind. It's going to do some damage, but it might not be enough to Simon knockout. There's still Tinkaton in the back for Beas Boy. He takes a quick 2-0 victory over Ice Chris.
And remember, when there is 1 Pokemon remaining for a trainer, that is a victory if it is simultaneous KO. But congratulations to Beas Boy for winning a clean 2-0, and I believe probably the first lead matchup that he's won all tournament. He's only dropped a single battle his entire tournament run. It looks like he is just following up his last year's world performance with the exact same dominance.
Yeah, and he started off last year Worlds also on that winner side for quite a while before dropping to that loser's bracket and then eventually getting knocked out from our co-caster Inadequins. But Inadequins not here with his Giratina here, so maybe a more free path for Beas Boy. I know Potamon's still waiting for him. I know Lyle Jeff's still waiting in the wings for him as well in a future matchup. But Beas Boy, a scary opponent to face when you have the advantage. An even scarier opponent to face when he has the advantage. He was up a shield, he was up switch advantage, and he was up on health on all his Pokemon. This was such a tough position. That second Sparkling Aria was the absolute nail in the coffin if it wasn't already done for.
And the way he's playing these matchups, I feel like he's getting away with something. I feel like Meowth needs to pick him up in the getaway card because he is just doing incredible things on this stage, from losing every single lead and able to get back to win the matchups, or just the way he's swapping, the way he's manipulating the switch timer. It just feels like he just has every little edge on his side. I don't know how he's doing it, but I hope it continues.
Yeah, what a fun, exciting match to watch. I mean, I know it's a 2-0 victory, but these are still really exciting battles. And honestly, a lot of credit to Ice Chris, right? He did what he could, but he had a tough matchup. He lost the lead, and unfortunately, unlike Beas Boy, he just couldn't overcome it with that Quagsire. And like you said, too, the Aqua Tail, you kind of had to throw it, right? Otherwise, he's going to get hit by a potential fly. It gets weird, right, if you don't bait it. He just wanted to chip it down, but I mean, you're throwing resistant mud shots. This is going to be hard to overcome that Galarian Moltres. And for those at home, if you don't have a Galarian Moltres, the best way to use it is with your daily adventure incense. There is a chance to get it. You have the shiny? I'm sure you have the non-shiny, right?
No, I have an awesome non-shiny.
Okay.
It's 1500 CP. It's really good. It's really good. I love it. And it's actually one of my favorite picks right now. We've seen it way more than the Mandibuzz, which is interesting because Mandibuzz was number 5 in usage, I believe, and Galarian Moltres was number 9. But going into day number 2, it's way more popular. So I echo that. Go out there, use your daily instance, even Roar of Time it with Dialga so you can keep doing it even longer, walking around, get those Galarian Moltres because they're pretty strong right now. They're probably going to continue to be strong in the future.
Yeah, with the Roar Time, you technically go up to 24 hours. Now,
well.
I'm usually tired after the first, 15 minutes, but, not everyone's built like me, I guess. Some people are built stronger. Well, you have 2 epic matchups coming up here. Still on the winner side, it's going to be LNDS Harjefe, and it's going to be Magic Mason. LATAM versus NA. I mean, what can we say about Harjefe? He has, outside of the first season of the Championship Series in 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, every first regional from his region, he has won. He has literally auto-qualified for World Championships at the first tournament. On top of that, he has also gotten first place at the Latin America International Championships 2 years ago as well. However, Worlds seems to be his kryptonite. He just can't really overcome a lot of these matchups, doesn't make it very far in these top cuts. This is his first time making top cut, day number 2 at World Championships, and he is on form. He is looking like the Harjefe from Latin America, and he is dominating here in World Championships.
Yeah, he is used to the big stage, but like you mentioned, didn't have that top Worlds performance, but here he is on that winner side. I just want to list off some recent tournaments from him. In Santiago, he got 3rd place. Fortaleza, he was 2nd place. Rio de Janeiro, 2nd place as well. Buenos Aires, 5th place. Joinville, he was the regional champion. NAIC 2024 last season, he was 5th place. And remember, of course, he was the Latin American International Champion, of course, and the Curitiba champion. So this trainer, I think for a long time before Marco Gaude's ascendance, was known as the top trainer in LATAM. LNDS Steinar maybe challenged him a little bit, and then Marto, with the brilliant season that he had in the 2025 season, probably surpassed him. But if he's able to get a world championship under his belt and hold up that trophy on Sunday, he will be known as the best trainer, hands down, in LATAM.
All right, you said it, not me, but I can't disagree with you there, too. Harjefe, one of the best players, and, having even done some practice battles with him, I feel it, right? I remember once I brought Bastion, he was 3 times weak to it, and I almost lost, so he knows his ways around bad matchups. But Magic Mason, not someone to be underestimated as well. Toronto champion from 2023, running a very heavy meta team, but in these matchups, he seems to always have a way to win it. I don't know, has he even lost a battle that I've seen? I don't know. I feel like every time I look over, he has a 2-0 victory, and they look very decisive every time.
He's looked dominant.
Yeah.
And he's played really flexible. It feels like he's remastered his game, his craft, and he's back on the big stage. He took a little bit of a break, but it feels like there's no rust to him. He has been awesome so far in Pokemon Worlds, and for the North American fans out there that are rooting for people in the US, he is one of the last hopes on that winner side of the bracket. A lot of those trainers from North America have dropped down into that loser side. So we got a clash of titans between LATAM and the US here, and I cannot be more excited about this matchup. Once again, there is a Shadow Steelix. I know we haven't seen it that much, but it is contributing to a lot of success. It's similar to your Bastion. It just sits there, it doesn't really do that much, but it's helpful.
Yeah, I feel like this is a clash for your own identity too, right? You're from NA, but your wife's family's from Brazil as well. True. I know you love a lot of Brazilian culture too, but I'm honestly just excited to see these two players go at it. Magic Mason, the team that he's running is one that I ran in some local matchups, so I know it pretty well, and I think the biggest thing to watch out for is Harjefe's Shadow Annihilate. That Annihilate is hard to deal with, especially if you don't have the Mana Buzz on it. The Dene is okay, but if you've been in that matchup before with the Dene, it's not that clean, right? You either try to buff your defense early and you throw a move after they boost their Ray Trace, or you throw it early and they know it's a Parabolic Charge, they can no-shield it, or they can still shield it as well. But Shadow Annihilate in those fairy matchups is no problem, right? Fighting into fairy, it is one of the exceptions here in this meta. Here we go, game number 1, LNDS Harjefe versus Magic Mason, and it's going to be the Shadow Steelix versus Dedenne. Absolute awful matchup for that Dedenne.
It actually is staying in here, and it is going to be Psychic Fangs, Crunch, and Thunder Fang. Probably just going to go for a Psychic Fangs, but you don't need to throw it now. You can just bank up all this energy. Even though this Thunder Fang is resisted, look at how much you're chunking.
Oh my gosh.
I actually love that from Magic Mason. He just said, okay, I'm not worried about your charge attacks on Steelix. I can soak all of it on Shadow Drapion. I'm just going to build to 100 energy and just get out of there.
And in comes the Shadow Annihilate, exactly what Magic Mason wanted to draw out here, because like I said, that Annihilate is a problem to deal with. Magic Mason left with 100 energy, max energy on the Dene. It's going to be much more easier to deal with Annihilate in that situation. But Harjef, he debuffed the Drapion.
He
still gets the Aqua Tail.
That's brutal. That's brutal because this gives the Protect Shield, but I mean, the thing is, you're still gonna have
to. He lets it go.
Oh, no way! He gives up alignment. I am shocked at this. He gave up alignment with Shadow Steelix, but he does have Cradily. He's double strong against the Dene.
But he's double weak to the Annihilate on Magic Mason's side, and there's 2 shields there. I mean,
they have to show the Annihilate, but you start Psychic Fanging it. This is not terrible.
It's not terrible.
You can Psychic Fang it. This does super effective damage, and then your Thunder Fangs are going to chunk, and you're going to outpace the next Psychic Fang, and you still have Cradily in the back, and there's the swap into the Dene to throw the play rough. Oh, well, that's a bit surprising there.
Wait, this is actually really tough for Magic Mason now because Harjef, just like the Dedenne, can leave with a bunch of energy on the Shadow Steelix, then come in Credilli. Magic Mason doesn't think that it's a Credillion back. This is such a wonky matchup because he fought for Switch, and now he's giving up Switch, and in the matchup, I mean, he must suspect that there must be a Credillion back, right? There's no reason he would swap out if that wasn't the case.
And this is going to be the Bullet Seed Cradily, so it's not as strong because it doesn't have Acid, but does get that Bullet Seed through. And here comes the Protect Shield because you know you're not going to use any Protect Shields against the Dedenne on that Steelix. And at this point, the Annihilate isn't going to threaten with too much charge attack pressure, so I really like that decision. There still is 2 Protect Shields remaining. This is not over yet for Magic Mason because this is going to be able to knock out the Dedenne, but you still have the Annihilate. It can still ramp up here.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Your Annihilate is stuck. You can't clear debuffs. And you can debuff the attack. You can debuff the defense with the Psychic Fangs from Steelix. And even though you have 2 Pokemon weak to fighting, he actually lets it go. Could have been a power.
What a goal.
Yeah, could have been a Grass Knot, but actually lets it go. Does he have enough health is the real question here. He's trying to build up to 2 moves, but in comes another Rock Tomb. He's about to be double debuffed.
I think he needs to land the Ice Punch into this Cradily somehow and then counter down the Steelix, but the Steelix is already swapping. It's that double Psychic Fangs pretty much. It's 1 Thunder Fang away, and Harjefe with a dominant performance there is just 1 Thunder Fang away from victory, and there it is. Shadow Steelix has not been a factor, but it's been on the team of a lot of top trainers, and it secured that Game 1 victory.
Wow, what a wonky matchup. I mean, you stay into Dene versus Steelix, but I really like the thought process there from Magic Mason, right? Really great thought process. Swap out But the Harjefe gives us switch advantage. He gives us switch advantage because he knows there's so much energy on the Dene. He knows he has play. And
he has Cradilly in the back.
Yes, and most people in his position might panic. They see the Night, they'll be like, wait, I'm cooked. But instead, he wasn't worried at all. He knew that the Shadow Steelix with that Psychic Fang, super effective Psychic Fangs, can do so much damage, debuffing, doing that neutral damage. I don't know, I might be sold on Shadow Steelix after the match. We'll see. Something really interesting about these two players is, I believe the last time they faced off was at North America International Championships last year. It was, I think, in the loser's bracket or winner's bracket. I think it was loser's side. And Harjefe was able to take the 2-0 victory over Magic Mason as well. He actually caught a play rough on his Guzzlord. But he was trying to catch an Ice Beam, right? So I get the thought process, but he kind of didn't really have a lot of win conditions because the Azumarill was very strong in his team. Harjefe brought the Azumarill back, actually. Teammates are Corolash, so maybe they built similar teams, you know, and thought that Azumarill is pretty good. Into this team, I don't actually think it's that great. With the Credility, the Dene, Annihilate can muscle through as well. Drapan's not bad. Yeah, you have the Diggersby and the Mana Buzz, but I don't think Harjefe brings that. Well, honestly, I don't even know how they're going to play. These games, the way every time I watch them play, it's like just I don't know where it's going to go.
Maybe you swap to Diggersby instead of Annihilate as your Shadow Steelix or Cradilly answer, even though Cradilly is pretty strong against Diggersby. The thing is, Shadow Steelix is okay against Annihilate. And oh, we're just in it. We're in game number 2. And once again, it's the Shadow Steelix in the lead, but it's met by the Annihilate. And Magic Mason decided to sit the Dedenne, and there's a swap into his own Shadow Annihilate. But the thing is, you're behind a counter now.
This is super scary for Harjefe because unless he lets this Rage Fist go, he's in so much trouble. He is actually going to let it go. Great call by him because he gets outpaced, and if he shields, Magic Mason shields, he's ahead. He's always going to be ahead, and he's going to come out as a super boosted Annihilate, but you cannot deal with that. Great call from Harjefe to find himself a way out of this really disastrous lead. Is it enough is the real question, because now the Annihilate is boosted with a Rage Fist loaded already.
The problem is you're putting a lot on Shadow Steelix's shoulders here because you're going to come in with Dusclops for sure, and you're going to have to soak these Rage Fists, and this is going to chunk. This is already boosted, and you have to hit the Shadow Punch before the next Rage Fist. Magic Mason lands it. It's going to be doing about half the health, and there's the swap into the Drapion, and the counter swap in the Shadow Steelix. The Aqua Tail is going to land. The benefit of Shadow Steelix is you don't get knocked out by 2 Aqua Tails, so Magic Mason actually has to commit the 3 Aqua Tails to secure the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, you said the benefit there, but the disadvantage here is that you only have resisted charge attacks you could throw from the Shadow Steelix, and on top of that, you're also losing charge attack priority. The problem is, if Harjefe lets this Steelix go down, 1, it's hard to take out the Shadow Drapion. 2, you're gonna get debuff perfectly from the Credility, just like last game, except on this time, he's on the short end of that stick.
Yes, the Cradilly in the back is such a force because of that exact reason. And here comes the next Aqua Tail. There are 2 Protectiles remaining. If he's expecting Cradilly in the back, you would want to maintain this Steelix right here so you can swap the debuff. And he does. And now his timer is back up. Does he swap in Shadow Punch? Or no, there's a swap into, I don't know about this because this is going to be super effective. And this aligns the Dusclops to come in and hex down. Here comes the Dusclops. 2 hexes should be able to do it. And no, actually it's going to take 3. It's going to take 3. And so Red,
it's just off on the turn. He got the Rage Fist. That's absolutely huge for Harjefe. And here comes the Acid Credility. This is not as good into the Dusclops because he's resisting all that poison damage. He's going to shield the first one. He wants to debuff, but you have a way to clear the debuff with the Steelix. Harjefe not messing around, going straight for the Ice Punch, not trying to bait Magic Mason. He has a catch opportunity on top of this, so it is not over. Things still look pretty good for him. And switch timers are not up for both players, but they're coming up soon.
But remember, this is Acid Cradilly. It's going to be resisted into the Dusclops, and you don't pace this quickly. There comes the Rock Tomb. The problem is, you're going to have to clear this debuff if you want to knock out with the Ice Punch. Actually, just going for the Ice Punch, it's super effective. You're almost at your timer, but you're also almost at a Shadow Punch. Magic Mason is also at his timer. It's going to come down to the swaps here. Which trainer is going to blink first, and they blink simultaneously. But Drapion is able to reach the Aqua Tail, but the problem is now you can 1 hex and reach the Ice Punch. Does the Cradilly have an attack?
I think Magic Mason already with the Fist Bump. He's feeling pretty confident here. You are going to get the hex down.
Is there an attack loaded?
Charge attack priority.
Yes, there is!
It goes to the Credillion. Magic Mason evens up the series.
What a play from Magic Mason. They swapped at the exact same time. They were on the same wavelength, but Magic Mason was able to endure the Thunder Fangs to get to that Aqua Tail, knock out the Steelix, tie it up 1-1.
Great plays from both players here. I mean, like I said, when I watch these two play, I'd never know where it's going to go. Harjefe, honestly, that swap made sense for him. He has to swap there. You know, he has to swap there, otherwise he gets taken out, and his only win condition is catch and move. But he's going to charge that priority either way. Magic Mason, though, head on a swivel, knows what he's doing, swaps over as well, gets the Aqua Tail off, knowing he's going to win charge that priority in that Grass versus Dusclops matchup. Now, we are on the winner side, so even if they lose, they're still in this tournament, but you want to stay on this winner side. You're against the best players in the world. Having a set advantage going into a grand finals is huge, but what a matchup here. It's so weird, right? The Shadow Annihilate and the Annihilate just in general, it's strong to Magic Mason's team. It's also strong into Harjef's team. He led the Steelix, he came in his own, and he was in such a tough position. But the fact that it wasn't a Shadow Annihilate meant that the Dusclops were able to hang out a little bit more. He almost got the Rage Sauce too on the Dusclops, but Harjef getting it right at the turn he got it was absolutely huge. That kept him in the game a little bit longer.
That was one of the best games that we've seen all of the World Championships. That was amazing from both trainers, and it came down to the wire. And like you mentioned, game number 1 was incredibly funky with that Dedenne banking all that energy, and I'm really curious to see how Magic Mason adapts in this game number 3, because I don't know if Harjefe is going to continue to bring all these Dedenne counters, because I don't think Magic Mason is going to bring Dedenne.
Yeah, I think Harjefe has to make a gamble here, because it's hard to lead something that beats the Annihilate, because that's mostly Dusclops. But if you have Dusclops in the lead with Annihilate in the back, you're in trouble here. Oh, and we catch a great lead from Magic Mason. It's going to be the Dusclops into the Shadow Drapion. 2 Shadow Drapion answers his back. Wait! There's no Mandibuzz answer. Oh, and there's no Annihilate answer to a huge gamble from Magic Mason in this game number 3.
Yeah, and how about Harjefe just sitting the Shadow Steelix as well, knowing that he's scared away the Dedenne. You can bring Mandibuzz and it will be free. Here comes the Annihilate, but the problem is you can't counter this down, and you're gonna have to take this Rage Fist or Protect Shield. There's an early Protect Shield from Magic Mason, and that Mandibuzz can come in and soak all that energy regardless, and I believe the Mandibuzz has Air Slash too. Harjefe was able to show some Pokemon, pull the rug out, and now he has a completely different team composition.
Yeah, I like this play though from the Aqua Tail from Magic Mason. He knows that Harjefe is likely not going to shield it, and if he could put him in a range where after boosting the Rage Fist, even throwing resistant counters is enough to take out the Shadow Annihilate, it could spell success for him. But Harjefe not going to let that happen here. Shields completely down for Magic Mason, and we didn't see the Mandibuzz in any of these games. Magic Mason expecting the Seals again, but Harjefe bringing the Flying Dark type, and it's going to be so oppressive into the back-end matchup. Switch Divers completely missed the line again, and now Magic Mason has the Drapion on the Dusclops.
This is wild here. The Ice Punch is going to be coming through. You're almost at another charge attack. You are at the Shadow Punch, but you want to get to your own Ice Punch. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining, none left for Magic Mason. Harjefe just lets it go, maybe knowing that Mandibuzz could be his victory here. It does secure the knockout into Dusclops. Here comes the Mandibuzz, trying to get a healthy amount of farm down, trying to get as much energy as possible. All it has to do is just soak up these Aqua Tails.
And this is really tough for Magic Mason, because I think Harjefe might even swap over Annihilate. He knows Magic Mason is weak to Annihilate because he had to come in with his own. So he's expecting, oh, gets the full Air Slash down. That's absolutely huge. In comes the Dickersby now, and here comes the Annihilate. Can you get to the move? The Fire Punch is going to be thrown.
Does he shield? I think he shields. I think he does. Harjefe does use the shield at a low health Annihilate, because you double resist quick attack. Does Magic Mason swap into his own Annihilate? He doesn't want to catch a Rage Fist, so he doesn't move. Here comes the Ice Punch. That's super effective. It's going to be landing into the Diggersby.
Magic Mason wants vengeance for Harjefe from NAIC 2 years ago. I don't know if he's going to get it. Here comes the Annihilate. You're going to have to get as many counters and Ice Punches
There's
off as
already
possible.
an aerial ace.
But the move is there. Super effective. Magic Mason shaking his head. There's too much health. on the Mana Buzz. It's not enough yet, but one Air Slash will do it, and the range is not even reached. Harjev, he feels it, he knows it. This is his year, he's gonna move forward in this winner's bracket.
And he lands the foul play, and he lands his position on the winner's side of the bracket. It takes this series 2-1. The emotions are flowing. He knows how close he is to possibly becoming the world champion.
He's been a regional champion multiple times. He's been an international champion. He has multiple international trophies, but he has never gotten a world trophy nor made it this far in Worlds. You can see him embraced from his friends and his teammates. They all know how much this means to Harjefe, and we're going to continue seeing his incredible journey here in Worlds 2025.
And how fitting, LNDS stands for Lindos. And that means beautiful. What a beautiful moment between those Lindos, those LNDS, those teammates that mean the world to each other. Celebrating in their friend's victory. Harjefe can't believe it. The emotions are overcoming him. He knows he's so close. He's done it. He's been playing amazing. He's not there yet, but he's one step closer. He has Latam behind him. He has the Lindos behind him. And what a Lindo moment on stage we just witnessed. Congratulations to Harjefe. And Magic Mason put on a great demonstration as well. I think that might have been the best series of Worlds so far, in my opinion. He's not out of it yet. He's just going to be on the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, so much on the line here, too. I mean, as Speed Chief likes to call Magic Mason the Dream Eater, right? Almost about to end LNDS Harjefe's dreams as well here on this winner's side, but just not enough. And you got to just imagine being Harjefe's shoes, right? Multiple regional champion, qualifying for Worlds every time in the first tournaments for the past 3 years, including this year. And yet every time he makes his world stage, he doesn't get the results he's looking for, right? Maybe not the results people are expecting. You gotta see that there's gotta be so much pressure weighing on him from maybe other people, but especially himself. But he knows that he has what it takes, and that's exactly what this Game 3 is about. Absolute dominance from Harjefe here, making the adjustment needed for this crucial win.
And this is what the Pokemon journey is about, and that's a certified Pokemon trainer right there. And can he be a champion? That's what we'll have to figure out. We are whittling through these matchups now. We're going through the winner's side, and the exciting part is the loser side is going to be starting really soon. So you're going to see a lot of fresh faces that you haven't seen all tournament long. And remember, our first ever Pokemon Go World Champion, back then there was 2 divisions. In the Masters division, he came all the way from the loser side of the bracket. So these fresh new faces that you might not have seen before yet on stream still have an opportunity to be the final 2 to make it to the arena on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I know there's a previous world champion waiting in the wings on that loser side. It's Axen. Don't go anywhere though. We got more action for you. Let's take a quick look at some catches you can find in Pokemon.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center? Yeah, so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited! Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these. Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck. Tatsugiri! Oh!
tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokémon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Aw, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff?
Probably Iggly
Welcome back, trainers. Jim Lawson here in Anaheim, California for the Pokémon World Championships 2025. I'm standing by with Chip Ritchie, who's going to be acting as our tour guide here at the Pokémon World Championships History Museum.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. This is a very exciting installment. It's become one of my favorite things they've done at Worlds the last couple of years. A really great look back into the history of Pokémon Worlds, the biggest event every single year. There's a timeline so you can see where we've been in the past. You get to see examples of competitor kits from years past, the incredible different Pikachu and other Pokemon plushies, promo cards, past World Championship decks, and also a wall of champions as well.
Ooh, it sounds exciting. Shall we take a look?
Let's do it.
All right, Chip, behind us we have case after case of plushies featuring all types of styles from World Championships past. What can you tell us about the plushies?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite pieces of Worlds every single year. For a long time, it was just Pikachu that they would feature decked out in some sort of decor or clothing or some statement piece for the culture of the area where the World Championships was being held. And the most recent World Championships as well, Pikachu's been joined by tons of other casts of characters. One of my personal favorites from this year is that Machamp with the Letterman jacket.
I love the Machamp, absolutely. You know what I noticed though, Chip? Wasn't the first time that we've seen a plushie from Anaheim. It's not our first time in Anaheim for the World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. This is actually the third time the Pokemon World Championships have been held here in Anaheim. Previously, 2006 and 2017 took place in this same building.
Well, we have lots more to look at. Let's move on to the next exhibit. We're here at the Wall of Champions, recognizing champions from tournaments past from all games. Chip, walk us through what trainers can expect here at the Wall of Champions.
Yeah, you get to see a feature of each of the trainers who became a world champion that year in each age division, each different pillar of the franchise, alongside the Pokemon they used, be it on their team, with their friends on Pokemon Unite, or their trading card game deck list. This is just one of the many different features here at the World Championships History Museum. So much more to see, Jim.
And what I can't wait for is later on this weekend, we're going to be adding more names to that Wall of Champions. So make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the action.
This is the third time the World Championships has been held in Anaheim, California, but this is the first time it's been held there for Pokémon Go. All of these trainers have been ready, they've been waiting, and we're also ready to go. I'm Amanda Lundberg, also known as Lundberger, here alongside Speediest Chief 2, and we're still on the winner's side of the bracket.
It's absolutely incredible. The matchup we just saw with LNDS Harjefe taking on Magic Mason. I was talking with you, Amanda, backstage, watching his emotion. It was like he won the whole thing, you know? He just couldn't believe he got past such an incredible trainer. But let's take a look here at our overall bracket. Lots of Titans have fallen. In that round one, Ice Chris taking down Tonton Batus, and his Dragapult was very impressive. Harjeff winning that 2-1 versus Magic Mason. Were there any other shocking matches to you?
It's not even so shocking because all these players are such high caliber, and even though you sometimes see that 2 next to a 0, it just doesn't show how close these matches have sometimes been. Sometimes it's gone to 1 HP and a dream, as we call it. And honestly, sometimes it just comes down to amazing team reads, a fantastic catch, or just that pivotal moment when they understand their win condition and what it takes to seal the deal.
What if I told you, Amanda, that our next matchup on stage features a trainer that is arguably the best in Canada versus our reigning EUIC champion in Potamon? You and I
Hi. A lot of similarities between the teams, so it will be quite interesting to see how they will navigate around. Really, I'm looking at the only common pick between them is that Credilli.
Exactly right. Not a lot of shared Pokemon here, but a lot of shared roles. We have an Astonish user in the Shadow Dusknoir from Lyle Jeffs versus that Galarian Corsa from Potamon. We also have a couple of other kind of similarities in steel typings. We've got the Tinkaton for Lyle Jeffs, the Fortress for Potamon. That's the thing, right? A lot of these Pokemon kind of slot into similar roles, right. But once you make that switch, once you switch up from Lapras to Feraligatr, for example, your team changes drastically.
And something that I know that you, I watched the Sharpedo episode that you did a little bit earlier on. I know we keep bringing it up, but tell me your thoughts of Dusknoir. Do you think that this Pokemon is actually going to be the play Pokemon one, the one that is going to be making the plays for the championship?
I can tell that you watched the Sharpedo tank because anyone who has Shadow Dusknoir on their team did not get a vote from me, all right? I don't know what it's going to take for Shadow Dusknoir to come out on top, but if it does, it would be quite the surprise. But these elite trainers, they see things. They see things that we don't even realize until it's hindsight and it's obvious. Maybe that Shadow Dusknoir, keeping Pokemon like Annihilate on the bench, hitting hard with that Astonish, and then dynamic punching Pokemon like Lapras and Cradily. Maybe it is the secret sauce going into this next round. But again, we are on the winner's side bracket. The air is getting thinner, the climb is getting more steep, but Lyle Jeffs and Potamon are up for the challenge.
Looks like they are getting ready to kick it off. We're gonna see what is coming to take the field here. We got a Gliscopod up against a Cradily, and you will notice that this one is Shadow Claw.
Exactly right. Shadow Claw not going to be as good for the Gliscopod here, but those X-Scissors will hit for super effective all the same, and it's going to outpace the Cradily as well, forcing that first Protect Shield away from Lyle Jeffs.
Going ahead and shielding this up, wants to keep the Cradily nice and healthy because he knows that this Rock Tomb is going to be doing quite a bit to the Gliscopod. And I like this play by Lyle. He's going ahead farming up a little bit of extra energy, and he gets that first shield of Potamon in return.
No, absolutely. The Rock Tomb would have threatened this Gliscopod quite a bit, but now it's slowed down, and I feel like Lyle Jeffs is safe to no-shield the second X-Scissor if he decides to do so. He's going to stay in this matchup a little while longer. And again, the Gliscopod's going to outpace. It's only 10 turns each of these charge attacks, and we are going to see the pivot from Potamon into his own Cradily.
Going ahead and still throwing Lyle Jeffs, recognizing, okay, I'm at least going to slow this other Cradily down. Now the attack isn't going to be as big for whatever comes in, but this is why Cradily is usually such a good safe swap, is because no matter what comes in, no matter what happens, usually you're going to be able to have either take a Rock Tomb, or in this case, an attack that is actually very effective against one of the more bulky Pokemon. Look how much this still does.
Lyle Jeffs pondering, but he knows his Diggersby can absorb at least one Grass Knot, and this is an Acid Cradily as well from Potamon. Ground typing on Diggersby is going to resist that, and we talk about Bullet Seed versus Acid a lot. The attack drop on the Scorching Sands is also very nice this matchup because it makes the Acid basically do nothing against the Diggersby.
I mean, we had already a debuff from that Rock Tomb for that first Grass Knot, and now the Scorching Sands got another one. Lyle Jeffs comfortably no-shielding at this point, knowing that it's not only the charge attacks that he has to be wary of.
I really appreciate Lyle's subtlety as well. He kind of waits a half a turn to make sure Potamon's not going to try to catch. In the middle of that Acid, he decides to throw the Fire Punch. The hesitation is small, but it makes a big difference.
And at this point, too, what are you going to come into with the Gliscopod with Shadow Claw? You can't Shadow Claw that down. Has to come in with the Lapras. Has to take this attack. Another Scorching Sands. Looks like this time there is no attack debuff, so this Lapras is nice and healthy and ready to go up against that Feraligatr.
The mighty Feraligatr hits the field yet again. It's taking down Galarian Moltres. It's taking down tons of opponents, and Lyle wants it to take down this Lapras as well. Sparkling Arya, you saw him glance over the team sheet, just making sure this was not Skull Bash. Can this Feraligatr chew its way through the rest of the back line?
Well, he's going to have to go ahead and take 2 charge attacks if he wants to, using that second Protect Shield in this moment, because he wants to keep that Feraligatr healthy. Look how much energy is on this Pokemon, 100% firing off that first Hydro Cannon.
I'm telling you, I mean, Lyle Jeffs, he usually thanks a Hydro Cannon for a rainy day, but he's got summer showers here in Anaheim. That connects. Shadow Claw threatens and forces Potamon to swap into the Gliscopod.
This is so dangerous. Feraligatr with energy is proven to be so costly for the other opponent. Potamon forced to use a shield from the Gliscopod, even though it's not very effective attack. He does look like he wins that charge attack priority. There are no Protect Shields remaining. See you later, Feraligatr.
This is a little bit sticky because the Gliscopod will pick up the knockout, but the switch timer for Potamon is dry. Lyle Jeffs has to remember how much energy he has on his Cradily. Does he even want to risk switching in? I think he needs to. He needs to swap to the Diggersby and catch.
He's going to go ahead and try for it, and he's successful there. But Potamon going for what you see here is an undercharge, deciding to get it up at least to a great. He wants to knock out the Diggersby. He recognizes Shadow Claws would not be enough.
Timer's almost up. Oh my goodness, the awareness by Lyle just to throw the rock to him. If he would have waited just another second, that Lapras would have been available for Potamon, so he is able to pick up the knockout here on the bug type. Lapras comes out. How much energy does it have? It's a race. Acid, Psywave. Lapras doesn't get there.
Going ahead, getting to that fast attack there. It looked like he was almost at that Sparkling Aria to be able to throw. It comes down to the wire. It comes down to these split seconds.
No, literally a half second. I think that's what Potamon is going
to... Split that second and then split it again.
Yeah, back it up, flip it, and reverse it, right? It looks like Potamon is going to speak with the judges here just a second because every single Psywave mattered in that matchup. You saw how low the Cradilly was. You saw the margin of error there was literally a half second. Potamon just wants to make sure, and at least in my assumption, he wants to make sure that the Psywaves went through as intended and that he got the damage that Lapras was dishing out.
Because if you saw it, it was getting very close. The bubbles were getting full.
Yeah.
Might have been that the damage registered from the acid right before he was able to get to it. But that's something that, obviously, like we just talked about, that we can check with the judges, make sure that is going to go as planned.
I really want to shout out to our judging staff. I know Anna asked for a round of applause earlier up during the show intro. I thought that was wonderful. I mean, we really need to be grateful for all of our incredible staff, our judges that take a very close look here. We say it all season, right? We want our players to get the best possible chance. We want the best competitor to win. And I feel like our judging staff does their best to make sure that all of the reviews are, you know, done in timely fashion. You know, look at all the details, consider all the options. And the World Championships, you want to get it right.
Exactly, yeah. We got championships on the line there a little bit. One thing I do want to bring up, because I thought that perhaps it was going to come down to something else. This is the portion of it that is going to be in review. You see how little health is left on the Cradilly, and you can see that the charge attack is almost ready on the Lapras. Looked like it was full, and you can see even the expressions on both of their faces.
It's so funny because Lyle Jeffs raises his head looking at Potamon, and Potamon raises his head looking over the judging team. He's like, I want you to just zoom in a little bit.
Just maybe slow it down just a second.
Yeah, just take another look at that for me, will you? And it looks like there's going to be some discussion. Again, Lapras comes in, and you can see the damage applying. I think the really important thing to consider is would that additional Psywave have made the difference? If you look at Cradilly, you kind of estimate how much damage the fast attacks are doing. You kind of eyeball it from time to time, but our judging staff's got the replay, the rewind, they got everything back there, so I'm sure that they will come to the correct decision.
You're putting this so well, so eloquently. For people who are maybe tuning in, not quite understanding also the attack registration of a 2-turn versus a 1-turn fast attack. Maybe we could explain that quickly too while we're already going under a little match review.
Oh, of course. So in Pokemon Go, everything is turn-based. Even though it feels like it's real-time, it is real-time, but it's also turn-based because turn is a half second, and you have 5 different variations of fast attacks: 1-turn, 2-turn, 3-turn, 4-turn, and 5-turn. 5-turn's the easiest one to remember. It's Incinerate. That's pretty much it.
And it's the only one that we have currently.
It's the only one. But the main point we want to make is that damage applies at the end of the turn cycle. So if you have a 3-turn bubble, that bubble doesn't hit until the 3rd turn, so 2nd and half. And when we look at matchups like this, we say, oh, well, the Acid's going to apply on turn 2, but the Psywave, because it's only 1 turn, applies instantaneously. So we wanted to see there if the Psywaves would have applied or if the Acid kicked in right when it needed to.
So we do have word about these matches because we could see from that rewind that Potamon would have been able to get to the attack. A rematch has been granted, and because of this, Lyle Jeffs has recognized that he would have lost that matchup and has given that win to Potamon.
I mean, let's talk about sportsmanship.
Yeah,
right?
very much so. It's not required to do, but sometimes I think at this level, when real recognizes real, they say, okay, that game should have been yours, and please let me give it to you. And really, applauding, hands clapping for Lyle Jeffs.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about the Pokemon a little bit more since we got past that. Our trainers are ready. One of them is locked in. The other one is following suit really quickly here. Amanda, quick, is there anything else that you want to see? Do you want to see that Shadow Dusknoir? Do you want to see Shadow Kento Marowak come out for Potamon? What do you think?
I mean, this is like team that Lyle Jeffs has put together kind of negates how powerful that Shadow Kento Marowak has been. It has one big target in Tinkaton. But the rest of the team is pretty neutral to it across the board, and you definitely need shields to hide behind if you're Potamon. And so I would expect that to actually stay on the bench.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think only one target, it's too risky. Let's jump right into game number 2 here. Potamon leading the series 1-0. We've got Golisopod versus Cradilly.
The second verse, same as the first. This is how the last one started out. You will notice again that the Golisopod does pace to its attack first, and it looks like Potamon even trying to go for charge attack priority, recognizing that since he has the higher attack, he would have been able to throw first, but Lyle Jeffs didn't even bother throwing right away, knew that he was going to have to shield up anyway, and now it looks like he will probably charge up a little bit more before throwing his own.
Yeah, perfectly said. Rock Tomb is going to be a massive threat. It does get stab or same time attack bonus from the Cradilly, so the Golisopod would have been absolutely destroyed if that would have hit, but it does drop that attack. Looking for another charge attack priority, Lyle Jeffs is evolving his strategy throughout the series. He recognizes that Potamon has habits, he has tendencies. He's not going to allow him to trigger the charge attack priority there.
And going ahead and just charging up a little bit more. Last time Potamon swapped out, will he use both protections? Because the Golisopod will go down at this point. Yes, forcing himself to do this. Now he is double debuffed, but he has a lot of energy.
I'm going to kind of project a little bit here. I think we're about to see the Shadow Dust Noir show. It's got a protection advantage. It's got 2 neutral targets in the back. Let's see what Lyle decides to do. Down goes Cradilly. I assume the Feraligatr will come out here, and it does. Swap now into the Lapras. Here comes Shadow Dust Noir.
Going ahead, just throwing hands there. We'll be able to go for a Sparkling Aria. There is 1 Protect Shield left on Lyle Jeff's side, but there is none left on Potamon's. And this is why I think a lot of trainers have opted to use that Dust Noir, because once you get up to that dynamic punch, you can see that it is going to do a ton of damage.
Wow, did you see the overcharge there from Lyle getting melted by the sideways, but Dust Noir stands strong. Dynamic punch, super effective damage into the Lapras. He might even have the Shadow Punch to boot. He's reaching for it. Let's see what Potamon decides to do.
Yeah, a couple decisions here as Potamon that is on Shadow Claw, so that could be intentional to do something, but the one turn Bug Bite there going in, knocking out that Dust Noir, and then comes the Feraligatr. Feraligatr up against the world, already at Hydro Cannon 1, no Protect Shields on the side of Potamon.
Yeah, and an immediate throw as well. I think that the threat of the Rock Tomb or the Sand Tomb is just too much. Lyle wants that damage as fast as possible, but I gotta be honest, Amanda, Feraligatr's got a lot of work to do here if Lyle's gonna win this battle.
He does have a Protect Shield to hide behind, but very smart play here by Potamon, throwing that Rock Tomb, making sure that the Hydro Cannons are not going to be hitting as hard. But if you look at the range on that Fortress, if you look at the range on that Golisopod.
And here's the thing, he's only 2 Shadow Claws away from the Hydro Cannon. We saw Feraligatr will lose the charge attack party to Golisopod. He takes down the Fortress. How close is the Golisopod? It's got it!
It's already there! Going for the X's, or no Protect Shields on either side, making sure to swipe all of the bubbles. Is this enough? It looks like it is!
Wow, big KO there from your EUIC champ, Potamon, taking down the Feraligatr. I mean, the question always becomes, right, like what could Lyle have done differently, knowing he lost the charge attack priority? You could argue the game had kind of been sealed when Potamon flipped and sent that Golisopod to the back with the Sword Energy.
And I think that just also shows how good of a trainer Potamon is. If you think about that, he has been playing every single time we've noticed, he's making sure he has a little bit of energy on his Pokemon before he swaps out, and he knows how much he had left over. And chances are, Lyle Jeffs also knew how much he had. I know that he has energy banked. I know that I need to throw, but at this point, does it even matter?
Yeah, you could see him, he was doing his battle, and he looked up across the table, trying to get any read, any kind of information from his opponent, and Potamon gave him nothing because he already knew, right? Like you said, these trainers keep track of energy to the T. They know exactly where their opponent is. And I mean, you have to do that if you're going to compete at the highest level.
I wonder if Potamon has been watching the streams and seeing the Psyduck wave go across and feeling like, yes, this tournament is made for me, because he saw his plushie. Pato means duck in Spanish, and so I think that he has a lot on his side.
No, I mean, I think if he had his choice of transition stingers and what he wanted to see, it was definitely going to be the Psyduck, to your point. But what a series. We did get to see that Shadow Dust Noir come out here, land the dynamic punch into the Lapras, threaten a lot of the back line here, but it just didn't have the HP to hang on. And the Golisopod, I'm going to be honest, Amanda, Golisopod in this meta is one of the top attack stats that you can even ask for. As a species, it's just going to win charge attack priority more often than it will lose it. loses to Shadow Scizor, but I mean, that's kind of an outlier. That Pokemon attack is just sky high.
I have actually lost to some Shadow for alligators as a guy spot, and I was like, wait a minute, I feel like I should always win this. But yes, it's really what has the higher attack.
Well, for Lyle as well, during our interview, he talked about regular for Alligator. He said it was really overlooked, but he said the main reason he opted for that instead of the traditional Shadow is just its durability, its ability to withstand matchups, to stay in fights longer, and get off those Hydro Cannons, which have been so good for him in the tournament so far. But when you have things like Totodile Community Day, you could be super, super selective about which for Alligator you pick. And maybe Lyle decided, you know what, I want HP, I want defense, I want to be as bulky as possible. And that kind of led to, losing the charge attack priorities versus Ice.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because when you're building your team, you have to realize, okay, what plays well together? What are my threats, and how can I counter those sorts of threats? So I'm sure that he went through and he, had a check mark and a checklist of each Pokemon. And I mean, you mentioned this a few seasons ago, and I thought it was really smart. You were saying, like, I've noticed that Shadow for Alligator tends to be more in the lead if people are using it, but if it is a regular one, because it has a little more bulk, because it can hang on and potentially flip scenarios, you saw that more in that safe swap position.
Exactly right. No, I definitely agree. I agree with past self.
Yeah, you agree with yourself? Yeah.
Oh, what a surprise. But no, I think that's a very prescient point. Again, sometimes the Pokemon that people have on their team kind of tips a hat to the strategy. If you remember yesterday, we saw Talonflames on both sides of the field, one with Flame Charge, one with Brave Bird. We called it out. We said, you know what? Brave Bird Talonflames like to be in the lead so that they can deploy the Brave Bird and swap out to clear the debuff.
Get out of there.
And we did see that. So, we're safe here in the booth. We're not nearly as competitively sound as these trainers on the stage, but sometimes we get it right.
I will say, speaking of competitively sound people, let's go ahead and look at the trainers on the stage. We have Beas Boy, who was in the top 4 of last year's Worlds. Looks like he's well on his way, but he's going to have to get through that 2023 LAIC champion, Harjeff.
There's so many incredible storylines here. Just think back to Worlds in Hawaii when Beas Boy was crushing the competition up there, and Harjeff. This to me feels like a very important moment in his career because, like you said, he did claim that LAIC crown. In Curitiba that season, he was the first trainer to ever win with a flawless record, 18-0 in games played. He is a titan, and there's no other way to frame it. But he's been kind of in the shadows. He's kind of been taking that second place trophy or that top cut. Not the kind of sky-high standards that he's used to. And now at Worlds, you're going to see the emotion on full display because these wins mean something to him.
Absolutely, and we don't get the opportunity to see Beas Boy play so often because he's one of the circuits that isn't streamed. However, I was so impressed last year with all of his work. We had a little discussion among the casters earlier on, like, who do you think is going to take it all the way? Who do you think is going to be our champion? And I said, I really have my eye on Beas Boy this year. I think he played so well, and he's just one of those trainers that seems to adapt, but he does it so quietly, right? Yes. It's like, he's someone that even though he's going so far, he's doing so well, he's still sliding a little bit under the radar. He's still saying, okay, he's taking names.
Completely valid, right? One of the 2 trainers from India attending the Pokemon Go World Championships here in Anaheim, and he's been every ounce as impressive as we expected. As these 2 trainers kind of lock in, they do have their headsets on now. Were there any Pokemon that you wanted to highlight? We do see Tinkaton, or excuse me, that's still Lyle's team there on the graphic. We're going to get Beas Boy's team. We do have the Tinkaton, in fact, but the Shadow Steelix on both sides and the Shadow Annihilate. Up until Harjeff met Magic Mason, I thought that Magic Mason was the best Shadow Annihilate player here in the venue.
Well, we're about to see because there's quite a few of them in this tournament still. And one thing I want to point out, sometimes when we've seen the Shadow Annihilates up against other teams, like we saw previously when Magic Mason was playing, there were so many targets. There was that Dilly, there's not as many targets on Harjeff's side because though there are heavy-hitting things that it can attack, like that Credilli, there's still so many counters to that Pokemon on the team. If you look on the other side as well, I mean, what targets really are there for that Shadow Annihilate besides the Lapras, which can hit back, and sort of the Steelix?
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? We talk about role compression a lot when we analyze competitive teams. And if you look at Beas Boy's team, he's got a fighting-type Shadow Annihilate, a ground-type Steelix, a dark and flying Galarian Moltres, a ground-type Shadow Kento Marowak. And what Pokemon on Harjeff's team can hit all of them for super effective in some way, shape, or form? Azumarill. Azumarill's got incredible roll compression. That's why it's basically the mascot of the Open Great League, and I would be very shocked not to see it here in this battle number 1.
Knowing that Annihilate doesn't have as many counters, I think for either trainer, you feel a little bit more comfortable probably bringing that Steelix. And to your point, Will, with Azumarill being so good for Hardjeff, you almost need to, because even though Azumarill can take a lot and will, get some damage with that bubble, having the electric type attack onto the Azumarill and a Psychic Fangs to be able to lower the defenses is really going to pressure the Azumarill over time.
Exactly. You have to be creative if you want to find ways around Pokemon that your team is weak to. But let's go ahead and jump right in. This is going to be a banger. We've got Beelzebub Boy taking on Elendius Hardjeff. Azumarill takes the lead versus Shadow Kento Marowak.
Shadow Kento Marowak with 2 shields. We've seen this time and time again. It's a very popular and potent Pokemon, but it definitely needs to be worried about the Ice Beam. Going ahead and just storing up all of that energy before swapping to the Lapras, and now being hit with the Annihilate. But as you can see, those Side Waves also do a nice chunk of damage.
This is so tricky, right? Because we did see 2 bubbles from the Azumarill before the swap. That's 6 turns worth of energy given over to this Lapras. No protection comes up, but Beelzebub Boy might be able to double up in the Sparkling Aria. He's got to be incredibly precise with the Sideways from here on out.
From one side, then throwing the first one here, getting that first Protect Shield from Hardjeff, and will he be able to get to the another one? Looks like he is not quite able to get there. The regret also shows on his face because the counters were doing more damage from that Rage Fist, and unfortunately for him, that was the perfect timing for Hardjeff.
The damage ramp up there from the Rage Fist, it closed the gap and allowed Hardjeff to get the knockout right when he needed it. The Bone Club, I believe, is going to be enough. Hardjeff wants that final shield. He does not want to let off the gas pedal here.
Going ahead, he knows it's already boosted. He knew he was 1 away and that he was going to win charge attack priority. And now it's Beelzebub Boy's turn to decide, do I want to shield this? Because I kind of want this Annihilate out of the way.
Yeah, first shield of the game, but the Mud Slaps are adding up. We're going to see the third, a swap. Oh, Steelix comes in, takes a couple of counters for its trouble, but it does get the farm down.
Going ahead, and if you're looking at the attacks on this Steelix, we got the crunch for the Dusclops, and he's going to be able to throw it. Throwing the Shadow Punch first here, it's not going to be doing too much damage, but it will start chipping away over time.
Yeah, Steelix is a big deal, and so is Crunch here. I had not seen as many breaking swipes as I expected, but matchups like this are why these trainers have teched over to Crunch. The kicker, though, Amanda, is that I don't think this one's enough. I think the Steelix needs another charge tech after this.
This is a Shadow Steelix, so it does quite a bit, but this is a regular Dusclops. You did see the little bit, I call them sprinkles, so the defense has fallen on the Dusclops, but it is forcing the shield off of Beelzebub Boy there because he wants to be able to try to get to another, but we got a combination play. Ice Beam not going to be doing too much, but no Protect Shields remaining here, and I wonder what Beelzebub Boy is going to do.
No, Amanda, his name is Spraggles, and he works on Unite. It's not Sprinkles. We're going to see these Psychic Fangs come through here from the Shadow Steelix onto the Azumarill. Chip it down just a little bit. This might be enough to close the margin a bit, but this Shadow Kento Marowak is so low. I don't see a way that Beelzebub Boy can get out of this one.
We saw one bubble going through. He is 1 away, it looks like, from another Bone Club, but no, he's 2 away. He's not even able to get there. Hardjeff taking the game number 1 quite commandingly.
Wow. You know what? If you've been doing your homework on competitive Pokemon Go, you gotta realize, you gotta recognize that Azumarill is a staple and it is not going anywhere, even at this point in the season. So, honestly, I think if you're Beelzebub Boy, that is the number 1 Pokemon on your mind. What could he even do to overcome it, though?
And you make the perfect point with that, too, Will, because the thing is, like, the Shadow Annihilate on even energy, when it's not ramped up at all, it doesn't want to go up against Azumarill, and neither does the Galarian Moltres at all. Lapras with only Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam as the attacks, I mean, you have to really pick your poison, or he doesn't even have any poison types, so you really gotta pick your ground.
Yeah, I think he wishes he could pick up a poison just for this matchup here, because that would help quite a bit, but these trainers locked in their teams at the beginning of the tournament. Not like Go Battle League, where you can change things up if things aren't going well. You have to really commit to that team, learn it inside and out, and find those creative win conditions. But I really appreciate what you said before the series started, Steelix. I've seen trainers make the claim that with the shields up, Steelix, if it's given enough time and enough protection, the Thunder Fangs, the Psychic Fangs, it can whittle down Pokemon like Azumarill and find openings. So if Beelzebub Boy can't get a 2-shield Shadow Annihilate onto Azumarill, maybe Steelix should come in and finish the job.
I mean, Beelzebub Boy had a plan, and it wasn't a bad one. He had the Lapras to lure out that Shadow Primeape, and he was able to like really get a lot of chip damage off of it with those Psy Waves, and then coming in and getting a little bit more with that Steelix later, but it was just too ramped up by that point. Having that much counter damage really put him on the back foot. Even by the time the Azumarill came in, an Ice Beam was almost enough to take out the Steelix.
Reminds me of one of my favorite films, Object in the Mirror are closer than they appear. We're going to take a look here at game number 2. Azumarill hits the field yet again versus Shadow Kento Marowak.
Azumarill in the lead. Last time, Beelzeboy went up and stored basically a charge attack before swapping out, and I wonder if we'll see him do it again. No, going up for a little bit of extra energy. You saw Waiting Curtain, but he does still swap out with all of that energy saved on that Kento Marowak.
Yeah, exactly right. Beelzeboy swapped to that Lapras, to your point in game 1. Goes for the Tinkaton here to absorb the play rough damage. Try to empty the storage on this Azumarill a bit, but look at Hardjeff. He banks up that energy right back up, and he's going to wait for that Tinkaton to throw before he makes his next move.
This is important because it takes a long time for Azumarill to store up energy, so being able to not really have to take much of a fast attack damage, only wait till the charge attack goes through. Now you have an Azumarill that may be a little bit low in health, but has a ton of energy. Interesting play here. 2 shields to hide behind. First one now used. Primeape or Annihilate coming back in, and Rage Fists are going to be starting to fly.
This is a fascinating call by Hardjeff. He's basically calling that Beelzeboy will not have Shadow Annihilate in the back. He is saying there is no shot you are bringing that Pokemon, and I think that bet is going to pay off. Rage Fist connects into the Tinkaton, picks up the KO, ramps up that attack stat. Shadow Kento Marowak comes back in, but it's going to take a bunch of punches if it doesn't throw this charge attack immediately.
Yeah, this time Beelzeboy stayed in a little bit longer, so he essentially has 2 attacks, and Hardjeff lets it go down. And now there's only 1 Bone Club remaining, immediately coming in with that Credilli. It is a Bullet Seed one. That means it's going to be doing a little bit better in fast attack damage to the Marowak as well. Let's see what Beelzeboy wants to do, just continuing to mud slap away.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to play the HP margin game here because he realizes that this is the most fast attack pressure he's going to get. That Shadow Steelix with the Thunder Fangs are going to be resisted. This Mud Slap at least is neutral. I think that's the best he can do. Bone Club does take away that final shield from Hardjeff. In comes the Steelix, and he's going to try to bog it down with the Rock Tombs.
Yeah, Hardjeff has 2 Pokemon left, but if you're looking at the HP on both of them, they're pretty low. He's trying to do everything he can to negate this damage. He's going for 2 Rock Tombs, which is an interesting play. I think Beelzeboy is wondering, is he going to go for it again? He uses his second shield here. Now he's double debuff, and there's no Protect Shields remaining for the Grass Knot when it comes through.
I'm not a professional lip reader, but I am pretty sure Beelzeboy said, wow, I can't believe you just went for the double back-to-back fades, but here we are. Your previous LAIC champion is not playing around. Hardjeff looking for the Bullet Seeds. He knows that his Azumarill's in the back with the Ice Beam. He just needs to decide when to deploy it.
Said, wow, that was a lot for him to say in that one small moment. Going ahead, going for the crunch. It is the heavier hitting attack, but since it's double debuff, it's not enough. The Marowak comes in, though, able to take that Mud Slap, take it out of the game, and now Hardjeff is going to be able to bubble down. He cannot store 2 Ice Beams back to back. The first one's being thrown.
This is so incredibly close. If that Shadow Kento Marowak had just 1 more Mud Slap, this game probably would have already been over. Ice Beam connects into the Steelix. It's not enough. Thunder Fang crashes down, and here comes the Psychic Fang.
The patience of Beelzeboy there, saying, okay, I know that he has so much energy. I have to go for the electric attack first to make it a little bit lower so I can throw that Psychic Fang and take it out.
Close, but not close enough. Beelzeboy ties up the series here, closing it out with the Steelix 1-1. This is absolute cinema. We've got Beelzeboy right here against Hardjeff, series tied, decisive game 3 to stay in the winner side bracket in the World Championships.
I think Hardjeff's saying, oh, if it could have played out, if only Azumarill could store 2 Ice Beams, that game would have been mine. But needing that extra bubble to go through was just put him on the back.
I agree. I mean, again, the Shadow Kento Marowak played by Beelzeboy. He leads it into Azumarill twice in a row, but somehow it is still at the end of the game. It put so much work in, whittled this Cradilly down, putting it within that Mud Slap range, and then Steelix just barely, by the steel flakes of its chin, able to win that game number 2. But we are headed into game number 3, Amanda. Any kind of adjustments that you want to see?
I mean, I think if you're Beza Boy, we called it from the beginning there, that Azumarill is a nuisance. It almost was able to take both games away. And again, like I said before, sometimes you see that 2-0 versus trainers, you're like, wow, it must have been a really, really incredible sweep, but they come down to the wire more often than not. This championship series has been so interesting, so diverse. Not only are we seeing trainers who are like really well known in the community, really, really high caliber. We're seeing some trainers that are getting new opportunities to play on this big stage that we're not as familiar with, and I am so here for it.
To me, when it comes down to this decisive game number 3, we've noticed a trend. We've seen the same lead in both games 1 and 2. I mean, it's unusual for your opponent to stick to the same lead twice. It is basically impossible for them to stick to the same lead 3 times in a row, but I do think it could happen here, and that's part of the mind games at play, why these trainers take just that extra second to lock in their team on the team selection screen. They're trying to just feel through the energy on the stage and decide what their best plan is to win it all.
I mean, if you think about it, Beza Boy, game number 1, led that Shadow Kanto Marowak with the Lapras and Steelix in the back for the Annihilate. And then game number 2, he led it with Steelix and Tinkaton. And this game, it looks like he's going with that game 2 strategy, the one that got him the win. But Hardjeff has switched it up, and now we see a Dusclops in the lead, and an Ice Punch would definitely hurt. It looks like waiting a turn before throwing, and still catching on Beza Boy's side on that Tinkaton.
Yeah, I was going to say, the 3rd time's the charm for real, because he's able to catch the charge attack there. And look at this comp from Beza Boy. He's got that Shadow Kanto Marowak and double steal. Call it heavy metal, chat. Hardjeff is going to stay in with the Dusclops here, gather some energy, then pivot into his Steelix. I think this is a pretty solid situation, but the Bulldozes are going to add up quick.
Bulldoze is not that hard of a hitting attack. It does have potential to debuff, but you see a super effective damage still in the green for the Steelix, but Beza Boy has so much energy on the Tinkaton saying, okay, first time don't succeed, let's try again. Going for the second one, knocking it down to the yellow, and still no defense drop.
Steelix is such a unit. Like you said, it takes super effective damage and it just shrugs it off. No problem. Grinding its teeth there, Psychic Fangs whittling down the defense, and a swap down to Shadow Kanto Marowak. Look at the switch timer manipulation by Beza Boy. This is brilliant.
Going ahead, not even able to get a Psychic Fang off. This is bad in the sense that there's so much energy now on that Marowak, even though there is on the Dusclops. Being able to throw first, get one of this bulky Pokemon down a little bit. No Protect Shield on Hardjeff's side.
I'm a little bit shocked. You know that the Mudslap damage is going to add up. Hardjeff's got a ton of energy. He does not want to let it go to waste. Going to throw the Shadow Punch. This is a really ambitious bait. Beza Boy doesn't call it. He throws up the Protect Shield, and now this is going to clear the way for the Ice Punch.
He said time and time again, first he threw the Rock Tomb at me twice. Now I go ahead and shield up a Shadow Punch, but this time the call is correct. The Ice Punch could have connected, and now a pivot into the Annihilate.
Hardjeff is trying to unleash the rage that is this Shadow Annihilate. He's got a lot of work to do, but he's got 2 Protect Shields in his back pockets. Counter damage adding up, Bone Clubs being hurled. This Shadow Kanto Marowak is trying to strip away these shields, but this Shadow Annihilate is just getting warmed up.
The eyes are red and glowing. He's saying, throw as hard as you can, but it doesn't matter because there's a shield in play. Steelix now coming in. The first Rage Fist has been thrown. This means every piece of counter damage that's going through from this time on, which is going to be good against the Steel, is going to pack a harder punch.
We know Shadow Annihilate can dish it, but can it take it? Here comes the Psychic Fangs from the Steelix. Super effective damage, non-stat, low attack stat, but it doesn't matter because this is a Shadow variant. That damage is too much. Annihilate gets up one more counter, and it's all on the shoulders of the Dusclops.
Dusclops is able to take out the Steelix. It's very low health. No Protect Shields on either side. It's going to have to throw to be able to take it out. This Mudslap damage hurts. He is at the higher attack. This means it will be able to knock out that Kanto Marowak, but there's still a Tinkaton lurking in the back wheel.
Dusclops needs a couple more hexes. It needs the energy. Hardjeff just won't get there in time. Tinkaton swings its hammer, and the judgment is made. Beza Boy with a 2-1 victory here in the winner's semis.
Making adjustments from game number 1, recognizing what he needs to do to be able to take that crown, to be able to take the moment from Hardjeff, and it looks like he was successful in doing so.
Exactly right. What an incredible series. I mean, honestly, we knew this one was going to be fascinating to watch, but the adjustments, the gameplay, the margins, the switch timer manipulation, that was a key moment to me in game number 3 when Beas Boy recognized Hardjeff stayed in a little too long in that initial matchup before swapping. He opened the door for the mud slap down of the Steelix.
Knock, 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 or I guess slap, slap, slap.
Exactly right. He knocked on the door and then kicked it wide open because he saw the opportunity, and that was such an incredible play. Again, things can look rough in the beginning of battles. You and I talked about this yesterday. Losing lead does not mean losing the battle, and these trainers are proving it over and over again. I mean, they're the best in the world, and it's fascinating to watch them tangle here up on stage.
I don't think Dustclops was a bad decision to bring because I think it put in a lot of work, but I think benching Azumarill was a really difficult call because it had so many positive matchups.
Yeah, and I mean, the more I look at it, the more confusing that statement becomes, because if you look even at the Lapras, it was Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam. Even if Beas Boy would have abandoned the double steal strategy and opted for a fellow water type, Lapras can't really touch the Azumarill. So maybe Hardjeff saw something, maybe he thought Beas Boy was going to pivot, but he was so committed to, come on, let's call it the heavy metal team of the double steals and Tinkaton and Shadow Steelix.
This guy, I like it though. I think that we'll see if we see it any more from Beas Boy throughout this tournament because he is going ahead on that winner's side of the bracket to the winner's finals. This was the winner's semifinals. That means neither trainer has really dropped the games yet. Hardjeff is not out of the tournament. He is going to be knocked down to that loser side of the bracket where there are still a ton of trainers, the highest caliber. We are at Worlds, guys. This is huge.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's one of those things where you're kind of safe looking at any of these trainers and saying, I think they can run all the way. I think they can make it. I think they can do it. I know there's a lot of speculation, a lot of rumors, and maybe you say, oh, some trainers are overhyped or underhyped, maybe some underdog action. But honestly, everyone that qualified for the World Championships, and especially those trainers that are still in the bracket on day 2, they all have the tools. It just comes down to execution.
You know what is really fun? Yes, we've been doing a lot of
competitive Pokemon.
Oh, that is actually that is really fun, guys. Trust me.
Highly recommend.
Yeah, maybe pick a better part. No, I meant for you. I meant for you, my friend.
No, it's too late. It's too late. I know what you're trying to say.
We're gonna have to settle this off screen. So production, why don't we go ahead and take it over to an interview with Jim in the meantime? Sorry, listen, I'm so sorry, man.
All right, thank you, Amanda. Jim Lawson back with you here, joined by a great Pokemon personality, Jonathan Kelly. In fact, a California native. John, I want to ask you, we've seen you at some Worlds before. You've been hanging out in your backyard. What's it like to have Worlds so close to home?
I will say that the traffic is not the greatest in LA, and the travel is nice. I do prefer having it in my backyard, no travel cost, but Hawaii was such a great experience. The beaches here cannot compare to Hawaii. The weather here is, though, it's better. I'll take that.
You love to see that. Is there someone that you're rooting for that's still in the tournament at this point?
Oh, man, I got to root for my boy Mason and Maxi, Legends United. That's our team, and got to go for them for sure.
So for the trainers that are watching at home that may have never attended a tournament before, describe the vibes, describe what it's like at the venue here in person.
Crowded for one, but I would definitely say electric. The atmosphere is great. It's so amazing to get together with everyone around the world and these friends and these people that you've met online, you maybe have been talking to with Discord calls and stuff like that, but just hanging out with them in person, it's a completely mesmerizing experience.
Absolutely. It is such a global game, of course, and so much of our interfacing is online. When we have opportunities to actually get in person and hang out, it's obviously just so much fun. Is there anyone that you want to say hello to back home or anyone online?
Oh, yeah. I would definitely want to say hi to all the people that couldn't come here, Frankie, our teammate, but also I'd like to say hi to my son, Dean. He just turned 4 this week. He's at Legoland right now having a blast. I love you, son. Hopefully you're not watching. But having a great time at Disneyland, or Legoland.
John, last question. Are we going to be seeing you competing anytime soon?
Oh, man, that's a tough question. It's hard, man, being a married father. And maybe if I can get my son into the Pokemon Go, run some double charm, bring a charm buff. Hopefully there's a charm buff today. And maybe I'll come back.
14 years from now, I'm expecting to see a great offspring of John dominating on the world stage. Maybe we'll see him on the basketball court before we see him back in the competitive seat. But that's all we have for now. Thank you for your insights, John. We're going to go back to the casters.
Incredible work, Jim. I mean, seriously, off the backboard into the net with that interview. Such a pleasure to catch up with Jonathan Kelly, and he's having a great time. I could feel the positive energy. Maybe a couple of divisive comments there about the weather in LA.
Yeah,
Hawaii.
the traffic in LA. I will give that. Yeah, I mean, that is true. By the way, everyone, we did resolve our issues. It's perfectly fine.
Kind of, chat. We're going to talk. What, did you hear that?
No, oh, no.
Well, it is definitely an incredible experience here in Anaheim, and I think that's something that we have a unique honor and a duty to do, is to highlight the cities that we travel to. The World Championships moves all around. As everyone knows, it's going to be in San Francisco next year, so if you're watching this,
a big show.
If you're on the sidelines and you say, you know what, I want to get in the action, I want to be there with all my fellow Pokemon fans, make sure to get invested. Go to the website. The Play Pokemon Competitive Series is always active. Look at the list of events. Qualify as a competitor, attend as a spectator, however you'd like to do it. There's something here for everyone.
And one thing I want to also say, because we didn't get a chance to say it, happy birthday to Jonathan Kelly's son, Dean, there. And also, happy birthday to Gabby Snyder. It's her birthday today.
That's insane. Can we get some happy birthdays, Dean, and happy birthday, Gabby's, in the chat, please? It would mean a lot to us. You can use the exclamation mark as well.
Gabby was, I believe, again, not that we're fighting. I don't want her to come back in, but she was your first pair partner. You guys casted at that first 2022 Pokemon Go World Championships. So it's really cool to see her from this game also going back to the video game and seeing the whole Pokemon family.
I mean, she hosted the lounge opening segment as well. She's hilarious. She let Chip talk for like 5 minutes about what he expected from the Pokemon TCG. And then she said, Will, what do you expect from Go? You have 3 words. I said, are you serious? That's all I get? But no, she's a jewel. I adore Gabby a lot. I'm really excited to see these trainers on stage, though, because for us, watching competitors, for the fans at home, watching the battles, that's what we are here.
What were the 3 words that you gave?
I said Fortress, Blastoise, and Championship.
Okay, those are good summaries of what you were hoping and expecting to see, and actually quite a few of those have been in play so far. We're going to see if there's any on these teams. Unfortunately for you, there's no Fortress, there's no Blastoise, but we could be looking at a future champion.
Sorry, I'm in shambles. Hold on. I need to mentally recover. Wait, hold on. Amanda, there are 2 bug steals.
True.
All right. That's
how quickly he recovers.
I was just hit with the max revive, chat. I'm ready to go. We've got 2 Shadow Scizors here, and Dedenne actually going to make an appearance. You know, we're pretty electric today. We'd like to see a little electric type action. I'm wondering how you think it matches up here, because honestly, it has a couple of really soft targets in my opinion.
It has some pretty good targets, and we did see in an earlier matchup when there was a really I can't even remember who it was now at this point, but it was able to double shield from the very beginning, and that Dedenne just swept the entire backline because the 2 of the Pokemon in the back were completely weak to it. And it was a Corsola in the lead, so I think that there is potential that Dedenne could really pop off. It only needs to truly worry about that Shadow Kanto Marowak, and then of course, it can't really hit the Credilli as hard.
Yeah, Credilli kind of shrugs off those electric type attacks. You have to opt for the play rough, but if you look at the fast attacks as well, that's also super important. This is actually going to be Acid Credilli, which is even worse. Yep, even worse for the Fairy type Pokemon on the opposing side. We've seen kind of the shuffling of Fairy types. We saw Tinkaton and I believe Azumarill together. Now we're getting Azumarill and Dedenne together on Emilio's side. And another Pokemon that's generally overlooked, but is actually part of our Twitch drops, is Furret, the normal type Pokemon, the trusty safe swap. We've seen Emilio lead the Pokemon. We've seen him swap the Pokemon. The Sucker Punches chew through Scizor shockingly fast. I think we're going to see it here as well.
I think that it's a Pokemon that it was a little bit overlooked, but is one that definitely packs a punch. It also has a cute little paws running around. It can throw those Swifts, and even like you point to the Scizor, though it's not really enough to take it out. Plus those Sucker Punches, it really becomes an absolute menace.
Do you remember how it looks when it does the Sucker Punches?
Show me.
It's like this.
No,
right?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. I was looking at the camera.
We can watch the VOD. I'm almost positive that's how it looks. It does have those cute little arms. But anyways, I do think it has lots of targets. You see the Galarian Corsola. These sucker punches are going to just erase that HP over time. You've got the Trailblaze asset for things like Shadow Kento Marowak and the Azumarill. I think there's a lot of play for it. It's just going to depend on how Emilio wants to deploy it.
Looks like they're going ahead. They're knuckle bumping. They're giving the thumbs up. Jox is ready to go. This is a train that we haven't seen, at least you and me personally, yet on the stream. Very excited to see him perform here. We've seen him play at a couple of the different EU regionals and special championships, but we haven't seen him on this main stage.
That's true. I've never heard knuckle bumping before, but I'm going to add it to my vocabulary. I just called it a fist bump.
Oh, yeah.
On the opposing side,
well.
we're going to see Emilio, one of Chile's best trainers. We're going to see Azumarill, Dedenne, that Cradily with Acid, Shadow Kento Marowak, as well as Furret, and Shadow Scizor with Night Slash and Trailblaze. I like this team. It's very dynamic. The double fairy support will scare away any kind of dark flyer, so I would honestly be shocked. Honestly, dumbfounded to see the Galarian Moltres in this game number 1.
You would be shocked, like from perhaps a charge?
Exactly. Maybe our suits misfire. Who knows? But our trainers are locked in and ready to go. This is losers round 1. The loser of this series will be eliminated from the World Championships in Anaheim.
Double elimination tournament, 1 round already done. This is a go big or literally go home moment for either of these trainers. We have 2 Shadow Scissors on the field, and they are both shiny.
Wow, what a flex from Jox and Emilio in kind. Night Slash getting fired off here is going to pull that first protection away from Emilio. I don't think, I might be wrong, was this a charge attack party tie?
I don't think so, and a lot of times game number 1 is used for that to gather some bits of information. Emilio not letting us know right away which one of these does have that higher attack, but getting the Protect Shield back. So we'll see. I think at this point we're either going to see a quick pivot by both trainers or see who wins that charge attack priority, and it looks like it's going to be Jox.
Exactly. Night Slash getting fired off here, going to take the lead, but with a glassy Pokemon like Shadow Scizor, you got to be aware of a possible farm down. No Night Slash boost as well. Coming with the Azumarill, might get 3 bubbles. Wanting to avoid that, Jox goes into the ground type. What do you think of that?
This is an interesting play because he definitely doesn't want that Galarian Moltres on the Azumarill later. So if Emilio did swap out immediately, it could have been a bit of a problem. He might even swap out now after he's gone ahead and go with this Ice Beam. But now the problem is there's so much energy on this Marowak. It's basically got 2 Bone Clubs stored.
Exactly. Bone Club will connect to the Azumarill. Emilio's bubbles are adding up, though, in kind. Azumarill can tank the damage. That's one of its best qualities. It does have the Ice Beam now. And Jox actually going for a second Bone Club, anticipating the Ice Beam coming through.
Yeah, Emilio staying in with the Azumarill maybe gives some sort of indication to Jox of what could be in the back. Regardless, I think it's just happy to avoid that Galarian Moltres. Speedy, did you say you weren't going to see it in this round?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about it in a moment. But first, we see the undercharge on the Ice Beam, looking for a farm down with the Furret. Doesn't quite get it. In comes Galarian Moltres. What a shock to see this Pokemon come out. Emilio was probably not ready to see the Dark Flying type. I mean, when you build half of your team around beating these Pokemon, what are the odds that you see it?
I mean, you talked about shock. I think we have a rhyme here, though, because Jox also looked pretty shocked when he saw that Furret come in there. There still has 1 Protect Shield. He gets up to the energy for a Brave Bird, which would be enough to knock out. Fly will also do a decent chunk of damage, gets that Protect Shield, but a Swift is already loaded, and it might be enough, deploying right before the next attack is available.
Furret's got to stretch those paws. It's got to reach right up there and pick up the knockout. Otherwise, it's going to get hit with the charge attack. Switch timer's not up. Azumarill can't come in to save it. And it's going to get hit with a charge attack. Galarian Moltres raining down that flying type damage.
Going ahead and just making sure to swipe all the bubbles, getting the Furret off of the field here. There's 3 Pokemon remaining. There's little health on the Azumarill. Azumarill can't take it out at that range. And looks like Jox takes game number 1.
Telling you, got your eyes on the pawns and the rooks, and suddenly the knight comes in and takes you away. What a checkmate team comp prediction from Jox there in that game number 1 going into this matchup versus Emilio. I mean, honestly, those are the mind games we always talk about. Like, what's likely, what's anticipated, and then how do you throw your opponent off balance?
Yeah, and speaking of being thrown off balance, let's go to it a little bit, because you were definitely not predicting that the Galarian Moltres was going to be in game 1, and by the looks of it, Emilio wasn't either.
Yeah.
If he had recognized or swapped out for any reason, then it would have had a very, very bad endgame for Jox, but it really paid out for him in the end.
Yeah, I'm looking at Azumarill, I'm looking at Dedenne and Cradily. All 3 of those Pokemon I'm sure have knocked out dozens of Mandibuzz and Galarian Moltres, but still, against the tide, against the current, Jox perseveres. And going into game number 2, the question really becomes, is he going to double down on that strategy, or was that a one-time flash in the pan to try to rattle Emilio?
I think that now that Galarian Moltres has Fly, we saw it on the day 1 usage. It became one of the top 12 Pokemon that trainers have been using. I haven't gotten a chance to see the day 2 usage yet, but it would be really interesting to see if it has been edged out by Galarian Moltres at the highest caliber level, or if they're both still up there once again, because they were right there side by side.
They were wingtip to wingtip, but let's find out. Our trainers on the stage are getting ready. I think one of them is locked in, the other one taking just a few moments to think things over. I know chat can't see it, but I just want to say the avatar outfit here for for Jox is absolutely intimidating. If you can visualize Giovanni with Giratina wings, long white silver hair, as well as the Bonnet mask, a top hat, and goggles. That is Jox.
It is definitely a fit.
It is absolutely dripped out. Let's jump right into game number 2 here. Jox on the left side of your screen taking on Emilio. We're going to see the Shadow, Kento, Marowaks. They're going clubbing.
Yeah, listen. For game number 1, there was a mirror with the shiny scissors, and it looks like this time Emilio didn't get the memo. Even though it's the mirror, it is going to be the regular. That's how you can go ahead and tell them apart here. And once again, not going for charge attack priority immediately, throwing an extra mud slap first, getting that shield, and I think that if he chooses to throw next, he will also get one back in kind.
Yeah, I think Emilio's patience here is key. He's doubled up on the Bone Clubs. Going to throw the first one here into Jox's Shadow Kento Marowak, pulling away that first Protect Shield in kind. Let's see what they decide to do right here, because it's a charge attack party tie.
Oh, I think both times Jox has won this, and now Emilio has a big decision. Does he think that his Marowak will hold on? Does he think he's not quite able to? And he now goes down with a ton of energy.
I like this play from Emilio quite a bit, because this is like the inverse of the heavy metal we saw from Beelzeboy. This is double fairy in the back, and Azumarill will really enjoy this energy it's going to get from bubbling down the Shadow Kento Marowak.
It will have to take a Bone Club, but still nice and healthy, still in the green, just almost not even knocked down to the yellow yet. And now the Corsola comes in, and now it has a little bit of time, a little bit of power behind it, and start throwing punches immediately.
I like this play quite a bit. You need to absorb a lot of energy from this Azumarill in the form of play roughs. Jox knows the Shadow Scizor is frail, but it's got such dynamism, so he does start in the back. Another play rough coming through here from the Azumarill. I'm curious though, after the next Nightshade from Galarian Corsola, do you think we see a swap from Emilio?
We might see, because Emilio's hardest counter for the Dedenne was that Shadow Kento Marowak, and it is off the field, so it doesn't really matter. Now the Dedenne is able to kind of power up, to charge up with its charge attack and get a little more defensive. We're seeing it right now, the attack went through, now we're swapping, and now it's going to be able to take an attack, no problem. Let's see how it goes from here.
Emilio thinking things over. Is this the hardest hitting charge attack he is going to face for the remainder of the game? He says yes. In comes Shadow Scizor. These bullet punches are chipping down. He's going to go for the parabolic charge, try to boost that defense, but you saw the head shake. I don't think he believes he's got what it takes.
At this point, Jox needs to be able to go for that Trailblaze, and he's very, very close. Even though the defenses are up, those bullet punches are just going through, going for charge attack priority. Jox knows his counts, he knows where it's at, and he knows that that Dedenne was hiding, but now it's gonna be gone.
Jox says, take this match, lock it up, and throw away the key. I'm going on into losers round 2 in Anaheim.
You see Jox popping off there. That's one thing that I love to see, trainers who are just, you know, you don't see as many of them so many times, but look how excited he is. Look how much he's ready to be able to take on this championship. He said, I might be in the loser's bracket, but I'm not going anywhere.
I'm telling you, when you're up there on stage and you have so many thoughts, so many emotions rushing through your head, so much energy, and you're channeling it all into your device, sometimes you just got to get up, you got to pop off, you got to take a few steps and just let it out. I mean, what a hard-fought victory. The gutsiness to go with the Galarian Moltres into a double fairy Cradily team. Preposterous activities from Jox, but he's able to win game 1, and that set the foundation for a well-executed game 2 victory and a sweep.
That's what I love about the Show 6 format, right? It's not that blind 3 where it's like, okay, I'm not sure what my opponent's going to bring. I'm just going to bring whatever I potentially have on the field. You get to analyze. You get to see, okay, there is an Azumarill on the other team. There are some things that absolutely hard counter, but I don't think my opponent is going to expect it, and that might give me that small advantage in game number 1.
So many interesting things happening in this series. I mean, if you look at the team as well from Jox, there's a lot of reasons for Emilio to not bring that Cradilly, so he was kind of stuck in a lot of neutral matchups with the Shadow Kento Marowak. He lacked that hard answer, that response that he needed, and Jox knew it. He recognized the opening, and he seized his moment.
Jox is a trainer that is from Portugal. Really excited to see he's doing so well. Emilio, a trainer from Chile, doing absolutely incredible. Unfortunately for him, that is the end of his run, because in this double elimination tournament, the second loss has now meant that he is out, but he is out with a lot of, I think a lot of respect. To be able to get to day number 2, to be able to play so well against so many opponents from all over the globe, and really still sealed his name in the history of Pokemon Go.
Absolutely. Let the record show that he was a day 2 competitor at, to this point, the most high skill world championships. And that's the thing, the bar keeps on going up. You feel it in Go battling. Trainers who've been battling for 2 or 3 years or more, I know you feel it. Players in the 2500s are making expert plays. Experts are making legend plays over and over and over. And we see the skill ceiling going up and up and up. These trainers are all incredible. Let's get some claps in the chat for Emilio as well. I know he would really appreciate it. All of his friends in Chile, I'm sure, are cheering him on. He's got so much to be proud of. And I think that's going to be a theme as we move through the rest of the bracket, see more of these losers matches. It's about what you take away from the experience, you know, the pride, the enjoyment, the happiness with recognizing that you were there, you were part of this historic tournament. So
someone I think who has a lot of pride and excitement right now is most likely Jox, right? We saw him popping off a little bit earlier. Really excited to see what he has to say about his win and his big reveal on stream. Take it away, Jim.
Thank you, Amanda. I am here with Jox, fresh off his victory. What an incredible battle we just saw. Great support from the crowd here. Let's hear it one more time for Jox. That's right. All right, Jox, this is our first time seeing you today. Obviously, great battle that we just saw. Can you walk us through some of the battles, maybe off stream? What's led you to this moment today?
Yeah, so it's been a gauntlet so far. First round, I got out of pocket with, for me, it's the best player in the world. And when you see that in the bracket, oh man, I'm going to lose this right away. But fortunately, I got the win there, and I faced some amazing battle with Magic Mason, Dre Flames. It's been Valiant Vish, just a top of Worlds competitors and regional winners. So it's Worlds, it's what we play for, right? To play versus the best and to be the best.
Absolutely, and I believe this is the best that you've done at Worlds thus far. What does it mean to be this far in the tournament?
Yeah, so last year was my first experience at Worlds in Honolulu. I went 2-2, which wasn't what I was hoping for. But something that my friends tell me a lot is that I overthink things. And in Honolulu, I was even changing my team at 7 a.m. Before the tournament, and that didn't really work out. So this time, even though I was still changing things around in testing, I stuck with my comfort picks, like Shadow Kwak, Corsola, which have been staples for other trainers as well, but for me specifically, they are very good. So I tried to build around those, and fortunately, scrimming versus some of my peers, I could find out some weaknesses, some stuff I could be soft to maybe play around, and came up with this team, and I'm really happy about it. All of my months have been having play, so really happy about it.
Well, it's certainly working out for you, looking comfortable and confident. I gotta ask you, what's the secret, what's the sauce to get all those Shadow Shiny Pokemon?
I think you're asking the wrong person, because honestly, besides PvP, I don't really catch many ones. I do love rocket events, and I do grind them a lot. It's a way to actually go outside and have some fresh air, so I do strive to play on those. I've just been lucky. Actually, the Scizor I got the day before the competition, and I was walking around with my friend Heather, and we got it. I was looking for it, and I got it, fortunately, and I just stuck it straight on my team. I didn't really care if I beat it with 1498. It's going on my team. It's so cool looking, right?
It certainly is cool looking. Performed very nicely to close out that match for you as well. You've got tons of support in the crowd, tons of support online. You're involved in tons of communities. Who do you want to say thank you to?
First of all, shout out to Heather. She's been my rock during this event and for a while, so thank you so much for supporting me always. And also thank you to my friends back in Portugal, my brother, who always, whenever I'm abroad, they're always following my tournaments. Do well, do bad, they're always there with me.
Jocks, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you as well. We're going to go ahead and take a break here. You mentioned about all the trainers that you've met. We're actually going to be meeting some of the casters and learning a little bit more about them as well. Make sure you stay tuned.
Welcome, trainers. We're here with Meet the Casters here. I'm with my good friend and co-caster, 2O Butters. Let's learn more about him. Let's start things off, right? I know you like a lot of spice Pokemon. You like a lot of random Pokemon, but what is your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon always changes depending on what's good in Go Battle League right now. And a Pokemon that I think is super underrated in the Great League and possibly at the World Championships is Steelix. I have an awesome shiny Steelix. I've been love playing it in Go Battle League. How about you, Caleb?
For me, if anyone's played the OG games, right? Blue, red, on the Game Boy Color, Game Boy back in the day, it's got to be Gyarados. Because if you try to evolve a match card back then, it took so much effort. And the child version of me, that was one of the hardest things that I had to do at that time. But it's always a great reminder that if you put in the work, it always pays off.
Speaking about putting the work to pay off, we're at the World Championships. So Caleb, what is your favorite memory from a World Championships?
Yeah, I got to go back all the way to 2022, the first World Championships for Pokemon Go back in London. And it was when we had Emmy Weedle and Dancy Rob being crowned the first World Champions of Pokemon Go. Because for me, that was like, we made it, right? Like, we're part of the official series circuit, and people really realized the gravity of how big of an event this is. And it was just so cool to see that all those years of the grassroots play and just playing PvP with their friends, in just your living room and stuff, just amounted to this big stage moment. What about you?
I'm gonna cop out a little bit. You know how Tom Brady says his favorite Super Bowl is his next one? My favorite World's memory is actually the next one, because Pokemon Worlds is so incredible. It's all year anticipation leading into August. I am just waiting on pins and needles all year to feel this feeling once again. We're here in Anaheim, but every single year it feels new, it feels amazing. So my favorite memory is my next Pokemon Worlds.
Okay, well, we can't always live in the future. Let's live in the past a little bit too, Butters. Where is the coolest place you've caught a Pokemon in the past, right? Don't say tomorrow, right?
I'm actually gonna catch a shiny Galarian Moltres here in Anaheim tomorrow. It's gonna happen. Check social media. No, actually, I would say it probably was my Galarian Moltres. I caught a Galarian Moltres. I caught a legendary bird, though, in Hawaii, and that was really special to me. So I would say probably catching it in Hawaii, a legendary bird, it just felt like a really awesome moment. How about you, Caleb?
Yeah, that is pretty special too. I'm gonna go back before the PvP days for Pokemon Go. It was a wild unknown on the college campus that I was working at, and we had a community of players, students, professors, staff members, all on the college campus. I just came across it. It was during the Pixelated event. Pixelated unknown K for Caleb, right? Some people spell with a K. And I caught it, and of course, I told everyone in our group chats about it, and I saw everyone running out their dorm rooms.
Oh, yeah.
Teachers were running out their classrooms trying to catch it. It was just a really great moment, and just brought a lot of great memories. The early days of Pokemon Go, where everyone's just running to catch a new Pokemon, and finding an unknown in the wild is pretty hard, in my opinion.
Yeah, old school Pokemon Go. Speaking of old school Pokemon Go, Marto Gaudet is here, and he's been having an amazing season, and he has been a trainer that's been awesome since the beginning of Championship Series, and that's why he's actually going to be my pick to win it all here in Anaheim in 2025. Caleb, who is your world champion this Sunday?
Ooh, Marto Gaudet is a great pick, right? He got a 5th place in his first Worlds, 3rd place in 2nd, average of 4th place. Very impressive stuff, but I'm actually gonna go with the reigning world champion, Yakai. Because Yakai, his last tournament—
Back?
His last tournament was Worlds last year. We haven't even seen him do anything this season, but I think he's gonna come and surprise people another time here, going for that first ever back-to-back World Championship title for Pokemon Go. You gotta tune in to see if that happens or not, but we also got a fun wheel too. Let's tune in and see what we get here too. We got some special questions. We don't even know what's going to happen. So
all right, Caleb, should I give it a healthy spin or a light spin? What do you think?
Dealer's choice.
All right, I'm gonna go healthy, or try to. All right, here we go.
Pretty healthy?
Yeah, pretty healthy. Let's see what it's gonna land on. I haven't looked at almost any of these.
Me neither.
So we have no idea. Pokemon City you'd move to. Oh, like from the games? Or a city maybe that's really good for Pokemon Go.
Well, let's go with the latter, I guess.
I wish I could go maybe somewhere like New York City where you could play Pokemon Go every single day. There's always people raiding. Or maybe even somewhere like Japan, like Tokyo. That is always amazing. How about you, Caleb?
Yeah, honestly, I gotta go with Tokyo or a lot of Japan cities because the environment there, everyone loves Pokemon as well. You're surrounded by Pokemon. It's one of the best places to be. And yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that one as well. Yeah, great choice.
And right now at the World Championships, in every World Championship, it does feel like those big cities because there are so many custom stops. It feels like you're at GoFest right now. It's absolutely amazing. You don't want to miss out on these World Championships, but it was awesome talking to you, Caleb. Awesome getting to know my co-caster a little bit. And let's get back to the Pokemon action.
The stage is set. We have our winners finalists already decided. We've seen Potamon and Beelzebub Boy take it all the way to those winners finals, which will be played later today. So now we've dropped to the losers side of the bracket. My name is Farid. I am joined by Martijn, and we have some sensational games still to come.
If you want to see where we are currently in the bracket, use !bracket in the chat for the challenge link, and you can see where we have progress on the winner side of the bracket, but also the loser side of the bracket. Because off stream, we had the losers semi-finals of the groups and the finals. And the next battles are the ones we will be looking at. We saw earlier a first losers round one that was Jox versus Emilio. Jox coming out victorious there, making an incredible losers run. And our next match is going to be Kento Sarunori from Japan versus Lindos Corolash from Brazil.
Such a passionate celebration we saw from Jox earlier. It means so much to these players. They have worked all year. All roads have led to Anaheim. Now is the weekend. Now is the time for them to shine. And they have everything on the line. We're in the losers side of the bracket. That means each of these players have already lost once. If they are to lose again, that will be the end of their World Championship run. So they will have their backs to the wall and they will be doing everything they can to proceed.
If we take a look at the teams that we have here from these trainers, a lot of these Pokemon we have seen so many times. Shadow Marok was top 3 usage of day 1. Cradilly top 1 usage day 1 and day 2 on about 80% of the teams. It's pretty much everywhere, and we've seen it with both the fast attacks Bullet Seed and Acid. So if you've run it with either fast attack, apparently there's no wrong.
I think Acid and Bullet Seed both have a lot of play in this meta. Bullet Seed, it doesn't quite do as much damage, but it is slightly faster to reach Rock Tomb. And because Rock Tomb is such a great attack, it does a lot of damage and it guarantees an attack debuff. Many players just want to reach it as fast as possible.
One of the best counters that Cradilly has in this meta is that Fortress, and Lindos Corolash brought it. Fortress double resists both grass and poison if it were running Acid, the Cradilly, and then it has super effective Bug Bite. Bug Bite is equally strong to Dragon Breath now, that has been very strong on many of the Dragon type Pokemon, and now some of the Bug type Pokemon have access to it as well. Not just Fortress, but also it's Axen, who won the NAIC, had a Rockman with Bug Bite, and it's been so prominent. It's looking quite good into the team of Kento Sarunori as well, because remember, Fortress is not just a bug Pokemon, it's also a steel type Pokemon, so it's not weak to the Mandibuzz at all.
So when you get to this stage of the tournament, we're able to look at a lot of the teams of these players and establish what are the meta Pokemon, what is the meta composition for a team, and you can see on both sides, they each have that Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, they each have that Cradily. They both also have a Steel and Bug-type Pokemon. Kento Saranori with the Shadow Scizor, and Lindos Corolash with that Fortress. And then they both have Mandibuzz as well. So many similarities. The difference is then in their Fairy type, Dedenne for Kento Saranori and Azumarill for Lindos Corolash. That gives a slight advantage to Kento Saranori. And then finally, we have that Golisopod for Kento Saranori. It resists fighting type damage, and Lindos Corolash has Galarian Corsola instead. So many parallels available to these players, but there are also so many strategies and tactics, and I'm very keen to see how these players going to utilize their Pokemon, who's going to come out on top in this losers round 1.
So we've seen another dark and flying type Pokemon over the course of this tournament. That is the Galarian Moltres. This Pokemon has Sucker Punch, a dark type fast attack, while Mandibuzz generally uses Air Slash, a flying type fast attack. And that means that it won't deal as much damage to the Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola is actually not that bad versus Mandibuzz, although Mandibuzz can sponge some damage. Let's see if Lindos Corolash will bring the Galarian Corsola, because we have a lock-in for game 1. We have from Kento Saranori, the Shadow Marowak is lined up into that flying type Pokemon, Mandibuzz.
This is a great lead for Lindos Corolash. Mandibuzz is a dark flying type Pokemon. Shadow Kanto Marowak is using Mud Slaps. These do little to nothing to Mandibuzz, but Shadow Kanto Marowak does have access to the super effective Rock Slide. He's not going to throw it though, he's going to bank all of that energy and come in with his Cradily.
We see
Corolash matches.
We see an attempt to catch the charge stack there from Kento Saranori, but Lindos Corolash now is behind with his own Cradily. He kept all the energy on his Mandibuzz. At this point, Kento Saranori can flip switch advantage, but I think Lindos Corolash kind of has an idea of what is in the back. Bringing in his Cradily here means that if he's predicting Shadow Scizor in the back, it won't face it now. And we do see from Kento Saranori the Shadow Scizor in the back. But where do you soak the energy from the Mandibuzz now?
So Kento Saranori aggressively brought in the Cradily. They're both running Bullet Seed. That means Kento Saranori will always have the advantage of getting the Rock Tombs off first. Both players have a ton of energy on their lead Pokemon, the Shadow Kanto Marowak for Kento Saranori and the Mandibuzz for Lindos Corolash. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they're able to utilize that energy as they go into the end game. Grassnut now coming through for Kento Saranori.
Grassnut won't drop the attack of this Cradily like Rockton would do, but it does a little bit more damage, and especially after all those attack drops, it may just be necessary to get the knockout there. In comes the Mandibuzz again, which is loaded with energy. There's still so many shields on both trainers' sides, but no one has used one yet.
Now, Kento Saranori has played an ABA strategy versus this Mandibuzz. Both Shadow Scizor and Shadow Kanto Marowak don't have positive matchups into the bird, and Shadow Kanto Marowak is now going to come in for that super effective Rock Slide damage. We're saving the Shadow Scizor for the endgame.
However, Shadow Marowak does have access to Rock Slide. This is very useful coverage into flying type Pokemon. Now, something like a Talonflame would definitely not appreciate that. Mandibuzz can hang on there, even though super effective. Rock Slide would only do about 35% damage from the Shadow Marowak, and it can hang on to a foul play as well. But your Mud Slap, a ground type fast attack, is double resisted by Mandibuzz.
In comes this next Rock Slide. There's already one shield down on the side of Lindos Corolash, and there goes the second one. 2 shields still remained in for Kento Saranori. Shadow Scizor with 2 shields, generally speaking, is one of the best Pokemon in this meta. Will we be able to take the advantage?
What a great play from Corolash there, swapping in the Marowak before the opposing Marowak could get a charge attack. Now you have everything still on the Mandibuzz. You need to get those shields down so Mandibuzz can land a charge attack. And do keep in mind, Scizor will win charge attack pretty tight, but look at the health of the Mandibuzz. There's no way you can take that Mandibuzz out in one charge attack here.
Really efficient play from Lindos Corolash. Takes away all of the energy of the opposing Kanto Marowak, and now he's going to let his go down to this Trailblaze. Will his Mandibuzz in the back be able to take down this Scizor? Here comes that Air Slash. He's got another one banked, so even though the shield goes up, it won't be enough.
What looked like such an awkward play, going 2 shields down on the Mandibuzz. It now all makes sense. Lindos Corolash giving a slight nod to the audience. He is so locked in. Aerial Ace, not a strong attack, strong enough to take out the Scizor. Lindos Corolash takes game number 1.
Incredibly intelligent plays from Lindos Corolash. He recognized that Rock Slide from the Shadow Kanto Marowak would do the most damage to his Mandibuzz. He used those 2 shields early. Generally speaking, that's quite a scary thing to go into a Shadow Scizor, but he's timed it perfectly. He's managed his energy perfectly, takes out the Shadow Scizor, and takes game number 1.
I think Corolash recognized from the start already that there will be a scissor in the back. He swapped his own Cradilly behind energy into the Cradilly from Kento Sarunori and then just let Switch go because Cradilly is his only Pokemon weak to the opposing Shadow Scissor. In that case, it just makes sense to keep the energy on the Mandibuzz and then Shadow Scissor can have all those shields, but it doesn't have the Charge Sex to knock out a Mandibuzz.
We are at a stage of the tournament where these players are having to make big decisions, big calls, and their lines of 3 can sometimes come with a lot of risk. We actually saw 2 ABA lines in that game. We saw Kento Sarunori leading with that Shadow Kanto Marowak and that Scizor in the back, meaning he was weak to Mandibuzz. Lindos Corolash, on the other hand, although he led the Mandibuzz, which was great for him, he had played so weak to Cradilly from the side of Kento Sarunori because he had a Kanto Marowak in the back as well. If he had faced a Cradilly lead, that could have been a very difficult matchup for him.
Bullet Seed is resisted, but Rock Tomb would have dropped that attack. So generally, you could get away with a matchup like that, but Rock Tomb can be so punishing. And for anyone coming over from the video game, if you're wondering, what double resisted, what is that? Flying doesn't take 0 damage from ground here. We do not have immunities in Pokemon Go. Instead, we have twice the resistance, so that is why the Marowak still chips a little bit of damage on the Mandibuzz there.
I really like the play from Lindos Corolash to come in aggressively with his Shadow Kanto Marowak. Will we see the Shadow Kanto Marowak again in game number 2? The players are locked in. We do have a Shadow Kanto Marowak, but it's on the side of Kento Sarunori.
And it's led into the Fortress. You think this is a bad matchup for Fortress, but the more shields there are being used, the better this becomes just because of your Bug Bite is going to add up more and more. Going for the Bone Club. If Lindos Corolash wants to play for switch advantage here, so winning this matchup as the Fortress, he would have to shield here, but it's looking like he's already satisfied letting this go down. Swapping into the Galarian Corsola now, probably an attempt to bait out a potential Mandibuzz that would otherwise wreck his Shadow Marowak in the back.
Interestingly, Kento Sarunori has opted for that Electric Fairy type Pokemon, Dedenne. And Dedenne is a Pokemon that can be quite polarizing. It cannot afford to be up against a ground type Pokemon. So Kento Sarunori really needed this match to be pivoted around alignment. As soon as he sees this Galarian Corsola, he knows that is not a Shadow Kanto Marowak. I'm willing to put out my Dedenne now to ensure that Shadow Kanto Marowak will not be aligned to it.
Just like the read we saw from Corolash in game number 1, Kento Sarunori is now making one in game number 2. And it is the correct one because we do see the Marowak in the back. Fun fact though, Marowak is actually not the worst into a Cradilly, so the field is entirely open still at this point. Kento Sarunori is wanting to have that switch advantage. You come out with energy, but if you cannot get to a player off, the shield may have been for nothing. Does the Marowak come in or does the Fortress come in? Marowak comes in, he goes for the Parabolic Charge. This is double resisted though.
This will do such little damage to the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but the reason why Kento Sarunori shielded that Dedenne was to ensure alignment. We know that he has a Cradilly in the back. He cannot afford for Cradilly to be up against Fortress, and so you see the Fortress comes in, Kento Sarunori immediately switches out, catching this not very effective Rock Tomb, but it will still do a decent chunk of damage.
Here's the problem though, if Corolash starts shielding now, you cannot fast stack that. Wait, does get the Bug Bite down? Oh, he gets the Bug Bite down! That's huge for Corolash!
Lindos Corolash very much in the driving seat here. The Fortress reaches another Rock Tomb, and it's going to land on this Cradilly and do a massive amount of damage. Kento Sarunori can't afford for that to happen. His final shield goes up.
I don't think you can even let the Bullet Seed down here. It is double resisted. Meanwhile, the Bug Bites are chunking. For this reason, we see the shield come up, and now Corolash is letting this go. All his hopes are now in the Marowak. He has a texture perfective from the Bullet Seed, but he has 2 shields still. Marowak is going to defeat this Grass-type Pokemon.
Look at this, Lindos Corolash has saved both shields, safely shielding up a potential Grass Knot. That is the correct play. He's nodding his head, he knows he's in the driving seat, putting this Cradilly low, reaches 2 Bone Clubs. This should be enough to knock out. He is about to take this series 2-0.
Cradilly, 80% usage, but has nothing on Marowak here. It goes down, Corolash moves on to loses round 2.
Celebrating in front of his friends, celebrating in front of the crowd. What a massive victory here in this losers round 1. He lives to see another match. Kento Sarunori, that's the end of the road for him here at these World Championships in Anaheim.
But still a great performance from Kento Sarunori there. many of the Japanese players were super excited to see him play, and he did so well. That top 16 at the World Championships, that is an incredible performance by him, and we get to see Lindos Corolash move on to the top 12 here. Perhaps he gets to face off later on against his teammate Lindos Harjev.
Yeah, so many big games still to come. And now we've spent so much of this weekend talking about Cradily, the most popular used Pokemon in the Pokemon Go World Championships in Anaheim, and yet Fortress, such a strong answer. Lindos Corolash showing just how dominant a matchup it has. It resists the attacks, the fast attack of the Cradily. If it's Acid, that is double resisted by the Steel typing of Fortress. If it's Bullet Seed, that's double resisted by the Bug and Steel typing as well. So Fortress, a really, really strong response into what otherwise was the best pick this weekend.
I think that Fortress has been an amazing call. If you have that hard counter into the most common Pokemon you see in pretty much 80% of your matches at this point, you probably have an advantage or strike fear in the hearts of your opponent that want to bring the Cradily that they're so confident with. Now you can't do that. Fortress hard checks that, so you have to play around it.
Yeah, really, really smartly played, especially in that game number 1. Aggressively coming in with the Shadow Kanto Marowak to snipe the opposing Shadow Kanto Marowak, to deprive it of all of the energy that it had gathered. And remember that it had been throwing Mud Slaps against a Mandibuzz. It had been doing little to no fast attack damage, and then got no charge attack damage either. Really efficient plays. I love to see that.
Shadow Marowak has been the ground-type Pokemon of this tournament. If you are looking for alternatives, Diggersby also is an incredible ground-type Pokemon. No, it doesn't have Mud Slap, but it has a lot of bulk, enough bulk to output a lot of ground-type damage in Scorching Sands. And what it also would do better is that Mandibuzz matchup, because Diggersby generally has the fast attack, quick attack, a normal type fast attack, as opposed to the ground type fast attack Mud Slap. So you can still just hit neutral damage on Mandibuzz, and in some scenarios even win that as the ground type Pokemon.
That's right. Now Shadow Kanto Marowak, on the other hand, it tends to have a better matchup into opposing Cradily, and that's because the quick attacks of a Diggersby are resisted by the rock typing of Cradily, whereas Shadow Kanto Marowak, ground is super effective against rock. Yes, it's resisting it against grass, so that makes it neutral, but it's such a good attack. Mud Slap can really power through. We saw that in that endgame. Mud Slaps into Bone Clubs to seal the deal for Lindos Corolash.
I'd love to hear more from the player himself, though. Jim is ready for an interview to ask Corolash about this match. Jim, take it away.
Thank you, Martijn. I'm standing by with Corolash, fresh off his incredible victory. We haven't seen you so far today. I think you actually got knocked down to losers yesterday. Can you maybe walk us through your journey so far in day 2?
Yeah, actually I got knocked out to losers by Potamon today. Yeah, it was a pretty good run. I mean, I'm pretty happy to be here playing against the best of the world. And I'm pretty happy with my experience here, meeting a lot of these trainers and all those people. It's been fantastic, yeah.
Well, I know you have a lot of support here. We've seen a lot of success from the Lindos, right? Can we get some shout-outs for the Lindos? There they are. All right. How much team building and preparation goes in? I guess just kind of walk me through some of the social elements of team building and preparation.
Yeah, I have a Discord channel that we practice a lot together, which is Orac. So shout out to João Victor I'm still his team. So I'm just using one different Pokemon. It works out a lot well, and I was practicing for a little bit with it. I was comfortable with it, so it comes more in what you feel more natural to play. And I don't like to choose just randomly at like one night before the championships to play.
Yeah, it's good to have some confidence with the Pokemon that you're playing versus just what looks good on paper. We saw a lot of success for you for the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and it's been a Pokemon that had a lot of success early season, faded away for a bit. From your perspective, why is it doing so well?
Well, the fast move pressure is incredible. Even against Cradily in the back in the last match, it was really good because I had a shield advantage, and it's a Pokemon can hit hard everything. Like, it's really good Pokemon. It's a preferable choice against like Diggersby. I prefer Marowak.
Well, if you know your history with Pokemon Worlds, we've had winners from North America, from Europe, from the Asian region as well. No LATAM winners yet. How much would it mean to you to win Worlds and represent your region?
Well, already being here means a lot to me, so it's a dream come true. But the rest is a bonus. So we're trying to get to the top, me and Hard Jeff.
Well, we wish both you and Hard Jeff the best of luck. That's all well, let's get some shout-outs, I guess, before we go. Anyone you want to say thank you to specifically?
I want to thank my mom, who's always supporting me, my family, my friends from Brazil. Shout out to João Victor for the team as well, and my boss, because he let me stay here. I should be working.
Vacation time to play Pokemon. You love to see it. All right, thank you again to everyone. Appreciate it. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. We'll be seeing you later on in this tournament. We'll go back to the casters.
Yes, thank you, Corolash's boss, that we get to see Corolash work in Pokemon Go, and it's paying off because he already has some prize money in the top 12 as well. Perfect performance from him already.
Yeah, really is. And honestly, I'm sure your boss, your family, your friends would be so proud. It's really nice to see so many humble players here. They know how massive a moment is. We've worked so hard all year to get to this stage, the Anaheim, the World Championships. And as he said, once you've got to this point in the tournament, everything else is a bonus. And I really like that mentality. It gives you such a sense of freedom when you approach your next matches.
Let's talk a little bit about World Championships. Dancing Rob hasn't done as many tournaments as he had, right? Our first world champion from the 2022 championships in London. He now is part of the staff. Then we had 2023. It's Axen. He also competed in last season and this season, but hasn't gotten as far. Yakai, our last season's world champion, has gotten, I believe, knocked out in losers round 4 or 5 by Paulasha at the time. How likely is it we're going to see a champion from a new region? Currently, we have Beas Boy and Potamon, a trainer from APAC and from Europe, in the winners final. That is already a top 3 secured. Can LATAM pull through this time?
It's going to be really exciting to watch. And it is so difficult when you come to these events. There are so many good players. And we are playing in what is feeling like a bit of a new meta. We had the North American International Championships, and now we are here in Anaheim, the second showing, and this is the usage. We've seen Credilli almost come out of nowhere, up to that almost 80% usage. And Shadow Kanto Marowak, a Pokemon that was so elusive, so rare at the beginning of the season, taking second place. 43% of players have brought it to this event and made day 2 with it.
Debuffs and fast attack pressure have been taking the stage here as we see Galarian Corsola. Astonish is just as powerful as Mudslap, and those two Pokemon have been so good. What I'm really surprised about is how good Galarian Moltres is performing as opposed to Mandibuzz, because at the NAIC at the start of this Pokemon Go meta, it was actually the opposite. Mandibuzz was taking the stage, Galarian Moltres not at all, and Golisopod, it did make it to the second place at NAIC, but Araquanid was the water and bug type Pokemon that had actually won it all. So I'm kind of surprised to see some of these picks come up here. And Tinkton, of course, almost invisible at the NAIC. Now making an incredible surge and is on many teams just because of that defensive typing, Fairy and Steel, being so good at soaking damage.
A lot of players have been talking about what the best flying option is in this meta. As you say, Galarian Moltres for day 2, overtaking Mandibuzz. And the real reason for that might lie in the usage of Cradily. Cradily with such a dominant matchup into Mandibuzz. Even though its Bullet Seed fast attack is resisted, Rock Tomb is super effective. It guarantees a debuff. Galarian Moltres, on the other hand, if you've got shields available, your access to Fly and Brave Bird gives you a much better play in that matchup.
And also into even a worse matchup. Think of the Dedenne. Mandibuzz couldn't because it won't even win with 2 shields up. Galarian Moltres, however, if you are like up a shield, a Brave Bird would still do about 50 to 60% to a Dedenne. You can put in a full chunk in that. Speaking of Pokemon that can chunk, we have a Dragapult again. The Master of Seasoning is back on the left, Tontapateus, and he's playing against the Indian qualifiers champion, Master Mihir, on the right.
And I just want to give a little shout out to Master Mihir. He's representing his region in the APAC region. He comes from India, and this is his first World Championships. This is his first ever time on stream. I even believe this might be his first ever in-person event. Those players, they often don't get to qualify in in-person events like we do in the European region and we do in the LATAM and the North American circuit. So this is a very, very proud moment for him, for his friends, for his family, and I'm sure he's going to take it all the way because this means a lot to him.
I want to take that even further. 100% of the Indian competitors in the World Championships are still in here. Beas Boy is the other one. He's in the winners final.
That is crazy. These players are doing so well. I'm sure they've got so many people at home that are proud of them, and the crowd are rooting for these players as well, because when you get to this stage, people want to watch amazing Pokemon Go gameplay, and these are the players to showcase it. Tontonbatus, we called him before the master of seasoning, the master of spice, bringing that Dragapult. It's not yet hit the field on stream. I'm always waiting and hoping to see if we might see it. It perhaps might be bench pressure instead.
Let's take a look here at the team of Tontonbatus with that Dragapult, but also other unique choices in the Talonflame, for example. Not a Pokemon you see a lot, and the ground-type Pokemon I just talked about that could be an alternative to Shadow Marowak. It is Diggersby, and what Diggersby also does really well is wall the Galarian Corsola. So Master Mihir must be thinking, do I really want to bring Galarian Corsola here? It's been so good in this tournament so far, but I would not like to see that be aligned on the Diggersby that resists everything Galarian Corsola can throw at it.
But Master Mihir is no stranger to success. He's had to overcome so many players to get to this stage of the tournament. I believe his previous round was against Zweilous, one of the best players, not just in Europe, but in the world. And now he's got another Titan to face up against in Tontonbatus, a previous international champion, a regional champion, and he wants to continue his journey. He's not willing to let up anytime soon.
I think at this point, Master Mihir must be like, what in the world am I facing here at the World Championships? First a King Gambit from Zweilous, now a Dragapult from Tontonbatus. Yeah, that's not what you see every day on the world stage, but I'm sure that Tontonbatus, I'm curious to see if we ever get to see the Dragapult as well perform on the stage, because I'm not exactly sure what he brought it for. Is it for the Great Daily, perhaps?
I'm really not sure, but all I know is European players be crazy. Right?
Yeah.
Even if you think back to what you and I brought to the World Championships last year, you had a Giratina on your Origin on your team. I had a Shadow Bastiodon on my team. I think we do bring so many crazy picks from Europe, and sometimes it works.
Yeah, but only one of those is cool.
Only one of those is cool, and it's not the Ghost Dragon type Pokemon. The cool Ghost Dragon type Pokemon could be hitting the field here, Tontonbatus with the Dragapult. And the more I look at this team from Master Mihir with the Credilli, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Galarian Corsola, and also an Azumarill. It's a fairy type Pokemon, but it is so slow to reach its Ice Beam and its Play Rough that perhaps this is the game for Dragapult. It will resist the Incinerate from Talonflame as well.
If you get like an energy advantage on that Dragapult, you're ahead on energy on the Azumarill. You could perhaps even outpace to a Shadow Ball. And if you've played Go Battle League before, you know how hard Shadow Ball generally hits. So that's an important asset that Dragapult has to its moveset. One of our trainers has locked in, the other one's still thinking it through. This is gonna be a very exciting match in this losers round one. We have a lock-in. We're gonna get into game number one between Tontonbatus on the left, Master Mihir on the right.
And here we go. We do see the Dragapult. It's hit the field. It's up against a Shadow Kanto Marowak. Both of these Pokemon with heavy, fast attack pressure. Which one will come out on top? Tontonbatus surely knows this matchup better. Not many players will have practiced against a Dragapult. He's actually letting this first Bone Cup be thrown by Master Mihir.
The Dragapult generally loses this matchup just because the Mudslap add up so much, and Master Mihir paces extremely quickly as well to those Bone Claws. But let's see. Oh, letting the Breaking Swipe go through. I think this barely won't knock out, and then either Tontonbatus has to catch this, or yeah, and he does catch on the Talonflame. That's an incredible play. The full Incinerate sneaks through.
One massive Incinerate comes through for Tontonbatus. That gives a huge energy advantage into that Talonflame. Master Mihir might be okay with that, because at the very least, it won't be aligned onto the Shadow Scizor. He could not afford for that to happen. However, Tontonbatus has Flame Charge on this Talonflame, and that means if he is able to get through this Galarian Corsola, it will rip through that Shadow Scizor. Master Mihir cannot afford to let that happen.
And I expect the shield here from Tonto4n. He's expecting the Shadow Caesar in the back. You have to get those shields down, so Lapras has a chance there. He also still has a breaking swipe stored on the Dragapult. You got a shield here as Mastermir. You cannot have your Shadow Caesar take a single Incinerate here.
And here comes the first shield from Master Mihir. That means the Sizzle will only have one shield available in the back. Master Mihir has to get this Talonflame down now. The problem is, Galarian Corsola is now energy dry. Do you try and bring in your Sizzle as quickly as possible?
The timer is up for Master Mihir, so once he sees the Lapras come in, I would expect the swap immediately here. He still has a shield advantage as well. Shadow Caesar has access to Trailblaze. It would be super effective on Lapras.
Dragapult still has a breaking swipe bank, so that is still more damage that is immediately going to be available for Tonton4n, but Tonton4n does not have any shields left. Throwing this Sparkling Aria before the Trailblaze. If it lands, this Trailblaze will do a ton of damage to the Lapras. Master Mihir shields up this Sparkling Aria, and now he's going to try and boost his way through the end of this game.
A bit of a late switch there by Master Mihir, but I think he just wants to get some chip damage in. Now Bullet Punches plus Trailblaze might almost knock out this Lapras. Can it get to a Charge Attack? I don't think it gets to the Sparkling Area. Now you do have a Breaking Swipe loaded, but it's resisted. Tonton4n is not even going to try because he needed the Shadow Ball. Master Mihir takes game number 1.
Not enough bulk on that Dragapult. Shadow Sizzle showing just how strong it is with shield advantage. The Talonflame looked so scary, but as soon as it was off the field, Shadow Sizzle is able to sweep this first game. Master Mihir now with the advantage. This is a best of 3. One more win, and he will be through to the next round on the loser side of the bracket.
It looked quite good for Tonton4n as soon as he not only snuck an Incinerate, but also caught the Bone Club, as you can see here on the Talonflame. He got a huge energy lead. However, that meant Master Mihir's Scissor now was safe. So again, a scenario where you really don't want to give up the switch advantage, because if you have switch advantage as Tonton4n, perhaps you could align your Talonflame later on the Scissor and then you could win that battle.
This game, Pokemon Go, is played in real time. Every second matters, every half second matters, and you saw Tonton4n was so desperately close to that next Sparkling Aria. It would have made all the difference if he was able to reach it, but Shadow Sizzle was just too strong. Super effective Trailblaze, taking Master Mihir through that first game.
And if you want to get one of those Shadow Caesar yourself, Shadow Scyther is currently available from Team Go Rocket Grunts, and in this current event you can also TM Frustration of it, so your Shadow Caesar will be ready to go to compete in the Go Battle League. It's been an absolute staple in a meta where Credilli and Lapras have been so dominant.
Shadow Pokemon, such an exciting feature of Pokemon Go. These players are using Pokemon like Shadow Sizzle, like Shadow Kanto Marik to output a ton of damage. Yes, they might be more fragile, but they hit so hard, and Tonton4n will need to adapt if he wants to cover the Shadow Sizzle and Shadow Kanto Marik. That I wouldn't be surprised to see a gain from Master Mihir.
And if we see at the achievements of these players, they are both veterans at this game, and these veterans are locked in. We're heading into game number 2. Let's see if Tonton4n can make the adjustments. He is leading the Talonflame into the Shadow Caesar.
That's the lead Tonton wants to see. Talonflame with a massive amount of fast attack pressure against Shadow Sizzle, met now by an Azumarill. He's going to bank a bit of energy and come in with this Lapras. Lapras has a Psywave fast attack, and it will take neutral damage from Play Rough, but it is just so bulky that it does generally have an advantage.
This Lapras doesn't back Skull Bash. Skull Bash is needed to make this matchup even more dominant. But I think that Tonton4n doesn't even really care for switch advantage, because as soon as Azumarill's out of the way, Talonflame with an Incinerate advantage looks to be unstoppable. And as long as no shields are used, Master Mihir is kind of in a tough spot here, because he has the Shadow Marowak in the back, which is a ground-type Pokemon. It really doesn't want to see that Talonflame either, unless you can land a Rock Slide.
So that means that Master Mihir needs shields to start going down. That would put Shadow Kanto Marak in a position where one Rock Slide will threaten a knockout against the Talonflame. The problem is, Lapras is so good, it's so bulky, it does not need to shield. And so Master Mihir needs to calculate, how am I going to get shields down when my Shadow Sizzle comes back in? It's just going to be immediately met by a Talonflame.
We see the charge stack priority tied. Tonton4n4n knows he wants to let this Lapras go, so he wants to squeeze out the last bit of energy. Ice Beam does a little bit more than the sparkling area. It's not enough to take out the Azumarill, but I still think that this is exactly what Tonton4n4n wants, because now he can farm out Azumarill. No, he's going for the switch advantage instead.
A complete different approach to Tonton4n4n. Instead of leaving the shield for Talonflame and farming down the Azumarill, he wants to keep alignment. Master Mihir nods his head because he knows that having a shield down could be critical for him. In comes the Dragapult, and we've seen what happens in this matchup already. Shadow Kanto Marowak puts on a ton of pressure, and this is going no shielded by Tonton. He can't afford to give up his second shield now.
This might be the opening that Master Mihir was looking for, with Tonton4n4n just keeping the shield for his Talonflame. He needs to wear down this Marowak though. As long as Marowak has energy, that Talonflame is not safe just yet. The Caesar will melt to 2 Incinerate, so this really is the only obstacle for Tonton4n4n, but Marowak is slowly gaining energy. In comes the first Flame Charge though, now 2 Incinerates. This Talonflame would get to another fly.
Shadow Kanto Marowak still has a massive hill to climb. It's only just reaching a rock slide now, but Talonflame is already at its next flame charge. One shield here from Tonton4n4n, and it does have the flame charge. How is Master Mihir going to take out this Talonflame? It cannot win charge attack priority. The next move is about to come through, but he's not actually throwing it. There it is! Talonflame gets to that fly. Shadow Kanto Marowak is about to go down, and Master Mihir knows what's coming for Scizor.
Tonton4n4n just before the rock slide. In comes Scizor. Oh man, Scizor does not like this Talonflame. Fire's double super effective. Flies coming through from the Talonflame. It's gonna knock out Later Hater, and Tonton4n4n ties up the score.
One more win for Tonton4n4n, and he will proceed. One more win for Master Mihir, and he will go through. This means everything is on the line for these players. And you might be asking, why did Tonton not throw an attack from the Talonflame on the Shadow Kanto Marowak sooner? He waited, he allowed the Shadow Kanto Marowak to reach a Bone Club and then threw the fly. And it was so important because it allowed Tonton to reach another fly against the Shadow Scizor and ensure that the Talonflame wouldn't have to receive the Night Slash damage, which could potentially have threatened a knockout.
Let's talk a little bit about the strategy that Tonton4n4n had here, because obviously if you lock your Talonflame versus Scizor, yes, you are at an advantage. But I feel like if you have Talonflame with a little bit of energy and Azumarill's out of the way, I feel like there's almost nothing on the team of Master Mihir that could even take down the Talonflame. Still, he decided to put up a Protect Shield and go for a switch. Why do you think that is? Did he really want the Talonflame that bad on the Scizor?
I think from Tonton's perspective, he knows that if Talonflame is able to be aligned onto the Shadow Scizor, he has a great chance going into the end game because he doesn't actually need that next shield. He will fully farm down the Scizor and get the shield back with the energy. As soon as he saw the Shadow Kanto Marowak, he recognized that Talonflame could take it all for him, and he aggressively brought it in, and he didn't shield that Dragapult. We noticed that he was willing to let Dragapult go. I wouldn't be surprised if Tonton leans into the Talonflame Dragapult core once more. This Game 3 means everything. Let's get straight into it. It is a game. Talonflame in the lead for Tonton4n4n, but this time met by Galarian Corsola.
It looks like Master Mihir doubled down on the Talonflame, Corash swapping into the Lapras immediately, which is not exactly an answer either to Galarian Corsola, but does probably want to preserve the Talonflame for something else in the back, perhaps looking to bait out a potential Shadow Scizor in the back.
That's exactly what Tonton is doing. He wants to draw the Shadow Scizor out so that Cradley is protected. Instead, he's going to be facing an Azumarill, which is an interesting play by Master Mihir because it will resist all of the charge attacks from this Lapras, but it means that it won't be able to be aligned later on that Talonflame. You and I can see the backlines. We see a Cradilly, we see the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Master Mihir has preserved all the health on that Galarian Corsola, and that could make all the difference in the endgame.
For everyone who was wondering, why did that Galarian Corsola and Master Mihir not go for the super effective power gem? Here is why. Master Mihir knows he only needs the Nightshade to put this Lapras into Bubble plus Play Rough range, so he preserves 5 energy. Is that so much to preserve then? Yes, because that means your next Nightshade will be one Astonish less to get to, so it might just be crucial for an endgame. Look at this Lapras getting barely bubbled down, and you cannot even bring back the Talonflame into there, so swapping into the Cradilly now. And if there's no Shadows of Caesar in the back, I think Tontopateus now is hoping there won't be, so Cradilly will be really strong into whatever Master Mihir will bring in next.
I'm really interested to see if Master Mihir stays in here. No, he's not going to allow a full acid down. Comes back in with that Galarian Corsola as expected. The first Rock Tomb, it won't threaten a knockout. And Galarian Corsola, as a ghost type, will resist these acids. That means Tonton might need to throw a second charge attack, maybe even a third. No, he's going to come in straight with the Talonflame.
I love this play. After that chip damage, now this Talonflame has to be careful of the charge attacks, but the Incinerate damage is going to be so much, you might be able to put 2 protections on it, and the Incinerate will just melt down this Corsola, especially after Flame Charge is going to buff the attack stage of this Talonflame.
Tontonpateus relying on this Talonflame once more, hoping for a Shadow Sizzle in the back, but Shadow Kanto Marak is a pretty good matchup as well. Master Mihir still has 2 shields, still has a little bit of health on that Azumarill as well, and so it's going to come in and try and put pressure onto this Talonflame with Bubble Energy, but it's going to almost reach the Ice Beam. Yes, it does! That is quite big for Master Mihir. It gets that second shield.
Master Mihir has 2 protect shields, but Tontopateus has 2 boosted fly ready on the Talonflame, so you're gonna get those shields back really quickly here. The first protect shield goes up, and now Marowak has to do it. Master Mihir is counting to himself. Can I outpace the Cradilly? How much energy do I need to win this game? Mudslap is only single resisted here because flying double resisted. Fire is weak to it, so only single resist must up here. They're still going to chunk. Can you perhaps knock this out with a Bone Club to gather enough energy to knock out the Cradilly as well?
Master Mihir trying to work out exactly how much energy is on this Talonflame, over farming because he knows he's going to need as much energy as possible. He could have this perfectly. He could have put his Kanto Marak in a position where it is 1 Mud Slap away from a Rock Slide. That is all he needs. I don't think Talonflame has an attack. I think it's 1 Incinerate away.
And there comes the Rock Slide! Marowak, it has been the Pokemon for Master Mihir to tackle even the flying type Pokemon, but this is a no-fly zone, and Master Mihir takes game number 3.
Shadow Kanto Marak taking Master Mihir through this losers round 1. He defeats Tontonpateus 2 games to 1, and that is a huge moment for this player. His first time at a in-person event, his first time at the World Championships, and he has so many people at home and in the crowd rooting for him. We could not be more pleased to see him win.
Just like Corolash is going to try and reach the accomplishment of Lindos Hard Jeff, who's also still in the tournament. It's looking like Master Mihir is trying to catch up to Beas Boy, who's on the winner's side of the bracket, his fellow Indian competitor. Wow, what a storyline for all of these trainers here.
It's a huge storyline, and I know that this means so much to these players. They put such pressure on themselves, such a burden. I spoke to Master Mihir earlier, and he said, I'm doing okay, but I'm in the losers side of the bracket. And I said, you're in day 2 of the World Championships at your first ever event. That is already a massive, massive moment, and you should be incredibly proud. But my goodness, he will not stop. He is relentless, and that Shadow Kanto Marak play was sublime.
And let's not forget the achievement here from Tontopateus, adding another top 16. He also got to top 10 at the 2023 World Championships. So great performance by him. And I noticed, you see him there, by the way, the Seeking and the Dragonair plushie. Those are Pokemon that he relied on for winning some regional championships, or the Dragonair for the 2023 Europe International Championship. Maybe he adds a Dragon Ball to it this time. We'll see how much he valued that Pokemon. But I'd love to see just the plushies stack up with all the Pokemon that he liked for the tournaments where he did so well.
Incredible moments, and it is all about using the Pokemon that you know, the Pokemon that you love. That can make all the difference at these events, and it is great to see players using and leaning into exciting picks, different options. We've seen so many different Pokemon in this meta, and I think that that's one of the best things about this Delightful Days season. It might be tricky to team build, but it is a lot of fun to watch.
It's a lot of fun to watch, but also to discuss. Master Mihir is going to tell us more. He's ready with Jim for an interview. Take it away.
Thank you, Martijn. Jim Lawson here with Master Mihir, the master of energy. Incredible endgame that we just saw there in that game number 3. As Tomahawk was mentioning, this is your first in-person tournament, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct, yeah.
How are you enjoying it?
Yeah, on day one, I was pretty annoyed that like my games went on stream, but like I was happy I can play at least one game on stream. Like that was the only thing which I wanted to like come to Worlds and like play one game on stream and maybe win on stream. But yeah, so I'm pretty satisfied.
Well, you didn't look nervous at all. You looked very calm and collected, especially for your first tournament, first stream match, things like that. We saw that game number 2, the Shadow Scissor into the Talonflame. You were telling me you maybe wanted to play that a little different. Did you feel that that was just rock, paper, scissors, or is there ways to come back from matches like that?
Yeah, so maybe in the end game, could have done one mud slap and waited one turn and then caught a move on Caesar. And like since I did one extra bullet punch, so like my Caesar would only take one Incinerate and I will be 4 away from the Night Slash. So maybe I could have thrown either the Bone Club and the Night Slash, but yeah, it was a tough game, yeah.
Well, another storyline here is that we've seen both trainers from India having lots of success, yourself as well as Beza Boy. He has already locked in his place in Winners Finals. He'll be playing later today. You still got a long journey ahead of you. How are you feeling with knowing the road ahead of you?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. It's like I'm here to play. Like I'm here to play. Like I don't care about who I face, but like the only thing I care about is winning versus them. So yeah, it feels good.
A lot of confidence. All right, well, you've made a long journey here. I'm sure there's tons of people that have supported you along the way. Is there anyone that you'd like to say thank you to or shout out?
Yes, I'd like to thank my friends and family. Beas Boy, number 1, like Neo, the Taurian, Abhinav, all my friends back in Delhi, Damanitans, HVK, Varun Rastogi, and everyone out there supporting me. And that's all I thank very much to support me. Yeah.
A lot of support along the way and a lot of great plays as well, especially in that last match. I'm sure we'll be seeing more from you later. But for now, we're going to kick it back to the casters.
Such a great moment, and it does mean so much to these players. They don't get as many opportunities to play through a circuit like we do in Europe, like many of you have seen in the North American and the LATAM regions, and there will be so many players from India watching at home, rooting for these players. It honestly could be the first time they've even seen these players in person, in their faces for the very first time, and they should be so proud of their achievements. We've been here before, and it is incredibly hard, especially at this stage of the tournament, because you are playing some fantastic players.
And may that be the first of many times, and especially for Beas Boy, who qualified through the top 4 performance from World Championship last year. Guess what? He qualified again.
It is incredible. It is incredible that not only is he coming as such a young player as well, the consistency that you show is incredible at this stage, because you are playing not just against the best players in your region, not just the best players in your continent, the best players on the planet. And you are coming time and time again, back-to-back World Championships. He is in top 4. He will be playing in the Winners Finals later today against Potamon.
But if we take a look at the trainers on the stage here, that'll be our next matchup. We've seen the trainer on the left multiple times already. Pokimichi, the 2023 Japan Qualifiers champion with that Shadow Sableye. And on the right, we haven't seen him on stage at all, Firestar. But let me tell you about him. He's on a roll currently. This man is on a 5-win streak currently. He is on fire.
And he is looking to become a star here at the World Championships in Anaheim. If you are just joining, this is the Pokemon Go stream. We have had a ton of incredible battles at these 2025 World Championships. We are seeing players that we've seen all season. We are seeing brand new players also show success. If you haven't seen Pokimichi before, he is a fantastic player from Japan. He's just knocked out one of the best players in Europe in Colin 6 twice. Knocks him down into the losers bracket and then knocks him out of the tournament altogether. These players do not have another chance to lose. They are on the loser's side of the bracket. That means one more defeat and their run is over. So they have their backs to the wall and everything is on the line.
Their tournament dreams are here, right on that stage. On the right side, we just saw a sneak peek of the teams. I saw a Shadow Typhlosion. If I haven't mentioned it enough yet, you can get that from Glyph currently in Team Go Rockets Rotation and TM frustration of it as well. Another Pokemon that I just want to give a shout out, the Galarian Moltres that we saw with a huge increase on day 2. If you don't have one yet, make sure to get your daily adventure incense in. It would be a great counter to many of the ghost-type Pokemon that we see. Dusclops, Dusknoir, but also this Shadow Sableye.
And if you're looking for a Blastoise, make sure that you are taking all the rewards from watching this Twitch stream. Squirtle is available. There are other Pokemon too. Lileep that's evolving into that incredible Cradilly that we see here running Bullet Seed for Pokemichi.
Bullet Seed helps into opposing water-type Pokemon. There's none of those on the team of Firestar, but he does have Shadow Marowak that Pokemichi also has. Been all over the place. Bullet Seed charge up just a little bit quicker, making that matchup more comfortable. And the Fast Attack Acid that Firestar does have is also resisted on ground-type Pokemon. So kind of a niche that we've seen all over the place here.
Now, we saw the Talonflame on the side of Pokemichi not running Flame Charge, but actually opting for Fly and Brave Bird. Shadow Typhlosion, as we called out, is the other Incinerate user that we occasionally see, and it does actually have a really good matchup into Talonflame because of that super effective Thunder Punch. It is, however, a lot more frail. And looking at the team of Firestar, we see 3 Shadow-type Pokemon, Shadow Typhlosion, Shadow Dusclops, and Shadow Kanto Marowak. So it's going to be a very aggressive strategy from Firestar. Will it pay off? The players are locked in for game number 1 of this Losers Round 1.
Here we go. We have the Blastoise from Pokemichi, but it's meeting the Cradilly with the Fast Attack Acid. Let's see how Pokemichi is going to handle this. He's not exactly very strong into this Pokemon with the Marowak and his own Cradilly in the back. Perhaps didn't exactly expect it. Going for the Hydro Cannon immediately, and I would expect a switch here or a catch attempt on his own Cradilly.
So 2 things that are happening here. Firstly, let's remember that because Cradilly is a grass and a rock-type Pokemon, it takes neutral damage from the Hydro Cannon. The second thing was that as soon as he reached the Hydro Cannon, it was thrown by Pokemichi. That was to ensure it would land before Firestar reached a Rock Tomb. He switched out to take this damage instead on his Cradilly, and Firestar throws a Rock Tomb and comes in with his Shadow Kanto Marowak.
But this is going to take super effective damage from his Grass Knot. It has been debuffed, but it looks like Firestar not taking any chances. Surely, if my opponent's attack has been dropped, he won't bait a Rock Tomb, and right he was. So now going for the Charge Security tie, which Shadow Marowak wins because it has a higher attack set. This allows Firestar to keep switch advantage because he's not exactly strong into the Cradilly. Pokemichi realizes he also puts up a Protect Shield.
In certain games, switch advantage can be everything. However, both of these players are playing relatively bulky, safe, flexible Pokemon. That's why Firestar was willing to stay in with his own Cradilly. He doesn't mind that the switch clocks are misaligned because all of his Pokemon have such great flexibility and neutral play against Pokemichi's team.
And I like this no-shoot from Pokemichi. He has seen the Cradilly. He knows that there was a charge stack on it, so he kept the Protect Shield for a potential Grass Knot. This is only a Rock Tomb. This might barely not knock out the Blast. So let's see if it hangs on. No, it barely does hang on here. And now what do you bring in? This Cradilly still has so much health. You only have your own Marowak.
There was no real answer on the side of Pokemichi to Firestar's Cradilly. It is putting in a massive amount of work, again reaching another attack. This is a Rock Tomb bait. It will definitely lower the attack of the Kanto Marowak regardless of the shield that goes up, so it is a great position for Firestar.
This kind of hurts that debuff, but that does mean that this Marowak gets a little bit more energy because now it takes 3 Mud Slap instead of 2 Mud Slap to take out the Cradilly. And you still have your own Cradilly in the back to clear a potential debuff. Going for the Rock Slide. I think with the debuff, will this do half damage? Will 2 knock out here?
I don't think it will be enough to get it into half health, so that means the Galarian Moltres would hold on. Pokemichi then goes straight into this Cradilly to try. He doesn't get to the Grass Knot.
Barely doesn't get there. Marowak is in a commanding position right now, and Pokemichi's in a really tough spot here. Needs a Bone Club and a Rock Slide. Can you get there? This Bone Club's gonna do a chunk of damage, so you're running out of time and health here.
That was a massive moment for Firestar. The Shadow Kanto Marowak taking down that Cradilly, and now Pokemichi is going to try and do everything he can to reach a Rock Slide, but his Shadow Kanto Marowak is such low health. Sucker Punch is a great attack from the Galarian Moltres. It should be able to take it down. It does take it down. Firestar seals game number 1.
Celebrating that big win against a big player here, having the alignment that he needed. Pokemichi going a little bit weak into the most popular Pokemon of the Great League currently, that is Cradilly, and Firestar punished him relentlessly.
What a start for Firestar, and we now notice that Pokemichi didn't play anything that could really take out Firestar's Credilli with confidence, and that's something that both players will need to think about. Firestar knows that his opponent played too weak to Credilli. Should he expect that his opponent will adjust? Pokémon, on the other hand, knows that he's inviting Firestar to bring Credilli again. The adjustments will mean everything. This is a best of 3. The next game could be massive. Firestar, one more win, and he will proceed on the loser side of the bracket.
That would mean 6 wins in a row. I think we kind of saw this from Pokémon before, where he was really predicting that the opponent would over-prepare for the Shadow Sableye. And the Firestar didn't respect the Shadow Sableye that much per se. He did have the Galarian Moltres, but he was not afraid to bring the Credilli. Yes, Shadow Sableye does resist poison, but it would not appreciate any Rock Tomb damage because it would just do a lot to this fragile Shadow Pokemon.
Now, we keep talking about Shadow Pokemon, we also keep talking about Ghost-type Pokemon, and so there is that question of will we see the Shadow Sableye? The problem for Pokémon is his opponent has both a Tinkaton and a Galarian Moltres. They are 2 Pokemon that have pretty strong matchups into the Shadow Sableye, and that might dissuade Pokémon from bringing it.
We're gonna see what these trainers are going to bring. One of the trainers has already locked in, the other one still needs a little bit of time to think it through. What adjustments is Pokémon going to bring for this next game? Are you going to expect the Credilli right now? He does have the Tinkaton to tackle it, but other than that, Credilli is just really good into the team of Pokémon.
Pokémon constantly looking at the Shadow Pokemon available to Firestar. He's trying to work out, how do I deal with a Typhlosion? When do I deal with a Typhlosion? The Shadow Kanto Marowak as well, equally scary. But what he's often doing is leaving himself vulnerable to the Credilli of Firestar. Will he do that again? Will he run the same team that is weak to Credilli? Or will he make an adjustment? The players are locked in for game number 2.
And we do see again the shiny Blastoise lead meeting up with that Shadow Marowak. This is actually a more neutral matchup than you might think, because Shadow Marowak can take 1 Hydro Cannon. As you can see, the rollout damage that Blastoise outputs does about nothing on Shadow Marowak.
Blastoise with Hydro Cannon, super effective, will put a ton of pressure. It does draw the first shield from Firestar. Now, Blastoise has a higher attack stat than most Shadow Kanto Marowak. And now look, the Credilli comes in to try and save all of that energy on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Pokémon is perfectly happy to throw this neutral Hydro Cannon in to chip and then maybe dip into a different Pokemon, but no, he's staying in for now.
Interesting play here from Firestar, and another Hydro Cannon is coming through. He's not exactly valuing his Credilli here, perhaps trying to bait out the Tinkaton, but the Marowak, his own Tinkaton in the back is just fine with how this goes now. However, we do see the Shadow Marowak from Pokémon in the back, so I'm not sure if this is what Firestar was looking for.
It's a curious way to play from both players because Firestar is effectively giving up his best Pokemon in Credilli, but Pokémon is putting himself in a situation where he is going for an aggressive Bullet Seed down, recognizing that he's not going to be able to do so, and now giving up all of this energy to take out, what, 10 HP on Firestar's Credilli?
I do like this play from Pokémon because he has so much pressure still to put out with that Blastoise later on if there will be a Marowak in the back. For Firestar, this is exactly where he wanted the Credilli, but the opposing Marowak is just going to have so much fast attack pressure on his own Marowak, especially after revealing his whole hand, and he doesn't know yet that Pokémon has a Shadow Marowak in the back.
Pokémon does have shield advantage, and because he has a full health Shadow Kanto Marowak, as well as that Blastoise, he very much looks like he's in the driving seat for the rest of this game. Now aggressively coming in with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, he will need to start using shields because Firestar had a lot of energy banked.
Bone Club coming through, but it's protect shielded by Pokémon. He needs to make sure this Pokemon stays quite healthy, but Firestar has a lot of energy here. Firestar cannot have the Tinkaton aligned to this Pokemon. We saw Firestar not a little bit there. He knows that this is good because he just wants Charge Security Tie. That means he can maximize his energy versus the opposing Marowak because his Marowak has a little bit higher attack.
Big information for these players. Firestar learning that his Shadow Kanto Marowak wins Charge Attack priority. If he doesn't win this game, at least he knows that going into the next one. But look at that, exactly as Martine said, Firestar is able to confidently go and throw on Charge Attack priority again, and this means that Pokémon is not able to take as much energy forward through the next matchup.
This will put this Marowak into Bulldoze range, so Firestar now loses his Marowak. It faints to the Bone Club, but your own Tinkaton now only needs to land a Bulldoze to knock this out. I think that a Hydro Cannon will knock out, but would after all these mudslap. Oh, he's getting the fairway down even. What an incredible play by Firestar.
Such an aggressive farm down. He now looks to land a play rough on the Blastoise. He cannot afford for it to be caught onto the Cradilly. So Firestar will be watching and waiting, and it goes for the catch. He doesn't get it, but he does throw on charge attack priority. Tinkaton with ever so slightly higher attack than a Cradilly, and knowing perfectly when to throw. Firestar playing this meticulously, almost to perfection.
He was counting perfectly, and he couldn't have that Rock Tomb debuff. Now he gets to the play rough. This is the same type attack bonus, not the strongest attack, but Blastoise, it has a big shield. It can't shield this one though. Firestar, he moves to round 2. That is 6 wins in a row.
Let's go. What a big celebration for Firestar. A massive moment for him, taking down this superbly talented Pokemichi, proceeding to the next round on the loser side of this bracket. As you say, 6 wins in a row. It just shows that even if you lose, if you persevere, you can still succeed. Firestar progresses through. That is a massive moment for him. His first time in day 2 at the World Championships.
And that means that all the competitors from Japan now have been knocked out. All the last hopes and dreams were in the hands of Kento Sarunari and Pokemichi that we just saw. Still, we have many other regions competing here. APAC is still in a really good spot to win the World Championships this season with Masterme here and Beas Boy. One of them in the winners finals, the other one still in losers round 2.
And it's always really interesting when we're so used to watching North American events, European events, even LATAM events, we can often overlook the caliber, the quality that comes over from the APAC region. And these players are showing that they are not pushovers. We've got Beelzeboy, as we've said, in the winners finals already. Masterme here showing just how dominant a player he is as well. But no one wants to give up now. They know, they see the end is in sight, and they will do everything within their power to make sure they're in that place.
And this is one of the best performances Firestar had in his career. His furthest placement was the 2023 Charlotte Regional Championship. He got to top 8 there. Now he is, I believe that is the top 12 at the World Championships. Even though that's not top 8, I would say that is more prestigious than a top 8 at a regional championship.
Yes, every event throughout the season continues to get bigger and bigger. Regional events, international championships, and now here, the World Championships in Anaheim, California. These players have traveled the world. They've traveled all year to get here, and they are making every moment count.
The Play Pokemon season starts in September again, so if you want to get into that action, make sure that you catch all the Pokemon, all these Pokemon that you see on this broadcast. They're usable for PvP. You can get started. You can make these dreams come true to get here at the World Championships.
It is a dream. It is a dream for so many players. And honestly, it is a dream for us as spectators, for you watching from home, to be able to watch a level of play that is just so impressive. We want to hear a lot more from Firestar. Jim has him for an interview now.
Wholesome_ here with Firestar. Incredible battles that we just witnessed. Let's just start at that moment that I think had everyone holding their breath. We saw that charge attack priority tie on the Bulldoze with the Cradily. Your Tinkaton won, then you finished off the Blastoise with the Play Rough. Did you have perfect energy counts there? How are you feeling?
Genuinely, I had perfect energy counts there. I realized the Cradily, the only win con for him was debuffing my attack with the Rock Tomb. And that's what I was worried about. I was able to predict the switch, be ready with a Bulldoze, and finish off the game in style.
Martijn and Farid were mentioning some of your previous performances, top 8, Charlotte 2023. Does this eclipse that in your mind here at Worlds?
Absolutely. That was a pretty small tournament at the time. We were slowly starting to get more people into the game, and nowadays we're having larger tournaments, almost 250, 300 people at these tournaments. I'm able to hold my own, show people that I'm able to be one of the best here.
Yeah, to that point, do you feel that you have something to prove or a statement that you're trying to make to your fellow trainers?
Absolutely. I want to be well known, I want to be respected, and I want to show people that I'm not just all talk.
Not just all talk at all. Those energy counts were absolutely on point, and we've just seen impressive play after impressive play. We talked about some of the Pokemon that are maybe a feature on your team. Tell me a little bit about the pick for Shadow Typhlosion.
I saw a lot of practice tournaments where people were coring Pokemon like Cradily, Tinkaton, and Talonflame. And Shadow Typhlosion is there to disencourage some people, especially the Shadow Scizor people. I see a couple of you out there.
Just need to avoid the lanterns. All right, well, last question for you. Anyone that you want to say thank you to that's helped you along your way? Any friends or family?
Absolutely. Obviously, parents, friends, everyone in the Home Slice Henry Discord. And, of course, a special thanks to Eat Strawberries, who's definitely watching this right now.
All right, well, a lot of help along the way and a lot of great battles in the meantime as well. Speaking of battles, we will have more coming up, but we're going to take a quick break for now. Let's go ahead and meet some of our casters, get to know them a little better.
Welcome into a brand new episode of Meet the Casters. I'm Speediest Chief 2 here with the one, the only Amanda Lundberg. Amanda, we got some really fun questions to run through. We're going to bounce back and forth a little bit here, but let's get us started. What is your favorite of all time? What is your favorite Pokemon?
I'm going to do an impersonation of it and see if you can guess it, okay?
Chat, help us out. I'm lost.
It's Sableye.
Sableye. Okay. Very nice, very nice.
And I know yours. Yours is Blastoise. But your favorite PvP is Fortress.
Next question, because you got it. You actually nailed it. Amanda knows me really well. Amanda, go ahead.
What can I say? All right, let's go ahead and ask, what is your favorite place or coolest place that you've ever caught a Pokemon? And while you're thinking, I'll go ahead and say, I was in Egypt, and I didn't actually catch it there, but I was able to evolve the Furfrou form, so I have the Pharaoh form Furfrou. Shiny. And I think that's maybe one of the rarest Pokemon in Pokemon Go.
Amanda, you successfully made everyone watching super jealous. That's honestly awesome. My answer is going to be Japan. I caught my Zygarde in Ota, Japan, which is located in Tokyo. I still look at the location tag. It's such a dream. And I remember actually saving the encounter for that event. I was like, I gotta do it here. This is the perfect place to do it. So yeah, absolutely. So I'm trying to remember what comes next.
Well, on the topic of worlds, and that's maybe not your favorite Worlds memory, because you've had quite a few Worlds memories. So what is your favorite Worlds memory?
Thank you, Amanda. Saving me per usual. My favorite Worlds memory has to be casting Grand Finals 2022 in London. It was our first Grand Finals for Pokemon Go. Storybook ending, Game 5 decisive matchup between Dancing Rob and Goran Hada. It's what dreams are made of. Grand Finals are incredible.
Goosebumps right now just thinking about that. That was such a cool moment. I think my favorite was last year in Honolulu. It was the first Worlds I was casting, and being able to just see the big stage and be a part of something so big is, it's a hard memory to top.
Next question, who do you think is gonna win it all at Worlds? And I'm gonna go first because I just gotta get it out. Elam. Give me Elam from North America. He looks so unstoppable. What do you think?
This is the season of Marto Galde. He's won so many so far, and I think he has potential to take it all the way.
Vamos, Marto. I think he can do it as well, but I don't know. Elam, to me, looks like the one. Amanda, we're going to spin the wheel here and see what kind of awesome task we get. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to go spin that wheel. I don't know if I can do it the whole time that it's spinning. All right, let's see what it's landing on here. We have Pokemon Snap or Pokemon Stadium.
I have very fond memories of Pokemon Stadium. It's got to be Stadium. The animations are the best. Venusaur doing its attacks. It looks so awesome. What do you choose?
Well, I'm just going to be, a little bit divisive. We can't always agree, so I'll say Pokemon Snap.
I hope the microphone picked up the snap. That was.
Make it louder.
Oh, there we go. All right, everybody. This has been a really fun segment. There are tons of other casters, so if you want to hear from them, make sure to keep on watching the stream. Back to the Pokemon action.
My name is Elam Rojas, and I'm from Costa Rica. If I were a Pokemon, I think I would be Steel type because it's the best defensive typing. I started with grassroots tournaments and meeting up with some of my friends. That was back in 2019. I just kept playing Go Battle League, a lot of tournaments, grassroots. So my first ever tournament was NAIC 2022, but I was very stressed at the time, couldn't really find the team. Baltimore 2022, I found the team, I managed to prep with it, and I did really well. I ended up getting second place to my friend House Stark. My next finals was in Hartford 2023, and that was against a friend of mine, Wudosh, which at the time he hadn't won his regional either. I've learned a lot after being on stream so many times. The first time that I competed on stream, I noticed that I got really tired as the day went by. I'm so used to it that I found a way to stay locked in, if that makes any sense.
We're about to get locked into these grand finals.
I used to think that there was a very clear skill ceiling. The more I play, I notice that that's not as clear as it used to be for me. You definitely need to put a lot of time and practice into it to be at the top. For this tournament, my team was a very similar team to what I brought in both LAIC and Louisville. I changed a couple picks with the new season. I added Annihilate and Corolash. I felt like they worked better in the current meta. My most difficult matchup has to be the finals against Septali. He beat me on the winners finals, and then I came back. I don't even know what happened in those games. I was just locked in. He had a very difficult team comp. His Shadow for Alligator was very strong against my team, and he knew that. He played fantastically. I just had to find ways around it. I didn't think I was going to win until like literally the end. It was just way too close.
And Elam claims his prize. He will be the Toronto Regional Grand Champion.
I'm feeling out of this world. It's been a long time, many tries, a lot of practice. I just feel fantastic right now. If I didn't win this regional, I would need to take a long break. I love competing. I'm a very competitive person. I know how good I am at the game, but my friends, meeting them at the events, hanging out with them, that's most of the reason why I keep going to these regionals. For this season, my initial goal was, of course, winning a regional. Now that I'm qualified for Worlds, I guess I need to win an IC. Other players should consider me a threat because I'm on the top of my game. I'm just a very well-rounded player. If I ever were to win Worlds, I would probably seriously consider retiring.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. It's the 2025 Pokemon Go World Championships in Anaheim, California. We started with over 200 qualified players for this Worlds competition, and we are down to the final 10 players. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined by my good friend, 2-0 Butters. How are you feeling this afternoon?
Feeling fantastic. Of course, we started this day number 2 with 32 of the best trainers at Pokemon Go Worlds, and now we're at the final 10. Remember, we have our winners finals set between Potamon and Beas Boy. Now we're on that loser's side of the bracket, so each one of these trainers has everything on the line, because if you are eliminated on the loser side, your run is over. You saw Potamon just going 2-0 to get to those finals. Beas Boy, of course, now only dropping 2 games, I believe, in the entire tournament. Incredibly impressive.
That's absolutely right, but this loser's bracket is still stacked full of competitors. Magic Mason versus Corolash coming up next. Ice Chris versus Firestar. Firestar definitely one to watch out for. He thrives in this loser's bracket. Maxi versus Jocks, and of course we got Trent versus Master Mihir. 2 of our players from India actually still in this, I think only 2 coming from that region, and both of them still in this tournament, both in the top 10, something really to be proud of. And I mean, we got to talk about the players in the winners finals, right? Beas Boy, 2nd Worlds ever, 1st one last year, 4th place. Now, at least a top 3 finish, averaging over top 4 in his Worlds performances, absolutely wild. But the consistency from Potamon, also incredibly impressive this season. 1st at the European International, 3rd at the North American International, and now at least a top 3 at World Championships. An incredible season for him. We have those matches later on, but we need to see who will be challenging them in that losers finals. Magic Mason versus LNDS Corolash coming up now.
And Corolash, of course, won back-to-back regionals this season. An incredible trainer from LATAM versus Magic Mason, who was a very strong competitor, a Toronto regional champion in previous seasons. Of course, he still had a top 5 performance this season in Baltimore to help him qualify, but ever since he got to the World Championships, he's been on a mission. He's been a different player than he's been all season. He's been playing out of his mind. Unfortunately, he did drop down to the loser side, and it looks like we're just gonna get in it. This is Magic Masons versus LNDS Corolash, and it's gonna be the Diggersby into the Shadow Kento Marowak. Diggersby has kind of fallen off out of the meta, but in this scenario, it is not bad versus the fellow ground type. Oh, no way!
The double resistance scorching sand on the Mandibus. We're kicking this match off on a hot start for LNDS Corolash. That's going to be no damage. However,
and the debuff! He got the debuff too!
He does get the debuff. This is not a great matchup for the Mandibus either way, but saving all that energy and health on the Marowak, not needing to shield, is going to be a good spot for Corolash. And the backlines, you draw out the Credility. This is exactly what Corolash wants to free up that Azumarill, and the Azumarill core breaks the back line matchups.
Just a filthy swap from Corolash here, and now you're gonna be able to take that damage, no problem. But your attack is so low. You are 2-stage debuffed on your attack, so even if you hit this foul play, it looks like he's just trying to get as much energy as possible, maybe trying to get back to his timer. Now you're gonna have to waste all this energy if you don't protect shield. Remember, you do have your timer available. Maybe he's trying to clear these debuffs. If you switch in Pokemon Go PvP, it clears your debuffs. There is that swap, and you have to use your second shield now. So after that awesome catch, now he has no protect shields. What a turn in momentum.
Maybe trying to catch a Rock Tomb or maybe a little off the counts there. So things are a little bit back more in favor of Magic Mason. He gets the ground matchup he had once again, but now the switch timers are not up, so Corolash has no out here. He also has no shields, but he has the back-to-back bone clubs to do some damage. The Credility is going to be pretty annoying because Magic Mason still has 2 shields, but there's no energy on the Credility, so something really key to watch out for later.
This game turned on a dime from that double resisted swap into the Scorching Sand to having to give up both protect shields. Now Magic Mason has a 2-shield Annihilate in the back. I know Azumarill is very strong against Annihilate, but not with 2 protect shields.
That's
and
huge.
You get the farm down on the Diggersby, and you have a charge attack to throw or even get a protect shield from this Annihilate. And he actually lets it go. So now suddenly you could get knocked out by fast attack pressure, especially from the bubble. Swap, aerial ace. He has double aerial ace. Can he get both the protect shields here?
I think he can, and this is going to be huge for Corolash. You're going to get energy from the Annihilate. Magic Mason spends 1 shield. You know he's going to have to spend the other after investing the shields into this Annihilate. But he's going to be met by the bulky wall of this Fairy-type Azumarill. And Azumarill, yes, you could do neutral damage with the Rage Fist, but you might get bubbled down. No energy on the Credility is not going to be a good time for Magic Mason's backline.
And now you have the Rage Fist, throw 1 counter and land that. You have to get through all the health of the Azumarill. We haven't seen much Azumarill at 2025 Pokemon Go Worlds, but this is one of the greatest Pokemon ever. And now the Credility is going to try to reach for that Grass Knot before the Ice Beam, and he gets there at the same time, but he doesn't throw it. He doesn't throw it. He could have at least thrown on charge attack priority to secure the damage. Magic Mason is knowing he made a mistake there, and his Credility has to pay for it.
Yeah, maybe didn't want to throw on bad timing there, but got a little greedy, and because of it, he is going to get almost bubbled down. 1 more Rage is going to be thrown, but the Ice Beam is reached. Corolash making incredible plays throughout this matchup, and he finds the win in game number 1.
His Meowth driving because this game was a wild ride. That was ridiculous. I mean, Corolash started it off hot with that catch, then had to give up 2 protect shields, but brilliant to give up those 2 protect shields to get them right back. Because remember, he gave up that first one to hold on to back-to-back aerial ace on his Mandibuzz. He pivoted out, and then he unleashed that back-to-back aerial ace to get both the protect shields back from Magic Mason just way later in the battle.
Yeah, he was really just banking on the fact that there's either a Credility or Dedenne. It was the Dedenne in the back. He really needs to draw it out because the Azumarill and the Mandibuzz will just get steamrolled by that typing of the electric Fairy-type mouse there. It wasn't the Dedenne, still Credility, which is pretty annoying, but he's able to dance around it. And I mean,
the catch right off the start, right? You know it can happen, but players don't usually just go straight for it. But Corolash says, you know what? I want to make a statement here in game number 1, and that's exactly what he did.
And what a statement to say swap Mandibuzz against a team that has Dedenne. That is incredibly risky. Maybe knowing that Magic Mason is not going to show that Dedenne in the game number 1. Does he make that adjustment into game number 2? You would have to think that Corolash is maybe baiting it out now. Maybe saying, hey, I'm super weak to Dedenne in the back, having the Azumarill, having the Mandibuzz. He might switch it up, maybe have strong counters for that Dedenne in game number 2.
And this is going to be the losers matchup between Magic Mason and Corolash. Best of 3, one more win for Corolash, and Magic Mason is knocked out of this tournament. He needs to dig deep and find a win here to force that game streak, to force a chance here to continue his historic Worlds run. A top finish so far for him, top 10 at a minimum, but you know he wants more.
There are only 10 trainers remaining in Pokemon Go. After this series, there will only be 9 because one of these trainers' journeys will come to an end. Everything is at stake here. They are so close to Championship Sunday. Just a couple more losers rounds victories away from maybe making it to the losers finals, winning that, and making it to the grand finals. Corolash, dominant game 1, able to really pull it out on the back of that Ice Beam because Magic Mason didn't throw that Grass Knot to secure it. Game number 2, let's see it. It is that Dedenne, but it's met by the Cradilly. And look, Corolash does have 2 answers for the Dedenne. ABA strong against it.
Yeah, and this Mandibuzz is going to be pretty strong into the Marowak, but here's the thing. Corolash has 2 answers for the Dedenne. The Dedenne has nowhere to go. Corolash feeling comfortable, maybe even giving up switch advantage. He's going to have to grab shields from Magic Mason to make this happen. Magic Mason, does he decide to invest shields into Annihilate? No, he does not. He wants the full Thundershock down potentially here. After a few more counters, that might be possible for this Mouse. Can you get to one more Ice Punch? Doesn't get to it. Doesn't throw the Rage Fist either. So this Mandibuzz pretty healthy here. Corolash, he could even pivot out.
And you're going to try to go for the full Thundershock down here, try to get as much energy as possible. Corolash is going to throw the foul play here. It's going to be not very effective. All of the charge attack and fast attack damage from this Mandibuzz is resisted by Dedenne. Swap into Cradilly here, unleashing the play rough, and there are 2 Dedenne answers on Corolash's team. There's that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back as well, but you would much rather see the Cradilly if you're Dedenne than match up against that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, and Magic Mason just going to let the Rock Tomb go. Magic Mason going to have to put in a lot of work with his Mandibuzz. It is well positioned, good matchups against the Marowak, not too bad against the Bullet Seed Cradilly, but if Corolash shields this and starts bullet seeding down, your Mandibuzz risks getting just pretty much permanently debuffed. Corolash lets it go, doesn't expect the Mandibuzz. The Mandibuzz is in perfect position.
No, he gets the form down. That is terrible for Mason. Like you mentioned, now you can unleash this super effective Rock Tomb and permanently debuff the Mandibuzz because the Mandibuzz cannot swap out of the battlefield because the other 2 Pokemon have been knocked out. That means you can never get rid of that debuff the rest of the game, and there's a Protect Shield advantage from Corolash as well.
Yeah, and these foul plays are not going to hit nearly as hard anymore. This is a positive matchup for the Mandibuzz, but Corolash feeling a lot more confident after that debuff has been landed. 1 shield apiece. The Rock Slides are super effective though, and 2 plus some Mudslap damage may be enough. He still has his own Mandibuzz in the back, and Corolash has that catch opportunity.
And now there are no Protect Shields remaining for Magic Mason. There's still 1 Protect Shield remaining for Corolash. He's going to be able to unleash the Rock Slide here. Remember, he's up 1-0, so if he can secure this knockout, he can secure his tournament dreams of becoming the 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion. Here comes the foul play. No Protect Shield into that Marowak, and now all this Marowak needs to do is get to 1 more Rock Slide, and that's going to be a good game.
Wait, hold on. This foul play might be enough. Oh, Magic Mason doesn't opt to throw it, thinking that maybe he needs to hang on, needs to get to back-to-back moves against the opposing.
Well, he still has the shield.
Oh, he still has, yeah, you're right. Yeah, he still has a shield. And that's going to be a KO. LNDS Corolash takes the 2-0 victory over Magic Mason.
Well done to LNDS Corolash. Remember, he made that awesome catch game number 1. He was trying to bait out the Dedenne. making your backline weak to it, showing Mandibuzz, showing Azumarill, and then you pull the rug, you bring the Dedenne answers, and he was able to capitalize it with that amazing strategy in game number 2 and secure victory 2-0.
Yeah, I thought things were looking a little bit dire for Corolash at the end there, but getting that bullet seed down against Dedenne and leaving with the Rock Tomb was what sealed the deal for him in that victory. He had the Marowak in the back, and now, usually that's not a great matchup for the Marowak against the Mandibuzz, but the debuff was huge, and like you said, still had to shield it, and he felt confident, didn't even need to go for a catch. A very heartbreaking loss for Magic Mason, not only losing to Corolash, but also losing to his teammate and friend, LNDS Harjefe, the two only players remaining, I think, running Azumarill. Definitely kind of weird fairy picks for this meta, but it's working for them.
No, absolutely. The two Lindos still left in competition here. We had 10, we do have 9. Magic Mason is eliminated from the tournament, but what a run to get top 10 at 2025 Pokemon Go Worlds is an incredible feat. I mean, he took a little bit of break, he said it himself, and to come out this strong, that's very inspiring. So well done, awesome tournament from Magic Mason.
Yeah, something still to be proud of, but LNDS Corolash looking for more himself, and what a breakout season it has been for him. Never winning any regionals, any internationals, definitely not Worlds, but wins not only 1, but 2 and back-to-back regional titles this year, and looking for even more already. At least was it now a top 6 finish at World Championships. Pretty impressive stuff. And here's the thing, he's faced off against his own teammate LNDS Harjefe, who's still in this tournament, and he was actually able to best his own teammates. So in a way, you don't want to face your friends there. Sometimes it's fun, but Corolash is one of the few people that actually has Harjefe's number this season, and that could be an interesting matchup if we do end up seeing those two friends face off.
We possibly could see that rematch, and how about to get over the hump as well, because yes, he won the back-to-back regionals at Rio de Janeiro and Fortaleza, but in the international competition, he had 33rd place at the Latin American International Championships this season, and then he also competed at NAIC and got 33rd place as well. So just 1 match victory away from top cut. Now, like you said, guarantees top 6 at Worlds. That is incredible. What an awesome season from Corolash, and maybe he can keep his dreams alive. He just, I believe, has to win 2 more matchups to get to those losers finals, maybe in the grand final. So well done to Corolash. We got our next matchup already ready for you. We have Ice Chris and Firestar. There are 9 trainers remaining. After this, there's only gonna be 8.
Yeah, and Firestar, maybe someone that people are not as familiar with. And here's the thing, when I've been watching Firestar this season in particular, has been absolutely on fire, but no one really knows it because he's always fighting through that loser's bracket. He doesn't start on the winner's side. He slogs through these loser matchups early on, many of them not making the broadcast until later on. If you look at how many matches he goes through to get to this point, it's absolutely incredible. He takes early losses on day number 1 and just doesn't care. Powers through some of the biggest names in the tournaments to get to this spot. I even talked to him, I was like, look, this is where you thrive, right? He's like, yeah, I don't know what it is, but I'm in my elements, and Firestar, maybe not a household name, but it's definitely someone you don't want to see, especially when you're on an elimination match.
Well, speaking of that, I have the data. At the North American International Championships, he did drop down to the loser side of the bracket and then rifled off 5 straight match victories, able to take out 5 trainers and then going down to Ashton Ash, of course, one of the best trainers on the planet as well. But to get into that loser side and then just get win after win after win, it is not easy. That is why it is a rare feat. We saw it from our first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Can Firestar repeat that here? First, he's going to have to get through Ice Chris. Ice Chris is one of LATAM's strongest players as well. He has had an awesome season. He's a regional champion, and now he has this meta team faced against Firestar, which is a little more spicy. He has the Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah, and you said 5 straight matches at the North America International. Well, get this, at World Championships, he's gone through 6 straight wins in this losers bracket. He's looking for number 7 here, and I'm telling you, it's not even just the last 2 tournaments. He just does this on a regular basis. I don't know what it is, right? Maybe he just like, I need to just wake up from my first loss and then I'll do it. He got 9th place at Atlanta as well, losing in match number 3, and then goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds as well in that losers bracket. That's absolutely insane that he's averaging at least 6 loser's match wins before he gets knocked out. And you're just hoping I'm not the next one. I'm not the 7th. You know, Ice Chris, a formidable opponent for sure. But looking at the teams, this is absolutely wild. We haven't seen a Shadow Typhlosion in a hot second. But Firestar bringing it back into this meta.
And Ice Chris does have the Shadow Quagsire to counter it. It's a fantastic counter because you're going to be able to resist the Thunder Punch and the Blast Burn damage. But Blast Burn will still do a lot of damage into that Shadow Quagsire. But otherwise, that Shadow Typhlosion is looking really safe against Ice Chris's team.
Everything.
I mean, you really can play it against everything. I mean, Lapras is still okay in that matchup, but if you put up the Protect Shields, invest into it, and maybe that's what Firestar's been doing. It's in his name, and now we have the lead. It looks like fire, but it is going to be the Galarian Moltres. This is still a Dark Flying type. Here's that Cradily on the Say Swap after that negative lead.
Yeah, this is the Acid Cradily, so a little bit better into the flying type of this Galarian Moltres, but the first fly is going to come through. I like the Say Swap a lot from Firestar because outside the Tinkaton, you have a lot of play with this Cradily, but it's going to be the own Cradily of Ice Chris coming in here. He comes in behind Energy and now going to be debuffed first. This is kind of a tricky matchup for Ice Chris.
And it also, because the switch timers are so misaligned, you can now get out of this matchup if you're Firestar. You can get
Oh, and he went Charge Attack priority!
Oh, that is huge. At least he will have to take a Rock Tomb, but that means this Rock Tomb will debuff, so this Cradily from Ice Chris is double debuff before he throws his first Rock Tomb of the battle. And now Firestar could even maybe come into his Tinkaton and start getting a bunch of energy. We're gonna see if he tries to do that. His switch timer's up, but no, actually gonna try to bank up a bunch of energy, maybe try to swap on an attack. Let's see if Firestar gets out of there. No, he wins Charge Attack priority. He doesn't need the lead.
Yeah, I love this play from Firestar because he goes for it. Either Ice Chris gives up switch advantage or throws up a shield and Firestar can acid all the way down. Now you get a guaranteed matchup of Galarian Moltres versus Tinkaton. Not a great spot to be in. Ice Chris trying to do something with this energy from the Galarian Moltres. I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's resisted damage into the Tinkaton. Going to throw a Brave Bird first before swapping out. This is still a lot of resisted damage, and Firestar is behind on a shield. Quagsire up a shield against this team is pretty scary. I like the plays from Ice Chris. Let's see if he can close it out.
And we saw Maxi do something really similar earlier in the tournament when you had that alignment of the Galarian Moltres into Tinkaton, but you just bounce around the battlefield and get enough damage to knock it out in the end game. And now going for the Aqua Tail. One Stone Edge will actually do more damage than the Aqua Tail, and he gets the Protect Shield on the bait Aqua Tail. A huge swing. You have 2 Protect Shields remaining. Firestar's Dusclops is absolutely loaded.
It is, but there's still another shield on Ice Chris's side, and like you said, the Stone Edge is what you really want to shield. Unfortunately, was not going to be shielded. Wait, Ice Chris going for another Aqua Tail. I like this play too, because I think one Stone Edge is not enough. You still have to go for more shot damage. 2 Aqua Tail is actually better in this scenario, and I think Ice Chris recognizes that.
And now he's at the double Aqua Tail. Will he give up his last Protect Shield? He doesn't need to. This isn't going to knock out, so Ice Chris is probably just going to keep it. And now the timer is up. Is there going to be a swap here? But no, threw it before that Hex did go through. So now you're going to guarantee this Aqua Tail damage. You're going to guarantee the knockout, and you also have that Protect Shield on your Galarian Moltres. It's a negative matchup, but all you need to do is you can actually even just land an Aqua Tail and some Mudshot damage, and that might be a GG.
Firestar knows that he can't win Charge Attack priority, so doesn't even opt for the move, trying to go for 2 play routes potentially, or if he gets a bait.
On the Bulldoze! He swapped on the Bulldoze! Not very effective. This is going to do absolutely nothing, and he gets the shield! The bait! Can he get to the play rough in time? It looks like he's going to get there. No, the Sucker Punch does knock him out. Ice Chris takes game number 1.
I like the shield from Ice Chris. Even though it's a double resistant Bulldoze, you still want to play it safe just in case, right? Because that's your one lose condition is if you do it. And even if you get to play rough, you can one-shot down. So great adjustments from Ice Chris. I mean, it looked a little dive for him, right? He loses Charge Attack priority. He gets double debuff before he throws a single move with his own Cradily, flipping switch advantage. But this is where Galarian Moltres really outshines Mandibuzz, the other flying dark type. You have the hard-hitting resisted Brave Bird. It's resisted damage, but still does a good chunk into that Fairy Steel type. On top of it, the Sucker Punch damage resisted as well, but it does a good chunk. This was the farm down that Ice Chris needed, avoiding another Rock Tomb. And then, of course, Shadow Quagsire looking so strong for Ice Chris's team. This is an Acid Cradily as well on the side of Firestar, so not a lot of fast attack pressure against
this Quagsire for Ice Chris, I think he brings it into all 3 games.
And
if it goes to 3 games even.
It kind of makes Shadow Typhlosion impossible to play, because if you know Shadow Quagsire is going to be in every single lineup, that makes you rely on your other 5 Pokemon if you are Firestar. I agree with you. I thought he had such an advantage early on in that game, winning charge attack priority on the Cradilly, but the fact that the Moltres was able to farm down as well, and it's not exactly so devastating to meet that Tinkaton, because if you double Brave Bird somehow by bouncing around the battlefield and doing enough Sucker Punch damage, you can knock out that Tinkaton. So Firestar, he's already won 6 straight series here on the losers side of the bracket in Worlds. Can he make that 7? He needs to reverse sweep this matchup if he wants to do it. Ice Chris is gonna unleash that Galarian Moltres one more time to meet the Cradilly. And remember, Firestar swapped in this Cradilly in game number 1. Now he has it in the lead.
And he has the Shadow Typhlosion. Does he give up a shield is the real question there. Moves are going to be reached at the same time, but Firestar going to throw up that first shield. He needs to take out this Moltres, wants to mitigate some of this damage, and the Cradilly is really strong in the side of Ice Chris, really outside the Tinkaton. You have play into everything. Corsa's okay resisting the acid damage. We have a lot to hit back with. Firestar now built up to almost 2 Rock Tombs. First one is going to come through. Not enough to take it out. He swaps out to the Cradilly. But what do? You can't really bring in the Typhlosion into this matchup. Does he bring in the Galarian Moltres? Maybe you do bring the Typhlosion in, but you're taking super effective Rock Tomb back.
He doesn't necessarily have to get out of here.
Yeah,
either,
that's true.
Right? You could just stay in this matchup. You aren't going to get farmed down, and actually not going for the Rock Tomb. Trying to go to the Grass Knot. This is more, he's smiling a little bit. This is more damage than the Rock Tomb. Maybe Firestar was helping to endure. He still does endure. Now he's going to unleash the Shadow Typhlosion, and it's going to be chunking with those Incinerates. He's going to have the Protect Shield. This isn't going to be enough, though. This is resistant. I believe Ice Chris is going to let it go, because it's not going to... No, he actually does Protect Shield.
He doesn't have a lot of easy ways to take this out, because the Typhlosion can still get a lot of value. You need to strip this final shield from the Typhlosion to have a chance here, because otherwise the Lapras can't sidewave down this health range. You can't Sucker Punch down this health range either. Now comes the Lapras. You're thinking Water Spine into Fire, but these Fire Punches hurt. He's going for the Blast Burn, the neutral damage, but it hits even harder than the super effective Thunder Punch. Does Ice Chris snuff this out? He does. He throws up his final shield as well. He's closing in on the Sparkling Aria.
He went for the higher damage attack, and now he can't swap out. He's vulnerable, and that means Ice Chris was able to bank more energy, farm up for that Galarian Moltres in the back. This is going to knock out the Shadow Typhlosion, and now you have to get enough damage. The problem is one Ice Beam doesn't do it, and you are still switch locked. As soon as Firestar is able to get to a Brave Bird, you could win the battle. So Ice Chris decides to go for a Sparkling Aria. He's going to need 2 charge attacks to be able to win this battle.
I like this play from Ice Chris, but isn't enough. There's a catch opportunity as well.
Oh!
Firestar throwing the Fly instead.
I don't know if this is enough.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
He has a catch opportunity. If he makes a catch, that could save him from elimination. Only sliver health left. Can he make the catch?
No!
Not quite. Sparkling Aria.
But this might not be enough.
It won't be enough.
Oh, this is going to come down to the fast attacks here. It could be anyone's battle. Firestar has the
Simo Swap.
The Cradilly able to throw the Rock Tomb to secure the knockout. Is going to be a fast attack off. You're going to get 1 knockout here, but Firestar still needs 2 more. The Moltres has no health.
Gosh.
The Cradilly has no health.
Single-digit HP bars on every Pokemon. And the Firestar, he's still hanging on. Loser's bracket is where he thrives, and we're going to a game number 3.
You just cannot eliminate this trainer. Firestar able to hold on and full sweep that backline of 3 Pokemon from Ice Chris that had almost no health remaining. What a ridiculous finish. Precision to be able to get that charge attack as well, because if you didn't get that off and Ice Chris swapped on it, he actually would have lost that battle.
I feel like there's no shot Ice Chris doesn't bring that Shadow Quagsire into this game 3. That Shadow Typhlosion was such a pain for Ice Chris to deal with. He has to shield his Lapras from it because it was just such a nuisance. You can't fast attack pressure it down. He forced shields on the Cradilly, even knowing that's a resistant Thunder Punch, because that Fire Pokemon just hits so hard. Firestar, I mean, if this guy doesn't have grit, I don't know what to say, right? He's constantly playing in tournaments on elimination matches time after time, and he doesn't care. You know, he's like, I don't care who you put against me. I'm going to take him down if it's an elimination game. We're going to game number 3 here. Let's see how these players adjust. Final game for one of these players. on the line. Either a top 10 finish or at least a top 6 finish at the biggest stage in the world.
Obviously, a trainer used to having his back against the wall, being in these elimination scenarios over and over again. But how bold was it to bring that Shadow Typhlosion into game number 2, knowing that you're probably seeing Shadow Quagsire in every single battle. When his back was against the wall, he went for his fire Pokemon. That's why he is Firestar. But I think you might want to sit that in game number 3, because I agree with you. There is no way, 0% chance, Ice Chris doesn't lean on that Shadow Quagsire that is so dominant for him in this decisive game number 3. One of these trainers will be eliminated. One will move on. We have game 3. It's Ice Chris versus Firestar, and we have a Tinkaton versus Cradily.
This is the backline matchup is not favorable for Firestar at all. But this matchup with Acid Cradily is not nearly as bad as the Bullet Seed variation. That's why Acid does shine a lot more in this meta. Getting the Rock Tomb off before the Play Rough Stone is huge. And here's the thing, Firestar can even shield the potential Play Rough here and make things even more awkward for Ice Chris, because now the next Play Rough will be double debuffed. Does he throw up the shield? Now, he doesn't. He doesn't have the Typhlosion in the back, but he can make Ice Chris think it is, because usually you save the shields for that Typhlosion. Play Rough's going to connect. It is resisted. You're going to get to the next Rock Tomb beforehand. You could potentially catch it on the Quagsire, but I think that's a little bit too risky here as Firestar. He actually even paused a bit to avoid the potential catch. Really great mechanics from Firestar.
And Ice Chris, the alignment matters for him a little bit more, because he wants to avoid his Galarian Moltres against that Tinkaton from Firestar. He's going to be able to throw the Play Rough here. You're too debuffed to be able to get a knockout here. That is the strength of the Cradily. That is why it was #1 in usage in some practice tournaments leading up to this. It's why it's such a good Pokemon. It's so flexible, and now you're going to be able to throw this Grass Knot, actually, that's going to do a little bit more damage to try to secure the knockout, but this is resisted. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out that Tinkaton. No, it's not. The Tinkaton has the Play Rough loaded, tries to bank up a little more energy and go for the Bulldoze. I'm not positive this knocks out, Caleb.
It'll be close. I think even if it doesn't, he could probably fairy one down, but he does get the knockout. I like this play from Firestar. He knows that this is no way, shape, and form a Play Rough. Going to get an energy lead here, and this is a crucial... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, this is a crucial decision for Ice Chris. I think he brings in his own Moltres. Oh, we get the debuff though. That's actually huge for Ice Chris on that Bulldoze.
And what does he decide to bring in here? He decides to bring in his own Moltres, maybe also thinking that there's a Shadow Typhlosion in the back, but now you're doing more damage with your Sucker Punch because of the defense drop, so you're in a better position, but a little bit more energy from Firestar, picking up the first Protect Shield from Ice Chris there. Does he try to pivot and swap onto this attack? He's banking up energy. He's actually not pivoting.
Yeah, Firestar now throwing up his shield. This is looking a little precarious because he's taking a lot more damage from the Sucker Punch in this mirror match because his defense has been dropped. He could go for Brave Bird here, but goes for the Fly. Let's see if Ice Chris is going to protect up this Moltres. Not shields down. This Tinkaton can go to town because the Quagsire doesn't have any charge attacks that are ground types. Firestar, does he spend the final shields here? No. Gonna put everything on the Tinkaton. I think he's made the calculation. He said, you know what? Even a Quagsire here, I still have play with all the shields down on the side of Quagsire.
It's going to be enough. So tough, Caleb. You're going to go for the Bulldoze and then a Play Rough. That seems to be the strategy, as that was charge attack priority, knowing that one Play Rough isn't going to be enough damage to knock out. That is a smart play. And remember, the Galarian Moltres from Ice Chris is energy dry. So the prerogative of Firestar is just going to try to knock out this Quagsire as fast as possible. Use your Protect Shields.
Oh, we get the debuff!
Oh, he does get the debuff.
That's everything he needs.
And then, but remember, he still needs to get to a Play Rough against that Galarian Moltres. And here comes the last Protect Shield of the battle. Does he throw this Play Rough right away? He needs to, or else he's going to lose charge attack priority.
He's two more shots away. He can get for one more. Perfect timing from Firestar. He's nodding his head. He's feeling confident. Sucker Punch is resisted, though. Can you Sucker Punch down? I believe you outpace with the Play Rough because the Moltres has no energy.
He's going to get there.
Can he do it? Firestar coming out of nowhere. Fairy Burst Steel. Fairy Burst Ground. He gets the Play Rough. He's thriving, and that makes 7 losers wins in a row for Firestar and counting. This is his realm.
Firestar pulls off the reverse sweep to stay alive here in Pokemon Go Worlds 2025. Ridiculous. Able to win 7 straight series on that loser side of the bracket. Was down 0-1 and holds on by a sliver of health with this Tinkaton to close it out. to win it. And that means Ice Chris is unfortunately unlimited, but what a run from him as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's everything you want if you're Ice Chris. You want that Shadow Quagsire on the Tinkaton. You have the matchup you want. Firestar, though, just trusting that his strategy will pay off. The debuff, absolutely crucial in that matchup with that first Bulldoze. Threw it right away. Farmed up perfectly, getting to exactly the play rough before the second Aqua Tail was reached, knowing that he's going to lose charge attack priority. But he knew that Galarian Moltres, you can't even catch the play rough. Timers was not up. And then the basing, knowing that he outbases the Moltres. Brilliant performance from Firestar, and we're going to see even more of him.
We're going to have to see that highlight because that is the precision of a world champion right there. You are with your back against the wall. You can be eliminated. If you are just off by one count of a mud shot, you would lose that battle. But the precision and the confidence for Firestar, knowing that his dreams are on the line, just have they been for 7 straight series, to go for that extra fairy win that he might have needed to win the battle. That is amazing gameplay from Firestar and just amazing awareness in an in-game scenario to be as precise as possible.
And that matchup was what you would want if you're Ice Chris. You want the Steel Tinkaton against the grass of the Credilli. You want your Shadow Quagsire, the ground type, into the steel of the Tinkaton of Firestar. That is your best counter for the Tinkaton, but Firestar staying ahead on energy, grabbing that final shield from the Moltres was what set him up for that victorious success, but he had to execute it to perfection. The debuff also coming in clutch for him. Everything working out perfectly. He executed perfectly, the debuff coming in just in time to keep his dreams alive.
And will it be the story of something like the CTU? Remember, he did that in the past where he just rattled off so many loser round wins in a row. Or will his story be like Dancing Rob, the Pokemon Go World Champion in 2022, where he kept battling through that loser side of the bracket and eventually winning it all? We'll have to wait and find out. That means we have 8 trainers remaining. We had 10, 2 have now been eliminated, and we still got one more matchup for you guys.
Yeah, Firestar, this is the highest finish he's had this season, is on the biggest stage yet again from that loser side. Top 6 at a minimum at World Championships is absolutely no joke. Like I said, if you don't know Firestar now, you know his name. And if you're sitting across the table from him in a loser's brackets, good luck.
Caleb,
good luck.
Caleb, that's his best finish ever
That's
in his championship
wild.
series career. Previously, his best finish was top 7 in Charlotte. And now
in 2023, right?
In 2023, yes. And now he beats that at the World Championships. And look at that run on that loser's side of the bracket. You see Firestar starting off against Wolfpack, against
actually Zardy too, even today.
Yeah, against Zardy is Zardy against Wolfpack, then going against Poki Michi, Ice Chris, and now he's gonna face LNDS Corolash later on.
Yeah, that's a tough matchup too, but honestly, I don't know who's the underdog there, right? In a typical situation, that's Firestar, but on this side of the bracket, I think anyone sitting across the table from him is the underdog. Let's see how far Firestar can push the limits here at World Championships, but we have another epic series coming up. It's going to be Maxi 1 million P versus Jocks 13. We haven't seen a lot of Jocks yet because similar to Firestar, playing a lot of matches on that loser side, but he's battled it all the way to this top 10 as well, and he's looking for more.
I mean, it's impressive to make it this far in the tournament, and we still don't know that much about you. Yeah. I mean, that's crazy. You are already in the top 8. If you win this, you are in the top 6 for Jocks. We've seen a lot of Maxi so far. He's had an awesome run, and can he continue that? Right now, he has the more meta team, and I'm looking at Jocks' team. He has the Shadow Sizzler, one of my caster predictions. I thought this Pokemon would
I thought Shadow Steel. Oh, one of your 4.
One,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
we
you're
had
right,
4.
You're right.
You know, we spread them out because you know sometimes we're wrong.
You like Shadow and Steel is what I'm gathering.
Yeah, and because it's so strong against the top meta picks. I mean, just look at the top of Maxi's team. The Tinkaton, the Cradilly, it's awesome. It's a little worse against the Galarian Corsola, but it's okay against the Galarian Moltres. I mean, Golisopod is okay as well. It's going to have a lot of play against the meta team of Maxi.
Yeah, this is a Fury Cutter Golisopod for Maxi as well, so it's actually much better because you're resisting that Fury Cutter fast attack damage, and you win that charge attack priority with the Night Slash. So you could, if they don't shield the Night Slash, you can get to a point where you can shield up that Scizor, assuming you have shields, which almost any Scizor player does, and you can bullet punch out and come out with such an advantage. So that Shadow Scizor, super volatile, super attack heavy and aggressive in the situations, but when played right, it feels unstoppable. Let's not forget, there's a boost chance too, and we saw what Potamon did with those boosts at the North America International Championships in that top 3, but we'll see if Josh can make history happen on his side of things too.
Well, 2 Shadow Scizors held up trophies at NAIC 2025. Out of the top 4, there were 2 Shadow Scizors. In this iteration of the meta, it is a force. We're gonna see if Jox can unleash it here in this matchup versus Maxi, but Maxi has, I feel like, the one team that is most common in this tournament. I feel like if there is a new meta in this iteration of the meta, it might just be Maxi's team. It has really good protection against everything, and it has that swap from the Dusclops to the Galarian Corsola. So maybe that will be in his favor going on the rest of this tournament, that he might just have the strongest 6 Pokemon to deal with the wide variety of all these trainers on the loser side. Let's get into game number 1, Maxi versus Jox. And Jox is gonna send out the Azumarill. Devastating lead for Maxi. Instant pivot. No, actually just stays in. Maybe gonna try to Brave Bird and then get out of there.
I like this play from Maxi. He's going to potentially throw a Brave Bird and dip, but he's going to get outpaced by the Azumarill if Jox went straight for the Ice Beam. That's exactly what's going to be the case. Maxi has no fear in the world, going to tank a super effective Ice Beam on the Moltres here, feeling very comfortable in this matchup. That's going to make only one person that I know that feels comfortable there, but he does throw the first Brave Bird. Jox might just shield us up, feeling pretty good about the Azumarill. He does throw the last second shield up, has a lot of utility into the backhand matchup. In comes the
Oh, this is bad!
But in comes the Galarian Moltres. Galarian Corsola has a shield advantage. However, the typing is far superior to this Galarian Moltres.
And you're probably going to use a Protect Shield here because you can really dictate the rest of the tempo. No, actually just letting it go. That means he's going to heavily rely on his Tinkaton and Azumarill in the back, or sorry, his Galarian Corsola and Azumarill in the back, just letting this Galarian Moltres go at really low health, but banks a lot of energy. There's 2 Protect Shields left from Maxi. Does he use a single one? No. You able to knock out with that fly, and you have another attack. Do you try to soak that on your own Galarian Moltres, or do you just absorb it on your Tinkaton?
Tinkaton, we've seen it before, right? The Brave Bird still does a good chunk, and Jox, maybe not comfortable, doesn't go for it, goes for the fly instead. But Maxi's still throwing up the shield, so still paying off for Jox in this situation. Now we got a bulk versus bulk in the back here. Galarian Corsola able to bulk out most of these matchups. The Tinkaton has a lot of energy, but look at the health of the Azumarill in the back.
Yeah, just look at the health difference of these Pokemon, Jox compared to Maxi. The Galarian Moltres is almost knocked out, and the Azumarill for Jox is very healthy. And yes, of course, the Tinkaton is a strong Pokemon, Galarian Corsola is a strong Pokemon, but you just can't really overcome the health difference here if you are Maxi.
Maxi needs to pull off a catch some way, somehow, on one shield apiece. This is not going to be good for him. Oh, goes for the swap here, but doesn't try.
Oh, but he's going to get to a Brave Bird.
Can you get to it? He does get to it against Jox's Azumarill, and Jox saying, you know what? I don't care if this is the typing advantage on the Tinkaton. There's still too much health on the Azumarill. Makes 2 great shields, both spent on the Brave Bird, and now Maxi has no catch potential. All the energy about to be unloaded onto the Tinkaton.
I mean, that was his best Protect Shield remaining, the most efficient use of it to soak that up on the Brave Bird. Now there is still 1 Protect Shield remaining for Maxi. It's not actually over yet. You can Protect Shield this Play Rough, but you're probably going to have to throw a Bulldoze and then a Play Rough to knock out this Azumarill. Maybe you even have to rely on a debuff here to get enough damage here. It's not over yet. The bubbles are wearing down. Here comes the Play Rough, and I don't know. This isn't going to be enough damage. The bubble did go through. I think Maxi is running out of time here.
Maxi needs to maybe prevent a combo play, but Jox knows he can potentially bubble down, and he's throw, and he gets the bubble down, knowing that Maxi can't throw the energy unless he has 2 back-to-back moves, because he knew that the Galarian Corsola still had energy in the back. A pretty funky game, in my opinion, because both players not shielding super effective moves, right? Not shielding the Ice Beam on the Galarian Moltres, actually staying in that matchup, which generally speaking is one of your worst matchups. Actually, is the worst matchup, I think, for Maxi's Galarian Moltres there, but maybe didn't feel confident in the back-end matchups with the Galarian Corsola and the Tinkaton. Meanwhile, Jock's not shielding it with the Power Gem, but I think Jock's allocating his shields just a bit better than Maxi, shielding 2 Brave Birds from the Galarian Moltres.
And Azumarill is just never out of the meta, it seems like. We thought it wouldn't be here at World Championships, but it is here, it is back, and is able to win that game number 1 for Jocks. Actually, a couple of the top trainers still remaining have that Azumarill. I believe Harjeffi has it as well. It's so good against the Galarian Moltres. There's a Galarian Moltres or Mandibuzz on a lot of these trainers' teams in day number 2, and in the end, Maxi just ran out of time. He was so close with the Hammer of Tinkaton to get to 2 charge attacks to maybe win that battle, but just didn't have the health remaining, got knocked out by the bubble, and now he doesn't want to get knocked out of this tournament, but he is down 1-0. Now he needs to repeat what Firestar just did and reverse sweep to secure his next spot in the loser side of the bracket.
Maxi's been so on point all weekend. His best international performance to date, and honestly, his best season to date overall too. He's got to find a way to overcome this matchup against Jocks. Jocks, I think only the second time he's been on the big stage, but he looks ready. He looks like he's been battling all weekend to get to this point, to get to this top 10. He's looking for more. Game number 2 here is going to be the Shiny Shadow Scizor into the Golisopod. Bug versus bug action.
Oh, that is beautiful there. And look at the CP as well at 1498 and going to try to go all the way for the Trailblaze, I believe. I like this play. No, actually going for the Trailblaze and then baiting. Because if you can ever land that Trailblaze, you can actually bullet punch down, but I like this. You might get the Protect Shield as you use your Protect Shield, but actually didn't register it. Great timing by Maxi to throw his charge attack right before that Night Slash was available.
I think Maxi might even let this go.
Oh, he does!
Trailblaze, it's only neutral. Can hang on, can he get to another?
Oh,
Get the attack boost! 1 in 8 chances, and now winning charge attack priority. Maxi in a tough position, shaking his head, can only do is smile and see what he can do to overcome. A double boost would be even crazier.
Oh my goodness, the double boost!
4 times attack boosted at the maximum. These bullet punchers are going to absolutely chunk. Look at the health bar on this Moltres.
Look at the Moltres' health. Wow, ridiculous. Fate is on Jock's side here as he double boosts and you bring in your own Moltres, but look at the health of Maxi as he's gonna throw a charge attack. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining, and it is used on a fly. You do have the Azumarill in the back to try to soak another charge attack or throw your own. Maybe there's a swap. No, throwing the fly. Does it get the Protect Shield? Yes, I expect a pivot from Jocks to try to catch this next attack from Maxi.
Wow, you know, Maxi's going to fight this too. It is a demoralizing situation. He does catch a Brave Bird though. This game's not completely over. It is just in a tough position for Maxi. Going to try to fight it through here. Brave Bird's going to land, and the Galarian Corsola still pretty bulky. You need to leave with at least a Power Gem, but there's so much health left on that Galarian Moltres. Jocks just going for the Ice Beam here, going for a little chip damage. Not the more efficient move, but wants to lower the health bar of this Galarian Corsola as fast as possible.
It definitely isn't over yet, but the challenge for Maxi is that Galarian Moltres from Jocks is out of range of Power Gem. And now you're actually over 100 energy, I believe, if you're Maxi. As soon as that Astonish goes through, you're gonna Protect Shield on this. Is he gonna just try to farm down? Can he get the full Astonish? That looks like what Maxi is trying to go. Wait a second, he's gonna get the full Astonish here, and he's gonna secure it. And now he has double Power Gem. He's got the double.
Oh my gosh! Maxi coming out of nowhere, finding maybe the slimmest of win conditions here. First Power Gem coming through. Second one, loaded up, going for the Nightshade. Maxi coming out of nowhere off the double boosted Scizor and finds the necessary victory for game number 3.
You got the double boost, I got the double charge attack, and I got the victory, and now it is tied 1-1. I thought that was John's game as soon as that bullet punch damage came into the Moltres, and the Moltres was at about 30% health. I was like, there's no way Jocks isn't losing this, but the strength of that Galarian Corsola, not only to win him that battle, that has been his MVP. He was able to win other matchups against Galarian Corsolas earlier on in the tournament, and now getting that Astonish damage to fully farm down Azumarill.
Man, I feel like we almost cursed into existence thinking, all right, there's no ways there's going to be a second boost. First boost comes through, never feels good. The second boost feels even worse, and still have his shield remaining. How many players in Maxi position would just have mentally checked out the match, saying, I'm out of it? He's shaking his head. He is, but you know what? He's stuck through it, and this is why he's in this top 10 spot, and not all the other hundreds of players that have been playing in this circuit this season. And finding the win con, getting the Astonish down, and just knowing that, you know what? This is my game, and I'm going to game number 3 here. This is my time to shine. What a crazy turn of events.
Pokemon Go PvP is fast-paced, it's dynamic. Things can change, even if it goes in the opposite way of how you want it to go, you can still bounce back. Proof in Maxi's performance right there, able to somehow pull it off with his tournament dreams on the line. If he didn't win that, he would have been eliminated, and now he has the momentum. He's tied it up, and can he get one more victory just like Firestar just did before to move on and secure that top 6 as well? There's still 8 trainers remaining. One will be eliminated after this game.
Wow, the perseverance from Maxi, you know? I mean, that's the nervous laughter of like, oh boy, I'm in trouble, you know? But he still just kept tapping. He didn't give up. And how many times do you face something like a Shadow Scissor, something so attack-weighted, getting 4 times attack jumped from the boost there, and you still find the way? It's
and that's
absolutely
maximum.
Wild. Maximum.
If you're new to Pokemon Go PvP, he was max attack boost in that scenario.
1 in 8 chances for 1. 2 in a row. Different story here. Maxi finding a terrible lead yet again, but he has 2 answers for the Zoomer on the back. I don't think he's going to tank this Ice Beam this time, but let's see. Maybe even going for a catch here. He does go for the catch, and he catches it on the Tinkaton resisted damage.
What a play, and it seems like you would want to go into the Cradilly here, but it's so risky to swap out a Cradilly against a Shadow Scizor team. So keeping that in the back line, maybe hoping to bait out the Shadow Scizor, I think that was Maxi's strategy here with that Tinkaton swap. Quite smart, but Jox doesn't have that Shadow Scizor on his team of 3.
Yeah, it's even better for Maxi because now this Cradilly core breaks the Azumarill and the Galarian Moltres in the back. Not only that, he can even farm energy off this Galarian Corsola, and this is a neutral match. He's not even losing this matchup that hard, so Jox can't come away with too much energy here. In fact, there's even a chance Maxi can flip it. I don't think that's going to be exactly the case here, but Jox might be able to lead with energy. But most importantly, there's a fly loading. Wait, we grab a shield from Jox. That's absolutely huge. Now comes the Moltres going for the combo play. Doesn't do it yet. Power Chip being thrown. Maxi knows there's no energy on the Zoomer. The Brave Bird still does a good chunk of damage.
But you have your timer.
Everything.
You have your timer. And now you have this matchup against a Switch-Lock Galarian Moltres. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining for both trainers. Probably not going to be the Brave Bird here. I actually didn't catch it.
It is the Brave Bird.
It is the Brave Bird. What a play from Maxi.
And Maxi now putting Jox in a top position here. Goes for the second Brave Bird. Actually, no, going for the fly on charge stack priority. Jox, do you spend your final shield? No, actually calls the fly. This allows him to not get the Ice Beam off. Doesn't hang on here. Now it's going to be Moltres versus Moltres. You can potentially even grab a shield from this Moltres, and then it might be lights out with the Cradilly with the Rock Tomb.
But you're getting close to that Rock Tomb range, like you mentioned here, the Protect Shield. How many times has Galarian Moltres been able to get through Fairy types in this tournament? Once again, Maxi was able to do that, and now, do you try to go for it? Do you try to land the Brave Bird? You're probably going to get the Protect Shield no matter what, so you're going for the fly here. Maxi's thinking about it, thinking this is probably going to be the bait. I want to hold on to my shield.
Oh!
What a call from Maxi to no-shield that bait.
And he throws, he doesn't go for it. He is in position, now shields up the fly, knows that the Galarian Corsola is low on energy because it threw a Power Gem earlier. Going to try to build up to 2 Rock Tombs. It's going to be crucial here. Can Jox do anything? No, not quite. Does catch the Rock Tomb on the Galarian Corsola, but no energy. Maxi not at the double. This actually might be even better for him. He just needs another acid to get to the Rock Tomb, and he does it! Maxi coming out of nowhere here in game number 2 and dominating in game number 3 here. His dreams are still alive.
From being down to a double boost to a 3-ball flex in that game number 3, Maxi a million advances to become a top 6 trainer at Pokemon Worlds 2025. Wow, you would think his tournament dreams were over as soon as that double boost happened, but here we are. We're sitting at a trainer that has persevered. It has now moved on. There's 7 trainers remaining, I believe. Just incredible stuff, and I think there might be a match under review. Yes, there is a match under review here.
We will keep you all updated as soon as possible on that, but wow, that was a clean adjustment from Maxi in game number 3. You know, this time around, not going to take the super effective Ice Beam, catching the resisted Ice Beam on the Tinkaton, wasting the energy, pivoting back over, taking out the Zuma with the Galarian Moltres, the Credilli calling the potential Brave Bird bait as well, which he did. I mean, after you overcome the 4 times boosted Shadow Sister, what can't you do?
I mean, you can overcome a fairy type, because how many times has Galarian Moltres overcame that fairy typing, whether it's the Tinkaton, whether it's the Azumarill, to be able to secure victory? It's just so flexible. You can throw charge attacks, you can swap out, you can come back in with that Pokemon. It has been a force here at Worlds, and looks like Maxi will be moving on, but of course, we will let you know as soon as possible. And it's 1-1. Your tournament dreams are on the line. You want to still become the world champion or get as far as you can. There's so much prizing on the line as well, so these judges are going to take a look at it. We don't know exactly what they're looking at, but as soon as we get information, we will relay that to you.
Yeah, I do have a brief update. They are reviewing a potential one-term miss from the side of Jox here, a little desync. Maybe missing out on a turn he should have got on that Moltres. We might even have a replay, I'm not really sure, but the judges are reviewing the match right now, and we will see. But what a series this has been. I mean, can you ask for more? Double boosted scissor. All right, let's take a look right here. So, is it because he missed a sucker punch right in this moment here? He's not at the fly either way. And I think that's what's really important is, regardless of if you miss a turn there or not, does it change the outcome of the match?
Right. And Jox is looking up here, maybe thinking that there was the infraction and thinking maybe it would have changed it. But like you said, the judges
looks like
are
he's at least two more sucker punches
the judges are going to take care of it. But from our eyes, it does look like he might not reach that fly to secure that knockout. That's exactly what the judges are looking at right now, and we'll let you know what they say. But yeah, I mean, it's just been epic to see these trainers with their tournament dreams on the line, put everything on the line for themselves. Maxi backs against the wall. Okay, one more time. He's far from it.
He's at least 3, maybe 4 sucker punches away here too. If this is the moment, and here's the thing, right? As a player, in the heat of the moment, it's hard to keep track of everything. So there's never any reason not to raise a review if you think that something happened, right? It's always important to do that just so that you have peace of mind as well, regardless of the outcome here. And these players obviously understanding, right? Maxi's been in that position, I'm sure, himself too. So obviously going to respect the judges' ruling here. And it looks like when Moltres, what we're getting specifically is when Moltres came into the mirror from Jox, he lost a turn and then therefore missed 1 fast attack. So it looks like it actually wasn't in that instance, but the Moltres mirror matchup earlier on, and that does make a little bit more sense because he would have a little bit more sucker punch energy. But again, did it matter in the end if he still was like 2-3 sucker punches away?
And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because please respect the players, respect the judges, because literally everyone here is doing their absolute best, and it is always an awesome product. So respect everyone involved, and it actually could be a different matchup. I actually did hear word that it was on the mirror Galarian Moltres, so we thought maybe it wouldn't matter, but now maybe it does look like matter.
Yeah, it does look like at least the energy levels on the Moltres on side of Jox is going a little bit at a desynced rate, maybe even slower here too. Missing a turn, maybe even 2-3 turns there could be costly here. Oh yeah, because that does change this, because he gets to the Brave Bird, and there's a chance that Jox only needed a fly to take out the Moltres. That does change that potential outcome.
Right, yeah.
Because he had to spend his final shield here.
So that is definitely what they're looking at, because this makes the scenario way more complicated. Because if you are able to get to that fly, I don't know if we've seen who wins charge attack priority either, if it would come down to a charge attack priority.
Yeah, I don't think we saw that matchup, at least not between these two players yet, to my knowledge.
I don't think so either. So there's actually a lot of information we don't exactly know, and it could change the outcome of the battle. It's just so hard to figure it out, and that's why we have the talented judges to do that, and we just get to talk about the amazing battlers and their journey. And both of these trainers' journeys have been amazing, and they're still trying to stay in it. I don't blame them at all. We might get another game number 3, another decisive game number 3, and if that happens, that's awesome, because these games have been amazing.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And honestly, having seen both these players play before, like, they are playing at their peak. They've ascended to another level I've never even seen before from them. Playing so on point, going for these catches, going for these strategies where you're swapping in the dark, flying Moltres into Azumarill, locking it in, and still winning up that matchup. Just these matchups are not as fluid or straightforward as you would think. You would think that bad matchup would not favor that player, but with the energy and shield advantage, it could be crucial. It looks like the judges have reached a decision, and it looks like the players are going to be shaking hands here. That means that Maxi 1 million P is going to be moving forward into a top 6 at World Championships. A fantastic performance from Jox as well. As you can see, some camaraderie between these two players.
Two trainers that know each other shared a nice moment there. Maxi is moving on. Jox is unfortunately eliminated. That means there are, I believe, 7 trainers remaining, because there was 10 before we sat down.
Yes.
We've seen...
You've been counting us down.
I've been counting us down because it matters a lot. We're trying to get to our final 2, right? We're trying to figure out who's going to be in the arena on Championship Sunday, and there's only 7 trainers remaining.
That's right. And, you know, what a historic performance from Maxi. A world's best for Jox, personal best for him as well. So much to be proud of here. I mean, if you just look at the bracket run from Jox as well, you can follow it along. You'll see that he took out multiple big name players to get to the stage against Maxi 1 million P. But Maxi's story is not over. He's going to continue his run here and see if he can get back into that grand finals for a shot at redemption.
Yeah, well done to Maxi. Of course, he did come in on that winner's side of the bracket early on in day number 2. Bounced around a little bit, has had to fight for his position here. Congratulations, and of course, once again, congratulations to Jox. Congratulations to all the players that do make top cut. That is not an easy feat. I think you talked about this as well. There's 200 trainers that are the best in the world, and just the way it works in double elimination, some people have to lose. You could still be one of the best trainers on the planet, but just the reality of the nature, some trainers do have to lose, and it's hard to get to this moment. That's why when whoever is holding up that first place trophy on Championship Sunday, you know they absolutely deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, whoever's doing that is absolutely cooking all weekend. Well, you know who else is cooking? I think our co-caster Fareed, and he's actually literally cooking. Let's take a look.
Welcome in, trainers. My name is Fareed, and I am joined by Trisha. And we are going to cook something really special here at the World Championships in Anaheim. So we play Pokemon Go, and I know that you're a big fan of Pokemon as well, but tell the viewers a bit more about you.
Hi, I'm Trisha Zaberti. I'm a professional chef. I do cooking streams on Twitch, and I'm a big fan of Pokemon. In fact, I have Psyduck tattooed on my arm, and I played Pokemon Go pretty much non-stop since it first came out.
Yeah, I mean, you're underselling a little bit some of your cooking here. Trisha, she's received medals from the Japanese government for her preparation of Japanese cuisine. And so we thought it might be a good opportunity to reflect some of the Pokemon that we're likely to see here at Worlds in Anaheim in the Pokemon Go meta with some of our favorite foods.
Yes.
So we've got a lot of food in front of us, and I think that the best way we can do is each item, each ingredient is going to represent one of the most popular Pokemon in the PvP scene, right? And you've told me that you want to kick things off with the Pokemon Cradily. So talk me through what we've got here.
So I have a pea puree that I boiled down with some dashi as well as some wasabi to make a nice refreshing pea puree.
Now I'm going to let you prepare this because I don't want to ruin this.
You don't want to do one too?
I will try. Each thing you do, I will try it in my own little bowl. And we've actually had to give me a curved bowl because I was worried that I was going to spill too much. So that's a lot of puree. That's a lot of puree. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. We're good. So
Aggressive
Cradley is
speed.
one of the Pokemon that we're expecting to be really high usage in the meta, so we're building around this. This is going to be the base of our meal.
I will have you guys know though, Fareed first sent me a list of Pokemon and told me to make a dish with these Pokemon. And I picked a bunch that I thought would be delicious. And then he told me that they weren't really good in battle, and I had to remake the dish.
Cradley is a good start. Cradley's a good start, but a lot of players have been talking about Dedenne, an electric type that has taken a lot of this season by storm. But you've actually decided that a different electric type Pokemon is what we're going to base the team around. What have we got?
I have a miso marinated crispy skinned salmon, and it is going to be Stunfisk.
Yeah, Stunfisk, the electric ground type Pokemon, really, really dominant matchup into the popular Dedenne. And let's see if we can build around our Cradley and our Stunfisk. We're gonna go straight in.
Oh, wow.
Don't worry. We're good.
What'd you do to it?
This is why you're the professional.
Yes, that's true.
And I'm the team builder. One of the things that you were telling me beforehand is this is quite a sweet dish, is that right?
It's actually savory and also sweet.
All right, now you've designed these especially.
Yes.
So let's see what we've got here.
So these are Diggersby ears. I actually marinated just the tip part in soy, as well as some sake and some yuzu kosho, and then I cut the little curves on it too. He tried to persuade me it was something else, but I said no because
So
I worked really hard on making them look like
They do look like Diggersby ears. They're really good.
Thank you, very much.
I did question having 2 ground types in our team, but Trisha insisted. These Diggersby ears are too good to miss out on, so we will have those. We've got our Diggersby ears, so Cradley, Stunfisk, and Diggersby so far. And then what have we got next?
And so we have these marinated cucumbers. So because this is a very sweet and savory dish, I think it needed some sort of acid. So I did marinated pickled cucumbers.
I like it. Okay, so we're adding something acidic here, and I think these cucumbers, these pickled cucumbers, are going to represent Drapion, which I think is a really, really popular pick. A really flexible pick as well, and we're just chucking plenty of these in there.
Not just a couple. However you think it looks the nicest.
So we've got our pickled cucumbers, and now a lot of players that are at this event are going to be thinking about what is the ghost type to use, and lots of players will be leaning into Dusclops. That's a really popular Pokemon at the moment, but you had a different ghost type in mind.
So I picked Galarian Corsola, and I made a coral tweel to represent Galarian Corsola. It's really fragile, but...
This is our Galarian Corsola, but this is really beautifully prepared. And what's it called? Tweel?
Tweel, yes.
Now I think we've got these beet chips here, don't we? And I guess these have been darkened. What have you used to make them?
So I baked them, and I also marinated them. That way when I bake them, they create a very dark red color to represent.
Yeah, well, there's so many dark type Pokemon to try and beat your Dusclops and your Galarian Corsola. So let's say that these dark chips, they can represent a lot of the dark Pokemon. Let's go with Mandibuzz. I think that's going to be really, really popular here at Worlds in Anaheim.
I actually cooked them with some truffle oil and finished off with some truffle salt as well. So they're quite tasty.
I can see you've got something that you want to sprinkle on top of those. Is that right?
Yes. These are edible flower petals.
Amazing.
Finish off the dish with like a little bit of magic dust or fairy dust.
And that's because we think that the fairy type that will perform best here in Anaheim is Tinkaton. So I'm going to sprinkle these. This is our fairy dust, almost finished. But you've also created something a little bit special for us, haven't you?
Yes. This actually took me a lot of time because I didn't have the tools for usual vegetable cutting. So I used daikon to carve a Marowak skull, and I simmered it in soy sauce.
Wow, look at that. That is beautiful. Now, I don't even have room on my plate for that, but it's okay.
Good, I only made one.
We've got that Marowak skull there. Shadow Kanto Marowak, such a strong pick. So we've got a really nice selection of some of the most popular Pokemon that we're likely to see. We've got our Cradley, Galarian Corsola, we've got our Drapion in there, Tinkaton in there as well. But everything is really around this Stunfisk, the salmon that we've got right at the beginning that you feel is going to be a really strong pick. But there's also one other type that we're missing at the moment, and that's
Fire.
fire. So how are we gonna do this?
I can't believe we got permission for this, but I got to bring my trusty blowtorch and some wood chips to use Talonflame's flame to smoke this dish to add an extra flavor to it. I'm gonna move that Marowak skull.
This is going to represent the fire-type Pokemon Talonflame that I think a lot of players will use. It's going to be a really strong option.
It adds extra flavor to the dish. Here, I'll show you at the end though. And this is your Pokemon Go meta team dish.
Wow, look at that. So what would you call this dish?
I didn't think that far.
Yeah, have we got a name for it? This is the Trisha meta dish, that's for sure.
Yep.
So, can we try it?
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
I already ate a lot, so you go ahead.
And this pea puree.
Do you have any allergies?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
That's really nice. That's a lot better than when I prepare teams myself. That's really good. Can I try this?
Yes, please. It was an hour of effort.
What is it again?
It's a Marowak skull.
But what is it made out of?
Oh, daikon.
Daikon, okay.
I was like, how can you not tell?
I'm gonna go into the
I even
Marowak skull and try
carved
some of
out
this.
eyes and nostrils.
Some of the chip.
It
That's
adds a
really
nice,
good.
juicy, refreshing touch to it.
That's very good. We should team build together more.
Yeah, I'm down. You could teach me how to be better at Pokemon Go. Apparently, my team wasn't very good. I used Jellicent, I think.
I think there are some great picks, there are some great options, but I think we've collected basically a ton of Pokemon that we're really likely to see when we'd love to see them do well. Let's see if Stunfisk really does capture a lot of the attention here at Worlds. But otherwise, Trisha, thank you so much for helping us prepare it. Guys, we hope you enjoyed all of this food. We hope you're enjoying all of the PvP action. But for now, back to the action where you are.
Welcome back, trainers, once again to the Pokemon Go World Championships here in Anaheim 2025. I am starving after watching that segment there, but I think I'm hungry more for some battles. Man, it's been an incredible weekend so far. I think we should light things up here a little bit in the casting booth. What do you say?
I like that. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hey!
There we go.
We got it this time. We got it this time, guys.
Come on, chat. Let us know. Come on, let us know you appreciate it. But first of all, we appreciate you for joining us again. We've had some incredible games, as I alluded to, and we have even more. I looked at the schedule. We still have a ton of loser side matches. And again, the loser side bracket brings with it so much drama, so many stakes, because it's literally win or go home.
In a double elimination tournament. Man, my speech is even getting eliminated as the day goes on. But these trainers have been battling it out throughout the day. They're hungry for this. They want to be able to stay in this because, as you can see, look at this gauntlet of the losers bracket that they've had to go through to get to where we are now.
I mean, that throw up of the bracket by production. My goodness, I'm feeling it here. We've got Trent versus Master Mahir down there at the very bottom, but keep your eyes on that pair because the winner will take on Maximilian P, who just had a very close win over Jox. In spite of the double Night Slash boost, the 4 times attack raises, it wasn't enough.
We always joke around that every time Maxi loses a battle, he loses a 0 in his name, and every time he wins, he gains another. Looks like he's continuing on, so we'll have to see if we're adding or subtracting that next round. But these two opponents, they're very scary. They're very into it. We've been watching them play throughout the day. We've got Trent and Mr. Mahir, and I will say this. There are only 2 trainers who were able to make it in from India for the World Championships.
Right? And they've been so incredible. I absolutely adore that we have a chance to showcase some of the best trainers from the Asia-Pacific region. We're going to see Trent, a trainer from North America, take on Master Mahir. Let's see if he can master this team composition that Trent has put together for the World Championships here in Anaheim. I gotta say, Trent has also been a massive surprise. A trainer that maybe didn't have as much success, wasn't winning tournaments outright, but has just carved his own path here in Anaheim, California.
This is what I really like about the World Championships. Every single player here, they built their way up to where they are at, and though they maybe haven't have a regional title to their name, or they haven't had that really big top cut placement, this on the big World stage is where it could happen, and I think that any trainer would rather take a top placement at Worlds than at any of the other events.
I'm telling you, if you're picking from the bunch and the World Championship is somewhere in there, you gotta pick that one. Our trainers are locked in. You see a couple of accomplishments on stage, but these trainers want more. Left side of your screen is Trent, right side Master Mihir.
We got losers round 2, and we have a Galarian Corsola up against that Lapras in the lead. See how they want to play this out. If I'm, Master Mihir, I'm just going ahead, I'm going to be able to tank whatever's going in and just get a ton of energy in the process.
Trent's going to throw the Sparkling Aria here. Same type attack bonus, very efficient water type charge attack from the Lapras. Does chip down that Galarian Corsola a little bit. It does have the Power Gem locked and loaded, but instead opting for the Nightshade.
This is what we call a bait, and Trent does not fall for it. Power Gem would have done more damage, wouldn't been able to knock out. Trent, I guess, realizes at that point doesn't matter anyway, because he's already up to the next Sparkling Aria, and he is threatening a shield himself. No shield on Master Mihir's side.
No, I mean, these trainers know their damage calculations inside, out, and backwards. We see that Galarian Corsola hang on, reaching for another Sonic. Oh, Trent sending in his own Galarian Corsola. What a clever play. He's debating, is this the Power Gem or is this the Nightshade?
It ends up not shielding. It is the Nightshade. Super effective damage, and down goes that first Galarian Corsola. But Master Mihir now gets to dictate what comes in. And what do you do at this point? Neither one of these are super strong against the Corsola, but neither are that bad either.
Exactly. It all comes down to team reading, looking back at your opponent's team sheet to figure out what is likely going to be their third Pokemon. Nightshade is going to get shielded up here by the Shadow Kento Marowak, as the Mud Slaps are adding up. Still 2 shields for Trent and a healthy Fortress in the back.
Now there is going to be, 2 shields again on Trent's side, going for both of them. No shield. I think the Corsola is going to go down, and now we'll have to see if he's going to come back in with that Lapras, and Master Mihir goes for yet another charge attack here.
Looking at the health here, I don't know. The Lapras might be in a little bit of danger here. Trent decides to use his final Protect Shield of the battle on the Bone, his first Protect Shield of the battle on the Bone Club. And now we have an interesting position because he could store energy on the Lapras and swap out. And I think that might be the play. Tries to get the catch, but Azumarill's going to throw regardless.
It is totally a catch regardless of the timing that you come in when it is an Azumarill with a Play Rough and an Ice Beam going against a Fortress. Neither of these attacks are very effective. Opting to go for that heavier hitting Play Rough because once again, it's the same type attack bonus, and it just hits a little bit harder, though it's a little more time consuming.
Yeah, it's a little more energy intensive, I would say. But Rock Tomb is going to connect into the Azumarill, try to slow down the damage output, mainly in my opinion of the bubbles, right? The fast attacks still add up over time. Meanwhile, Fortress is going to soak this Play Rough, no problem. Steel typing kicking in here.
Going ahead, knocking that down to the yellow. The switch timer is up, it is misaligned, and now Master Mihir swaps back in. You see how much more that these Mud Slaps do, but Trent already at another attack. 1 shield left on Master Mihir's side, and he decides not to shield it up.
I don't know if it's enough. Sand Tube connects.
Yeah.
No, it's not nearly enough. Shadow Kento Marowak shrugs that off, coming in with the Lapras. Only 1 Protect Shield, but I think this Lapras has the double up.
Going ahead and using that shield, saying, okay, well, I'm going to at least make you use that double up if you're going to choose to. And this is when he's able to do it. He does go for 1 more Mud Slap first to try to get the damage down on the Lapras. Will, I hear you laughing.
I'm laughing because I'm watching Trent's reactions. He's literally looking across the table at Master Mihir to try to figure out what he's thinking. Lapras reaching for the Sparkling Aria, does get it, but this is just chip damage. This isn't enough to close out the battle.
But at this rate, with only 1 Pokemon left with such low health, chip damage is meaningful. It is impactful, but it is not enough because there's so much already loaded. Going for that Ice Beam now.
What did you say before? Azumarill cannot stack double Ice Beam, so we see the first one get fired off here. It needs to hang on. Fairy typing resisting the bug bites. Can it do it?
And be able to get to the attack. No, the Sand Tube comes in first. There's 1 HP left, and now there's about to be none as this Fortress takes out the Azumarill, and Trent takes game number 1.
Incredibly clutch gameplay there by that purified Fortress from Trent. An incredible game to kick us off here in a very anticipated, very hyped series between, I would say, an underdog, a dark horse, if I may, from North America, taking on one of India's best.
I love the Trent stare down. You were kind of giggling there, but this man means business.
He does, absolutely. This is a business trip for him, right? We're all playing along, but he's here for work only. Master Mihir kind of discussing a couple things with the judges. We'll see what our reflection lends to us.
Now, Will, I know that we are not on the field, and I know that you love Fortress, so I just want to put yourself in Trent's shoes for 1 minute. if you see a fire-type Pokemon, like a Talonflame on the other side, are you bringing in that Fortress? Are you too scared?
It's conditional. I think the most likely outcome in that kind of scenario is to lead the Fortress so you can switch it out, try to fight for switch advantage. I think the worst nightmare, or excuse me, I skipped a step. The best case is to lead the Fortress so you can move it around. Second best case is to keep that Pokemon in the back and try to lure out the Talonflame at the midway point of the game. Maybe you have something else that has a semi-fire weakness, maybe, Cradilly, for example, something like that. But the worst case scenario, Amanda, is to have it as your final Pokemon and you switch it in, and then the Talonflame comes out to meet it. That is honestly just so deflating. Safe switching Scizor, safe switching Fortress, and being met by something like an Incinerate user, it's lights out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you're super lucky, you're able to make it to a Rock Tomb, but if there's a shield left in the scenario, you're just going to get completely sizzled down. But Trent took that risk, and he was able to really come out successful there because there was no Talonflame even in play, but it really makes you stop and think.
I really appreciated that you said maybe you can get to a Rock Tomb. I don't know if that's a little bit of coping because those Incinerates do so much damage. It's absolutely shocking. And as our judges take a look here at the footage, I mean, looking at that game number 1, right? We did see, like you said, the Fortress, the Lapras from Trent. Master Mihir's side, we did see that Shadow Kento Marowak coming in pretty clutch. What do you think about the gameplay? I mean, that was about as even of a battle as we could have gotten.
I think both of these trainers have, besides the ones that we just sort of pointed out with the Fortress into the Talonflame, a lot of neutral picks overall, and a lot of neutrality was brought into that game itself. We have bulky Pokemon like that Corsola. We have the Lapras that can seem to take a lot and also be able to hit back with that Sparkling Aria. And, we've got Azumarill, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that's always been around in the game.
Exactly. Azumarill, a staple of the meta. I think no matter what season we're in, Delightful Days, Max Out, whatever it might be, I think you need to pick up those Marill and see if you can build yourself a good competitive Azumarill for PvP. A lot of Pokemon, for example, our Twitch drops like Skarmory. That Pokemon's not very relevant right now due to adjustments that have been made over the past 9 to 12 months. But as we like to say, Amanda, many Pokemon are just one moveset update away from being relevant. So make sure to catch everything you can. Do our Twitch drops, get your Elite Charge TM, all that fun stuff.
Or even become relevant again, right? Because Skarmory was a Pokemon that was, once again, very popular near the beginning of the seasons. And it was so popular and well-versed enough that it managed to be on the winning team of the World Champion last year. So,
yeah.
I mean, I think if you hold on to the Pokemon that you want to use and just hope that, as far as the Yokai Skarmory, I know a lot of people are glad that they at least collected one.
I'm going to tell you what, one of my favorite pieces of content over the years has been watching the Marto Galde stream. Skarmory has such a dominant matchup against certain Pokemon, maybe like, I don't know, Shadow Victory Bell, that if one were to encounter one and then accidentally close their application and come back into the battle, they could still eke out the win. So I think there are a lot of fun things to be had with the Pokemon that we have in the Twitch drops. And again, kind of take a look. Maybe you want the Squirtle, maybe you want to follow the Furret path, or maybe you want to go for the Lileep and see what you can make out of that.
So we are getting some news about the match that is currently under review. So Master Mihir's Marowak lost one turn when it came in against the Corsola. So then that could have had an attack later on in the game. So right now they're just checking that overall impact that this could have had if he truly did end up missing that one Mud Slap.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, with the 3-turn fast attacks, it's definitely difficult, right? Because once you trigger that attack, you're locked in for that second and a half, and if you kind of miss that, especially when you're going up against a trainer like Trent with not only 1-turn Psywave Lapras, but also 1-turn Bug Bite Fortress, I mean, it doesn't sound like much, right? Half second, who cares? But at this level, with these margins, every single turn matters. So I'm really glad that our production got those details to us, because, yeah, I love to take a look if we're able to see it, but if not, it's okay. We trust the judges.
I mean, you made such a good point with that, because with so many different turn and typings, it maybe looks like there's just some tapping to some newer people who are watching, but you have to have such quick reflexes. You have to be able to understand what your opponent is trying to do in a split second and make that decision yourself of how you are going to counter their attack.
Yeah, exactly. Our friend Gabby likes to say that it takes about a half second for a signal to travel from your brain down to your fingertips, and guess what? That's how long the turns are as well. Let's take a look here. I absolutely am so mesmerized by the slow-mo here. Shadow Kanto Marowak comes in. We see the Astonish apply, and then you can kind of see the HP ticking down, kind of like a seesaw, back and forth. And if both Pokemon have 3-turn fast attacks, maybe depending on the condition, they would be applying damage at the same time, right?
Correct.
So it all comes down to the situation leading up to this. I'm not sure if this was a switch or if this was after a knockout, but either way, I think that's exactly what our judges are discussing.
And that what really very cool that we have the replay operators that we can be able to see the things that are being discussed. So it gives us a little viewpoint ourselves. Once again, just showing it for everyone. These are the moments that they're currently discussing whether or not the Marowak lost a turn against that Galarian Corsola.
Keep an eye on the HP bar. Absolutely see the Astonish come through, followed by the Mud Slap. And then this is the first part of the equation, right? The second part of the equation that the judges are looking at is Trent's second point that he would, or excuse me, is Master Mahir's second point that he would have gotten another charge attack. And then you have that whole equation to run through and say,
exactly.
well,
that could be crucial for a later game scenario.
Say, well, what if Trent decides to switch? What if he overcharges here? You know, how does that affect the win conditions as the battle plays out? So I know we like to talk a lot about turn durations. I think that's very, very important to say. But in the championship series, when you're trying to put yourself in the shoes of these trainers and figure out what they're trying to do, it's equally as important to consider the win conditions. Consider what was available to them. If they could swap, if they had a Protect Shield, if they had enough HP to endure a charge attack.
And another point for maybe some of the newer trainers, both of those attacks of them was a 3-turn, coming in. So if they are both throwing, it should be on the same. And in that sense, if you're throwing a charge attack and your other opponent is not, then they're still getting their fast attack through.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. So judges going to take a few more moments to look things over here, talk with Master Mahir. And again, at this level, right, at this late in the tournament, I mean, we're approaching, I believe it's around 5 o'clock here, California time. These trainers have been battling a long time. It's been a long weekend of battles, and we've had the honor and privilege of watching all these sets, but it's difficult to imagine being in this situation. You say, wait, I have some downtime that I need to come on stage and focus again, then I have downtime. It's like a combination of marathons and sprints, right? Sprint when you're on the stage, and waiting can feel like a marathon when you have a long time between battles.
And not only that, we are on the loser side of the bracket right now. So this is a double elimination tournament. So whoever loses this round is out. Their dreams of becoming the 2025 World Champion will be over. So of course, if they think that there's something that maybe needs a second look, this is the opportunity and this is the time to take it, because you don't want to look back with any regrets.
Of course. Yeah, I definitely think you want to leave everything on the table. And this is also an important point, right? We talk about this at the regional competitions. We know a lot of you are tuning in just for the World Championships. It's the biggest tournament. But no matter if you are at a cup, challenge, regional, international, wherever you're competing, if you feel like the game did not function the way that you envision and you would like to ask a judge to review it, you have that capability. You can always ask our professors to take a look at it. They're there to support you. You're not causing anyone an inconvenience. This is part of the game we play, and you have every right to say, you know what, you played better, you won, and maybe I could have done something differently.
And speaking of doing things differently, now that we have kind of like some perspective, is there anything you feel either of the trainers could have done differently in that matchup to really secure a stronger victory? Trent was able to do quite a good job, but to Master Mahir's point, if he was maybe able to get to another attack.
Well, the thing is, the game ended with the Ice Beam being shielded, the Fortress bug biting down. That single charge attack broke the final shield, and then if there would have been a Bone Club available, you could argue that following charge attack would have been enough to win it all. So when you're looking at margins that small, I do believe there's merit to that, and it looks like we might have a decision coming through soon.
Yeah. In the meantime, let's kind of go over their runs so far in the tournament. We mentioned it a little bit earlier on. Master Mahir is one of the 2 Indians still in this tournament, and
Correct.
Both of them, though, the only 2, that 100% of the Indian trainers are still in the tournament.
We have a note from production here. We are reading, rematch granted. There was enough play left in the battle to affect the outcome when the Lapras came in. The charge attack priority tie was possible, and that does have ripple effects that lead into the end game. So we are going to get a rematch, everybody. We're going to jump into a fresh game number 1. And I got to tell you, I mean, your nerves have to be high, and you got to say, man, I got to battle Trent again? I got to battle Master Mahir again? Well, That's what you got to do if you want to be a champ.
Yeah, but we're loving it because that just means more of these high-intensity battles that we can see. And we're hopping right into it. New, fresh Pokemon there on the field. We got that Shadow Drop-In versus the Shadow Scissor.
This is a very precarious matchup. This Shadow Drapion needs to land the crunch. That is the whole key to winning this in the one shield situation. It looks like the Shadow Scizor has a decision to make. Master here does use the Protect Shield, does not want to get hit with that Dark type charge attack.
Now coming in with the Corsola. Now Corsola doesn't want to take this Dark type charge attack either, but it does have a lot of bulk behind it, and it might force Master here to make a different decision himself. It looks like he's content to stay in because it already had quite of an energy advantage and going for another Night Slash.
Well, if you put yourself in his position, Master Mahir is working with what he knows. He knows that there's a Shadow Drapion. He knows there's a Glaring Corsola. He has the Mud Slap Shadow Kento Marowak, so when he sees it, he says, you know what? I'm going to keep that Pokemon in the back, maybe line it up against the Poison type later. The swap now from the Glaring Corsola into the Azumarill, Nightshade connects.
Going ahead and just now starting to bubble away on more even footing. The Glaring Corsola is able to put a nice chunk of damage into the Azumarill, but at this point, I think it was even a charge attack priority there. I think that Master here pressed the Ice Beam, but he's still going to have to take this Nightshade first.
Azumarill dips down into the yellow, and you're exactly right. We do see the Ice Beam get fired off here by the Azumarill. Actually looking for the undercharge, maybe a bubble down to try to get a couple bits of energy, but the swap out into the Lapras prevents that. Trent goes to his trusty water ice type that was so crucial for him in battle number 1.
It's not often that you see a Lapras swapping into an Azumarill with neither of its charge attacks, that Sparkling Aria or the Ice Beam, being able to do much damage, but those side waves are adding up, and Trent in the meantime is just able to get a ton of energy, going to 100 energy, going over, you can't go over 100 energy, forcing now a swap for Master here, and now releasing the Sparkling Aria number 1.
Exactly, capping on energy, and this Shadow Scizor is basically just a Shadow Sponge as it soaks that first charge attack. The Shadow Kento Marowak in the back does not want to take a super effective Sparkling Aria, but the difficult position now is that I'm convinced the shield will go up here, and then the next Sparkling Aria, the third Sparkling Aria, will be reached.
Now there's still the misalignment on the switch timers there. Master here is not even able to reach for the Azumarill for a possible catch for the Sparkling Aria to land on anything else. This is going to be super effective, and the Mud Slaps are starting to hurt. I don't know if it still has enough gas in the tank to be able to take out 3 Pokemon. Able to take out the Lapras. There is a lot loaded, but there's still a shield left on Trent's side, going for number 1.
Yeah, the Astonish goes through. I fully believe we'll see the shield here from Trent. I think he wants the knockout onto the Shadow Kento Marowak, and I am dead wrong. We're going to see him come in now with the Drapion and Poison Sting through a ground type.
Going ahead, you have to remember there is a little bit of health left on the Azumarill, and neither the Crunch nor the Aqua Tail from the Drapion do that much. He is 1 away, so this was a masterful play by Master Mahir here. This play rough will connect with that Drapion, the only Pokemon left there, and it hangs on.
It hangs on, gets the Aqua Tail.
This could be big.
I think this is, and we're going to talk about damage application. We mentioned it a couple times today, but the Mud Slap versus the Poison Sting could be the difference maker. Drapion, Shadow Kento Marowak. Wow, absolutely stunning. 2-turn Poison Sting connects. Mud Slap can't get there in time, and Trent wins that game by the slimmest of possible margins.
You can't get closer than that. It came down to a literal fast attack, and the fact that Trent's fast attack on that Drapion is a 2-turn attack and that Master Mahir's was a 3-turn means that Trent's damage applied first and was able to eke out that win.
Undercharge on the Ice Beam, Lapras matchup. As we take a look at the replay here, it was really back and forth, very well balanced. I think that Trent's decision to bring that Glaring Corsola in and let it faint was one of the more surprising things, but he remembered something I didn't. That's how much energy the Azumarill had. He trusted in his Shadow Drapion to shield up the Bone Club, withstand the play rough, and deliver the finishing fast and charge attacks.
Being able to now throw onto the Azumarill here, and this is what I'm talking about. This is when they both tried to go for an attack at the same time, not being able to quite get there in time for Master Mahir. Trent taking game number 1. And really, how do you adapt in a game that was so close, that was still played so beautifully?
Yeah, and Master Mahir's got to be feeling a little frustrated here. There was the rematch, and then now game number 1. And Trent is just eking out these wins. Jumping right into game number 2, though, we've got the Galarian Corsola lead into the Shadow Scizor.
Now you see already these fast attacks are just chunking away at this Shadow Scissor, but Scissor is getting up a ton of energy now and forcing or threatening a potential shield. No, Trent not shielding it up, knows that he's going to be able to withstand it. At this point, it's going to take 2 to knock him out.
Exactly. Bullet punches connecting. Nightshade ready to go. If Shadow Scissor wants to stay in this battle, it needs protection, and that's exactly what Master Mahir does, using his first Protect Shield of the game.
Going ahead, we saw this last time, he ended up dipping out, but now he's just going ahead and completely farming down. Look how much energy is on the Scissor. This is dangerous for any Pokemon coming in. Nothing really wants to take this, and these Bug Bites, they're not very effective, but the Scissor is so down low into the red. Number 1 Night Slash coming through.
A boost would be absolutely key here. Master Mahir doesn't get it. Gonna go ahead and fish again with a second Night Slash back to back. We saw about how much damage that did the first time. It's gonna take this Fortress down into the yellow, I would assume. Fortress spinning up, but pretty weak.
No, I really like that play by Master here, getting off both of the energy of that charge attack there and now going into a bulky Pokemon to tank whatever is going to be thrown. He knows no matter what is thrown here, it's going to either lower his attack or it's going to lower him. And so he decides, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and take it. And now in comes the Lapras, but there's a Power Gem coming into play.
Yeah, Power Gem. 1 stage debuff by the Rock Tomb, but Trent still wants to respect it. This is his last healthy Pokemon on the roster, and that Lapras needs to put in a ton of work for him. Galarian Corsa gathering energy is close to another Power Gem. Oh, actually throwing on a Charge Attack priority. This is a little bit ambitious because Galarian Corsa is pretty tanky.
Well, let's see if it's going to be enough to knock it out. It hangs on by a thread, just like last time. Master Mahir smiles and says, okay, now it's my turn to be able to take this by just the slimmest of margin, forcing that extra shield off of Trent.
Master Mahir, the knowing nod. He might be cooking here, chat. We're going to see the Azumarill come in. Going to look for play roughs, obviously, but that switch timer is ticking down for Trent as well. Keep an eye on that Bug and Steel type because it could be the lifeline that Trent reaches for.
We know that this is just small amounts of chip damage, but watch how it adds up over time. There's just a little bit of health left on that Fortress, and Master Mahir needs to make sure that all of his charge attacks are hitting this Lapras, where it's going to be much more impactful than it would be against the low health Pokemon in the back.
Play rough connects. Don't forget, there's still a Protect Shield for Master Mahir as well. This is very, very uphill. Both of the Bug Steels are now available. The switch timers are fresh and ready to go. Sparkling Aria getting fired off here by the Lapras. And like you pointed out, Amanda, I mean, it's a slow process, but he is wearing it down.
And it's so hard to potentially try to catch on the turns when it's a silent because it's a one-turn attack. So even if Master Mahir waits, he's just potentially letting that Pokemon get extra damage. Trent tries to go for the play here. He tries to go for the catch. He's unsuccessful. And I think I saw a GG coming out of his mouth there. A good games because he recognized Master Mahir has tied up the series.
I mean, neck and neck, right? These trainers are just evenly matched. We saw the rematch, and then we saw Trent eke out a win in game number 1, and Master Mahir hanging on by a coral thread with his Galarian Corsola to get off the Power Gem. And I really think that that was the pivotal moment, the pressure point of that battle number 2 that led him back into the series.
So looking at the teams, we just had a little glimpse of them across the bottom of the screen. We've had an opportunity now to see these trainers play a couple of times. Do you think that these are the picks, or do you think that for the game 3, we might see something new, something different, a new strategy that could potentially come out?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, I think they're playing relatively safe. We did see that Shadow Scizor lead from Master Mahir in spite of the Talonflame on Trent's team, but something we haven't seen is Cradilly. Master Mahir could bring that Pokemon in to shut down that Lapras that has been so pesky, but then he's got to worry about that other one-turn fast attack user in the Fortress who would absolutely just shred through that grass typing.
I think that these two trainers deserve to take a moment to really think about what they want to do, because this is going to be the turning point for them in this series. Are they going to be able to continue on into losers round 3 to play against Maximilian P, or will they end up packing their bags and, you know, trying again next year for that World Championship title?
Exactly. As a reminder to everyone, this is losers round 2. If you're a fan of Trent, if you're a fan of Master Mahir, you need to let them know in the chat and on socials. Get active, because one of them is not going to be in the World Championships in a few short minutes. So send them all your energy, everybody. I know they appreciate you. They appreciate you watching at home. This is going to be a very, very precarious game number 3. I have no idea what's going to happen, if I'm being honest.
I love to also watch how players think. You know, when they're on the stage, when they're going through which Pokemon do they want to bring on their team of 6 to the battles. Speaking of the battles, it looks like we're going to jump right into this game. Number 3, we have that Fortress in the lead up against Galarian Corsola. Those bug bites are not very effective, not doing too much. I don't think Master here is too concerned at this point.
Game 3 looks like a story of commitment in terms of the leads, at least, because we do have the Fortress and the Galarian Corsola, Pokemon we have seen numerous times already this series. Nightshade connects, Fortress shrugs it off, 2 bug bites into the Rock Tomb. Pristine timing, as we would expect from a high-level player like Trent.
Going ahead, swiping all the bubbles, making sure that this is the most impactful it's going to be. The attack does fall, and now swapping into the Corsola of his own. He's going to be able to reach for a Nightshade, and instead of banking that for later, he wants to be able to use this to put some chip damage into the Galarian Corsola, because I think Master here is thinking, that one's way too healthy. I need to chunk it down.
Yeah, exactly. We like to make the joke, right? Chip and dip. I definitely think the chip is in, and the dip is over to Azumarill. We're going to see the Nightshade connect into the Water and Fairy-type Pokemon. Shrugging off, no problem. Just some neutral damage back and forth.
Oh man, if you really take a peek at the backlines here, it looks like there has been some sort of changes between the both of them here. Master here has no idea that the Talonflame is there, or else he might have tried to save that Azumarill for later. But meanwhile, Trent is, I think, hunting for that Side Scissor, and it's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, exactly. Both trainers kind of looking around opposite corners here, but the Ice Beam will come through full strength, all the bubbles. And I think that Master Mahir is looking for a double bubble down. And I think he's gonna get it.
Lots of trouble.
Azumarill, red HP, but it can still put in some work because it is resisting those bug bites from the Fortress. Swapping now into the Shadow Kento Marowak. Out comes the Talonflame. Amanda, what do you think the odds are of a Rock Slide sneaking between 2 Protect Shields here?
It's going to be very difficult. A lot of times trainers like to bait in the scenario when there's 2 shields because they know that the Talonflame would be knocked out by 1. This is exactly what's happening. Getting that first Protect Shield there from Trent's side. It's also, you want to make sure as a Mud Slapper that you're either doing 1 or 3 fast attacks to be able to get the best timing, but it's getting more difficult as the health of this Marowak goes down and down.
No, absolutely. We see an additional Incinerate come through. Hold on. I thought for a second Trent was going to try to burn his way through with fast attacks, but that's just not going to work. Going to go for the Flame Charge here. No shield instantly by Master here. I think you called it out expertly. He wants that Azumarill up against the fiery Talonflame.
Going ahead, no Protect Shields remaining. It's not going to be doing as much damage, but at this point, Master here is smiling. He is beaming because he knows he's going to be able to take it out of the sky.
1 bubble into the Ice Beam. That's a massive knockout here for your trainer from India as he knocks out the Talonflame. Fortress hobbles out. It's weak. There's still 2 shields for Master Mahir.
Going ahead and just completely farming down, neither one throwing an attack. Master Mahir raises up his hand, he pumps his fist, he's going on to losers round 3.
Trent had an incredible run here in Anaheim. Again, a trainer that might not be winning tournaments outright, might be top cutting occasionally here and there, but what a pleasant surprise. Showing his skill ceiling, expressing that he belongs in the conversations with the best of them, and I definitely think that he proved that to all of us here this weekend. Master Mahir moves on, and what a journey he has in front of him.
Again, 100% of the Indian trainers who have qualified for Worlds are still in the tournament as the competitors seem to dwindle down more and more. What started with was over 200 is by Championship Sunday only going to be the grand finals.
I mean, we can just say India is an absolutely elite region for trainers. I really would appreciate and love to see more trainers from India competing at the World Championships next year. But I think you called it out so well, Amanda. We saw the Talonflame, we saw it hunting for the bug steel type, but just when you're peeking through the grass, it is already scurried over to the other side. And Talonflame not finding its intended target. Just a tough, tough position for Trent. I'm sure he wishes he would have had the Lapras there, but meanwhile, Master Mahir says, yeah, I called it perfectly.
If you think about that too, because when he was there, he had the Azumarill with a lot of energy and the Fortress. It might have been easy for a trainer of my caliber for sure to be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna throw a charge attack to wear down that timer so I can swap out. But he just continued to bubble away to get basically 100 energy before swapping into the Marowak.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that was so clever because it allowed him to come out and close out the game. Again, everybody, I know if you're doing your Go Battle League battles, it probably feels tempting to just kind of, throw the charge attack when you have it, but overcharging energy, recognizing what I call charge attack intervals, the space between the charge attacks. That's how you make a difference, because once you start a Pokemon Go match, you're essentially operating at the same level. You're on a track side by side with your opponent and finding those gaps, overcharging, exploiting every chance you can to find the edge. That's how you win battles. And these trainers are going to be doing this for the rest of the tournament, and they've been doing it all weekend already.
Speaking of the tournament, let's take a peek back at it to see the trainers who are still in it, see the matches that are to come, because there's still quite a few people left. Like we said, Master Mahir is now going to be playing up against Maximilian P next. We also have Corolash up against Firestar, who really has been literally on fire all weekend.
Corolash, a trainer that won 2 championships in LATAM, taking on Firestar, another kind of underdog, dark horse candidate from the North America region, known for running spicier Pokemon. And I mean, that's a daunting challenge. Then you have Master here versus Maxi. Honestly, Amanda, I remember Maxi, I believe in the grand finals earlier this season, and it just felt like he didn't really put himself in a position to win. Like, there were a couple of mistakes, a couple of maybe mental lapses here or there. He was so close, made his way all the way to the end of the tournament, but just couldn't close it out. And I know for a fact that he's got the skill to do it, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to right that wrong on the biggest stage in the mall, push himself even further in this loser's side bracket.
I mean, he said that, right? He said though he didn't win a tournament, he gained a lot of knowledge and a lot of perspective and a lot of confidence in his play. And I think a lot of the trainers who are here today are going to also be gaining that confidence, saying, okay, I know that maybe I wasn't the big name. Firestar thinking that I wasn't the big name before I came into this tournament. There were trainers that were, qualifying for Worlds in 5 different ways. There were trainers winning multiple regional competitions throughout the season, but look who is making it farther. Look who is big now on the stage, and this is a huge confidence boost going forward for tournaments to come.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, there's only performance on the stage. Everything else is speculation. It's, guess games at the best, and these trainers are really showing us the real stuff. Something we haven't even talked about, because I don't think you and I have even casted Firestar battles. He's got a Shadow Typhlosion on the team. I mean, well, what is that but on brand, right?
I know, I say, yeah, literally on fire. If it's not matched up against that Shadow Kanto Marowak, it's definitely got a ton of play. And if we talked about how bad it would have been against a Talonflame. If you have a Fortress locked up against a Typhlosion, my goodness, that is even worse.
And even the utility, right? We look at Shadow Typhlosion, we think about Thunder Punch and Blast Burn. You can Thunder Punch the Mandibuzz, Thunder Punch the Azumarill. You can fight back against Pokemon that are bulkier than you, that have a typing advantage over you. Shadow Typhlosion has such flex play. Now, if he is to lock in that Pokemon, hypothetically speaking, he's got 3 other obstacles to overcome. Galarian Corsola, the Shadow Kento Marowak, and the Cradilly. How does he kind of support the Shadow Typhlosion?
I think that if you can get a little bit of an energy advantage, then Typhlosion has the potential to completely pop off, because Blast Burns, that Community Day attack, especially from a Shadow, which will do 20% more damage, hurts everything. I mean, the Shadow Kanto Marowak can't take a Blast Burn.
Oh, absolutely. If you look at this team, honestly, if I had to pick one candidate to pair with that Shadow Typhlosion, I think that Shadow Dusclops might be the best answer. It affords you some Ice Punch coverage. It's bulky. It affords you Ghost type coverage. I think it could really shore up that. But again, building a great team in the Championship Series comes down to finding multiple modes of attack. What other ways can you address things that you might not anticipate? We're going to see what Firestar and Corolash decide to do. I'm excited to see the crowd get behind them too.
Yeah, I mean, and also I was talking a little bit earlier about trainers who have won multiple events in one season, and Corolash is one of these trainers. This season has really popped off for him, and I'm so happy to see that he's doing so well in this tournament, that he's remained so calm. We talked about it from day 1 into day 2. A lot of trainers are expecting that the Latin America region might be able to pull out the world champion this year, and Corolash could be the guy.
Exactly. I mean, the trainers from those regions, I'm sure, are looking at the bracket, looking for trainers, from a similar area and saying, you know what? The person I really was hoping would win is out of it, but I can still unite around other people in my region. And Corolash, I'm sure, is gaining a lot of support from LATAM and Firestar, with the hopes of North America squarely on his shoulders.
And also on his hat, look at this. He was a Firestar. He's got a fire Pokemon on his team, and look at this Pikachu. It's pretty much on fire there on that hat.
Exactly right. Trainer's going to take a couple more seconds to lock in. One of them is already ready to go. We also see kind of an interesting dichotomy. We see that Shadow, or excuse me, we see the Dark and Flying type Mandibuzz for Corolash and the Dark and Flying type Galarian Moltres for Firestar. Let's see if either of the Dark Birds make an appearance here in battle number 1.
Galarian Moltres is a little bit risky with there's an Azumarill on the other team. We'll have to see if they want to bring it. And we see the Azumarill right away up against that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Those Mud Slaps are really hurting, but the bubbles are also putting in a dent into that Marowak. And a lot of times trainers like to bank up an attack or two and then be able to swap out into the Tinkathon. That's exactly what Firestar does. What a risky play when there's a Shadow Kanto Marowak on the other side.
I was going to say this is a little bit tricky, but Corolash is ready for it. Goes with his own Mud Slap user into the Fairy and Steel type Pokemon. Gonna just YOLO this play rough, and there's no Protect Shield at all from Corolash, so that same type attack bonus attack will connect.
Going ahead and just getting up basically the same amount of energy that Firestar had before it swapped out, and throwing now the first Bone Club. No Protect Shield on Firestar's side, and as you can see, super effective, enough to knock out the Tinkaton. But this might be exactly what Firestar wants. He said, okay, I saw an Azumarill, I see a Marowak. Okay, let's see. This Credility still has some play in the back.
Gonna go ahead and throw the Bone Club here. Firestar wants this ground type off of the field. He's gonna get his wish there. Still 2 Protect Shields for both trainers. And we're kind of like resetting the board, right? We saw the Azumarill match up in the lead. We see the Azumarill come out again. I do not believe the bubble came through, but the Bone Club absolutely will. Corolash is going to allow that charge attack to connect.
He knows it's not even close to being able to knock out, but again, when these things happen over time, starts to chip away more and more. No Protect Shield from Firestar here on this Ice Beam. Super effective damage. Down goes the Marowak. Still 2 shields. It's Credility against the world.
This is wild, right? I mean, Credility's still taking neutral damage from the bubbles, and they're going to add up. Meanwhile, Azumarill has an uncomfortable amount of HP. I think you need to throw a charge attack if you are Firestar, if you want the knockout, but Corolash is not going to wait around. Goes right into that Galarian Corsola. The fast attack win condition here looks more and more apparent.
Going ahead now, throwing the Rock Tomb, trying to do as much as possible to just make sure that the attacks of this is not going to be doing as much damage. Already at a Nightshade and just throwing it right away. Saying, okay, yeah, you only got 1 Pokemon, you've only got 1 shield.
And it's only 1 stage debuff, so I do think this is the right call to connect the Nightshade before another Rock Tomb comes through. Second Rock Tomb is going to get fired off here. Still no Protect Shields used in this entire game by Corolash, and it looks like he is going to burn his first one here.
Recognizing, okay, I like this Corsola, nice and healthy. The double attack has fallen, but still continuing to throw these Nightshades. I think this is important because it's chip damage, and the switch timer is about to be up. Maybe he wants to make some plays with the Azumarill.
I'm telling you, this Credility is getting so low. Going for the Grass Knot now, wanting to fire off an attack that will do slightly more damage and try to weaken this Galarian Corsola, but it connects. It's not enough. Astonishes are still coming through, and in spite of the shield, Corolash goes right underneath it, under the radar. Astonish down. That's game 1 over to Corolash.
Corolash gives a brief nod. Corolash was super confident throughout that battle. It seemed like he was in the driver's seat almost the whole time, picking some very bulky Pokemon. If we go ahead and actually take a look at that team of Corolash, he's got a Mandibuzz, bulk. He's got a Azumarill, there's some bulk.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got a Galarian Corsola. You know what? I would call that bulky.
I think if I'm classifying Pokemon, I think that I would put Shadow Scizor at one end of the spectrum and Galarian Corsola at the other.
I think that would be a good way to frame it. Meanwhile, Firestar's team has a lot of fire, right? You know, it's like the Typhlosion. It's not something that can hang on for very long. The fact that the Dusclops is Shadow means that it's going to be able to not tank damage as well. And Galarian Moltres is a very similar attacker than Mandibuzz, but they don't have the same utility.
At the risk of sounding too punny here, that battle was a slow burn. There wasn't a whole lot. I'm telling you, okay, but hear me out. There wasn't a whole lot of flashiness. There wasn't a big catch. There wasn't, an insane shield call. We didn't see a combo play. It was just kind of like step by step, very, very meticulous, very, precise, movement by movement, kind of marching towards that win condition. So in game number 2, I will look for a little bit more kind of shakeups. Maybe Firestar needs to kind of move the pieces around a bit more aggressively to try to get himself in a winning position. We're locked in. We're ready to go. What do we have in the lead, Amanda? Let's find out.
Let's see as these players are jumping into game number 2 of losers round 3. We have the Credilli up against that Shadow Marowak, and this is great for Firestar. I think that this is a content position that you want to be in because that grass knot would threaten to basically knock out. Meanwhile, Corolash has to decide, do I want to stay in this matchup? Because if you look at the Pokemon that he brought, he's ABA weak to this very Pokemon that is in the lead.
Amanda, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous for Corolash because if he decides to swap over to that Fortress, it is going to go down. Grass Knot connects, trying to call. Oh my goodness, the Rock Tomb bait. And it wasn't what he expected coming out with the Fortress. Credilli is going to get gobbled up here, but I think it gets a Rock Tomb for its trouble.
Going ahead, throwing a Rock Tomb, but if you're Firestar, you're also pretty confident in this position. Even though Corolash is happy to get this Credilli out of the way, which will help his Azumarill in the back. No, an interesting play. I love this.
What is this Galaxy Brain play from Firestar to pull the Azumarill out from the back line where he knows he's got Thunder Punch coverage on his Typhlosion? Did he just 3D underwater chess all of us?
I don't think anyone saw this coming. I think Corolash definitely didn't see this coming. If you have such a good matchup like you have with an Azumarill versus a Galarian Moltres, of course you're going for it. Of course you're swapping in, and you're getting a shield. I think if you're Corolash, you feel very confident, but you don't realize what is in the back.
My heart stopped for a moment because I thought he was sending in that Shadow Typhlosion to try to sneak the Incinerate. That was the standard play, but this is wildly unconventional. Brave Bird shielded up by Corolash. He is not perturbed at all. Very nice call. Ice Beam will likely connect, and it does. This is going to be enough to knock out.
Yeah, you have to be able to let this connect at this point because you know that that Fortress has a bit of energy, and a Rock Tomb would be enough to knock out. Interesting, now that the Pokemon has come in, Corolash is saying, okay, I got to get this off the field. Coming in now, throwing that Thunder Punch. What do you do in this position?
Well, you saw there as well, throwing after 2 Incinerates, allowing a couple turns of the bubble to come through because he wants that shield away desperately. Play rough, queued up, final shield of the game here for Firestar.
Oh my goodness, that shield might come into use. I don't know if the Fortress though will be able to reach a Rock Tomb. Will it be able to reach it?
Wow, switches in to the Incinerate and through the fire and the flames. Corolash gets to the Rock Tomb, and this is going to eliminate the threat and eliminate Firestar from the World Championships.
Going ahead, just still keeping it calm, keeping it collected, saying, okay, I see that Typhlosion, and I am going to deal with it. Corolash takes in that game number 1, takes in game number 2, and continues on in the tournament.
I'm telling you, I just envision like Corolash standing at the edge of the board about to deep dive into a pool. Sometimes you just have to jump. You just have to send the Fortress out there. Trust in your memory about the energy. Trust in your Pokemon's ability to get to that charge attack and win the battle. What a stunning finish, and how fitting is it as well for Firestar to be playing his Fire-type Pokemon in his last battle in Anaheim.
I think Firestar, like, he was in a tough position. He didn't want to get completely farmed down by the Credilli, but by going in with that Galarian Moltres, when it was as low as it was, it didn't give Credilli a chance to do anything in the backline. It could have been maybe a little bit more impactful if he could have been able to swap out a little bit earlier. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to do so, and my goodness, the bravery of bringing in that Fortress into the Typhlosion.
I mean, I was literally left aghast, and you see here, what an uppercut, what a haymaker from Firestar to connect with the Grass Knot in the opening matchup, and then the pivot into the Galarian Moltres. I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna be candid. Firestar played this as perfectly as he could have. That was phenomenal. Bringing out the Shadow Typhlosion, just ran out of time.
And one thing I also want to point out about this is Corolash ran a very risky team. With that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the lead and a Azumarill in the back, he had the absolute worst lead possible with that Credilli. But if you're Firestar, you might be thinking at that point, well, he's certainly not bringing 2 Pokemon that are weak, so I can bring in my Galarian Moltres because it's not going to have a hard counter.
Yeah.
I think it was a surprise to him when that came in, and he really had to rethink how he wanted to play it. And Corolash, he knew at that point, he's like, okay, he's going to throw a Brave Bird at the second one because it's going to get me low.
Yeah.
I know what I have to do at this point to try to still win this battle. And it really proved that you can't give up in the middle. You can't give up if you have a bad lead.
Yes.
If you see a Pokemon that it looks like it's going to completely shred through your lineup, because being calm and collected as he was, that's how it got him that game.
Wow. Yeah, I admire so much the memory, right, to remember exactly how close his fortress was. It's such a terrible feeling to swap in a Pokemon and see 0 energy, and you're like, oh no.
That's not what I wanted.
What have I done? But Corolash absolutely pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Incredible plays there by him. And, you know, our co-caster Caleb made a comment about Firestar. He said, that trainer dwells in the loser's bracket. He sticks around for a long time, and I'm sure if you revisit the bracket at the end of the day, you'll see knockout after knockout after knockout, just eliminating players over and over and over again. Firestar made it so deep into this tournament, and it's got to be a huge badge of honor for him going into the 2026 season. He's got to be so proud of himself.
I know that I'm a big Firestar fan. After seeing all those battles, seeing someone make it so far into the tournament with a Shadow-type Lorisian, when there's so many Shadow Kanto Marowaks around to just mud slap it down, taking some risks, and I think it really paid off for him. But we are going right back into a battle. We saw him just a brief minute ago. Blinken, you missed it, but he's back. Master Mahir now up against Maximilian P.
I mean, I don't know about you, Amanda, but after something like that, I would need a water break. Let me walk around the venue for a couple minutes, but Master Mahir is all business.
Listen,
didn't even get up.
You said it was sometimes a sprint and sometimes it's a marathon.
Yeah.
Right now it's a sprint.
It's actually back-to-back sprints. A combination of sprints that form into a marathon of battles on stage is what Master Mahir is locked in for. But you know what? Some trainers excel under pressure. And if he is already warmed up and ready to go, why not battle right now? We're going to see Maxi P1 taking on Master Mahir here. No pun intended. I didn't mean to do that. But these teams are also a little bit similar. A couple of shared picks. We've got the Cradily on both sides, the Shadow Kento Marowak on both sides. Galarian Corsola is also shared here, but a few key differences. In terms of Water-type Pokemon, Gallipod for Maxi, Azumarill for Master Mahir, and then we do have the Steels being Shadow Scizor for the trainer on the right, and then Tinkaton for the trainer on the left. What am I missing? Flying types?
I mean, flying type, yeah, we got that Galarian Moltres on the side of Maximilian P, and we've got the Talonflame on the side of Master Mahir. The thing is, we just saw Maxi play up against Jox a little bit earlier on, right before this, to be able to put him in this position of the losers round 3. He brought the Galarian Moltres, even though there was an Azumarill on the other side. Master Mahir also has an Azumarill, so we could see this play again.
That series was wild. I vividly remember those plays. That was insane. I'm really excited to see Maxi take on his next opponent here. Master Mahir, a trainer we are all familiar with at this point after having seen him on stage multiple times. And as Amanda likes to call out, I think you're a bit of a statistics specialist. So what is it about Master Mahir that's so special?
Well, let me tell you why it's so cool. Master Mahir is one of the 2 Indians who was able to make it 2 Worlds. Both of them still in Worlds, which I find absolutely fascinating. That's a 100% record.
Absolutely, 100% success rate for these 2 trainers, but all of that might change because Maxi is facing him down in losers round 3 of the World Championships, and he could send Master Mahir right over to the crowd, just like Master Mahir just did to Firestar.
I know that we talked about the battles with Jox. On paper, if you just look at these teams, I think Azumarill looks so strong for Master Mahir. It has a lot of targets, and it's pretty neutral across the board. Only needs to worry about that Cradily, and the Cradily is running Acid as its fast attack. So that is interesting for the rest of the lineup. Azumarill, either way, doesn't like the Bullet Seed, doesn't like the Acid, so it doesn't really matter as much, but I mean, is it sort of like a thing where you now feel like you have to bring the Cradily to negate the Azumarill? Or is it like last time where it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to play some Pokemon that I know are weak against it. It's going to be a tag team effort, but I know my strategies. I know how I want to play, and watch me take the games.
I just want to watch the accomplishments unfold as well. We see some top 8s, some top 4s, a finalist even for Maxi, and then on the other side, Master Mahir qualifying to the World Championships, I believe, via the APAC playoffs in 2022, and then we do see top 8 in the India playoffs as well.
I just want to point out, Maxi seems to really love the Netherlands because all of his special finalists, special top 8, and the top 8 of 2023, 24, and 25 have been in Utrecht.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic point. You know, it's fun to kind of, mention what we see, but what I don't see there is a championship. I don't see champion. I don't see winner, right? But I think these trainers are hunting for exactly that at the World Championships. As we joked about before, if you could have any crown, it would be the World Champions. Let's take a look here at the two trainers because their teams have a lot of interplay. You mentioned Azumarill being key. I do think that the Tinkaton might also be useful, but let's see what they decide to do.
Looks like the trainers, we saw the fist bump. I'm going to call it a fist bump this time.
Oh, nice.
And now looks like we're jumping right into the battles. We got that Glyspot in the lead up against that Shadow Scissor.
Two high-octane Pokemon that we can see in the lead, in the swap, whatever it might be, they have the potential to run away with an entire battle. Night Slash coming through here. The difference, I would argue, is that the Glyspot charge attacks hit really hard against that Bug and Steel type.
And even so, look at that, though, already brought down to the yellow by just one attack, going for that Night Slash. Maxi here fishing for that boost, putting up a shield, letting that Scissor put in some more work, and it looks like he's going to be able to get to another attack. The fast attacks are chalking down, and he's able to catch onto that Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, Dark on Dark definitely resisted, and what I appreciate a lot about Master Mahir's team as well is that the three Pokemon weak to Glyspot avoided it. Great comp here, and we do see the Azumarill come in. Amanda, you mentioned this, and this is exactly the matchup that it loves.
Going ahead, and just we saw earlier on, we saw almost previously, Galarian Moltres stuck up against the Azumarill. You don't know what to do in these scenarios, and Maximilian P going straight for the Brave Bird, which is not commonly done because I think he's got two shields to hide behind saying, okay, make your move now.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, this isn't a bargain sale. This is a final sale. He wants to get any charge attacks he possibly can if Brave Bird is going to do the most damage. Ramping up for another charge attack, though. Here comes the Fly.
Fly coming through. The bubbles aren't doing that much to the Galarian Moltres, so Maximilian was able to just continue to farm up energy. He's knocked out the Azumarill, the harder counter. The Scissor comes in now. It will be able to get to a Night Slash, which will be chunking away at the Corsola. I wonder if Maximilian wants to use his shield here or if he's saving it just in case a boost is possible.
Well, I mean, you have to keep in mind the fast attack pressure that's going to come from your opponent. He thinks Galarian Corsola has the HP to hang on, but it turns out it's an opposing Galarian Corsola, and Maxi's Ghost type is just so low. I don't know if there's any way he can fight back. And not even to mention, his Galarian Moltres is deep into the red as well.
Everything is very low at this point. There's just a ton of energy. You see Master here kind of sit up. He shook his head a little bit. He thinks he is in the driver's seat. And let's see how it will continue to play out. Going for a Nightshade. This is what we call a bait scenario, but still getting the shield because the Moltres is so low.
Well, I think a strong gust might send that Galarian Moltres back onto the ground, and it will actually get to the Fly. Hold on. There might be a life here for Maxi.
Maxi is someone I love to watch when he sees a potential win condition open up for him, but he just saw him shrug. He realized it's not going to be enough here. The Galarian Moltres goes down, the Corsola takes out the Glycopod, and Master Mahir takes game number one.
Absolute stunning, I guess, alertness and reactivity there from Master Mahir. He blind throws that power gem into the swapped in Glycopod. If he goes for the Astonish there, it gives Maxi a few Fury Cutters. I can't recall exactly how much energy the Glycopod had, but if you were to seed over that energy, maybe Maxi had a chance. He played the first step out of that win condition in sending in the Galarian Moltres to getting the Fly, but he had a few more steps left in order to try and win that battle. Now just take a look back. Oh my gosh, do you see how much energy the Glycopod had?
It did have quite a bit of energy.
I'm sincere. I really think that if Master Mahir doesn't instantly throw the power gem there, I think the Glycopod would get the 2 Fury Cutters it needs to flip that game.
I think we're going to go ahead and see it right now. He knows no Protect Shields were remaining. He knows that that is not going to be enough, and he just instantly throws. But you're absolutely right. Going for that because Glycopod has a higher attack than that Corsola, and if he was able to get to that attack, the game might have been changed.
And if the Shadow Scizor is any more than 1 or 2 bullet punches away from the Night Slash, then the water typing would resist the steel type attacks long enough to Fury Cutter through. That match was insanely close, and honestly, through the at about the midpoint, I was beginning to count Maxi out. I was like, I think Master Mahir's just got the momentum. He's got a handle on this situation. But yeah, again, I appreciate the phrase I use, breathing life back into the game.
But you saw Master Mahir, he was very confident. Even from that mid-game, he was already nodding. He had his plan. He says, it doesn't matter what my opponent does. I know that if I just stick to the plan that I had in place, I'm going to take this game. That's exactly what happened. He didn't panic. He didn't take any moment to throw the game, and he took game number 1.
Absolutely stunning. Game number 2, though, is on the field right now. We're going to get a Glycepod lead from, I believe, Maxi, and then the Azumarill from Master Mahir.
This is a pretty good matchup for Master Mahir because the Azumarill is able to take the X-Scissors and Aqua Jets quite comfortably, but the Glycepod does not want to take a play rough, and Master Mahir just goes straight for it here, and it looks like no shield on Maximilian's side.
Yeah, it feels like Glycepod gaming is kind of the same principles as Feraligatr play, because you can absorb one charge attack, and due to your typing, you can resist enough to stay in matchups. And we do see a ton of energy banked on the Bug Water type before he swaps into that Galarian Corsola.
I want to point out that Maximilian also kind of played a soft ABA to the Azumarill with that Glycepod in the lead and the Galarian Moltres in the back. Now he's able to kind of negate it for a while, but now the Azumarill is still pretty healthy and it's still in the back. He has to make it through here. Master Mahir, this is a play that he's done quite a bit. Once there's a little bit of chip damage onto the Galarian Corsola, he comes in with his own and makes the trainer make a decision of what they want to do.
Absolutely.
Wow, look at this, even an undercharge.
Yeah, this might be a total step change decision here, because if he's able to Astonish down, oh, maybe a miscalculation, because the charge attack is going to get fired. Oh my gosh, undercharging in kind? Are we going to get a simultaneous KO? I think we might.
Oh no, I think he just wanted just enough farm. He wanted one Sucker Punch to be able to come in now. And we've seen this a few times. If this was a Mandibuzz, might have been a little more difficult. But this Moltres has a little bit of an energy advantage. He's now taken a shield, and I don't know if the Sizer is able to get up to that Trailblaze to continue to start bullet punching down.
Swap now into the Glycepod.
Oh my goodness.
Master Mahir is so quick with the charge attacks. It's going to peel away the shield from Maxi. Might reach for that Azumarill, and does. One shield on each side. I mean, this Azumarill can soak bug type attacks, it can soak water type attacks. It's chilling.
Master Mahir says, oh, I saw you at the beginning. Hey, Glycepod, I'm back. Now there's not any really energy left on the Azumarill because it was thrown that play rough earlier on. Maximilian still at 100 energy. Chip damage at Azumarill at this range actually is really starting to whittle it down.
Exactly. I think we're going to see another charge attack. Yeah, immediately here from Maxi. He realizes that Azumarill had a charge attack locked and loaded, ready to go. He knew he would win the charge attack priority tie as well. That's why he threw. Only on 1 HP, the Fury Cutter connects.
Goodness, look how close this game is getting now. He's able to get to another Aqua Jet, and he banks it for later. He's at the Night Slash on Master Mahir's side. 1 Protect shield remaining. He's going ahead, and he's using his shield here. He might want to try to completely farm down, but he's got an Aqua Jet loaded.
This is a left jab, right hook, Sucker Punch knockout there from Maxi as his Galarian Moltres ties up the series here in Anaheim.
Did he say, oh, you think I have an Azumarill problem? Watch me deal with it in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Maxi tying up the series here. Again, as a competitor, I think it's really difficult. It's really tough to be in this loser side bracket. As a viewer, as a commentator, I mean, these trainers are laying it all on the line.
Now, again, I just want to briefly touch on the team composition that Maxi brought to this battle, because I called it an ABA earlier on. So that means that the 2 A Pokemons in this scenario, it's going to be the Glycepod and the Galarian Moltres, are both weak to one Pokemon, being that Azumarill. And the fact that Azumarill was in the lead immediately put Maximilian on the back foot, because he knew he couldn't pivot out right away. He had to do some damage. He had to think about how he wanted to play that. But that was my point of saying, Azumarill is back. Maximilian knows it. He's probably had to play quite a few of them, but he has a game plan, and that game plan has been working out for him so far, able to take game number 2. And now we go into a decisive game 3 in losers round 3 to see who is continuing on in this tournament.
Let's talk about what we haven't seen yet. We have not seen any Tinkaton gaming from Maxi. I don't believe we've seen his Cradilly either. Master Mahir, meanwhile, Talonflame perched firmly on the bench. I don't believe we've seen that Pokemon come out to play. And when you have an opponent like Glycepod, maybe he's starting to think, you know what? I'm not going to fast attack that Pokemon down, but I know the Fly will wreak havoc on it. So maybe I can put my Talonflame in a position where it can get some energy, it can get some leverage, and then I can just absolutely dominate from the skies.
There's a reminder, Talonflames can run a couple of different charge attacks, and people like to run either Flame Charge if they're hoping to boost their overall attack, or they can opt to run Fly. But Brave Bird seems to be the attack that everyone is running. It's heavy hitting, it's potent, but it does lower your defenses.
we're going to jump right into our decisive game number 3. Either Maxi or Master Mahir are going to end their tournament run right here and right now. Let's find out how this story unfolds.
You see Maxi shaking his head, yes, even though this on paper doesn't even look that good for either one of these. It seems funny that you throw a Trailblaze, but that's exactly the scenario, what you want to do, because it's a guaranteed boost, and this means all those bullet punches are going to hit a little bit harder.
It brings the matchup a lot closer to your point. Shield coming up there from Maxi, which is a little bit interesting as well, but he recognizes he's going to be able to try and sucker punch down, but the Shadow Scissor hangs on for Master Mahir.
Master Mahir shakes his head, yes, and we get a double shield. 2 shields gone from the very beginning. There is a little bit of health left on this Moltres, but there is a lot of energy, and you try to see an immediate pivot out into that glaring Corsola.
Absolutely wild. Decisive game 3, putting both of your Protect Shields on your lead Pokemon. Maxi is trying to load himself up like a catapult to strike back. He's got all that stored energy on his Dark and Flying type, but right now, the Nightshade connects into the Azumarill.
Azumarill is able to take it. There's still 2 shields left on Master Mahir's side. He didn't want to use it on the Nightshade. Thought maybe, you know what? Even though that Glaring Moltres is low, a Brave Bird would hurt a lot more. And now coming in with the Credilli into the Glaring Corsola, but I think for Maxi, this is actually great because he's brought that Credilli, and there's now an Azumarill in the back.
Exactly. Master Mahir really, really likes to chip the opponent and then swap into something else. He does exactly that here. Gonna go for the Rock Tomb. Of course, no shields left in the conversation when it comes to Maxi's side, but the Rock Tomb will slow down the Astonish damage. It'll cripple that Glaring Corsola. Swapping in now to the Glaring Moltres and deploying the energy early in this battle.
2 flies are essentially loaded on this. Does Master Mahir doesn't use a Protect Shield on the first one. Will he use it on the second one? Going for a couple more. He might even try to completely farm down, going for charge attack priority.
Incredible awareness there, and I think recognizing as well that even if he used the shield, he risked losing the Cradilly there through the Protect Shield itself. Now we're going to see the Azumarill come in looking for Bubble Down.
Oh.
Another fly! Maxi's Galarian Moltres is raining havoc on Master Mahir's team.
This is huge, getting that Protect Shield on Master Mahir's side. He hasn't even seen the 3rd Pokemon, and it is just Azumarill standing. He's hoping that it's a Gliscon. He's hoping it's anything but the Pokemon that just came in as Credilli enters the field.
Sun is beginning to set here at the venue, and it might be setting on Master Mahir's run in Anaheim. The Cradilly can absorb that super effective Ice Beam. It's pacing up to the grass knot. The window is closing.
Going ahead, and I like this play. It's smart, throwing the Rock Tomb because the grass knot threatens the knockout, so you have to respect that it could be. But now that all the shields are gone and the attack of the Azumarill is lowered for the rest of the game, he will, however, be able to reach the Ice Beam.
Waiting a turn, triggering the Ice Beam here. This is going to be super effective damage. Even in spite of the Rock Tomb debuff, it will likely be enough to knock out, and it is. Galarian Corsola, it's all up to this Pokemon right here.
This is so close. You see Maxi shaking his head. Yes, he's able to reach the Nightshade one before the bubble goes through. He's throwing it. He's pumping his fist. He's going on to lose his round 4. Maximilian P with that reverse sweep.
Maxi astonishes us all. The Galarian Moltres raining down the flies. 2 shields in to start the battle. We thought he was running out of gas, but he was just getting started. What a series from these 2 fantastic trainers. Master Mahir and Maxi have been grinding their way through this loser's bracket, and it's a heartbreaker every time one of them has to go home.
And let's go ahead. Now our statistic has changed. 50% of the Indians in the tournament are still left, but really incredible battles by Master Mahir. And once again, I'm so glad when we get opportunities to see trainers that we don't get to see very often make it far, show what they've got on the big stage, and I'm sure that we're going to hear much more about Master Mahir in the future.
What a series. Galarian Moltres soaking up both those protections. I just can't get over it, right? We've only seen that a few times. I remember Elam did that in one regional event, and he was able to win the battle as well. These trainers at this level, they just see through the lines. They see what we're missing, and they know what their win conditions might be. And Maxi with that Cradilly in the back, we thought that was going to be enough, but it took every ounce of what he had left to conquer his opponent.
And that's conquering is exactly what he did in those moments. Maximilian P, it's so hard, right? When you're up against a caliber of a player like Master Mahir and he takes game 1 off of you, I mean, yeah, it's about the time that you start sweating saying, this could be the end. If he takes that next game, I'm going home.
I can't believe it. The Galarian Moltres getting 3 charge attacks. That last one was just chef's kiss, absolutely perfect execution there, and Master Mahir was executing perfectly until that final moment. What an incredible tournament run from that trainer. Like you said, only 2 representatives from your region. I mean, you have to feel some sense of camaraderie, like we're both in this together. I know a lot of trainers watching at home in the lovely APAC region are seeing that as well. I hope that they find themselves on stage here next year. That would be a storybook that I would want to read.
I mean, speaking of the stages, there's so much stuff that has been going on. It's not just the battles, though. That, as I know, is what you are here for, and that is what we are loving to see. But there are so many other opportunities to do trades, to spin Pokestops, to visit the Pokemon Center. There's so many cool things to do, and we have an opportunity. Jim, one of our fellow co-casters, went around with Chip of the trading card game and has a couple of things he'd like to show you.
Welcome back, trainers. Jim Lawson here in Anaheim, California for the Pokémon World Championships 2025. I'm standing by with Chip Ritchie, who's going to be acting as our tour guide here at the Pokémon World Championships History Museum.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. This is a very exciting installment. It's become one of my favorite things they've done at Worlds the last couple of years. A really great look back into the history of Pokémon Worlds, the biggest event every single year. There's a timeline so you can see where we've been in the past. You get to see examples of competitor kits from years past, the incredible different Pikachu and other Pokemon plushies, promo cards, past World Championship decks, and also a wall of champions as well.
Ooh, it sounds exciting. Shall we take a look?
Let's do it.
All right, Chip, behind us we have case after case of plushies featuring all types of styles from World Championships past. What can you tell us about the plushies?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite pieces of Worlds every single year. For a long time, it was just Pikachu that they would feature decked out in some sort of decor or clothing or some statement piece for the culture of the area where the World Championships was being held. And the most recent World Championships as well, Pikachu's been joined by tons of other casts of characters. One of my personal favorites from this year is that Machamp with the Letterman jacket.
I love the Machamp, absolutely. You know what I noticed though, Chip? Wasn't the first time that we've seen a plushie from Anaheim. It's not our first time in Anaheim for the World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. This is actually the 3rd time the Pokemon World Championships have been held here in Anaheim. Previously, 2006 and 2017 took place in this same building.
Well, we have lots more to look at. Let's move on to the next exhibit. We're here at the Wall of Champions, recognizing champions from tournaments past from all games. Chip, walk us through what trainers can expect here at the Wall of Champions.
Yeah, you get to see a feature of each of the trainers who became a world champion that year in each age division, each different pillar of the franchise, alongside the Pokemon they used, be it on their team, with their friends on Pokemon Unite, or their trading card game deck list. This is just one of the many different features here at the World Championships History Museum. So much more to see, Jim.
And what I can't wait for is later on this weekend, we're going to be adding more names to that Wall of Champions. So make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the action. Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back. Jim Lawson here with several of our great Pokemon trainers and friends. Ahead of the World's Tournament here in Anaheim 2025, we are super excited for the action. But before the battles start, we want to get some bold predictions from these trainers here. Specifically, which Pokemon do you think are going to have an impact at Worlds 2025 for Pokemon Go? We've got Gabby, Stephanie, as well as Pokemon Go trainer 2O Butters ready to give us some answers. Let's start with Gabby. Gabby, who do you think maybe a dark horse Pokemon would be that's going to make a splash here in Anaheim?
If there is one Pokemon that has the power of Arceus in the size of a small beaver, it has to be Bibarel. I think it's finally Bibarel's turn to win the World Championships here in Anaheim.
Bibarel, very interesting take. Had some great play throughout the season. We'll have to see how it performs. All right, Stephanie, same question for you. A Pokemon that you think is going to make a splash here in Anaheim?
I think that Fortress is going to win its second World Championship title. Shout out to Speediest Chief, too.
All right, well, we've got Trainer Butters here as well. King of Spice, some would call him. Any really spicy picks that you think are going to make an impact here in Anaheim?
And thank you for calling me Trainer, Jim. I have a Bug Steel also. I think Shadow Scizor is gonna dominate Top Cut. I know it did really good at NAIC, but it's gonna be the story. It's so strong against the top meta, and I'm gonna go even bolder. It's gonna be ZZ Zweilous that is gonna be the trainer piloting that Shadow Scizor. That's bold, because I have not seen his team. I think Shadow Scizor is gonna be the storyline at the end of Saturday going into Championship Sunday.
Predicting the Pokemon on the Trainers team, very bold by 2-0 Butters. All right, well, we'll have to see when the battles start how these Pokemon will perform. We had the Bibarel, we had the Fortress, and we had the Scizor on Z Zweilous' team. Let's see how they perform. We'll see you guys when the battles start.
The best players in the world. Everyone has gathered here at Anaheim for the 2025 Pokémon World Championships, and we are down to the final 6 here on the Pokémon Go broadcast. I'm Fareed, I'm joined by Martine, and we are in the endgame now.
And we are so ready for the rest of this action because our next trainers are competing for the trophies. It's gonna be so exciting. If you want to see how far we have come, use !bracket to see all the action that has been, and make sure to follow the channels to watch anything back that you potentially have missed. We're gonna now dive into losers round 4. Lyle Jeffs on the left versus Lindos Corolash on the right. Lyle Jeffs, the only player remaining from the North American region.
Lyle Jeffs is such a staple name in the game. So many players know him across the world. He is a 3-time regional champion, and he has reached this stage of the tournament with a Shadow Dusknoir, a really exciting pick, a ghost-type Pokemon with access to Shadow Punch and Dynamic Punch. We are really excited to see how well it can do, but it is up against Lindos Corolash, a brilliant player from Brazil, running a very meta team with that Fortress pick that is just so good against the ever-present Cradily.
And he also has the Galarian Corsola. I think that may have been one of the revelations of the World Championships meta as the prime ghost-type Pokemon. But Lyle Jeffs prepared. He has the Digby to wall all its energy, and we're gonna see what Pokemon these trainers are going to bring. They've locked in. We have the Feraligatr from Lyle Jeffs. It's matched up into the Shadow Marowak from Lindos Corolash.
And we are underway. Regular Feraligatr up against that Shadow Kento Marowak. Both players choosing to stay in this lead matchup. One Hydro Cannon from this Feraligatr will threaten a knockout. Lindos Corolash can't let that happen. The first shield goes up.
You'd think this is a great matchup for the Feraligatr, but with shields up, the Mud Slap from this Marowak is actually going to add up a lot of damage. As you can see, this Feraligatr is already at half HP here and has to shield this Bone Club.
One of the benefits of using regular Feraligatr over the Shadow variant is that it can tank more of those Mud Slaps, but both players have now switched out into their respective Steel types. We see Tinkaton responding to Lindos Corolash's Fortress.
Lindos Corolash was making a catch attempt there. A Hydrokin would only be neutral though on the Fortress and still would have chunked a lot there. But the thing is, Corolash wanted to bait out his Tinkaton. He has the Mandibuzz in the back, which has no play into the Steel and Fairy type Pokemon. So now that the Fortress is aligned here, he actually freed up the Mandibuzz for play later in the back.
Fortress is using Bug Bite as its fast attack. That was recently buffed this season. However, it is double resisted by Tinkaton, and Fortress is not running Earthquake in this matchup, so it's throwing the not very effective Rock Tombs and the Sand Tomb, which, although super effective, just really doesn't do that much damage.
And neither does Bulldoze, by the way. It did drop the defense twice so far, so kind of undoing the attack drop from the Rock Tomb and now going for the Sand Tomb, which is super effective. It doesn't do a lot of damage. I think the Fortress will definitely hang on to this neutral Bulldoze, and it's also at a Sand Tomb. But let's see if Lyle Jeffs opt to throw the Bulldoze immediately. Yes, he does.
this matchup can really pivot on whether or not Bulldoze gets those debuffs. Lyle Jeffs reached 2 Bulldoze, throws them back to back. There is still health available on that Tinkaton, and Lyle is reaching for his Feraligatr to go back and really start to pressure again this Marowak, met now by a Mandibuzz.
Lyle Jeffs went pretty strong into the Shadow Marowak generally, so doesn't really need the switch advantage. Ice Beam will do a lot of damage. Here we go, it's Go shielded though. Mandibuzz doesn't want to take the super effective damage, but you can get to another one here. Ice Beam is gonna come through. This is gonna be super effective. Mandibuzz is gonna take the full brunt. Here we go, boom!
That's a big hit on this bulky Mandibuzz, and Feraligatr gets so much value here. We've seen that it's taken both shields away from Lindos Corolash, and now Lyle is able to come in with the Fairy Steel-type Tinkaton. This resists the entire moveset of this Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz now throwing its Dark-type charge attack.
Lyle Jeffs already has the plans made in his head though, just soaking all the damage on this Tinkaton, so the Mandibuzz is dry to use protections here to get the player off. No, Lyle Jeffs is going to clean up with the Greydilly. Greydilly as a grass and rock type Pokemon has super effective damage into both Marowak and Mandibuzz. Trying to get the switch there, here it comes. Marowak needs to output a lot of damage here. It is in range of a grass knot, so we need to be quick.
Now, Marowak is one Mud Slap away from another Bone Club, so Lyle will only be able to throw one more Acid and then needs to throw the Grass Knot if he doesn't want to take that extra damage. He does recognize that Marowak is going to be taken down by this Grass Knot, and then Lyle will be reaching for a Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb would do a massive amount of damage if it can land on that Mandibuzz.
Mandibuzz is still soaring in the sky, out of acid downrange, but Greydilly is almost reaching its charge attack, and this is going to seal the deal. Rock Tomb is super effective. We've seen this attack so many times today for a reason. It is one of the best charge attacks in the games. Lyle Jeffs takes game number 1 against Lindos Corolash.
Clinical, meticulous, and completely dominant. Lyle Jeffs takes that first game 1-0. This is still a best of 3 in losers round 4. That means one more win for Lyle Jeffs. We'll see him go through to that final top 4 stage.
But Lindos Corolash, he doesn't give up. We've seen him make an incredible losers bracket run so far. And keep in mind, again, the winner of this matchup secures a top 4 placement. And a top 4 placement means that you win a trophy here. So there's a lot on the line for both of these trainers here.
But there is still plenty of opportunity for a comeback. Lindos Corolash needs to adjust. He can see how dominant the Greydilly on the side of Lyle Jeffs could be into this team. It's strong into Azumarill, into Mandibuzz. It has great play into that Shadow Kanto Marowak too. However, Fortress, that is Lindos Corolash's answer. How can he use Fortress in a way to suppress the Greydilly? Or does he expect Lyle to now drop the Greydilly and so anticipate that and not bring the Fortress at all?
What Lyle Jeffs has on his team is that Diggersby. And that makes it so tough for Lindos Corolash to bring the Galarian Corsola. Many trainers that brought this Pokemon on their team have been relying on the Pokemon a lot, but now with the Diggersby around, it makes it such a risk, and Corolash didn't want to take that risk in game number 1. Let's see if he will for game number 2. We have the Greydilly from Lyle Jeffs. It is matchup in the mirror. Lindos Corolash also brought his Greydilly. It's time for a plant war.
Now, one Greydilly is running Acid, the other is running Bullet Seed, and this is an example of the difference between the two fast attacks. Lindos Corolash will reach that Rock Tomb first. That will do a decent chunk of damage, but more importantly, it will guarantee an attack debuff.
And there we go, the Rock Tomb is going to drop the attack. So now the attack from Lyle Jeffs, Greydilly will do less damage. And both trainers are looking to be pretty happy with this lead here, because Lindos Corolash has the Marowak in the back, while Lyle Jeffs has the Feraligatr in the back. So I expect that either both trainers are going to stay in, or perhaps store an attack and swap out at some point.
Now, we can see those backlines, and one of the reasons why Lyle has decided to bring this regular Feraligatr is it has so much neutral, flexible play. So he's going to bring it in aggressively whilst that Greydilly is starting to reach for its next Rock Tomb, and he's going to throw on charge attack priority. Feraligatr has a really high attack stat, and that Greydilly is in range of a Hydro Cannon. Corolash doesn't want to let it go. The burst shield goes up.
And he does want to get that Rock Tomb debuff in. Even this would do a solid chunk. So whether it's a Rock Tomb or a Grass Knot, if you want to preserve as much as possible on this Feraligatr, he has to put a
Protect Shield here. Now coming in with the Galarian Corsola. This does take super effective damage from the Shadow Claw, but it is attack dropped here, so won't do as much. And Galarian Corsola is very bulky. It has a very high defense and HP, so it can take this Hydro Cannon no problem.
Feraligatr doing slightly less damage with the Shadow Claws, slightly less damage with the Hydro Cannons, and Galarian Corsola's bulk now really shining. Lyle thinks that there is a lot more value still to come from the Feraligatr. He puts up a shield to protect against this Nightshade.
Throwing some shade at that Feraligatr, but Feraligatr doesn't want that shade. It's gonna go for the Hydro Cannon here. Galarian Corsola will be able to hang on here, so Lindos Corash not putting up his final protection here. He's keeping that for his oh-so-valuable Shadow Marowak that's been all over the place. And now catching the charge stack on the Tinkaton. I think Lyle just realizing I need to preserve my Feraligatr for a potential Shadow Marowak.
I think Lindos Corash is perfectly happy with this. The switch clock is now up, and the Shadow Kanto Marowak can come in. And let's bear in mind, there is shield advantage available to the Brazilian. Bone Club now landing on this Tinkaton. This should be enough to knock it out.
Corolash doesn't even let this Tinkaton throw a charge stack. Just get rid of it right away so you can keep your Protect Shield for a potential charge stack from either Cradily or Feraligatr. You want to keep this Marowak as healthy as possible and potentially mudslap down either Pokemon. In comes the Cradily. It already has a Grass Knot. This would do a lot of damage. Does Corolash call the Rock Tomb here? No, he calls the Grass Knot. This is an excellent shield from him.
Now, if I remember correctly, Lyle might be one Shadow Claw away from a Hydro Cannon on that Feraligatr, so he'll be looking to bank a move. He's not going to be able to. Corolash is going to take this out, and now Lyle needs to think, how am I going to take out all 3 of my opponent's Pokemon? Feraligatr, can it do it all?
It doesn't have a lot of HP left, and it's going for the Hydro Cannon. I love this timing. The second Mudslap didn't hit, so now you maximize your energy as Lyle Jess, but you need to get to another one on the Cradily. You can Shadow Claw down that Galarian Corsola. Bullet Seed is slow. Can you get there? Yes, he does get there. Now can Galarian Corsola hang on to one Shadow Claw or not?
I think Galarian Corsola just has about enough health. Lyle will be begging. I need this Shadow Claw to knock out both Pokemon in the end. Galarian Corsola comes out on top, and Lindos Corash evens the score.
Wow, that was so close there. Lindos Corash playing out of his mind, and Lyle just realizing that with the alignment that he had to get out that Shadow Marowak and store energy all over the place. With the Marowak in the back, Lyle just really tried his best to store energy on both Cradily and Feraligatr, because if you lead into a Cradily, there's probably a Tinkaton answer in the back, and we did see the Shadow Marowak.
There are 3 Pokemon that Tinkaton desperately wants to see on the side of Lindos Corash. That is the Cradily, the Mandibuzz, and the Azumarill. Instead, it was up against a Galarian Corsola and a Shadow Kanto Marowak. That means Lyle got such little value out of his Fairy Steel-type Pokemon. It's now up to him to see if he can adjust and try and get much more value out of his Pokemon. Both players now know that there is one game left. The winner will go through to the next round. The loser, it's the end of their World Championship run.
But do keep in mind that both trainers have won a lot already in prizes. Out of the top of my head, I believe at least $5,000. The World Championship competitors, there's a lot on the line for them here. So how do you go into this decisive game number 3? Are you going to bring the Diggersby? Do you expect the Galarian Corsola again? And on Corolash's side, is it time to bring the Fortress to answer the Cradily Lyle Jeffs has been banking on?
Money on the line, but these players, they're not here for cash. They are here for glory. They want nothing else other than to win, and this Game 3 is massive for both of them. The players are locked in. Game 3 is underway. We see Diggersby into the Fortress!
And this is an excellent lead for Lyle Jeffs. You have the double super effective Fire Punch, but if you look at the back line, Corolash also brought the Galarian Corsola, which really doesn't want to see this Pokemon, and he's making the catch. Corolash is trying everything already from the start in this difficult team composition. The Fire Punch, not the same type of attack bonus, not going to deal a lot of damage, and Lyle Jeffs now comes in with the Ghost-type Pokemon.
I think this is a crazy play from Lindos Corash. He's played ABA to Diggersby. He's brought out now his only answer to it. That means if and when Cradily goes down, it is going to be so difficult to take this Diggersby out in the endgame. The question is, will Lyle recognize that? Will he be able to preserve the Diggersby long enough to take out both the backline? For now, Dynamic Punch being shielded up against this Cradily.
I think you are looking far ahead than we even need to. How do you get rid of this Dusknoir first with either the Fortress or the Galarian Corsola taking a lot of damage as well? Corolash has a plan though. He wants to debuff this Dusknoir as much as possible, then preserve it. The timer's not up on Lyle Jeff's side. He's trying to stall a little bit, but Dusknoir doesn't have a lot of HP. He's forced to throw energy, still has some energy left though. Now the timer is up, so you could potentially switch out back into the Diggersby, and he does. I think if you now have the Galarian Corsola on the back as Corolash, it might actually be an okay spot.
Corolash saving the Cradley. He invited out the Shadow Dusknoir. He wanted to just test the waters. What does my opponent have in the back? Then he's going to bank the Cradilly, try and get more value out of it later. Fortress comes in, Diggersby returns, and Cradilly could now take out this Diggersby for the endgame.
I think Lyle Jeffs even knows that there's Galarian Corsola in the back. Why else would Corolash stay in this match? But you cannot swap your Cradilly into Fortress because that Pokemon gets annihilated. Fortress is so good into Cradilly, letting the Fire Punch go Corolash. He's putting it all on the Galarian Corsola, but he still has some of the Cradilly. I believe there's some energy as well. Not enough though. Scorching Sense is going to come through. I think you... Do you have to shield this?
You really might have to consider shielding this. This would do neutral damage. You're super effective against Rock type. You're resisted by the Grass type. Cradilly has to try and take this Diggersby down. It hasn't moved, and Corolash is now throwing this Grass Knot just before Lyle reaches another Scorching Sands. Lyle's going to let Diggersby go down and hope that his Cradilly in the back can be enough to seal out the game.
Keep in mind that this Cradilly's attack has been dropped. Yes, you have the Galarian Corsola free now, but Lyle Jeffs does have a shield advantage here. Looks like Corolash waiting a little bit and now going for the Rock Tomb. It will pull the final protection from Lyle Jeffs. I think he knows this would do more than the potential Nightshade. And now the simultaneous swap, but there's no energy yet, and now getting the Astonish down. This is an excellent play from Corolash. If there's a win condition, that may have been it.
I actually really like this play for Lyle because Lyle was able to get rid of that debuff. He's shaking his head just because he knows that Galarian Corsola is so strong, but perhaps being able to land these more aggressive Rock Tombs to debuff his opponent, and then perhaps, do you now go for a Grass Knot, or are you still going to need 2 attacks anyway?
I think you still need 2 charge attacks here. Yes, Grass Knot does more damage than Rock Tomb, but it's not going to be enough, and Acid as a fast attack is still resisted. I think as Lyle Jeffs, you have to get those debuffs in as soon as possible to make sure your Cradilly can hang on.
I think that Lyle could just take this. It's going to be really, really close. The next Nightshade from Galarian Corsola will do a decent chunk of damage, but let's remember it is double debuffed now. The Pokemon are so close. Everyone will be leaning forward in their seats, seeing who can hold on. Lyle needs to take out this Galarian Corsola and then try and farm down the opposing Cradilly.
Their trophy trees on the line, and we see the catch from Lindos Corolash. What an excellent play there. This might be what he needs to win this game, but can Galarian Corsola now outpace this Cradilly or even get the Astonish down?
That could be game deciding. It looks like it is. Lindos Corolash is able to Astonish down the Cradilly. He takes the series 2-1. He knocks Lyle out of the World Championships, and he proceeds to the top 4 here in Anaheim.
And that is a first trophy there for Lindos Corolash. Though I do think that Lyle Jeffs might be discussing a little bit there because I believe he missed a fast attack earlier in that matchup where he brought the Cradilly in. So we're going to see if that is going to do anything. And otherwise, Corolash would have won his first trophy. He would join Lindos Hard Jeff that close because that will be the next match they'll be coming up after this.
Everything on the line for these players. They want to just double check with the judges. Did everything happen according to plan? Did the game proceed as it was intended? The judges will have a quick review, and you can completely understand why the players want to double check this. As you've said, a trophy is on the line. There is so much at stake, so it is worth just ensuring that everything is as it should be.
The Fortress. How good is that Pokemon exactly so far at the World Championships? It has a Steel and Bug typing, the same as Shadow Caesar that's been meta all over the place. But why do we prefer Fortress now? We've seen on so many teams.
Fortress just does have that extra bulk. It also has access to one of the best charge attacks in the game in Rock Tomb. It is a hard-hitting rock type attack that guarantees an attack drop from your opponents, and we've seen so many players opt for at least 1 Rock Tomb user on their team, many players also leaning for 2.
And what I also want to point out, Fortress doesn't need shields as quickly as Shadow Caesar. So if you have a Fortress, you can probably combine it with another Pokemon that is quite fragile, like a Glass Cannon. I would recommend both though, because if you run into a Fire-type Pokemon, we've seen Talonflame and Typhlosion, yeah, Fortress and Caesar won't do too hot into those. But with Fortress resistance, it has such a good typing because fire is its only weakness. So if you don't even need to use shields or can debuff, it puts it in such a dominant position in so many of these matchups.
And we are at a stage of the tournament where there are so few Fire-type Pokemon left, and that means Fortress really could shine. Lindos Corolash using it to great effect here against Lyle Jeffs. The judges are continuing to review the situation. Lyle is hoping for a rematch. He believes that he took an extra Astonish of damage. The judges are checking it. Everything is on the line. Hearts in their mouths. This is a really critical moment for these players.
Let's discuss something else while we wait for the judges' decision here. If you want to start, if you want to be competing here next season at the World Championships, Farid, what would you advise to someone? Let's say my mom wants to play tomorrow and she wants to play next year at the World Championships. Unlikely, but let's say, what would you say to her? What Pokemon should she be looking out for?
I think there are so many exciting picks at the moment, and one of the things that is really emerging from this meta is how bulk is king. Credilli could be one of the best Pokemon that we have seen. Not only does it have reasonable bulk already, it has great coverage, access to Rock Tomb as well. If you don't have a Credilli, make sure to take full advantage of the rewards from watching this Twitch stream. You can get a Lilip that evolves into Credilli, so I really would recommend Credilli as the starting point.
I'll tell my mom to start with that, but what my mom also could start with is gathering championship points once she got those. Let's take a break from that real quick, because my mom can't wait. But here, we see here that the Credilli came in a little bit late, and another Astonish is coming through there. So I think Lyle Jeffs is thinking, if I didn't take that Astonish, perhaps I could have reached another charge stack here, and that is the moment that is being reviewed currently.
So there was an ever so slight delay when the Credilli comes into the matchup. That means the ordinary course of attack timing was slightly off kilter. And you saw Lyle roll his eyes. He knows that ordinarily that shouldn't happen. The judges are going to make a decision as to whether they felt that that was impactful enough to affect the outcome of the game. And if they feel that it was, they will then review and potentially award a rematch. It might well be the case that they say, yes, it did happen, an extra Astonish did go through, but we feel like it didn't impact the outcome of the game, at which point no rematch would be awarded.
And there we do see the eye roll that Farid was talking about. Lyle Jeffs knows exactly how the mechanics work in this game. We have absolute experts as competitors, but also on our judge team that are going to review this. So while they review this, back to my mom play Pokemon. If she wants to get started on the Championship Series, there are also local events. And since only short, there has been an app now developed by Play Pokemon to find them nearby. If you download the Play Pokemon app, you can find nearby Go, or if TCG or VG is your vibe, you can also find those events nearby, gather those championship points. Currently, you can get, is it 260 championship points in total?
There are lots of championship points in total, but I think the key message is download that Play Pokemon app so that you can start your Play Pokemon journey now. This could be you. Everyone has to start somewhere, and many of these players we've seen, this is their first World Championships, and players, it's crazy. You come from all over the world to compete here, and it is incredible how many people you can meet, how many friends you can make through this scene. So it's definitely as good a time as any to get involved.
So currently there is a research where you can get a Guzzlord, and that Guzzlord is under 1500 CP. To your point of meeting other people, if you trade this Guzzlord with another person, or preferably if they trade it to you rather, then you can re-roll the attack, defense, and HP stats of that Guzzlord. So it could be a little bit bulkier, or if you'd like, have a little bit more attack to win the charge attack priority tie.
We've seen so many of those situations where players are opting to run Pokemon with slightly higher attack because the mirror matchup can be so critical. Credilli, as an example, is where it can be really important. Whoever gets off that first Rock Tomb is likely to win that mirror matchup.
We've seen that so many times already. Rock Tomb is one of the most important attacks and really just buffed Pokemon that before hardly had any play. Credilli is one of them. What do you think of Claydol? Claydol was meta all season up until the NAIC.
That is right. Claydol, a psychic and ground type Pokemon. It has access to a suite of attacks. The problem is, defensively, its typing was quite vulnerable, and we've seen a real rise in ghost type Pokemon. That has made it much more difficult for Claydol to really shine, as well as Sucker Punch users and even Mandibuzz. But access to Scorching Sands, Ice Beam, and Rock Tomb, as well as the fast attack Mud Slap, I wonder if Claydol could make a return next season.
If the Dene is going to remain as strong as it currently is, I would not be surprised, because that is a Pokemon that can just keep buffing up and up. Here's the Pokemon that I find interesting, right? Because this was a Pokemon that was, I believe, came out just after last year's World Championships. Morpeko. Why haven't we seen as much of that Pokemon at all this season? I feel like when you run it in the Go Battle League, it can be such a monster.
Morpeko is a really interesting Pokemon. Firstly, it's an electric dark type, which is unique. There are almost no other electric dark type Pokemon available at all. Certainly no others that are being used in Pokemon Go in PvP. But beyond that, it also has a really interesting mechanic. Each time it throws an attack, it changes form. And changing form changes the type of Aura Wheel, one of its attacks. So electric to start with, and then changes to dark, back and forth. The thing is, electric can be a really precarious type to use in Show 6. It's double resisted by ground, and we see a ground type on almost every team. So Morpeko hasn't really shone as well as it could have, but Dedenne is showing that maybe it is the electric type of choice.
The Dene can just buff itself up, so Morpeko is way more reliant on shields and also just the typing that you have. If you can land an Aura Wheel Electric on, for example, is there a bulky water and dark type Pokemon? I can only think of Greninja and Sharpedo currently. Let's say you have Morpeko into Lapras and you have your electric type form. You throw it and you go, whee! That does so much damage. And if you have the dark type Morpeko, and you throw the R wheel, it still does a lot of damage, but it's more like, whoo.
Well, I think Azumarill is the good example of that, isn't it? So Azumarill, as a water and a fairy type Pokemon, it takes super effective damage from the electric type Aura Wheel, but resists the dark type Aura Wheel. So I would really like to see Morpeko shine. This isn't currently the meta for it. Dedenne is the electric type of choice, as we say. But when Credilli is king, I don't think any electric type Pokemon really want to be in the scene.
I don't think that matchup actually was that terrible into a Cradilly, because Morpeko is just so fast getting to those charge stacks. And yeah, the problem with the Dene is it doesn't buff its attack, it only buffs its defense. So you don't output more damage, especially when a Cradilly, of course, buffs its drops your attack the whole time. Here's another Pokemon that we haven't seen as much lately, Superior. Why?
Superior is a very interesting Pokemon. It's a really bulky Grass-type Pokemon. It primarily just uses Grass-type attacks. It has access to Vine Whip and the Great Frenzy Plant, and then players often opt between Aerial Ace, a Flying-type attack, and Leaf Tornado, a low-efficiency Grass-type attack with a 50% chance to create a attack debuff. Some players have been using Superior to great success over the years, but in this meta, when Cradily has access to Acid and Rock Tomb, Cradilly is just a far superior grass-type option, and why would you opt for the lesser grass?
It is indeed a very strong Pokemon, as we've seen with the usage. Thank you for your patience for sticking with us while during the Martijn and Farid yapping show. We are still awaiting the result of the dispute that we have going on here between Lyle Jeffs and Lindos Corolash in this losers round. That is for an at least top 4 placement. Again, trophies are on the line for these trainers.
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy for the judges that need to look at these reviews. It is so meticulous. There is so much at stake. They want to ensure that they make the best decision, the justice for these players. And it looks like these players are going to be preparing for a rematch of Game 3. That means the judges decided that an Astonish did go through when it shouldn't have, and it did have a material impact on the game. So the scores are back, 1 apiece. And both players know a little bit more information about their opponent's tactics, and it is back for everything on the line.
Right, another Game 3 here between Lyle Jeffs and Lindos Corolash. Gonna be very exciting to see if this time Lyle Jeffs can predict the Galarian Corsola from Corolash come out. He caught Corolash on the so-called ABA strategy. See this as a team that is weak to something in the lead and weak to something to that same Pokemon in the back. So in this case, leading Fortress, weak to Diggersby, having Galarian Corsola in the back also lead to Diggersby. So he had to kind of puzzle his way around that, and it's kind of tough for Lyle Jeffs to lose that alignment, but this is a new chance for both trainers to see who can come victorious out of this.
It is very tricky for both players. As you say, Lindos Corolash went for that ABA strategy with Fortress lead in that first option for Game 3. I don't think he's going to run ABA again, Fortress with Corsola in the back. I think he will make an adjustment. From Lyle's perspective, he really does have to get into the head of his opponent. He knows that Diggersby had a great option in that first match of Game 3, but will it have the same impact in this replay version?
We're about to find out. We're locked in for a fresh Game 3. We have from Lyle Jeffs the Diggersby this time lined up into the Mandibus from Lindos Corolash. And this is actually not that bad of a matchup for this ground type. We've seen previously Shadow Marowak aligned to Mandibus, and that is not a great matchup because your fast attack is double resisted there. But Diggersby has access to the neutral fast attack, quick attack, which adds up on this Mandibus.
Lindos Corolash running Aerial Ace and Foul Play on the Mandibus. Neither is a particularly hard-hitting attack, and because of its fast attack Air Slash, Mandibus doesn't even reach both attacks particularly quickly. That gives Diggersby an opportunity to really make this a close matchup, as you say, quick attack with its fast attack, and then just a repeated onslaught of Fire Punches.
Going for the Fire Punch right before Corolash could tap the Foul Play there. I think as Lyle Jeffs, you might be a little bit afraid of what could be in the back there. Probably that Marowak again. If you see the Mandibus in the lead, it's got to be a Tinkaton counter in the back. I think Corolash has just perfect alignment here because he has the Galarian Corsola sitting in the back there.
As you say, Lyle needs to recognize that a Mandibus lead almost certainly means that there is a Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back to deal with the potential Tinkaton. Lyle will need to recognize and think, how do I use my Tinkaton in a way where I can get some value from it? We've already seen in a previous match where Tinkaton had such little to offer, and Lyle won't want to repeat that mistake.
I think that Mandibus is very low, but it's still going to hang on to this Fire Punch. Not the same type of attack bonus, not the strongest attack. Do you go for a catch attempt here? No. Lyle Jeffs staying in, not shooting this Diggersby. Foul Play has the same type of attack bonus. Gonna get really close to knocking out this Diggersby, but not just quite yet. Can you get to another Fire Punch? No, he doesn't. He didn't even try to throw it. He's gonna go for the energy advantage, probably on the Feraligatr. But if Lindos Corolash is reading Tinkaton in the back, he brings in the Galarian Corsola here.
This is everything. The decision that Lindos Corolash makes now could be the most impactful moment for this game. He brings in the Shadow Kanto Marowak. We know that that means it cannot be aligned against this Tinkaton. This could be huge for Lyle Jeffs.
First Protect Shield goes up. Corolash wants to preserve this Shadow Marowak. It's really come down to shooting decisions right here. Lyle Jeffs does not want to have anything to do with the Shadow Marowak and with the Tinkaton, but Tinkaton will have to take on Galarian Corsola, which is also a very iffy matchup. So it's all gonna come down to this Feraligatr here.
Players matching shields, they know that the charge attacks will do a huge amount of damage. Corolash doesn't want to take a Hydro Cannon on the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Lyle doesn't want for his attacks to be caught. He needs to be watching his opponent. He needs to be anticipating any switches. As this Feraligatr goes down, there might be a Galarian Corsola that comes in for Lindos Corolash.
Do we see a catch attempt here from Lindos Corolash? 2 Shadow Claw until the next Hydro Cannon, and we do see the catch attempt, but Lyle Jeffs is staying in. He's going for the Hydro Cannon. I think that you may have needed this for the Marowak, but I think that Lyle Jeffs now wants to chip this and potentially try to close out with the Tinkaton. This still is very solid damage, staying in and even letting it getting farmed down.
Feraligatr goes down. That means everything is on the back of this fairy steel-type Pokemon. It is bulky, but is it bulky enough? Play rough. It does a decent amount of damage, but I don't know if that Galarian Corsola is quite in range. Lyle will also need to manage the energy because he still has to take out the Kanto Marowak as well. I think Lindos Corolash really has an advantage here.
Play rough is coming through. I think that this won't be enough to knock out. And then a play rough is also needed on the Shadow Marowak, which has a lot of fast attack pressure here. It doesn't knock out just yet. The Galarian Corsola gets to the Nightshade. Lyle Jeffs is shaking his head. He kind of knows the writing is on the wall here. As the timer's up, Marowak comes in. Tinkaton won't be able to get to the play rough. And Corolash, he wins his first trophy. He's moving to the losers semis at 2025 Worlds.
He waited for the rematch. He held his nerve and he sealed out this game, winning against Lyle Jeffs 2-1. He proceeds to the top 4 at the World Championships here in Anaheim. For Lyle, commiserations, what a run, but his World Championship is over.
And that was the last North American competitor at the World Championships here. So we're gonna get either a champion from LATAM, there's still 2 trainers, there's also 2 European players, and Beas Boy, the trainer from India. So this season, the World Championship will go to either of that region.
Yeah, and everything is now critical. These players can see how a tiny error, a tiny misjudgment, a half second of difference can make all the impact in these games. Lyle Jeffs, what an incredible run. Getting to this top 6 here at the World Championships in Anaheim. If you are just joining, welcome to the Pokemon Go broadcast. We are in the final stages now. We've just had our first top 6 match. We have our next top 6 match soon to come. Lyle Jeffs versus Lindos Corolash, ending in a really, really close fought-out match between that Galarian Corsola and the Tinkaton, and the ever-present Shadow Kanto Marowak sealing the game.
Corolash has just so much fast attack pressure on his team, and at this point he knows he's celebrating with his friends watching in the crowd there. The Galarian Corsola and the Shadow Marowak have been so important because it just pressures your opponents to either use the shields, and if you don't even get to use them.
It's been a really nice showcase of the importance between fast attack damage and charge attack damage. So many Pokemon usually just want to get to their charge attacks as quickly as possible, but in doing so they often leave themselves vulnerable, as you say, to this fast attack pressure. Astonish from Galarian Corsola, Mudslap from Shadow Kanto Marowak, that has been the story of so many of these games, and I think it really needs to be a strategy that you at home consider as well. Where's the balance? You only have 2 shields, and if you don't use them in the right place, there are lots of options on still how to win.
And the big question is that going to stay for next season? At the end of this broadcast, we will be going through some of the moveset updates for the next season coming up in September. So definitely stay tuned for that. It's going to be super exciting. Farid, I don't know if you do, but I have no clue yet what's coming.
I don't either. I'm always grinning with anticipation. I love it when we get attack updates. I love looking at all of the new Pokemon or attacks, or the distribution of those attacks that are available, and any other changes that might come their way for the new season. So make sure to tune in later today for that update. But for now, let's get back to the stage because we have 2 more incredible players about to face up against each other. We have the Brazilian Lindos Rajev against the British player Maxi P.
Maxi coming pretty fresh off that 2nd place at the Utrecht Regional Championship, now getting so far in the World Championships, and this is basically a similar round to the previous one. So the winner of this will move to the top 4 and as well has secured a trophy. Will it be 2 Brazilian players, or is it going to be 2 European players in your top 4?
And it's really interesting when we watch Maxi play. Martijn and I have played against Maxi a lot in the European circuit, and he is a player that hasn't always had the most success in the Play Pokemon circuit, and yet you can never ever write him off. He has so much unbridled talent that he is always scary for his opponents to play. And look at the opponent that he is up against. Lindos Rajev, one of the best players on the planet, one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen last year, but this year he hasn't had the same success, perhaps until today. Getting to this final stage of the World Championships is a massive moment, and he will want to continue. He certainly wants a World's trophy in his hands.
So does Rajev, because he also hasn't gotten as far ever before in our World Championships. LASC titles, regional titles, top cuts at the NAIC. He's got all of those. But the World Championships, that isn't just there yet. So one more win for Rajev to add another trophy to his accolades. And he brought that Shadow Steelix, a unique pick with Thunderfang, Psychic Fangs, and Crunch. Crunch to tackle all those Ghost-type Pokemon that just bother Lindos Rajev. He's like, go away, Ghost-type Pokemon, I will crunch on you with my Steelix.
I really like this Shadow Steelix pick. It has such interesting typing, such interesting matchups, and it cores so well with the Dusclops. Dusclops plus Shadow Steelix has seen Lindos Rajev get to this stage of the tournament, and then he's padding it around with other bulk in the forms of Credilli, Mandibuzz, and Azumarill, as well as the really scary option of Shadow Annihilate. If you disrespect Shadow Annihilate, it can run through an entire team.
It makes it hard for Maxi to bring that Credilli. Both Steelix and Annihilate do quite well there because Credilli has access, or Maxi has the fast attack asset on this Credilli, and that is triple resisted by Shadow Steelix. It is single resisted by ground, and then double resisted. In the video game, the Steelix will be immune even, triple resisted on the Steelix.
Now Maxi seems to have this innate ability to get into the minds of his opponents. He is almost able to predict well in advance what he expects to see, and he builds teams and line compositions that are just so dominant. But can he do it here? He is against one of the best in the world. The players are locked in. Let's get into this game number 1.
And this is a great lead for Maxi. Galarian Moltres into the Ghost-type Dusclops. How does Rajev answer? He swaps into the Steelix, answered by the Tinkaton immediately. But this is not exactly a hard count to the Steelix. This is definitely a Pokemon that will soak up the damage comfortably, though. Looks like this is a charge tech priority tie on the Psychic Fangs from the Shadow Steelix that will 100% drop the defense of this Tinkaton.
A massive moment for Lindos Rajev. He has successfully baited out the Tinkaton. That means Mandibuzz will not be up against the Tinkaton in the endgame. You and I can see the backlines. There's a Galarian Corsola. If Maxi had responded with Galarian Corsola, it would have been so good for him. Now he's going to need to adjust. The Steelix against the Tinkaton. Whoever comes out on top, that could make a massive difference for the endgame.
To your point, though, I think Rajev is just perfectly fine with this alignment here. Baiting out the Tinkaton is pretty much the only real hard counter that Maxi has. He also has Credilli on his line of 6, which is hard to bring into the team of Rajev. So bringing out the Tinkaton kind of frees up that Steelix, the Mandibuzz there, and putting out the Protect Shield now.
As we said, Mandibuzz is now not going to be up against that Tinkaton, which could be huge for Lindos Rajev. The Steelix is putting on a lot of pressure. It Thunderfangs down this Tinkaton, and although you've given up a shield, what it does mean is that you guarantee a debuff against this Galarian Moltres. It might not be particularly important. Remember that Psychic is double resisted by Dark, and Maxi might be perfectly happy with this Sucker Punch down, and Fly is just so good into all other Pokemon available to Lindos Rajev.
This is the all quarters of the all quarters moment, though. Do you want to stay in here being debuffed by the Steelix? You also don't want to swap in your Galarian Corsola into the Mandibuzz, so kind of an iffy situation here for Maxi. Going for the Brave Bird, I would expect the switch. Now, who knows, stinging a little bit more now, making a catch attempt on the Galarian Corsola, not falling for it though. Lindos Rajev is 2 shields down against this Galarian Corsola.
An interesting play there from Lindos Rajev, giving up his Dusclops, effectively coming in with this Ghost-type Pokemon into a Galarian Corsola, which puts out so much pressure with Astonish and with Nightshade. Maxi will want to maximize the amount of energy that he is able to get on this Galarian Corsola before throwing his first charge attack.
Dusclops is a perfect alternative to Galarian Corsola if you don't have that, because Hex charges up so quickly. It makes the Dusclops a perfect Ghost-type Pokemon to outputs that kind of damage, and also has access to Ice Punch, but I don't think it will even be able to see that. And in comes the Mandibuzz right away, putting out the protection though. Maxi wants to land this Power Gem.
I really like this play from Maxi. Recognizes that he has a ton of value still to come from this Galarian Corsola. Power Gem goes unshielded against this Mandibuzz, and then Maxi will be looking to reach a Fly or even a Brave Bird on this Galarian Moltres to take out its opposing Dark Flyer.
There's still a protection on the side of Maxi. He's going to use that up now, and he's getting so close to his final charge attack. How brave is this Moltres? Can it get there? This Brave Bird needs to get the knockout.
Maxi taking absolutely no risks. He ensures that the Brave Bird lands. Galarian Moltres has more than enough HP, even if it doesn't immediately knock out. And the Dusclops is already down. That means Maxi takes game number 1.
That is a big leap forward. Finally, for Maxi, he's not facing that Shadow Caesar, but Lindos Rajev, we've seen him over and over come back from these deficits. There's still so much play there, and man, I just want to talk about the bold safe switch here from Lindos Rajev. You swap the Steelix into the Galarian Moltres from Maxi. What if there was a Marowak though? But here's the thing. That is unlikely to happen, because if you leave Galarian Moltres and you have Marowak in the back, what would you do? into an Azumarill lead that Harjev has on his team. So that's kind of the composition that Harjev went here, and I really like that, to make the Steelix safe switch as safe as possible.
I wonder if Lindos Rajev could have thrown energy from the Mandibuzz into the Galarian Corsola before switching out into his Dusclops. Bringing a Dusclops completely unshielded into a 2-shielded Galarian Corsola was never really going to end well. Perhaps he should have tried to get some damage or a shield off first, but understandably he didn't want to leave his Dusclops in the back to be up against a Galarian Moltres. So really nicely played by Maxi. A lot of coverage, a lot of flexibility in his team and in his line of 3, and one more win for him will take him through to the top 4 here at the World Championships in Anaheim.
The irony of that first matchup there that we had, though, Lindos Harjev, by now I think the whole world knows, Maxi loves Galarian Corsola. Harjev went with his 3 best answers into Galarian Corsola, and it was still too strong.
Galarian Corsola is such a strong Pokemon. We've mentioned it time and time again. If you don't have a normal type Pokemon on your team, Galarian Corsola can really put pressure on you. Even Mandibuzz, because it's not running a dark type fast attack, doesn't have the cleanest matchup into Galarian Corsola. Remember, Galarian Corsola has access to the rock type charge attack, Power Gem, that does super effective damage to the flying type of Mandibuzz.
And we have 1 lock-in from these trainers. We have 2 lock-in from these trainers. Let's get into game number 2. Can Harjev come back, or can Maxi win his first trophy? We're going to have the Shadow Steelix. It is lined up into the Galarian Corsola.
This is a pretty good matchup for LNDS Rajev, because it means that Steelix isn't going to be up against the Shadow Kanto Marowak that we can see in the back. And Maxi has now given up his Tinkaton. Look at the back line of Lindos Rajev. There is a Mandibuzz and there is an Azumarill. Neither of those Pokemon want to be up against a Tinkaton in any ordinary circumstance, but once you've added this Psychic Fangs debuff, perhaps you can now come in with the Azumarill.
I think that Maxi wants to control switch advantage here because he has the Shadow Marowak in the back. He doesn't like the position of the Shadow Marowak in the back, and it makes sense because there's a Mandibuzz and an Azumarill in the back here, making the catch on this Azumarill. A wonderful play there from Harjev. There's a 50% chance to get the defense dropped here, but even though Azumarill generally doesn't have the greatest time here because of resistant charge attack damage, it can soak up this damage so well.
I wouldn't be surprised if Maxi looks to try and put out as much damage as possible onto this Azumarill, and when his switch timer is up, will he go back into the Galarian Corsola? He needs to have a think, how is my Shadow Kanto Marowak going to get value? There it is, he does go back into it.
And now Nightshade is being loaded. He is at 2 of them, in fact. Player off is coming through. How much does Maxi value his Galarian Corsola? I think that he's happy this Azumarill is out of the way for the Shadow Marowak. Little does he know that Harjev also has the Mandibuzz in the back, which is an even worse matchup.
This is an interesting situation now for Maxi. He's maxed up his energy. He's throwing an attack onto the Azumarill and looking to farm down. Lindos Rajev is looking to put another play rough worth of damage, so Maxi's going to take it out with a Nightshade just before it can.
Does Harjev read what Maxi could have in the back? If so, then he would bring the Shadow Steelix in. But if not, he would bring in the Mandibuzz Soak Energy. No, he goes into the Shadow Steelix right away. Do you think this is a Psychic Fangs bait? Yes, he might be, and he's no-shielding this. Maxi is letting the Galarian Corsola go through, and Crunch knocks it out.
So now, if the Kanto Marowak comes in and Lindos Rajev goes aggressively into that Mandibuzz, Maxi still has health available on the Tinkaton. Do you go for a Rock Slide first and then into the Tinkaton, or do you go straight away? Maxi's going straight away into it.
But this Tinkaton's already so low. Even Mandibuzz might be able to take it out here. Going for the Aerial Ace is still going to get Protect Shielded here. It's going to be resisted and wouldn't do a lot of damage, but you don't want Marowak on there. You need a lot of Fairy Wind damage on this Mandibuzz. Going for the Bulldoze makes perfect sense. I think, oh, he calls it! What a madman!
A massive moment for Lindos Rajev. He correctly calls the Bulldoze. That is a massive, massive moment because it means that 2 shields are still available. Bulldoze double resisted by the Dark Flying type Pokemon, and Maxi now really needs to pull every trick out from the book if he wants to win this game.
If Harjev had no shielded a play rough there, this game was essentially over because Shadow Steelix has nothing on the Marowak in the back. Going for another Bulldoze. Maxi does not get the debuff there, and now catching the play rough. He is playing out of his mind.
He is is one of the greatest for a reason. Catching what would have been a super effective play rough, now resisted on his Shadow Steelix, throwing the Psychic Fangs into this Shadow Kanto Marek. And I think Maxi knows the writing might be on the wall. Lindos Rajev toying in this game number 2. He'll be looking to even the score. Mandibuzz comes back in. This is superbly played by the Brazilian.
Maxi was just saying, well played, man, you got me there, and going for the Bone Club now. Lindos Rajev in the meantime just being locked in, putting out the Protect Shield here. Maxi's only been throwing ground-type charge attacks into this flying-type charge attack. Rajev has shielded 2 out of 3. This is debuff, but it won't get the knockout. I don't think a Rock Slide will be enough to get the knockout on the Mandibuzz, though.
Let's remember, Rock Slide, it doesn't have same type attack bonus from a Shadow Kanto Marek. It will do a lot of damage, but it probably won't be enough. Lindos Rajev has already clicked his attack. An attack will be coming through against this Shadow Kanto Marek. How superbly played was this game too?
Rajev, alright, he is taking game number 2. He wants to play against his fellow Brazilian player, Corolash, in that loser semis, and he tied up the score on his way to there.
Calling the bulldoze bait, catching the play rough onto his Shadow Steelix. Every moment matters, and Lindos Rajev showing the world that he is still one of the very, very best. But it is still all to play for. We are 1-1 in this losers round 4, and the winner of this game number 3 will be the one to proceed to the top 4 of the World Championships here in Anaheim.
If you just look at a high-level view on this matchup, both trainers actually didn't have a less favorable matchup into each other, because Maxi actually had the Tinkaton in the back, and Azumarill and Mandibuzz both don't want to see that. So if Maxi didn't switch out, he actually may have been in a pretty decent spot.
And it just shows how useful this Shadow Steelix is proving to be. Maxi's been giving up his Tinkaton to try and take out the Shadow Steelix, and in doing so, Azumarill and Mandibuzz have had a lot more play. Lindos Rajev will recognize this. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Shadow Steelix again. Maxi might need to make an adjustment because he knows that everything is on the line.
I mean, Shadow Steelix is definitely coming because it's great into Tinkaton, great Dilly, it's decent into the Galarian Corsola, also into that Galarian Moltres, into Golisopod. The only thing Maxi really has to hard check it is that Shadow Marowak, and it kind of makes it hard for Maxi to align his Pokemon here. Of course, in game number 1, it helps when you have your Galarian Moltres into a Dusclops, but if you cannot get that alignment, Rajev, I think, has quite the Tinkup advantage here.
Both players doing everything they can to predict what their opponents will do. One player locked in. We are waiting on the other. This is everything. The players are ready for this decisive game number 3. We are underway, and we see Cradley on the side of Lindos Rajev, and it is up against Galarian Corsola for Maximilian P.
This is Bullet Seed Cradilly, so it doesn't have resisted acid here into the Corsola. It will be able to get to the Rock Tomb before the first Nightshade, making this actually a pretty decent matchup for the Cradilly.
Now Maxi has doubled down on his Mandibuzz answers in the back in both Tinkaton and Cradley. Cradley has such a good matchup into both Mandibuzz and Azumarill. So the question will be, what can the flexibility of Lindos Rajev's Dusclops prove in the endgame?
Rajev actually even went extremely weak to the Tinkaton in the lead because he has the Azumarill in the back. Maxi doesn't want to throw the energy here just yet. I would expect him to swap out after this and keep the energy because now he is double debuffed on this Galarian Corsola. No, he's staying in for a little bit more. Doesn't preserve the energy or throw it. He goes for it because he wants to get switch advantage.
Look how good Cradley is. Each time it throws a Rock Tomb, it debuffs the attack of the Galarian Corsola. That Nightshade did little to nothing. Lindos Rajev maximizing the amount of energy he's able to get on this Cradilly and reducing the amount of farm that Maximilian P is going to be able to get when it takes it out.
Maxi letting it go. I think he's expecting the Steelix and perhaps the Mandibuzz in the back. If it would be the Mandibuzz in the back, then he would have great alignment here because both Tinkaton and the Cradilly would have been great here. There's no Mandibuzz on Rajev's side though. He has the Azumarill and the Dusclops, but Azumarill does have a lot of places to go. In comes the Dusclops.
Man like Maxi has prepared so well for both Mandibuzz and Azumarill. We can see that there's a Cradilly in the back. Will Lindos Rajev protect the Dusclops enough to get value against both of Maxi's remaining Pokemon? The play rough coming through now from Tinkaton. It does go shielded.
not fooling around with any bulldoze baits this time. Jeffy sniffs it out, shields a play rough. That's a lot of energy shielded there, because if it is the Krayley in the back, he's gonna need the Dusclops. But now swapping out, Maxi is aligning his Kraydilly here, perhaps predicting the Mandibuzz in the back.
Maxi looking to fish out whatever Lindos Rajev's back Pokemon is. He knows that Tinkaton will be so good against a Mandibuzz anyway. It looks like Tinkaton's going to be pretty good against the Azumarill, but Lindos Rajev knows that Azumarill cannot afford to be up against the Cradilly, so he stays in. He baits a Shadow Punch, and he does get that shield from Cradilly.
He did that twice, actually. The first one, Maxi let go. The second one, he did shield. Now going for a Rock Tomb. Rajev knows that the bulky Dusclops is going to hang on quite comfortably here. Where do you put the Azumarill? I think the best alignment Azumarill will have is into the Tinkaton. In the meantime, this Dusclops is about to get to Ice Punch here.
We haven't seen too many Dusclops in the late stages of this tournament, but now it is showing just how good it can be. Maxi is reaching another Rock Tomb, throwing just before Lindos Rajev is able to reach another Ice Punch. Lindos Rajev knows there is still so much value available here. Will Maxi come back in with the Tinkaton at some point is the question.
I think at this point, Maxi has no clue what could be in the back. Here it is! Azumarill makes an appearance. Maxi now has seen the full hand of Harjeff, but can Azumarill pull through here? It's quite bulky, but is it bulky enough to take out this Tinkaton? The other problem for Maxi is, however, Harjeffi has a lot of energy still on the Dusclops, plus the attack drop has been cleared now.
Now, although Tinkaton as a steel type resists both charge attacks from the Azumarill, the bubble damage has slowly been adding up, putting it into a range where a Play Rough will get close to threatening a knockout. Maxi throws on charge attack priority a Bulldoze to do a tiny bit more damage. He'll then possibly look to try and farm down with the Cradilly and maybe outpace the Dusclops, but the switch timers are so close. Lindos Rajev could be in the driving seat here, but there is a shield still available for Maxi.
Maxi, I think he wants to get the farm down on the Cradilly, but the timer is up, as you said. We see the simul switch here, but the Dusclops almost at 2 Ice Punches. I think as Maxi, you have to try and call a Shadow Punch here. This is the Ice Punch, though. Do you use a Protect Shield? He doesn't! Cradilly goes down! Tinkaton hardly has any energy, hardly has any health. Lindos Rajev, he's going to face off against Corolash in the losers semis.
2 games to 1. His head hits the table because he knows how massive a moment that was. Maximilian P, a superb player, a fantastic caliber and high quality opponent, and he has taken him down. Lindos Rajev proceeds to the top 4 here in the World Championships at Anaheim.
Come friends, celebrate with me. This is a victory for all of us. 2 Brazilian players in our top 4 at the Worlds 2025. Last season, the Brazilian competitors didn't manage to get, I believe there was only one of them in the top 32, and now they have been so much more successful here. A big congratulations to Harjeffi, who's going to face off against his good friend Corolash. They traveled together to get here, now to face off. And let's not forget about the performance in the stellar season that Maxi had here. He came off a 2nd place at the Utrecht Regional Championship into a top 5 at the World Championships. That is an insanely good performance.
Yeah, Maxi, take a bow. What a performance. Your friends, your family are extremely proud of you. To get to the top 6 at the World Championships is an incredible achievement. All of these players have done so well, worked so hard all year, and these are the final stages now. It is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of to go down to a player of the quality of Lindos Rajev, but wow, what a performance. That game 2 especially was sensational.
If we take a look again at the replay here of this decisive game number 3, the Tinkaton looked so good in the back, or rather, the Azumarill did not look good in the back, but Harjeff pulled through. Dusclops is such a good Pokemon. We've seen Galarian Corsola the whole time, but Dusclops is like, no, hold up. This is the Dusclops show, I'm still here, and it farms down Tinkaton. It cleaned up for Lindos Rajev. What a well-played game by him.
Dusclops is so interesting. He uses the fast attack Hex, which generates a ton of energy. You saw how many charge attacks it was able to reach, throwing Shadow Punches and Ice Punches, drawing shields with baits, and still taking out that Cradilly. It is why it is one of the most popular options. Galarian Corsola this time couldn't do enough. Dusclops and the Shadow Steelix. Is that going to reach the Grand Finals? We'll find out.
Stay tuned to find out. Our top 4 now consists of Potamon and Beas Boy playing the winners finals after the match we're going to have soon, and then we have Lindos Corolash and Lindos Harjev going to battle it out for that top 3 placement to go into the losers final. So super exciting. A lot of players that know each other quite well from either previous tournaments or practice tournaments where they have played, and maybe had a glimpse of how others may have played as well.
So what's left today? We are going to see next up that match between Lindos Corolash and Lindos Harjev, and then we are going to watch the winners finals. Potamon and Beas Boy have been waiting in the stands all day for their winners finals match against each other. The winner will proceed to Championship Sunday tomorrow to compete in the grand finals. The loser, they're not out. This is double elimination. They will drop down to the loser's side of the bracket and face the winner of our 2 remaining Brazilians.
And the grand finals will be played in an arena. Yes, that's right, an arena just like we have the background right now in the Go Battle League. So that's going to be super exciting. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm super excited how that's going to play out as well.
It is not a day you want to miss. Champion Sunday is going to be massive across all of the Pokemon games for the first time. It will be in an arena, as Martin says, so a completely new forum for all of the players, and it'll be a sensational moment and a really crowning achievement to cap off this really special season.
We're going to have a new world champion this season. We've had Dancing Rob in London 2022. We've had It's Axen in Yokohama 2023. And we had Yakai in 2024, Honolulu, Hawaii. None of those are in the tournament anymore. They haven't been for a while. The trainers here that we have now, they have been on a stellar run this entire season. If we think of Potamon, won the Europe International Championship, top 3 at the North America International Championship, and now at least top 3 here. Beas Boy, one of the competitors from India, had qualified through a top 4 performance at last season's World Championship. Already has qualified for the next World Championships as well.
It's incredible, and you do not want to miss any of the action. Make sure that you are watching live. We've got the start time there, 9 a.m. Pacific time, and make sure, because these are going to be such incredible battles, the grand finals for the World Championships here in Anaheim to get our Pokemon Go 2025 winner. It's going to be a massive moment, and we want you to be there.
And that will be on the main channel of twitch.tv/Pokemon, or the YouTube equivalent. And of course, let's take a look again at the Twitch drops that we have. If you've been watching long enough, you'll get a timed research that includes the Skarmory from Yakai's World Championship winning team from last season. Make sure that your Twitch account is linked to your Pokemon Trainer Club account and unmute the stream so you can get this timed research. Otherwise, your timer will not fill up.
Yes, make sure to unmute the stream so that you can get all of the prizes and hopefully listen to our lovely voices as well. We have more options available. There is rewards in the forms of Laleep, Squirtle and Sentret, so make sure that you can get these meta-relevant Pokemon. We have spoken all weekend about just how strong Cradily is. It will continue to be strong. It is a great Pokemon to have in your storage. And if you also want an Anaheim shirt for your avatar, here is the code. Make sure to claim it ASAP.
And if you have friends that are not watching, well, here's a reason for them to watch. If they're not as much into PvP, that is very possible, but this shirt you want. This is an exclusive in-game avatar shirt from the 2025 World Championships here in Anaheim. So get all those rewards while you can watching this broadcast.
But so many battles have been played. So many players have fought until the very end. We've seen only 4 make it to this far, this stage of the tournament. And to get this far is an incredible achievement. We have been talking all year about how the roads are leading to Anaheim. We have waited all year for this weekend, for this very moment. And now we are in the final stages. We are going to see some of the best players in the world, some of the best Pokemon Go gameplay in the world. And I don't want to miss a second of it.
And if you want to get started on getting those points to qualify for next season already, make sure to download the Play Pokemon app from the App Store so you can find some local events nearby and get started gathering those championship points. But in the meantime, Here's our losers, semis competitors. Both of these trainers have already secured at least a top 4 trophy, and with that, a lot of money as well. But now these two friends, both from Brazil, have to play it out against each other.
Now, we see a much more meta-focused team on the side of Lindos Corolash, going for Azumarill, Shadow Kanto Marowak, Galarian Corsola, Cradily, Mandibuzz, and then Fortress, a really fun, interesting pick with a really dominant matchup into opposing Cradily.
And then on the team from Lindos Hardjev, we see the Dustles. We hadn't seen it for a while after Lindos Hardjev lost on the winner's side of the bracket, but it's still there and it's meta for a reason. Shadow Annihilate, another ghost-type Pokemon, rather outputting more fighting-type damage output, covering Cradily, that's been all over the place so much. Mandibuzz, his own Cradily, Shadow Steelix, that's been so important for Lindos Hardjev, and the Azumarill, a bulky Pokemon that's actually on both teams even. Is it back?
Perhaps it is. Azumarill has not been a Pokemon that many players have been using since the Delightful Days update just before the North American International Championships, but it has made the top 4 on both sides, both Brazilians. Perhaps they've coordinated this, but the water and fairy typing of Azumarill, as well as its immense bulk, will mean it will always be a great option for players. So if you don't have an Azumarill, make sure to check your storage and build one if you can.
And we have two Cradily here. We've seen two different fast attacks the whole stream. Perhaps you've had enough of me talking about it by now, but we've seen Acid as a fast attack and we've seen Bullet Seed as a fast attack. And these trainers run Bullet Seed for a little bit better ground and water type coverage. Earlier on the broadcast, we've seen a lot of Quagsire, and I think that is one of the main reasons you want that Bullet Seed, because otherwise you're just throwing resisted fast attack damage and you need to land the Grass Knot to secure a knockout. And now with Bullet Seed, you deal way more consistent damage in those kind of Pokemon.
And it's interesting because Bullet Seed here is actually the best option for both Cradily into their opposing matchups. It means that you're not resisted by the Galarian Corsola, the Ghost type. It also means that you're not resisted by the Shadow Steelix, which would triple resist the fast attack Acid, which is a poison type attack.
Exactly. Looks like both trainers are getting ready for this losers semi-finals that we're going to have here. And if you missed any of the action, make sure you can watch everything back on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to see what the action was before this, type ! bracket in chat. This is where we are now on the final stage, the top 16, top 4 now, Lindos Corolash versus Hardjev. A team with a lot of similarities, but also its differences.
Now, we haven't seen Dedenne for a long while, and instead we've seen Mandibuzz. It's really, really shining when it's not up against the electric fairy type. However, both players have a Mandibuzz, and both players have a great response in that water fairy type Pokemon, Azumarill. Alignment could be really important, and that's why these players also have more flexible options, and it might all pivot around Cradily. The thing is, Corolash has that Fortress. That is a really, really scary option for LNDS Rajev's Cradily, but LNDS Rajev has a Shadow Annihilate. Will that come out? Because it beats both Fortress and the opposing Cradily.
It's actually interesting how Mandibuzz had, I believe, about 12% usage on day 2, while Galarian Moltres, the other Dark and Flying type, had about a 30% usage on day 2. And in the meantime, it looks like Mandibuzz is almost outperforming it here, making it at least 50% usage in the top 4. One of our trainers has locked in, the other one needs a few more moments to think it through.
This is going to be a big moment. A Brazilian on either side. This is still a best of 3. Every game will be critical. Every moment will matter. Every second will require such contemplation. One player is locked in, the other is close. This match is about to get underway, and it's going to be everything to play for.
The fate of Latom lies in the hands of these two trainers. The winner would advance to the losers finals and continue their attempt at the title. We have a lock-in. Lindos Corolash on the left, Hardjev on the right. We have the Fortress for Corolash into the Dustlops for Hardjev. This is a pretty decent lead for Hardjev as he resists the Bug Bite. However, do keep in mind with Rock Tomb, the Fortress is actually quite fine here because it keeps dropping the attack as soon as he gets to the first one.
Dusclops can spam out so many of these Shadow Punches. It does resist the Bug Bite. Bug Bite is a very strong attack, though. It still does a lot of damage, and Dusclops doesn't have a high HP stat. So you can see that the Bug Bites already have put a massive chunk into this Dusclops, and Lindos Rajev lets the first Rock Tomb go. That will guarantee a debuff against its Ghost type.
The reason that these Bug Bites do so much is because Dusclops has a lot of defense, but a low HP stat. So if Bug Bite only does 1 damage, it will still chunk when Dusclops doesn't have that much HP. Going for another Shadow Punch won't be enough to knock out yet, though.
Shadow Punch coming through from this Fortress. Remember that the Dusclops is debuffed. That means it won't be doing as much damage as it normally would. And Fortress is showing just how flexible an option it can be, throwing another attack just before Dusclops reaches its next attack.
In comes the next Rock Tomb to knock out the Dusclops. Looks like Hard Jeffy is just going to get energy on something else. Going in with the Cradilly is straight up disrespectful because that is exactly where Fortress is meant to be. But now hard swapping into the Galarian Corsola. Corolash is not happy with this Bullet Seek down from Cradilly from Hard Jeff.
Corolash not allowing the Cradilly to get a full farm down on the Fortress. He's banking the Fortress in deep red health. Perhaps he can use it in the endgame for a catch. This Galarian Corsola, it has been debuffed by the Cradilly. Rajev wants to preserve it, coming in with this Shadow Steelix.
The fear with running Steelix is that you always have to play around a potential Shadow Marowak in the back. That's why we see Arjeffy swap out of this matchup here. Shadow Steelix is quite bulky, even in its Shadow form, so he can hang on to 2 of these Nightshade and then launch a Crunch that would knock out the Galarian Corsola, but the timer is almost going to be up, so if Corolash wants, he can actually preserve this Galarian Corsola.
Now, Lindos Rajev opted for an ABB strategy. Dusclops in the lead, ever so slightly soft to Mandibuzz, with 2 good answers to Mandibuzz in the back, Cradilly and Shadow Steelix. We can see the Mandibuzz in the back on the side of Lindos Corolash, so once this Steelix or Galarian Corsola goes down, this will be a very interesting endgame for these Brazilians.
Putting up the Protect Shield at the very final second. That was the first Protect Shield from Arjeffy. He's farming up more energy now and catching the Psychic Fangs on the Fortress. What a great play from Corolash.
We said it at the time, preserving the Fortress on little health would allow for a potential catch in the future. Corolash pulls it off. That could be a big moment. A lot of energy wasted on that Shadow Steelix. And now the Mandibuzz comes in. It will take this Psychic Fangs double resisted, will do little to no damage, but guarantees a defense drop.
I don't think that Arjeffy is very happy with this. You need 2 Rock Tomb regardless. Without Acid, you actually hardly have any fast attack pressure into most of these flying type Pokemon, so you don't deal as much damage with the Bullet Seed here.
Mandibuzz reaching for that foul play. This will do a bit of damage on the Cradilly. It won't threaten a knockout. Rajev doesn't need to shield it. He's not going to. Look at that. You're going to need far more than foul play to take out the Cradilly.
Oh, another catch!
Corolash has done it again!
That is 2 catches, 1 game. He is trying everything to win this game here. This also clears the debuff from the Mandibuzz here. He will be able to get to the foul play before the next Rock Tomb. With Arjeffy, he has 1 more shield remaining.
Lindos Rajev doesn't have the switch timer available yet, but he does have the Rock Tomb. That's what's most important. Pulling out that last shield from Mandibuzz. Lindos Corolash has a ton of energy available on the Mandibuzz. He needs to make sure that there is no
the catch!
He makes the catch! Lindos Rajev says, whatever you can do, I can do better. That is a massive moment. That could be everything in the final stages of this game.
We see the undercharge there. Corolash needs all the energy he can to outpace the Cradilly, but he needs 2 foul play. Cradilly already has 1 Bullet Seed. Another one. He needs 1 more. Charge attack priority time. No, Corolash knows he needs 1 more to knock out. He didn't even want to bother with the charge attack. And now Harjeff going to knock out this Mandibuzz. This is a no-fly zone. 1-0 for Harjeffy.
Down goes Mandibuzz. Nothing but respect for each player's opponent. They had so many catches there, and those catches were everything. Pivotal, critical moments in this first game between Lindos Corolash and Lindos Rajev. 1 game up for Lindos Rajev. He needs 1 more win to proceed to the next stage of the World Championships here in Anaheim.
What a dance between those 2 players. Dusclops still proving to be so strong, but Fortress also showing why that is so strong. And here we see all those catches. There were like 3, I believe, in that single game, 2 from Corolash. And this is exactly what he needed. Corolash was even waiting. Harjeff was just waiting. He knows his opponent so well. These trainers have played quite often versus each other. Lindos Corolash has won 2 regional championships this season. And You know who he defeated twice in the grand finals there?
Tell me.
It was Harjev.
Well, there we go. Both players know each other so well. So well that Rajev waited. He knew that his opponent would also pause, waiting for the fast attack to come through, and he anticipated it perfectly. Can these players anticipate in game number 2? We're getting underway, and we see Galarian Corsola up against Dusclops.
Woo! We have a spooky matchup here. Dusclops into Galarian Corsola, both Pokemon dealing super effective damage in each other. I think that Harjev is very happy with this lead right here because he has the Shadow Annihilate in the back, and Galarian Corsola is an absolute nightmare for that Pokemon. So removing this means that Shadow Annihilate in the back will run wild.
Galarian Corsola chunking with that fast attack, Astonish, putting a lot of pressure on Dusclops, now getting a first shield with its Nightshade. Dusclops, it paces so quickly with Hex to Shadow Punch, and it does win charge attack priority against Galarian Corsola, inviting a return of the shield from Corolash. Will he put it up? No, he's letting this through. He does just not hold on.
And Shadow Annihilate performs at its best when it has the alignment, but also when it has shields. There's still one shield in play, going for the Shadow Punches. Corolash predict the Ice Punch here. No, he lets this go. We've seen Harjev go for Shadow Punch over and over and over. We saw it against Maxi as well. Now going for another Shadow Punch here. He just wants to get to multiple charge stacks. Does Corolash know that the energy management here? Yes, he does. He knows it's a Shadow Punch.
We mentioned it before, the impact that an unchecked Shadow Annihilate can have. The Kento Marowak is in the low health. In comes Annihilate. If you can shield up these Bone Clubs,
he no shields.
He's no shielding.
He knows that it is Greydilly in the back. Greydilly has very little fast attack pressure here. Bone Clubs come through, does a lot of damage here. I think you want to get as much energy in as possible here. The damage of the Mud Slap's gonna add up. You have to use protection here, I think, as Lindos Harjev. Does he keep the Annihilate? Yes, he does!
That's a huge shield for Lindos Harjev. This Annihilate is going to start powering through the Greydilly. The Greydilly desperately reaching for an attack. It does have 2 shields available, but will it have enough health after all of these counters have added up to still take on the Steelix?
One bullet seed away from a charge stack. Do we see Harjev make an attempt at catch? No, he wants to get 2 more counter damage here, and then it's all in the hands if Steelix has any. And the thing is, the Thunder Fangs are all resisted due to Grass Knot from this Greydilly knockout. You still have 1 protection here as Corash.
Electric is resisted by Dark. Lindos Raja going up to the crunch. He hasn't yet thrown an attack. Grass Knot will be neutral. It's resisted by Steel. It's super effective by ground. Everything to play for. This is not an Acid Credilli. It is Bullet Seed. That means you're generating energy really quickly and you're doing neutral damage with your fast attack. Here comes the first Psychic Fangs.
Do you call this? Oh man, he shields this attack. Now the next one will do more because Psychic Fangs drops the defense, but I think you need a crunch here. Grass Knot's coming through. Is this going to knock out?
Will he go straight into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, or will he try and take this energy first? It looks like Corolash is in a great position. Here comes the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Lindos Rajiv throws this Psychic Fangs. It will take down the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but does it have enough energy to take on the Credilli? I'm not sure if it does.
And does it have enough health? Bullet Seed is gonna add up here. You need a few more Thunder Fangs. The time is running out though. Does he get the Psychic Fangs? Yes, it does! You can have all these regional championships. I'm moving on to the top 3 at the World Championships. Lindos Rajiv, he is the king of Brazil!
The damage from Bullet Seed doesn't register on the Steelix. The Steelix takes down Credilli. Lindos Rajiv wins this game. Corolash gives him a clap, a round of applause. What a performance. The Brazilian goes through. The friends will hug, and that is a massive moment for that player.
Wow. What a match that we just had there. So close on this game here. The semi-finals lived up to the hype. They're going to celebrate with their friends. They just both have their trophy secured, and Lindos Rajiv is going to carry out the mission for Latam.
Somewhat of a bitter-sweet victory. You do proceed, but you know that you have knocked out your friend in the process. But these are the World Championships, and you have to try and beat every opponent along the way. Nothing but respect for their opponents. They sit together, they hug together, their friends gather around them because they know this has been such a sensational performance from both of them. They knew that one would go down, they knew that one would proceed, and they will proceed as a team, they will proceed as a unit, and they will get back behind each other. They will rally together, they will pose together because they know that this is a huge moment for all of them.
Making memories. That is what it's all about at the World Championships. I remember from last year when I got to that second place. It is just so beautiful to see all the support and all the players watching, and that is what these trainers are experiencing right here. What better moment is there to celebrate with your friend? Yes, you have just won, but they also have that success, and you're both sharing that success and the celebration. I'm all here for it, and I love it.
There is so much love on show, so much emotion, so much passion that goes into this game. These players have been working so hard for so long, and they know that these are the moments that they have been working for this entire time. These are the moments that they will remember for years to come, that we will reference for years to come when we look back on the greatest players this game has seen. Lindos Rajev showing that he absolutely is one of them.
And if you want to see more of Lindos Rajev, stay tuned, because he will be upcoming later on the stream in the losers finals. First, we'll have the winners finals coming up after shortly, which will be Beas Boy from India versus Potamon from Spain. That's gonna be such a menace of a battle as well. Keep in mind, these trainers, they haven't battled for a few hours today.
And these players are both very young. Very, very talented, scarily talented almost, and they will have been preparing all day. They will have been watching these games because they know that there is a high chance that they might face Lindos Rajev regardless of whether they win or lose. One will go through to the grand finals, one will drop down to go and play Lindos Rajev in the losers finals, and every moment, as we've said, this entire time will be massive. So let's take a moment, let's take a breath, let's watch everything that we've had up till now, and we cannot wait for the final stages of this tournament.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokémon World Championships!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
What started with over 200 competitors in Pokemon Go is dwindling down to the final few. We are about to crown a world champion tomorrow, but we gotta go through the rest of the gauntlet here. These trainers are ready, they're willing, they want to make this happen. I'm Amanda Lundberg, also known as Lundberger, here alongside Speediest Chief 2, ready to bring you the winners and losers finals.
We just saw some of the most heartbreaking, tournament-making matches between Rajev and Corolash there. Catch after catch after catch, incredible swaps, patience, timing, mechanics, skills, everything was on display. And the thing is, these trainers are not done yet. We're gonna head up to our winners side bracket for our winners finals. If you remember, The only two trainers remaining on the top side of the bracket are Potamon and Beelzeboy. The loser of this best of 5 will then fall to that loser side bracket and take on Hard Jeff. Then the table will be set for the Grand Finals and Championship Sunday, which you don't want to miss. Make sure that you're up tomorrow to see it, but let's get the rest of the way there first. Winners Finals coming up very soon.
And normally throughout this tournament, you have been seeing best of 3. So if trainers have won 2 of the battles they have progressed on, not no more.
We're going the distance. We're going for speed. It's a best of 5 between these two trainers, and they need to pull off big-time plays to get into the Grand Finals tomorrow.
Beelzeboy finished last season in the top 4, so a very similar position to where he is at now. Will he be able to make it on? Will he be able to take it even further than this? He's going to have to go through Potamon, our this year's European International Champion, someone who also got in the top placements at North American International Championships. It's all been training for this moment for the World Championships here in Anaheim, California.
Let's talk about the teams. We've got Lapras, Galarian Corsola, Shadow, Kento, Marowak, as well as Golisopod, Cradily, and Fortress for Potamon on the opposing side. The double steal, the heavy metal that Beelzeboy has been able to use to bend his opponents to his will. In that Shadow Annihilate, as well as the Tinkaton and Shadow Steelix, not even to mention the Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kento, Marowak, and Lapras as well.
You talk about the Annihilate, but it just appeared on the screen to bring us down. We're swooping down to the stage, looking at these two trainers as they're taking notes. They're trying to figure out different parts of the team's compositions they want to play. They want to be able to take these wins. They want to move on
to the Grand Finals, but they have to get through each other first. Potamon on the left side of your screen, of course, your reigning EUIC champion taking on Beelzeboy, one of the most impressive newcomers to the world stage last year in Hawaii. Now they're squared up here on center stage in Anaheim. So in terms of teams, in terms of Pokemon, Amanda, what are you expecting to see first?
I know that we saw it earlier on. Beelzeboy is very comfortable playing that Shadow Steelix and is able to hit quite hard, and a lot of things in the meta aren't ready for it. But there is one thing on Potamon's side that would absolutely love to see that Pokemon, and that is that Shadow Kento Marowak.
Yeah, we were discussing with our co-casters in the backstage area which team we thought had the edge and what Pokemon were going to be difference makers. We actually see that Shadow Kento Marowak on both sides, but I agree with you. Whereas Potamon's Steel type does have that bug subtyping, that Shadow Steelix looks really, really susceptible to that Mud Slap damage.
But it also looks really good into the Golisopod and the Lapras. If there's some shields to hide behind, being able to just get a little bit of fast attack damage. Speaking of fast attack damage, we've been wondering earlier on, is it going to be the Mandibuzz? Is it going to be the Galarian Moltres that really makes the plays? We know that Hardjeff does have that Mandibuzz, but Beelzeboy has that Galarian Moltres on his side, and I'm looking, and I see a decent amount of good play for it. It wouldn't surprise me to see it on the field.
Well, I'll tell you what, these trainers have been waiting quite a while for those loser side bracket matchups to play out, and I can guarantee you Beelzeboy was looking at the stage and the master class that Maxi put on with his own Galarian Moltres. Let's see if he took some notes or if he's got a style all of his own. One of our trainers is locked in and ready to go, the other one taking just a few more moments.
While we're taking those moments, really take it in how many accolades are behind these trainers' names. We talked about the EUIC champion, we talked about NAIC top 4, but Potamon was also the regional champion in Gdansk, as well as a special finalist in Sevilla earlier this season.
Exactly right. A lot of gold medals in the trophy cabinet, looking to add the biggest prize of them all. I'm sure he's got a spot right on the top shelf reserved for, but Beelzeboy also very impressive last year, and he's right back in a similar position this year. Let's see, because we are down to our top 3, our final 3 trainers in Anaheim.
We're going to see who will be making it on to Championship Sunday, who will be the one who's taking home the glory. This is one of the very pivotal moments here, and it looks like these trainers are both locked in. They're both ready to go. Winners Finals, here we go.
Ghost types take the field. We've got Galarian Corsola taking on that Shadow Annihilate. This is going to be a positive matchup for that Galarian Corsola, so we do see they pivot into that Shadow Steelix.
Steelix as the safe swap here for Beelzeboy is a very risky play, because if there was that Shadow Kento Marowak, there might not be as much play for it there. Going for the crunch, the heavier hitting one. As you can see super effective damage onto the Corsola, but Potamon doesn't use the shield and just continues to bank up a ton of energy.
Incredible point. I mean, the Shadow Kento Marowak would have been devastating, but if we don't see a switch, that means your opponent has something else in the back. So Beelzebub Boy can effectively cross that Pokemon off his list and start to narrow down what Potamon's back line consists of.
Speaking of crossing Pokemon off the list, I think Steelix might go back into his ball as the second Nightshade connects, and now Beelzebub Boy has a good potential that he could farm down with this Galarian Moltres because the Corsola is quite low.
Yeah.
Or we could end up seeing what that third Pokemon is. Looks like he was waiting out the timer. He is coming in with the Moltres, and Moltres is actually perfectly fine with this scenario because as you see, those side waves basically do very, very little damage.
Yeah, this is the Ice Beam games, as I like to call them. Flies when they come through here, and we do see a final second shield by Potamon to protect his Lapras. Do we get the Sparkling Aria? Do we get the Ice Beam? Gonna go for the Sparkling Aria here. Does Beelzebub Boy call it?
This is a bait, and if Beelzebub Boy calls it, it'll put him in a great position, and that's exactly what he does. He now will be able to get to another attack, but Lapras going first, going for another Sparkling Aria.
Yeah.
This will be enough to knock the Moltres very, very low. Beelzebub Boy doesn't want that because you see he's already at a charge attack of his own, and now he gets to farm up a ton of energy because it will take a while for that Lapras to get to the next.
Yeah, calculated risk there by Beelzebub Boy. He knew that two charge attacks were needed to pick up the knockout there because those side waves are double resisted. So I really like the play, and I like this shield as well. Potamon protecting against the Brave Bird. In comes the Shadow Annihilate. But I'll tell you what, Amanda, the artistry on display here is that Beelzebub Boy has basically neutralized his Shadow Annihilate's hardest counter. That Galarian Corsola is so low.
Galarian Corsola is coming back in. These counters aren't very effective. Meanwhile, Suns are doing a lot, but there is no Protect Shields remaining on Potamon's side. And this Annihilate is about to ramp up as Rage Fist connects, knocks it out, and the two Pokemon in the back do not want to take these counters.
Cradily is running acid here for Potamon, so those fast attacks will be resisted. It's a question of pacing. Will the Ice Punch arrive first, or will the Cradily get to the grass knot? We're going to find out here. Annihilate, Cradily are racing, and they're going to get there at the same time.
Going for the Ice Punch. It connects. No chance for the Cradily as this is about to knock it out.
Absolutely. Super effective damage connecting. Cradily wilts under the pressure. In comes the Lapras, and it will fall as well. Beelzebub Boy sweeping the back line.
Beelzebub Boy taking game number one quite solidly. Potamon taking some notes, wondering what could I be doing a little bit differently for game number two. It looks like Beelzebub Boy really read him quite well and had some masterful switches in the meantime. Even though he had a very negative lead with that Shadow Annihilate against the Corsola, being able to pivot with that risky Shadow Steelix safe swap,
Yeah.
put him in a good position.
Super risky, but sometimes those risks can pay off massively. And as we take a closer look at the team here for Potamon, I would argue that he didn't deploy enough resources to stop the Shadow Annihilate. Yes, he had the Galarian Corsola. Yes, he had some neutral play there with the other Pokemon. But the key here, I think, might be doubling up. Maybe combining the Galarian Corsola with the Shadow Claw Golisopod. That might be key for him going to this next battle. And again, this is where the mind games just resurface over and over again. Is Beelzebub Boy going to see that strategy coming?
I think that is a really good point because we have to remember, since this is a best of 5, these trainers can take a couple different risks while they're playing. Beelzebub Boy felt comfortable using that Steelix as a safe swap because he said, okay, even if I lose game number 1, I still have a couple more to maneuver around. The fact that there was no Shadow Kento Marowak in game 1 and Steelix proved quite pivotal, it might be playing into the mind game of Potamon being like, should I bring it game number 2? And is that playing right into Beelzebub Boy's, new plan, new way of thinking?
It's just a question of should I stay or should I? Normally, Beelzebub Boy would be able to technically win this next battle and then claim the series, but he's got to beat Potamon 2 more times to punch his ticket to the grand finals, and it is not going to be easy.
Both of these trainers coming from that winner's side of the bracket haven't lost the battles yet, and that means in a double elimination tournament, one of them will still remain to be able to fight in the losers finals, another best of 5 against Hardjeff, who we just saw play. Looks like we just got the thumbs up there from Beelzebub Boy, so we'll wonder if we're going to get locked up pretty soon into the battle.
Beelzebub Boy putting the phone down for just a moment here as he gets locked in, gets centered, and ready to go. Again, Potamon, head down, ready to work, ready to put in the hustle and the grind here against his opponent. He needs to storm back in this series and try to secure that grand finals position, but it all starts with the leads.
Potamon has been in many top finals for these best of 5 matches quite a few times through the international championships that he's been in, but this is a big one. This is the one that he's been training for all season long, and a Rage Fist already going through. Lapras is being able to chunk with those sideways, but it doesn't want to take this damage.
Very close matchup between these two Pokemon. No Protect Shield used on the Lapras there, already securing the Sparkling Aria. Potamon recognizes the Shadow Annihilate was the key for Beas Boy in game number 1. He's trying to neutralize it early in this game number 2.
Going ahead and using a shield on Beas Boy's side, and we're going to see a whole counter down, getting a little bit more energy. And this probably plays into Potamon's hands. We see that Galarian Corsola come in, and we see an immediate pivot out into that Galarian Moltres, now met by the Fortress in the back.
I really appreciate the domino effect that Beas Boy has triggered here, winning the lead and then forcing his opponent to swap out, because that Galarian Corsola versus the Galarian Moltres matchup is just so abysmal for the Ghost type. So it pulls that Fortress out of the back, and now Beas Boy can make a perfect, complete plan about what he wants to do next.
Great timing throwing now this Rock Tomb. This is going to lower the attack of the Galarian Moltres, and you know what, actually it's just going to lower it right out of the sky because no Protect Shield used on the Pokemon. Beas Boy now wondering which Pokemon do I want to bring in. He knows the whole lineup. He knows that it's that Corsola in the back, so he's going to get his maximum amount out that he can out of this Annihilate.
Absolutely. Fortress going to throw a Sand Tomb here for Potamon. I don't think this is quite enough because it's a very underwhelming charge attack, and it is not. Simultaneous swap, though. We see the Galarian Corsola come back to the field, and Shadow Steelix roars out to meet it.
Now we see that there is going to be a little bit of an energy advantage on that Corsola side because it did come in first. It's going to be able to throw this Nightshade. Last time Potamon took the crunch from the Steelix, which could also have potential to debuff this Pokemon. Potamon has to make a decision. Do I want to shield up a Crunch or do I want to shield up a Rage Fist because I only have 1 shield remaining?
And it's, oh, no defense drop trigger. That's actually huge in this matchup because the Steelix is looking for that Thunder Fang damage to chip down the Ghost type. And to your point, Amanda, yeah, shielding the first Crunch could prove disastrous because then it allows your opponent to close the gap with the following charge attack.
Going ahead, and he's at another attack here. This is just the Psychic thing, but it does pull that shield because it could have been the Crunch, and Potamon recognizes his switch timer is up, an immediate now pivot into the Fortress, trying to get as much damage off as possible, but oh my goodness, already at a Rage Fist, and you see Beas Boy with his head in his hand saying, wait, should I have thrown that right away?
Yeah, just trying to juggle the energy here at the end. Wants the KO, doesn't want to get hit with another Sand Tomb, but in comes the Corsola. Astonish, 2 Astonish. Galarian Corsola might be working some magic here. Here it comes, and it does get the KO.
Look how close that battle was. Potamon was cool as a cucumber there, recognizing, okay, the fact that he threw right away was actually to my advantage. I need to just completely astonish down this Annihilate, and I'm going to take out that Steelix in the back.
Man, so many different win conditions could have unfolded there. So many different roads to take, and Beas Boy unfortunately was unable to close out that game number 2, but fortunately for Potamon on the other side, he's right back in this.
I think Beas Boy, the minute that he threw the attack, you kind of saw it on his face that he recognized that's not what he actually wanted to do. Because the Bug Bite, it was not going to be doing too much damage. He could have got a little bit more energy and perhaps thrown 2 Rage Fits, the first one for the Fortress and the second one to be able to take out the Galarian Corsola.
I mean, that would have been pretty stellar if he was able to do that. The margins are so slim. The Sand Tomb would have been ready in just a couple more seconds. So under all that pressure with all those variables, I think the equation just came crashing down there for Beas Boy in the final moments. But I want to talk briefly about the team composition. We did see both the Shadow Steelix and the Galarian Moltres, and I got to tell you, Amanda, I think he would have been ready for that Gliscopod if Potamon would have brought out the obvious pick.
I think that both of these trainers, they have a lot on the line at this moment, and they haven't had the opportunity recently to see the other one play, because since these people are on the winner's side of the bracket, that means that they have not had as many games. They haven't had to go through a loser's bracket run. They're quite comfortable sitting here, but one of them will be experiencing that loser's bracket as soon as this best of 5 matchup is over.
Both trainers 2 wins away from Championship Sunday, the first in the arena next door. The crowd roaring, everyone watching you, all eyes on these trainers right now, but they need to stay present, need to stay in the moment. You can't think about anything else. And Beas Boy taking just a few more moments to ponder, and I understand. Take every second you need.
Hey, I mean, you got to take it, even though everyone wants to be the champion, even though that is the end goal, you got to take it game by game. You just have to take it step by step. This is a tied series of this best of 5. Whoever wins this is in the guaranteed spot of Championship Sunday. So these trainers definitely need to have some strategy, they need to have some willpower, they need to have some strength, and we need to hop right into the battles.
Oh, the Ghost types are back on the field, just like battle number 1. Galarian Corsola squared up against the Shadow Annihilate. Pivot now into the Galarian Moltres, met by the Lapras. This is not a clean matchup for either one of these Pokemon. It's going to be very close.
It looks like going ahead and just getting up a ton of energy. Beas Boy is going to throw first, but there's 2 shields to comfortably hide behind. And I don't know, if I'm Beas Boy, I might be like, I want to take this matchup for sure because I want to make sure that that Corsola goes nowhere near my Annihilate.
Exactly, and it comes down to how many resources you want to sink into that effort. Shielding up the Ice Beam is a great step forward. Sucker Punches are adding up. Lapras might be able to get to another back-to-back Ice Beams, trying to freeze out this Galarian Moltres.
See, Beas Boy, look up. Will this be enough to knock me out if I don't use a shield? You're about to find out because it hangs on by a thread and he throws the fly. But this can change the scenario because if Potamon shields, which he does, will he be able to Sidewave down or will the Sucker Punches be too much?
Pins and needles. Oh my goodness, Lapras able to get the Sidewave down in spite of that Sucker Punch coming through. Shadow Annihilate comes out, but to your point, Amanda, maintaining switch advantage was so key. Shadow Steelix comes out here for Beas Boy.
And now I think it's going ahead, banking some energy there before coming in with the Credilli. Credilli doesn't have the best matchup against the Steelix, and it's going to have a little bit worse of one now that the Psychic Fang is lowering its defenses, but it will be able to throw a Grass Knot, which can start to chunk away and hurt. And Beas Boy is reaching up for that crunch before he decides what he wants to actually throw at the Credilli.
I mean, don't forget, the Steelix is still a ground type as well, right? So the Grass Knot is going to thump down its HP rather quickly. Shadow Steelix, decision to make. Beas Boy calls the Grass Knot.
Going ahead, shielding that up at almost 100 energy, not quite, throwing the crunch. This is the heavy hitting one. The defense is already dropped. No Protect Shield used on the Credilli, but not quite enough to knock it out, and still just getting a little bit more energy, going for another Grass Knot here.
Yeah, I think he wants to make this matchup manageable for that Shadow Annihilate in the back. This is a game of leverage and energy management. In comes the Galarian Corsola. I don't know. I think Potaman's got a distinct advantage here.
Going for that crunch. There is a shield left in play, so this is a big moment. We saw him not shield it last time in case he got that debuff, and it looks like this is the same safe play that he's going for. Forced to throw a Nightshade at this because he just wants that Steelix out of there.
Yeah, I got to get it off the field here and start to knock down these pins. We're going to see the final Pokemon come out for Beas Boy. It's that Shadow Annihilate yet again. Just like we started this battle, we are back to square one, but this time, Galarian Corsola has so much energy.
Yeah, it's getting spooky in here for this round for Beas Boy as the Annihilate goes down. Potamon takes game number 2.
Exactly right. Hard fought. Great lead call there by Potamon. Great pivot as well. Switching, controlling the pace of the matchup. And in spite of Beas Boy's heroics with his Galarian Moltres hanging out through the Ice Beam, it just wasn't enough to win him that game number 3.
Yeah, we see you, crowd. We see you guys wave, and we see you cheering for these 2 people going on. I know that a lot of people are wondering who is going to make it to Championship Sunday. Yeah, we're just a few games away.
Just a few games away. Final reminder, everybody, I know we've said it a couple times, but it is a bit jarring when we've seen best of 3s for basically 2 days straight. This is a best of 5 situation, so Potamon is still 1 game away from securing it. Beas Boy needs to reverse sweep.
Yeah, needs to be able to take 2 games, and again, that's not impossible. Beas Boy is an incredible player. Potamon has been in this position quite a few times this year. Again, as a reminder, he was our European International Champion. He was in the top placements at the North American International Championships. And now on the big stage, also in a very similar position. He's ready. He's done these best of 5s. It's almost repetition for him at this point.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, if he's nervous, I can't see it. He looks like he is in the zone. He belongs up on this stage, and he is showing us exactly why. Meanwhile, Beas Boy does not want to fall to that loser side bracket. Yes, he still has a chance on Championship Sunday if he can get through Hard Jeff, but it's just such a tough road ahead. Resetting the bracket, winning a grand finals, it's so difficult. And I think that he wants to win this series right here and put himself in the optimal place to claim the trophy tomorrow.
We do see that this match is under review. That last one that went to Potamon, it looks like Beas Boy believes that he lost some Sucker Punch damage with the Moltres onto the Lapras, and so bringing up the charge attack priority which would really be against the Steelix and the Credilli.
Yeah, exactly. I believe the word chaining is something that I like to say. It's when you get those back-to-back charge attacks coming off really rapidly. Then you have to look closely at whether or not those fast attacks did come through. So our judging staff is taking a look at a couple of things from that previous matchup. And again, I mean, this is late in the day. It's Saturday night. Everyone's tired from battling all day, but you have to push through. Got to dig deep, find those reserves, and try to get the best possible outcome for yourself as a trainer, because you've come this far. You're literally not going to make any exceptions. You have to persevere here.
Absolutely. And if you guys need to remember, the Galarian Moltres was swapped in because the Annihilate met with the Corsola in the lead. The Lapras was swapped in. Psywave damage does not do too much to the Galarian Moltres. So if Beas Boy believes he did lose his Sucker Punch, he might have actually been able to, you know, take out that Lapras beforehand.
Yeah, exactly right. So a lot of variables here as our judges take a closer look at this battle on hand. We're going to get a little replay action going as well. This, I believe, is the latter part of the review. This is the crunch coming through. Then we're going to see the Credilli, I believe, fire. Oh, this was a charge attack priority.
This was the chaining, as you were calling it.
Yeah, absolutely. A term I definitely invented in that I didn't hear anywhere else.
No, yeah, I didn't read it.
Grass Knot does get fired off there. And yeah, Beas Boy, you know, these trainers have very solid knowledge of the Pokemon species they use, the relative attack that they carry. And I think that this Steelix is not going to win charge attack priority over many things in the meta.
Very, very true. But again, like you brought up before, when they're reviewing things, you also have to realize, will it make a difference? Will this actually make an impact? And if it does, then the rematch could be granted. But again, this is what we have these wonderful judges and staff members here for, being able to review the footage, and we highly encourage trainers who think that they have lost a turn, or if they think that maybe there's something that didn't go quite right in their battles, to raise it up, because this is the best chance that you're going to have to be able to do so.
Exactly. I mean, if you think about the mechanics of the battle, it does take a turn to fire a charge attack, and if that Credilli was firing off the Grass Knot, we would have seen a Thunder Fang come through, right? Because initiating the charge attack takes a turn, starting the Thunder Fang takes a turn as well. So I do think that Beas Boy personally believed that that was important when it came to defining his win condition. That's what the judges are reviewing closely for us here. So yeah, it's been a long day, a lot of battles, but we are here in the winners finals, and the stakes could not be higher.
These are the people who we know, one of them for sure is going to be on Championship Sunday. And that is on the main channel, just as a healthy reminder for those of you who are watching this on Pokemon Go.
That is good to know.
That is good to know.
You know what I also heard?
Tell me.
I also heard that after our winners and losers finals, we have a special segment where our friend and co-caster Caleb will be dropping some news for us all. So.
I think we kind of alluded to it day one. Pokemon Go is there's different seasons that go on, and as this season may be coming to an end very soon, a new season will arise, and perhaps there might be some changes in some move sets. Perhaps there'll be some changes in some Pokemon. We'll just have to see what's in store. I wonder if we'll get any news.
I wonder. I mean, I remember a very fun stream in Yokohama. I remember crowd shots, everyone cheering, getting hyped. I mean, some would say one of the peak moments of the entire weekend. So hopefully we get something like that coming up pretty soon.
As a reminder, one of the most impactful things that happened that was announced at that was the timer in Pokemon Go. When you swap out your Pokemon, used to be 60 seconds. Now it is 50 seconds, and it made the game much more dynamic in play. You see how quickly Pokemon players, maybe they'll use a charge attack to just dwindle down the clock about 10 seconds. They'll be able to swap out. Again, with the hard jump against Corolash, we saw 3 catches in a row between those trainers.
And to your point, I don't feel like that would have been possible without the 50-second switch timer. So not only moveset updates, but you never know if there are some structural changes. And I'm not trying to hint at anything. Don't quote me, chat. All right.
Quote him, I guess.
You brought it up.
I was bringing up old changes.
Okay. Well, we'll see what does happen and what our friends on the development team have in store. But judges are taking definitely a close look at this. Again, there are kind of 2 different points. What we saw on the replay was the question regarding Credilli and Steelix, but there's another facet, and that was the Galarian Moltres versus the Lapras matchup. If you remember, about the mid-game, about halfway through, that was really, really close. The Galarian Moltres absorbed that Ice Beam, kept on Sucker Punching, and did win Switch Advantage, but it's kind of curious, you know, a Sucker Punch here, a Thunder Fang there, could have made a big difference
Here,
for
there,
Beas
anywhere.
Boy.
Yeah, no. Well, I actually believe that the Lapras ended up taking down the Galarian Moltres.
Oh, well, you're exactly right. I'm sorry. There was the shield and the side waves kicked in. You're exactly right. So, yeah, if Beelzebub Boy is able to flip switch in the mid game and avoid that Galarian Corsola versus the Shadow Annihilate, who knows what could have happened.
And I think that a lot of times when trainers, this is what we are talking about here. So when we see, look how just a sliver of health on that Galarian Moltres, and you see Potamon pumping his fist. Beelzebub just wants to make sure that he got that Sucker Punch damage because it did end up changing things later on if he did not.
Exactly right. I really, really am happy with this slow-mo replay. We need it because my eyes are not getting any younger.
I know, that's why we got these glasses on, so we can see better.
I know, right? Annihilate does get the counter down there, but I would absolutely love to see that one more time if we could. Such a crucial moment in this matchup. And flipping switch, I mean, everyone's familiar with this. Amanda, watching you battle a little bit backstage, maybe you play a few Pokemon in Go Battle League that are a little bit alignment dependent. I mean, you know, things like Vacidon.
Listen, I don't need to be giving away my heavy strategies of the Go Battle League right now on stream. How dare you?
I'm saying.
Listen, I'm just, if you do cue into me, just know that I've been inspired by this Shadow Kento Marowak play, and I maybe have paired it with another Pokemon that doesn't like to see the Marowak very much at all.
Wait, hold on. So you already leaked 2 parts of the team. Just leak the full trio in case folks want to try
it. Oh, look, we're taking it back to the stage.
No, we're not. We're not ready for battles quite yet. Well, maybe we'll get it out of Amanda eventually.
It's Fortress.
Okay. Well, now we know. I assume Fortress is the safe spot, but I do not even want to postulate because I don't know how your mind works.
Yeah, that much is clear by now, Will.
Winners finals. It looks like we might have a decision coming through. It does appear that Potamon will maintain his 2-1 advantage in the series.
So this means that Potamon just needs one more battle to be able to take it all the way to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. Beelzebub Boy winning that first game puts a lot of momentum behind you, and at this point, even though it came down to the wire, still so close, means that there's still so many opportunities for him, still so many chances that he will be able to still take this in what we call a reverse sweep. So he maybe can win 2 more in a row. It's not a full reverse sweep, I guess. It would start if he was at 0.
Well, the question on my mind is where is the Galarian Corsola going to be? Because it's been in the lead over and over again. And if Beelzebub chooses to lead that Shadow Annihilate, he's probably going to find himself in a similar position yet again. So in terms of adjustments, it's anyone's guess.
And at this point, it's not just a guessing game. It's really a moment of resilience. You have to guess and suspect what your opponent is going to bring, but in the same breath, you have to realize what is the play that's going to work best for me, my play style, and how I think I can win these matchups.
Exactly. Potamon already locked in, ready to go. Engine revving there on the main stage. Beelzebub taking just a few more moments to think things over, because this is a very important matchup. Losing this next battle sends him down to face the Titan that is LNDS Harjefe. So he needs to get this right.
All of these trainers have been in the top parts of these heavy international championships or worlds. So all of these trainers know how much it takes and how much they want to win, how much they want to be on that stage on Sunday. We have a lock in here. We're jumping into game number 4.
Let's go, everybody. We're going to see that Shadow Annihilate. The commitment pays off. Beelzebub gets a favorable lead into the fortress.
You see him already give a little fist pump saying, yes, okay, it wasn't the Corso lead. Now swapping into the Steelix. And this is what I'm talking about. Even though the Aqua Jets are going to be hitting the Steelix relatively hard, just those Thunder Fangs going through, it hurts that Golisopod already brought it down to the yellow without even throwing a charge attack.
Exactly. Electric type offensive output is not common in the meta, but when it hits hard. Psychic Fangs coming through here. Will Potamon decide to use a Protect Shield?
About to hit even harder because this Psychic Fang is going to lower the defenses. He will be able to get to another attack, but it's up to Beelzebub at this point. If he shields this up, he should be able to win that switch. Does he want it or does he want the shield? He wants the switch. The glass spot goes down. In comes that Fortress.
This is about budgeting HP. Can he get to the crunch? He's going for it. No! Overshoots and misses the charge attack there. Coming out with the Annihilate. Counters are adding up. Swap now into the Galarian Corsa. Here comes Galarian Moltres.
Galarian Moltres is just a couple behind, but this is enough that the Corsola can get to a power gem, and that's exactly what Potamon is going to throw. One shield remaining on Beas Boy's side. This is going to be a heavy hitting attack, and it does get that shield because Beas Boy wants to keep that Moltres nice and healthy and just continue to get a ton of energy. I think he's going to throw the fly right before another attack is loaded.
And Potamon wants to keep the pressure on. That's why he's throwing these hard-hitting charge attacks, not wasting time, throwing bait moves. We're going to see a shield come up there, the first of the game for Potamon, and another fly is ready here from the Galarian Moltres.
Ursula, I tell you what, with two shields to hide behind can still be pretty scary because that counter damage doesn't do too much, and the Fortress in the back has some energy. So Potamon lets that Corsola get as low as possible, throws his power gem, hopes that it's enough to take out the Annihilate and that it can still get some damage before that counter goes through.
Power gem connects, Galarian Moltres falls out of the sky. The switch timer is available, but that single Astonish might make a huge difference. Here comes a Rage Fist from that Shadow Annihilate.
Rampant up here, Annihilate isn't monkeying around, wants to be able to knock out this Fortress, wants to be able to take this game to go to a decisive game 5, but first it has to withstand this Rock Tomb, which is going to knock that attack right back down.
Exactly, Potamon wants to slow down this Annihilate and that counter pressure, relying on the Bug Bites. It's going to be close, it's going to be a race. Annihilate, despite all its rage, it gets to the Rage Fist here.
Going ahead, just knocking out this Fortress, and if you remember earlier on, that Corsola doesn't have a lot of health left. It could come down to a 3-turn versus a 2-turn, and it is a simultaneous KO!
Simultaneous knockout on stage, but we see some gesturing between the trainers. They might have come to an agreement here. Let's see what they decide.
Before, we get into anything, just want to make sure that we see who wants to, okay, we're not going to make any statements yet.
Yeah, right. We're going to see exactly what's going on there up on the stage. Again, shout out to our incredible judging team, all of our professors that are here at Worlds. I always think the pictures of all of the staff are awesome. It takes a big team to put on such a massive event. And this is a really, really important game. So it looks like Beas Boy is kind of talking about his case here in that game number 4.
Just as a reminder, both of these Pokemon knocked each other out at the same time, which would mean that this is essentially a draw and a clean next game would be played should it choose to be that way. However, it looks like Beas Boy has conceded the matchup, recognizing that Potamon would have won it there, and it looks like Potamon is once again going to the grand finals, this time on the big stage.
World Championships. He's got an early Sunday morning, everybody. I see you out in the crowd. You better be there cheering just like that for Potamon tomorrow, because he's starting off on the winner's side bracket in the biggest battle of his life.
Looks like the crowd is probably quacking at their favorite duck as Potamon secures his spot in that grand finals. Beas Boy will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, where he will play against LNDS Hardjeff to see who will also be playing this. Will it be a grudge match between these two trainers that we just saw, or will our 2023 Latin American International Championship winner say, hey, I also want a piece of that pie?
Yeah, exactly right. That's, oh my gosh, you can see the crowd down there on the floor gathering around Potamon. Amanda, you and I had such a special moment when we casted EUIC. We've been here before. We've seen Potamon in that grand finals position. We've seen what he can do when he is pushed to his limit. And what he always does is he pushes right back. I'm really excited to see him tomorrow. Definitely want to make sure you tune in for that, because like you said, it's going to be on the main channel. It's going to be a little bit earlier than we are here tonight, and you don't want to miss that action. You want to be part of history watching those battles live.
Not only that, one of the great things about Championship Sunday is we get to see all of the different games who have been here all weekend. They're all going to be crowning champions. There's going to be exciting news that you're not going to want to miss. It's going to be one great day.
Well, Beas Boy is not out of it yet. As we mentioned before, LNDS Hardjeff had a really close matchup against Corolash, his friend and rival, who knocked him out of 2 grand finals already this season. Hardjeff finally got his revenge. And I think when you look in terms of career, I think that Hardjeff is looking for a revenge arc back to the top after 2023 in LAIC, and he is very close, on the precipice. but he's got to get past one of India's best to do it.
Not even India's best. I would argue world's best here at this point. Last year in the 2024, Beas Boy was top 4. This year already guaranteed top 3. Potentially can still take it all the way. We've seen loser bracket runs, and we've seen them still become world champions. Looking at you, Dancing Rob.
Exactly. I think he's here in the venue, right?
He is here. He's on to the staff.
That is real life, everybody. Beas Boy and that Shadow Steelix falls to that loser side bracket. But he's going to meet another Shadow Steelix team in Harjefe, which was so impressive in those matchups against Corolash and against all of the trainers that he has faced in that loser side bracket. He had such a tough road to get to where he is. He has fought for every inch of space, every meter of ground that he's earned.
And what? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're good.
No, I was just wanted to point out that all of the different regions are pretty much being represented, except for North America at this stage. Potamon, he is from Europe. And then we have Beas Boy, who is from the APAC region, and Harjeff, who is from Latin America. And Latin America is one of the only ones left who hasn't been a world champion yet. So I think a lot of the people from around there are really rooting for him to take it all.
Well, I believe that Beas Boy and Harjeff are getting set up there on the stage. But while they do that, let's take a look back at one of the most exciting series of the weekend so far. Potamon and that Galarian Corsola. I'm telling you, that Pokemon has been the key for him all weekend.
Potamon has been unstoppable basically since he got the finalist position in Sevilla. Not even for that, he was the European International Champion. Then he was so close at NAIC to being able to run it back once again. I think he has a lot under his belt right now, and he's ready. I think he really feels like this is his year.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see some of the plays that are just proof in the pudding, so to speak. His ability to make these switches, to bring out the right Pokemon, to predict the leads consistently, to apply pressure when he needs to the most, and make these clutch plays. That is a best buddy Galarian Corsola, and it needs every single point of HP to endure these wind conditions. This Nightshade hitting this Shadow Annihilate, what an insane amount of damage.
Goodness. Every single time Potamon seemed to be able to find the Annihilate with his Corsola, and that was the thing that helped secure all of the games for him that secured the victory.
Exactly. Bug Bites chipping down. Annihilate does get to the Rage Fist, but guess what? Galarian Corsola comes out yet again, and we do get that simultaneous KO, but the trainers talked it out. Potamon, the victor of the winners finals in Anaheim.
One thing that I also want to point out, this was technically a draw on the screen, and Beas Boy did not need to concede that matchup. It could have been a rematch, and it would have been a rematch because it was, a simultaneous knockout. But recognizing on Beas Boy's side that he actually would not have won that matchup, I just think the sportsmanship in Pokemon Go, especially on the Worlds level, has seemed to be quite huge. Lyle Jeffs also conceded a match earlier on in the tournament, and it's really difficult, right? Because it's like you're on the stage and you're recognizing that this could be my moment. This is my chance. The game went my way. But in the end, if you're going to be a champion, you want to be a champion the right way.
Exactly. Do the right thing. I think that's so important, and that is a culture, a mantra that permeates this entire championship series experience no matter where you are from. Harjeff is going to take that right side seat up here on our main stage. Beas Boy there on the left. So maybe a little switch up, right? Maybe a little refresh. Maybe that'll
I'd say, actually, that seat looked more comfortable. Can I sit on that side?
Yeah, I might just want to change things up here as we move into our losers finals. Another best of 5 and our last series of the day. So stay with us, everybody. You do not want to miss the epic conclusion to Saturday's battles.
Potamon is guaranteed to be able to make it to Championship Sunday, and the winner of this matchup that you are watching right now will be there alongside him, ready to see who's going to be our 2025 World Champion. But they got to go through this losers finals, and both of these competitors are people that I think anyone in the tournament was like, oh no, not them, if they saw their name on the list.
Yeah, right. That's when you refresh the bracket and you take a look and you say, I'm paired against who?
Like, uh-oh.
I have round 1 against who? Harjeff? Oh my goodness. Taking a look at these teams, there's one threat on Beas Boy's team that honestly I've not seen him play very much. I don't think the situation has really called for it, but this might be the perfect moment for it, and it's got to be that Fairy and Steel type Tinkaton. Look at some of the matchups here. You've got the Shadow Annihilate, you've got the Mandibuzz, you've got the Cradilly, and you've got neutral matchups in other spots as well. that could be a very nice kind of stopgap Pokemon that Beas Boy leverages here. What do you say to that?
I think that's a great plan because there is no Shadow Kento Marowak or a Mud Slap user or something that could apply a lot of pressure right away to that Tinkaton. Steelix will be able to fight back a little bit, but if you remember that actually Hardchips might be different. I'm just going to double check what he's running. He is running the same attack set. He's running Psychic Fang and Crunch as its charge attacks.
Perfect.
So for the Tinkaton, it's totally fine, actually, with either one of those being thrown at it.
Yeah, no need to worry about Earthquake. Takes a little while to get there, and I think these trainers prefer to have their faster, more spammy charge attacks. These two trainers are going to get locked in here. Let's take another look here at the teams. We saw Beas Boy on stage earlier, but this is a closer look. Trainers, get your charge TMs ready. Make sure to keep in mind which of these are Legacy and which are not. For example, the Rage Fist and that Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, there's going to be some attacks that are a little bit harder to get. So you might need to get an Elite TM. You can't. I hope you were watching earlier on so you could get some drops and you were able to get some of these prizes and use for your own Pokemon. Maybe you've seen all of this amazing Shadow Annihilate usage. Just saying, I want to use that myself. I want to try that out in the Go Battle League, or I want to try that out at a local cup and challenge for next season.
This is a Bullet Seed Cradily from Hardjeff. I don't know if that's going to be super important because there's an equal number of positive and negative situations, right? Against a Shadow Kento Marowak from Beas Boy, positive. Against something like a Galarian Moltres, it's kind of a negative, right? You don't want to be throwing these grass-type attacks into a flying-type opponent, but it's all about finding those openings.
One thing I would like to point out is at North America, in the North American International Championships, the first tournament in this current meta that we're in, it seems like a lot of the top trainers were using very similar but Pokemon that weren't seen very often throughout the tournament. And we're looking at this losers finals here, and we're seeing a Shadow Steelix and a Shadow Annihilate on both of these teams, which is such an interesting pick, something that we haven't seen completely throughout the day.
What's ironic to me is that at NAIC, we saw a lot of Shadow Annihilate paired with Dedenne because you need that hard Mandibuzz answer, but these trainers are opting for different fairy types, Azumarill for Hardjeff, and then you have that Tinkaton for Beas Boy, plus the supplementary support of the Thunder Fang Steelixes. So these teams actually make a lot of sense, and it just goes to prove that in Pokemon Go, there's so many different ways to address a problem. You gotta get creative, you gotta think outside of the box.
You were talking about Pokemon that could be impactful in these battles. If we're taking a look at Hardjeff's team, I think there's a lot of play for that Azumarill because it really just needs to worry about those fast attacks from the Steelix, but everything else, it can kind of go toe-to-toe with, especially that Galarian Moltres. Although time and time again, actually throughout the day, now I'm wondering, is Galarian Moltres actually an Azumarill counter?
If you were watching Maximilian's battles, you got question marks above your head as I do. And taking a look at these teams, there are a couple of things that are, seemingly missing. For example, we do see Cradily on Hardjeff's team, but not on Beas Boy's. He's actually the only trainer in our top 3 without Cradily on his team of 6. And I do think that becomes important when you start to look at how to answer a Pokemon like Azumarill. What hard answer does Beas Boy even have?
I think that if you can start getting the Psychic Fangs, if you can start whittling away at the defenses of the Azumarill, then the Steelix can definitely have a lot more play. But even still, I'm not sure. It's what we call, or I like to call, you like to talk about chaining earlier on, I like to call it tag team efforts of different Pokemon to be able to take things out. And again, I think that's what makes our 50-second timer so interesting and so dynamic is you can switch out. You can save and store charge attacks, or you can save and store energy. You can try to catch a charge attack from their opponent at different times. It makes things a little bit harder to predict, a little bit harder to go through. You gotta stay on your toes if you are these trainers.
And we saw Hardjeff do exactly that versus Corolash earlier on in the day, but here we go. Losers, finals, last set of the day. We're gonna see Beas Boy take on Hardjeff here, and that Cradily comes right out into the lead.
And it is a Bullet Seed Cradily, so as you can see, it's going to be doing a little bit more with the fast attacks than it would if it was doing Acid, and now it's going to throw the Rock Tomb, which is going to lower the attack of that Lapras. No Protect Shield on Beas Boy's side.
Super effective damage either way you cut it, but the Ice Beam will deal that super effective damage right back. It has been one stage debuff, so it's not that impactful, but Hardjeff wants to maintain HP on his Cradily here.
He wants to be able to get a little bit more energy. He wants to be able to have a lot more health, and that's exactly what that Protect Shield helped do. Now going ahead and throwing another Rock Tomb, but catching onto the Tinkaton. This is a good thing overall for Beas Boy. He doesn't have to use any shields, but the bad news is now you're going to be debuffed.
Beelzebub Boy in that earlier series made some really risky swaps, including the Shadow Steelix, but now the Ticketon swap, as you look at the team, it actually feels really safe against Hard Jeff. He's gonna go ahead and throw the Play Rough into the Dusclops here. This is a bulky Ghost type Pokemon though. It can tank it no problem.
It is one stage debuff. If you remember, Hard Jeff banked up a lot of energy on that Credilli first before going out, but he didn't throw two. Wants to save that energy for later and trust on a bulky Pokemon like Dusclops to be able to take this and just start dishing out those Shadow Punches very quickly, because that is what Dusclops is here for.
Throwing after 4 hexes or 12 turns, seeding an entire fairy win over to Beelzebub Boy. I'm not sure if it's going to be super impactful, but we definitely don't see that kind of thing at this level very often. Play Rough does connect. Gonna go for another Shadow Punch. I don't know if this is enough, Amanda. I think we're going to need to see another Hex afterwards.
They didn't even bother throwing another Fast Attack before going down. You have to wonder if maybe it would have been enough, but now in comes that Shadow. Kento, Marowak to start putting in some Mud Slap damage. This Ice Punch is going to be heavier hitting, and there's no Protect Shield used once again on Beelzebub Boy's side.
With dealer's choice, Hard Jeff selects that Cradilly to go into this matchup. Gonna go ahead and fire the Rock to what an incredible bait, pulling away that shield from Beelzebub Boy.
Beelzebub Boy's face every time he gets baited, it's just so funny to me. He's like, oh, one more time, how is this always happening? But it's such a risk, and not only that, it's happening twice. You saw that Hard Jeff look like he was going to click it again.
It's so relatable. I'll roll my eyes just the same. Bone Club gonna get thrown here into that Cradilly, chipping it down, but it was a charge attack priority tie. Another Rock Tomb. Can he get the back-to-back baits? Yes, he does.
This is the second time Beelzebub has had back-to-back baits that could end up proving very costly in this overall game. Now swapping out, quick pivot. He's able to completely knock down the Credilli. Lapras has a lot of energy now, but in comes an Azumarill just to take it all.
Yeah, I mean, Azumarill is small in the frame here, but you have to start shaking your boots when you have 3 Pokemon deep into the red in terms of HP, and that looming bunny-shaped shadow comes out of the Pokeball.
He's hopping towards you here saying, what do you have for me, Lapras? Because it looks pretty refreshing as another Sparkling Aria hits the Azumarill. Azumarill still in the green, almost ready to completely bubble down.
More energy gained, another Sparkling Aria thrown. The third one in a sequence of charge attacks, just trying anything desperately to whittle down this Azumarill. It dips into the yellow. As you pointed out, the full bubble down is completed. There's an Ice Beam loaded, a weakened Tinkaton. The Peekaboo play might do something, and it doesn't because the bubble comes through first.
Not able to get off the attack there. No Protect Shields remaining. All of this energy on Azumarill now going into the Marowak, and down it goes. Hard Jeff takes game number 1.
You mentioned Azumarill as being a really, really strong pick for Hard Jeff, but I don't know. I felt like he won the majority, maybe 75% of that matchup with the other 2 Pokemon. And then the Azumarill just kind of came in on janitorial duties to mop things up. What do you say to that?
Well, I've tried saying it a couple times fast. It's very difficult. And speaking of difficult, how do you get through Hard Jeff?
I know, right? It's going to be difficult, but we're going to see a replay here of our game number 1. The losers finals, best of 5. Bullet Seeds connecting, Lapras coming in, getting that Psy Wave down, but it just wasn't enough. Azumarill came out in full health, and that just has to be demoralizing.
At this point, Azumarill just put in a ton of work. Not many hard counters, none really on this team, and by the end, Azumarill was still standing. There was a small amount of Dusclops in the back, but that's just game number 1 in this best of 5 series.
Beelzebub Boy has been one of the most impressive trainers, not just this year, but also last year at the World Championships. He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, probably by himself, right? He's got very high expectations, and he wants to follow up his success and climb to new heights. But he's been on a bit of a losing record here, a bit of a stumble in these past 2 series. And he needs to rebound badly if he wants to stay in this series and make it to the grand finals tomorrow.
Hard Jeff has had a lot of success in the past seasons on this big stage, but not at actually Worlds. He has never been a day 2 competitor. until
Wow.
this point where now he has potential, if he can win these next 2 matchups, that he's going to be a day 3 competitor.
That's definitely an upgrade, and I'm sure something he would love to accomplish. He's got to win 2 more games, though, in order to get there. Beas Boy and that Galarian Moltres have been unstoppable all weekend long. They seem to be meeting their foil against these teams. Harjeff with the Azumarill and the Thunderfang Steelix. It doesn't allow Beas Boy to play comfortably the way that he wants to.
And the thing is with Beas Boy at this point is he just had matches against Potamon where he was ended up knocking down to the loser's bracket. He was on such a great run before that, but the momentum has kind of shifted away from his favor. What he needs to do and what he has been doing, which I think is taking a moment to regroup, to recognize, okay, I've made it this far. My team is good. I know how to play, and now it is my chance to prove it.
And he's off to a great start here in game number 2. Galarian Moltres lead into that Dusclops. Immediate pivot into the Annihilate. There's not really a good answer for the Dark and Flying type.
Going ahead, these counters are starting to add up, but he will need to get that Ice Punch to be able to really start chipping away at the Moltres from charge attacks. Has to put up a shield here because the Fly is already loaded, and now we're pivoting into the Tinkaton. Another great Annihilate answer.
This is interesting, though, because this Annihilate has so much energy, and it is the Shadow variant. Yes, the Fairy Winds are super effective, but the counters are going to start to look super effective when they get ramped up. Charge attack coming through here from Tinkaton.
Able to get to the Bulldoze, but if Harjeff was counting, and you know he was, that he knows that it's not going to be a play rush, still wants to protect up the Annihilate because he wants to get that switch advantage back. He saw how bad that matchup was between the Dusclops and the Galarian Moltres, and he says, I'm going to avoid that if I can.
Wow, I'm a bit surprised here to see Beas Boy just giving up control. Switch advantage, yes, he has the 2 Protect Shield advantage, but still, he's got to suspect there might be a Fairy and Water type lurking in the back of Harjeff's line.
There's no Protect Shields left on Harjeff's side, but there is an Annihilate that is ramped up. The Moltres is down past half health, and in comes the Azumarill, one of its harder counters there, and the Lapras in the back. We've seen it before. Doesn't really do much with its charge attacks.
Well, this Galarian Moltres might be able to do a lot with the 2 Protect Shields that Beas Boy has remaining. We're going to see the charge attack get fired off. Brave Bird connecting first, and then the swap into the Lapras. Sidewaves are going to wear this Azumarill down, and the mighty Azumarill that towered over Beas Boy in game number 1 is starting to look weak.
2 shields to hide behind. Lapras says, I can handle an Azumarill at this length, but in comes the Dusclops, the one that we saw at the beginning. Now a little bit behind on energy, but we see him just ramp up. He's going to start punching, 1-2 punching right away.
I also saw Beas Boy kind of smile there. He likes seeing the Dusclops. He feels pretty confident about his position as the Shadow Punch connects. It's such a fast, spammy charge attack, but the damage done is so little. Sparkling Aria coming through in return.
When there's no Protect Shields to hide behind, this is when Lapras can really start to shine here, being able to get to another one. We've seen trainers do this in the past, going for the Sparkling Aria and an Ice Beam to be able to do more damage overall, getting that Dusclops very low, but Dusclops has a lot of energy. Coming in now with the Moltres. Look, the fast attack went through, but Harjeff is at that Ice Punch.
Well, actually 2 Sucker Punches went through, and that Dusclops is perilously low. The Azumarill is the only chance here, but he does have that Shadow Punch to boot. Still a Protect Shield, recognizing in terms of relative damage, the Shadow Punch is the less effective charge attack that he's going to be hit with. No shields it, and Beas Boy looks like he's going to wrap this up, but it's going to be close.
Going ahead, Harjeff looks a little bit discouraged at this point. I don't think we're going to see him throw anything because there is a shield to hide behind on Beas Boy's side, and now going for a Sparkling Aria, recognizing I think it might be enough at this point.
It's going to be really close. Might need a couple of side waves to pick up the KO and get back into the series. Azumarill hangs on by a thread, but then gets KO'd. Final gasp from the Dusclops as it exits the field.
And Beas Boy ties up the series in this best of 5. If you remember, he was on the opposite side of this when he was in the winners finals. He won game number 1, but then he ended up getting reverse swept by Potamon.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, now he is in a position where he could do the exact same thing.
So Harjeff is the kind of trainer that leads a Dusclops into a Galarian Moltres, pivots another Ghost type in Shadow Annihilate, and still wins the game. I'm not sure how he does it, but he finds a way. Beas Boy there was able to win battle number 2, though, and that was the equalizer. So we're effectively now in a best of 3, in a sense, because this is a best of 5 overall series. Let's see what game number 3 has in store.
I think that the pivot to Tinkaton was really, really good for Beas Boy there. And you kind of called that out from the beginning, Will. Being able to have something that doesn't really have a hard counter or a hard answer to it. I wouldn't be surprised if once he, really had impact this game that we might see it in the next ones coming up in the series.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if it does find its targets, it can be devastating. We have not seen Harjeff deploy his Mandibuzz at all, and I think that is probably the principal reason, even though Mandibuzz would be a solid, tempting answer to the Lapras, to the Shadow Kento Marowak, to the Shadow Annihilate that he sees on the other side. It's just so risky when he knows that that hammer might come down and pin him in an abysmal situation.
I mean, it looks so non-threatening, right? It's just a little tiny Pokemon, but that hammer is huge and it comes out swinging. As we see a lot more Beas Boy over and over again, for one, I'm really enjoying it because we don't get to see him very often otherwise. There's not many opportunities to get to see the APAC players playing. But it's so interesting to see the team compositions that he wants to bring. I believe he ran the same Pokemon all 3 games against Potamon, or 3 of the games against Potamon.
Yeah, I think you might be correct. It just goes to show that Beas Boy is comfortable with his team comps, and he's comfortable doubling and even tripling down when he thinks he has the right formula. And after a couple of tough leads into that Galarian Corsola from Potamon, it did turn out to prove right at least once. So we're going to find out what he does here. Going into game number 3, Harjeff is ready to go, locked in. He knows he needs to win 2 more to make it to Championship Sunday.
And you can see him bounce, and he is ready. He is vibing here. He knows, okay, I can take another one. I took the first. I have these capabilities. Both of these trainers desperately want to be able to make it on from here to be able to face Potamon in the grand finals on Championship Sunday.
With Shadow Annihilate, Tinkaton, it's just really difficult to bring something like Cradily, but it's just so tempting, right? I keep going back to the temptation of just going for the bold play, picking that Mandos, picking that Cradily, picking something that is going to put your opponent on the back heel. And at this point, with these stakes, I mean, do you risk it? Do you go for it?
I think arguably out of any time, these are the moments to take some risks because it is not a typical best of 3. So if you do something that's a little bit unexpected, a little bit something that your opponent might not think is coming, that could prove very pivotal for you. And that's exactly what Beas Boy did game number 1 against Potamon.
I agree. Taking just a few more moments here, heading into game number 3 shortly in our losers finals, the final series of the day here in Anaheim. The sun is down, that cool California breeze is outside just waiting for our trainers, but I'm sure one of them is going to be very happy to walk outside and take in that fresh air, and the other one a little bit disappointed when it's all said and said.
It might be cool out there, but it is heating up in here as so many people are still here to see who are they going to be cheering for on Championship Sunday. When we were at EUIC, when Potamon was awarded, do you remember they lifted him up in the air and he did a little bit of crowd surfing?
Yeah.
It's so cool that he was also congratulated by his friends and family who have made it here to Anaheim, California to watch him play. Something similar is going to be happening to one of these trainers after these matches are over in the losers finals. We have an Annihilate in the lead up against that Shadow Kento Marowak.
Very neutral situation here. We've seen this multiple times already this weekend. The counters and the mud slaps pace in terms of damage relatively similarly. We're going to see the Rage Fist get fired off first here by that Shadow Annihilate, pulling the shield.
This is going to be able not only pull the shield, but make those counters a little more boosted. Will have to use a shield himself on Harjeff's side if he wants to keep that Annihilate around, and it looks like that's exactly what he wants to do.
Eyes on the prize. Harjeff is looking at that HP. He says, I think I can counter all the way through. Here comes another Bone Club. Do we see the second Protect Shield? This is a very important decision, and Harjeff goes all in.
Looks like he was really liking that Annihilate play, wants to be able to make sure that he can counter too, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Hanging on by a sliver here. He's out of Protect Shields, but he has some energy. He has to blind throw, I think, because look at the health on that Annihilate.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Whatever comes in, you have to throw something! But the Psy Wave takes one turn, and so does the Rage Fist, but the damage applies, picking up the knockout and nullifying the energy.
What a smart play by Beas Boy there, saying, okay, the counter's not going to go through. I know he's throwing an attack, and the Psy Wave damage will register first.
Important call, critical decision there from Harjeff to go zoom roll into the Lapras because it means he can align his Steelix versus the Tinkaton. He stores the energy, he comes out, Steelix roars onto the field.
going ahead and taking a Bulldoze. We saw this earlier, even though it's super effective, the Bulldoze doesn't do that much damage, and the Steelix is still in the green, but neither one of the attacks of the Steelix is going to be doing that much either. Bulldoze number 2 already ready, already being deployed, knocking that Steelix down into the yellow.
HardJeff knows he doesn't need to worry about the fairy winds. They're nothing more than a light breeze to this Steel Titan on his side of the field. Psychic Fangs is going to get fired off here, resisted by that Steel typing and Tinkaton as well, but the Thunder Fangs are going to start to add up.
Starting to add up, that defense is guaranteed to drop, while Bulldoze does have a chance for it, just continuing to swing away, doesn't want to get caught on anything. I think both trainers are very aware that their timers are now up after this is over. We might see some quick pivots, as we've seen a couple of times, and that's exactly what happens. Both of them going for an attack.
Wow, double simultaneous swap. We're going to see the play rough come through from the Azumarill into that Lapras. A big dent in terms of HP, and the Sparkling Aria gets queued up after 2 more Psy Waves as well.
No Protect Shields left remaining on HardJeff's side. Sparkling Arias don't do that much, but watch them add up over time with that Psy Wave damage. Meanwhile, Azumarill takes a long time to go, and once again, HardJeff is going for a bait. If Beas Boy uses his shield, which he does, this is the 3rd time in this series that is going, shielding up the bait move. Now there are no more Protect Shields on either side of the field.
The smirk and the head nod gets me every single time. He's like, oh, you got me pretty good there. Sparkling Area firing off yet again as Lapras tries to whittle down that water and fairy type Azumarill. Going for the play rough here. That one bubble might make a massive difference here, as HardJeff has been extremely efficient.
Azumarill is no longer playing nice. He's starting to play rough there. Now swapping into the Felix, trying to go, but Beas Boy says, nuh-uh-uh, not this time. I know this is loaded. Will this be enough to knock out the Steelix at this point?
Calling the switch in, throwing the Bulldoze, picking up the KO. In comes the Azumarill. Can't take a ton clutch. They'll play rough, and it does.
Going ahead again, being able to just swing the hammer. Said, I saw that play rough, and I want one of my own. Azumarill, here's a taste of your own medicine. Beas Boy taking game number 2.
Looks less like a hammer and more like a gavel, making that judgment. I am going to win this game number 3 and keep myself in the running for Championship Sunday. Beas Boy on the precipice of bouncing back and finding his way to the grand finals.
Now, if this was a standard matchup like we've seen throughout the day, it would already be over. This would already be called for Beas Boy. However, in these best of 5 matchups, HardJeff still has a chance. He needs to win 2 more games to Beas Boy's 1 to be able to make it to Championship Sunday. There's a lot on the line for both of these trainers, as they are the 2 remaining players for the rest of the day.
Amanda, what would you think if I told you that while we were discussing the ending of that game, HardJeff had already logged in his team? He's ready, right now.
Wow, well, what would I think? I hardly ever think to begin with, so why do you put me on the spot there, Will?
Oh my goodness, so charming as ever. HardJeff ready to go. Beas Boy taking a few more moments, and we will take a moment to look back at that game number 3. We talk a lot about the Azumarill for HardJeff. It looked so good in the early goings of the series, but Beas Boy just keeps finding answers. I think the Tinkaton is a big part of that equation.
Definitely, for sure. Before, it was maybe, deciding what Pokemon do I want to bring. HardJeff, it was very similar, right? They both have Pokemon on their teams that have a lot of neutral or good play. Again, we saw that from HardJeff's side, that Azumarill, and then also that Tinkaton from Beas Boy. HardJeff, I really think that his playstyle has been adapting throughout the days. I've noticed now in the 2 games that he has lost, he went down double shields quite early in the matchup. Do you think that was something that proved pivotal for the later point of the game?
Yeah, he definitely invested in that Shadow Annihilate in the lead, if I recall correctly. I mean, he knows how important it is to maximize the potential of the Pokemon that you have. And Pokemon like Shadow Annihilate, they need protection. They need to ramp up with the Rage Fist and deal that additional counter damage. And when you're anticipating something like Lapras, like Tinkaton, like soft targets that you can deal a lot of damage to, you have to put your resources where they matter the most. So yeah, he has absolutely been willing to change up his game plan, to pivot, to switch, to kind of throw his opponent off. He's got to do that 2 more times, though, if he wants to walk into that arena tomorrow morning.
It looks like he's staring down. He's recognizing, okay, this is a big moment for me. Looks like we got the thumbs up from Beas Boy. Looks like they are getting ready to get into the battles. Beas Boy needs to win this to get himself the Championship Sunday, to get that grudge match against Potamon, but he's got to get through HardJeff first.
This could be decisive. Galarian Moltres takes to the skies versus that Shadow Annihilate for HardJeff. What do you see?
This is so difficult because this is an ABA lineup to that Galarian Moltres, which is in the lead. Neither that Shadow Annihilate nor the Dusclops in the back really want much to do with it, so Hardjeff is forced to stay into this position. He's using a Rage Fist to boost the counter damage here. No Protect Shield on Beas Boy's side.
Yeah, incredible no-shield call there, but you gotta respect the fly as a fighting-type Pokemon, and Hardjeff does exactly that. Pivoting now into the Shadow Kento Marowak. We haven't seen Beas Boy do this yet, but he's confident he can get the damage in. Azumarill, though, comes in to a half-health Shadow Kento Marowak.
I'm very confused, but also I'm not the mastermind that Hardjeff is either. If you see a Galarian Moltres on the other side, and you know that you have an Annihilate that's at a very low health, and a Dusclops in the back, what is going through your mind besides, okay, maybe I need something bulky to take out this Marowak, because maybe I'm gonna have a better chance with whatever the third Pokemon is.
The question on my mind is, can the Azumarill bubble all the way through? I guess not wanting to take the Mud Slap damage, Hardjeff opts to throw that charge attack instead. He wants to knock out, and that's exactly what he gets. He wants enough HP to stay in the matchup and really maximize his Azumarill gameplay here.
I guess when we're talking about the neutral Pokemon that are in the game, we're seeing them play against each other right now. Hardjeff had to believe that Beas Boy has been relying on that Tinkaton, must have recognizing that it was in the back, and Dusclops would have a decent matchup against it, being able to throw those shadow punches quite quickly. There's so much energy now on Beas Boy's side on that Tinkaton, throwing the Bulldoze, the littler attack there, maybe still enough to knock that Azumarill out, and still being able to just get a little more energy to throw at the next Pokemon that comes in.
Wow, absolutely stunning control there. The Bulldoze and the single Fairy Wind now pivoting into the Galarian Moltres to meet the Dusclops. Now counter swap into the Shadow Annihilate to throw the Rage Fist.
I like this play a lot by Hardjeff. He knows, okay, it's not a heavy hitting attack, but it's going to make my counters do a little bit more damage, and I need to go ahead and get this Moltres out of here, but it's not enough. Moltres is still able to stick in here, and these attacks by the Dusclops aren't doing very much at all.
And the trick is that now this Galarian Moltres is low enough for a Shadow Punch to knock out. This might be Hardjeff's last battle in Anaheim. He's gonna fight with everything he's got.
He's going ahead just charging up a lot more energy here, recognizing that he's also gonna need those Shadow Punches to be able to take it out. He was going for his win condition of fully farming down. He wasn't able to get there. This fly will connect. This Dusclops looks like it's getting desperately low.
Oh, it's swapping in, throwing the charge attack with the Tinkaton. It had too much HP. It was too much to overcome. Hardjeff is going to fall, and Beas Boy bounces back to head to the grand finals in Anaheim.
What happened to Beas Boy in the winners finals just happened to Hardjeff in the losers finals. Beas Boy being able to reverse sweep the situation, to be able to take control, to be able to make it so he's going to see Potamon in what we call a grudge match in the end on Championship Sunday.
Exactly right. Beas Boy looking around, he said, wow, I think I just did it. I think I made it to Championship Sunday, going even further than he did last year. And Hardjeff, ever the sportsman, is clapping for his opponent. Well played. Congratulations, and wishing him the best.
At the end of the day, there can only be one on Championship Sunday, but these trainers have been really doing an amazing job throughout this whole tournament. Being able to call yourself a top 4, a finalist, or even a champion is incredible things that I think many of these trainers wish they had the opportunity to do.
I want to reflect back on a point that you made about Hardjeff. You said he had never been a Day 2 Worlds competitor, and now he's got a bronze medal to show for it. What an incredible glow up from one of LATAM's best, and somebody that I know a lot of trainers around the entire world deeply respect and admire.
And I think a lot of the trainers from the APAC region are saying, hey, I know you guys don't get to see us so often, but we had Kai last year as our world champion, and now we have at least a finalist that's going into Championship Sunday in Beas Boy, who was also a top 4 in last season. So definitely a competitor who had a lot to show, a lot to prove. Already he's even done better than he did the previous year.
Right? I mean, just think back to London in 2022. Godon Hada from South Korea was also in the grand finals. I'm telling you, APAC always comes to play here at the World Championships for Pokemon Go. And you alluded to this a few times throughout the broadcast. We just don't get to see these trainers. We don't get to see the qualifiers broadcasted. And it's such a treat and a reward to have them on this main stage, showing us just why they are some of the world's absolute best.
And let us know in the chat, let us know in the crowd who you think is going to be able to take it on Championship Sunday. There can only be one. Is it going to be Europe? Is it going to be India? At this point, it's still anyone's game.
Let's see some Potamans and Beelzeboys in the chat. I'm gonna watch it right here. I'm watching, chat. You better start. I don't see any. You better start typing. Come on, let's go.
Oh, the iPad is off.
All right, man. You didn't have to, you know, come on. All right, anyway. What an incredible winners and losers finals here in Anaheim. Just a story of momentum swinging back and forth. These
Just
trainers,
like Tinkaton's hammer.
just like Tinkaton, absolutely crashing down when it needed it the most. And Beelzebub Boy's control, again, I think back to that Bulldoze connecting to the Azumarill, and then that one swing in order to get the Fairy Wind KO. That set up the Play Rough to win that battle in the end. What an incredible display of craftsmanship from these trainers we've seen all weekend long. Worlds is the culmination of the best, and this year was absolutely a treat.
This year's meta was completely different than the year before. We got to see so many new and different trainers making it farther than they've ever made it in any competition. And I do want to say one thing. And Caleb, actually, our co-caster, he brought this up yesterday. He's like, 50% of the competitors, you're going to lose game number one because that's exactly how it works. And it's something that you obviously don't want to happen to yourself, but it's going to happen at some point or another when you're playing against really the world's top competitors for the largest stage, for the largest tournament.
Speaking of the world's best, we are going to head down to the stage where Jim has Beelzebub. Let's hear from our trainer that's headed to Championship Sunday.
Thank you, Will. Jim Lawson here. I'm on standby here with Beelzebub. He has punched his ticket to Championship Sunday. We have such an amazing crowd presence right now. Everyone's chanting your name. You can feel the love. You can feel the support. In fact, I saw you crowd surfing just a second ago. Tell me what it was like just winning and knowing that you're going to be in the top 2.
I wasn't thinking anything when I logged in at the end.